The tale begins with a young man cruising along, tires squealing as he abruptly jams the brakes. A hum of excited chatter ripples through the crowd, fingers pointing and voices murmuring about the sleek supercar that just skidded to a stop. A confident young man steps out, flashing a grin that leaves onlookers dazzled. Someone in the crowd exclaims, "Shen Yuan. That second-gen rich kid, top dog at school, just rolled up in another new supercar." From the passenger side, a pair of elegant white heels descends gracefully, followed by a strikingly curvaceous young woman who steps out with a self-assured smirk. The sight sets the campus guys on edge, muttering under their breath, "He's barely set foot on campus and already nabbed a stunner from the N2 flight attendant program. Shen Yuan, that lucky jerk." A few others, faces flushed with jealousy, pipe up, "Rich, good-looking, and born with a silver spoon, of course he gets first pick of the girls." Another adds, "First pick. He's practically cornered the whole market." Word is, a ton of freshman beauties are already smitten with him. The couple struts into the building, whispers trailing them like shadows. Upstairs, girls lean over railings, gossiping with envy about the woman at Shen Yuan's side. One huffs, "She's not even that gorgeous, is she? I just dragged my feet a little, and now I've missed my shot, so frustrating." Her friend nudges her, saying, "Seize the day, girl. Don't let that Shen Yuan slip away." Shen Yuan, oozing charisma, glances up at the chattering girls and flashes a heart-melting smile that could charm anyone. The pair then strolls cheerfully through a bustling mall, arm in arm. But that's all a distant memory for Shen Yuan. He muses to himself, reflecting on how his lavish lifestyle and enviable status in his third year of university came crashing down. A catastrophe struck, leaving his family's 3 tourism businesses bankrupt and saddled with a staggering 100 million in debt. Back in the present, Shen Yuan steps into his dorm and calls out, "Yo, roomies. Anyone down for a late-night gaming sesh with Lao Jiang?" One roommate turns, his tone icy, "Shen Yuan, let's not pretend we're tight." Another, sprawled lazily, chimes in, "What, you think you're still the hotshot rich kid? You snap your fingers, and we jump? Nah, man." Shen Yuan stands there, wordless, swallowing his pride. He heads to the rooftop to clear his head, the cool breeze washing over him. In his mind, he laments how his old party buddies drifted away one by one, dodging him like the plague. With no other choice, his parents and little sister now live in a cramped rental, a far cry from the days when he'd book entire suites daily. Now, he's stuck in a basic dorm, wondering if a decent life is even possible anymore. Moments later, a girl named Chu Wanqing pulls him aside to a quiet corner for a talk. When he arrives, she says with a sneer, "Shen Yuan, enough. Don't reach out to me anymore. I hope you find someone more compatible." He freezes, stunned, his face clouding over in disbelief. "Wanqing," he stammers, 3 years together, and you just end it like that? Are you really that cold?" Chu Wanqing fixes him with a steely glare, her voice sharp like a blade. "How much love was there, really? You know the truth." She flicks her hair and turns toward a sleek luxury car idling nearby. Before walking away, she tosses over her shoulder, "Oh, and don't call me Wanqing, it sounds so tacky. If we ever cross paths again, let's just hope we don't." With that, she slides into the waiting car. Shen Yuan's heart sinks, a heavy sigh escaping him. Chu Wanqing pauses, adding, "I'm leaving now, my friend's here to pick me up." Desperate, Shen Yuan lunges to block the car door, pleading, "Wait, Wanqing." Startled, sweat beading on her forehead, she snaps, "What do you want now?" Her eyes are devoid of warmth as she continues, "Those designer bags you got me? I don't need them anymore. Why don't you take them back?" Shen Yuan's face darkens, but he forces a strained smile. "If it's really over, I don't care about the money. Just, let me relive that dream one last time." Her face flushes with anger as she shrieks, "Shen Yuan, have some dignity. 3 years, and all I got were a few lousy bags, and now you're demanding them back after we're done." Suddenly, an older voice calls from the car, "Wanqing, get in. No need to waste your breath." The man inside adds, "Young man, where you headed? Need a lift?" Shen Yuan glances at the older guy, bitterness bubbling up as he thinks, calling her Wanqing is tacky when I do it, but not for him. Absurd, he replies curtly, "No thanks, I live close." The man's tone turns patronizing. "Wanqing and I have plans, but I'm worried you're too shaken to think straight. Let me drop you off to be safe." Shen Yuan's chest tightens, the words stinging like spice. You're kicking me while I'm down, he thinks, but I'm not letting you have the last word. Leaning toward the car window, he says smoothly, big brother, you're a kind soul, and I appreciate it, but my place is just a few steps away. Turning to Chu Wanqing, he adds, Wanqing's a great girl. Take good care of her. She stares, confused, as the man in the car smirks and says, don't worry, I've got her. Shen Yuan seizes the moment, his voice casual but pointed. Us guys gotta treat our girls right, yeah. A few things about Wanqing. First, she loves Okamoto 001s. Second, fishnet stockings, but cheap ones, the good ones aren't as practical. Oh, and she's big on nurse and police uniforms for, special nights. The man's face pales, his voice shaking with rage. You're just spouting nonsense now. He slams the window shut and peels out, tires screeching. Shen Yuan watches the car vanish, letting out a heavy sigh. Brother, I was just getting to the good part, he mutters. Wanqing, maybe you made the right call after all. The blazing sun forces him to shield his eyes as he says quietly, forget it. It's not my problem anymore. I just hope your choice leads to the life you want. Out of nowhere, a robotic voice chimes in, indeed, everyone deserves their ideal life. Perfect life system downloading. The sun fades, replaced by a glowing golden-orange panel that leaves Shen Yuan stunned. Data flashes across it, host, Shen Yuan, age, 21, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, net worth, 87, health, 72, fitness, 75, skills, none. Sweat beads on his forehead as he points at himself, bewildered. Host. That's me. I didn't ask for this, what's going on? Am I losing it? The panel reappears, displaying a list of tasks, * perfect life system download complete. A perfect life requires wealth as a foundation and valuing the opposite sex. Mission, spend money on a same-age female nearby with a favorability rating above 60 and earn her respect. Reward, triple refund on spending. Bonus, if her favorability rises by 3 points, refund doubles. Note, spending limited to cash or accounts, *. Shen Yuan blinks, scratching his head. A system? For real? This can't be a hallucination, can it? A gentle voice interrupts from behind. Shen Yuan. A girl peers at him, concern in her eyes. You're a guy, pull it together. It's just a breakup. Is it really that bad? The system pings, displaying, academic advisor Li Xia, favorability, 65, she steps closer, saying softly, I saw what happened. In your words, bye-bye's just bye-bye, right? The next one will be better. Shen Yuan glances at her, noticing a pink 65 hovering above her head, his mind racing. The system's real. Li Xia, oblivious, smiles encouragingly. Come on, Shen Yuan, chin up. Overwhelmed, he scratches his head, mumbling, I'm fine, teacher Li. In his head, he marvels, * a cheat code. For real? Li Xia tilts her head, asking, oh, about that tuition aid I mentioned, have you considered it? I submitted the form early, it's one of the few ways I can help. He sighs, a few thousand yuan's nothing compared to my family's debt. Better let someone else have it. She nods thoughtfully, then says, all right, I won't push. But if you need help, school, life, even relationships, my door's open. With a wave, she turns to leave. Shen Yuan stares at the system panel, calculating. * triple refunds. Let's test it, * he jogs after her, grabbing her hand. Teacher Li, thanks for looking out for me. Hold on, I'll get you a milk tea. Surprised, she protests, no need to be so formal. But he's already gone, returning moments later with a cup. Here you go, he says, handing it over. Li Xia takes it, cheeks pink, murmuring, thanks. He checks his phone, bank notification, card ending 0098, May 10, 1640, plus 18 yuan, balance, 99 yuan, his eyes widen. Spent 6 yuan, got 18 back, double refunds real. He watches Li Xia walk away, heart pounding. * if her favorability stays above 60, I can keep spending and racking up refunds. My family's debt, we could be richer than ever, *. His mind races as he leans against a wall, scrolling his phone. * current balance, 99 yuan. Too low. JB loan, 8,000, another loan, 20,000, business loan, 21,585. Total, 49,684 yuan. Asterisk he smirks, spotting a discarded box in a trash can. Perfect, inside is a bag, spring model, $800, high-end knockoff. Li Xiao accept this. At her door, he knocks, nerves tingling. Does she have a boyfriend? Li Xia answers, apron snug, surprised. Shen Yuan. You cooking? He asks. She glances at the bag. What's up? He hands it over, voice steady. You've helped me so much these 3 years. I finally get how much it means. This is a small thank you, please take it. She hesitates, eyeing the bag. It looks pricey. I can't. He anticipated this. It's a knockoff, 2 yuan. You know my situation, I'm not splashing cash. If I don't thank you, what kind of guy am I? It's cheap, but it's from the heart. Li Xia softens, thinking, if I refuse, it's like I'm dismissing him. She accepts it, saying, fine, I'll hold on to it. I'll get you something for your birthday. A burnt smell wafts from the kitchen, and she bolts, yelling, my stir-fry is burning. Shen Yuan slips inside, grinning. Dinner's a chance to boost favorability. She pokes her head out. You haven't eaten, right? Stay for dinner. He nods, thinking, asterisk no boyfriend. Perfect, asterisk a notification pings, card ending 0098, May 10, 1845, plus 119,400 yuan, balance, 122,000, he stares, elated. Asterisk bag was 39,800, triple refunds 119,400. Pure profit, asterisk Li Xia calls, Shen Yuan, sit. Why were you zoned out? Snapping back, he asks, just us. Where's your boyfriend? She laughs, wrestling off her apron. Boyfriend? Nope. Ugh, this thing's stuck. He steps closer, offering, let me help. She waves him off, but he's already behind her, loosening it. Her figure catches his eye, but a shout breaks the moment. What are you doing? It's Liang, Li Xia's sister, glaring from the doorway. Shen Yuan stammers, and nothing. Li Xia beams, introducing, this is Liang, my sister. He waves awkwardly. Hi. Liang's stare is cold. Not great. Sensing the tension, he mumbles, teacherly, I ate earlier. I'll head back. As he leaves, Li Xia watches, puzzled, thinking, he said he ate, but he seemed ready to stay. As Shen Yuan retreats, Li Xia crosses her arms, her gaze icy as she watches him go. Turning to her sister Liang, she says sharply, I think he's up to no good. Liang, ever trusting, fires back, he's just my student. Li Xia's frustration flares, her voice rising. Just a student. How brazen, trying to get cozy with his teacher. Blushing furiously, Li Xia nudges Liang toward the dining table, exasperated. Enough nonsense, let's eat already. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan paces along the road, lost in thought. Asterisk who's next to spend on? Miss Li's my teacher, sure, but she's not a gold digger like Wan Qing. Asterisk suddenly, a man stumbles into him from the front, no warning at all. Recognizing him instantly, Shen Yuan asks, Hang Hai, you okay? The man, pale and trembling, reaches out with a shaky hand, his face drained of life. Yuan Ji, my goddess Fang Minhui, she went to a movie with that damn Li Jianping. Hang Hai, Shen Yuan's roommate, looks utterly defeated. The name Fang Minhui sparks a memory, class of 20, international business, the campus beauty Hang Hai worships from afar. They've never even spoken. Shen Yuan, at a loss, replies, that's it. Hang Hai catches his neutral tone and snaps, Yuan Ji, what's with that face? You mocking me? Shen Yuan glances aside, deflecting. Chill, man. Look over there. Hang Hai's eyes light up, locking onto two stunning girls strutting ahead, their figures striking. His cheeks flush, life flooding back as he stammers, Yuan Ji, she just saw a movie with Li Jianping, right? They didn't get a room or anything. I've still got a shot, yeah. Shen Yuan sighs inwardly at Hang Hai's pitiful desperation. Asterisk obsessing over a girl like that, humiliating yourself. How's that gonna win her over? Asterisk but then his gaze lands on one of the girls, and a glowing 72 hovers above her head. His jaw drops. Asterisk no way, she's got a number 2. Higher than Teacher Li's? Asterisk. The girl beside Fang Minhui steals a glance at Shen Yuan, whispering, Minhui, heard Chen Yuan got dumped. Fong Minhui looked surprised. Her friend rolls her eyes, muttering, "TCH, Chen Yuan." Minhui doesn't quite catch it, but as they pass, she sneaks a curious look back at him. Her friend continues, "Shouldn't have hyped him up during military training. You chatted him up, gave him water, that rich kid vibe. Money's one thing, but acting all high and mighty even after going broke. Anyone would dump him. Good thing you two never got serious, or you'd have wasted 3 years." Fong Minhui sighs, wordless. Chen Yuan, still fixated on her, notices the 72 dipping to 69. Her favorability's dropping fast. Why? Panicking, he considers Hang Hai's feelings and turns to him. "Lao Hang, real talk, if I went for Fong Minhui, you cool with that?" Hang Hai scratches his chin, eyeing him. "You win over the class beauty? You think you're still the BMW driving rich kid? Honestly, I don't care who she's with, as long as it's not Li Jianping. That's all Chen Yuan needs. Good bro, that's enough for me. I'm going for it," he says, bolting off. Hang Hai yells after him, stunned, "Yuanji, you serious?" Chen Yuan sprints to Fong Minhui, calling out earnestly, "Minhui." She turns, cheeks pink, startled. Her friend steps in, defensive. "Chen Yuan, what do you want with our Minhui?" He flashes a sincere smile. "Just wondering if you're free tomorrow. Got a reservation at Star Sushi Kaiseki, wanna join me?" Minhui's eyes widen, wondering if it's a date. Her friend narrows her eyes. "That place? Over $1,000 per person. You got that kind of cash?" Ignoring her, Chen Yuan scratches his head, charm dialed up. "After dinner, maybe a stroll. Need your help picking a birthday gift for my sister. Let me know by noon tomorrow." He waves goodbye, adding, "I'm off, talk tomorrow." Hang Hai watches, jaw dropped, speechless. Minhui turns to her friend, blushing. "I just saw a movie with Li Jianping, is it okay to go eat with Chen Yuan?" Her friend grins. "Why not? Fancy Japanese spot." Chen Yuan's a bit full of himself, but he's easy on the eyes. Li Jianping's got money but pinches pennies. If Chen Yuan's family bounces back, he'll outshine him. She snatches Minhui's phone, giggling. "Not going's a waste. It's just dinner and a walk, not a proposal. I'll reply for you tonight." Minhui stammers, "Oh okay." The next evening, Chen Yuan and Fong Minhui head to the restaurant. Seated, the server delivers their dishes with a smile. "Mr. Chen, here's your set menu for 2. Enjoy." Minhui sits beside him, saying softly, "Chen Yuan, I heard your family's struggling. You didn't need to splurge like this." He brushes it off. "It's fine, this place's sushi is top-notch." Mid-sentence, he freezes, caught off guard by Minhui's striking figure. Blushing, he thinks, 2 months since I quit gambling, stay cool, man. Minhui tilts her head. "Why'd you invite me? Really just for your sister's gift?" Sipping tea to steady himself, he answers honestly, "Always wanted to ask you out, just never found the right moment." Her favorability plummets to 66. She looks down, murmuring, "Oh." She's not happy, he panics. Clearing his throat, he pivots. "Back in military training, you brought me water, texted me at night. Never forgot that." Her cheeks flush, favorability ticking to 67. "You remember?" she asks. He grins, scratching his head. "How could I not?" The number climbs to 69, then 70. "Calm down, focus," he tells himself. 40 minutes later, they finish and head to the cashier. The staff beams, "Sir, totals 2,921 yuan. With your membership discount, 2,774 yuan. Chen Yuan nods, "Thanks." Minhui's favorability hits 73. She glances at him, thinking, "My monthly budget's 3,000 yuan, this meal's almost that." She recalls Li Jianping's cafeteria suggestion, promising a "next time" for dining out. He's got money but holds it tight. A bank ping sounds, followed by a system alert, *time-limited task, spend on a female with favorability over 60, gain respect. Reward, triple refund, double if favorability rises 3 points, Chen Yuan checks Minhui's number, now 76. From 72 to 76. This is wild, 10,000 yuan profit from one meal, *. Minhui smiles shyly, thinking, he's growing on me, maybe it's the money. She grabs his hand, saying, let's go pick that gift for your sister at Gujin. At the Gujin Mall, an older man spots Shen Yuan and mutters to Chu Wanqing beside him, Wanqing, what's that guy doing here? She gasps, Shen Yuan. Sneering, she thinks, dumped me yesterday, and today he's shopping with a new girl. The man scoffs, that broke student dares show up here. He fumes, I slave to buy Wanqing bags, and this debtor's got girls fawning over him. Shen Yuan, spotting them, says to Manhwa, let's check another store. She nods, sure. Chu Wanqing, unable to let it slide, blocks their path. Why not look around? It's free. She glares at Manhwa. Shen Yuan, who's this? He replies coolly, funny running into you. Just browsing for my sister's gift. The man laughs mockingly. A gift? Try the toy wholesale market, can you even afford this place? He gestures to the high-end store behind him. Chu Wanqing chimes in, sauntering toward Manhwa with a biting smile. I don't know you, but a friendly tip, don't fall for his type. Shen Yuan steps in front of Manhwa, retorting, what's it to you? Who am I deceiving? The man snaps, Shen Yuan, watch how you talk to Wanqing. Man up. We know your deal, broke, in debt, still acting big. No one's buying it. Shen Yuan bristles, thinking, what a pair, made for each other. A system ping interrupts, perfect life task, spend on a female with favorability over 60, cause negative emotions in others. Reward, double refund per 5 negative emotion points, stackable with triple refund. Numbers appear above the couple, 30 and 35. Shen Yuan smirks inwardly. Didn't want to humiliate you, but you asked for it. Taking Manhwa's hand, he says smoothly, alright, let's browse inside. At the brand name store, two receptionists gossip. Shen Yuan's an old customer, you greet him. The other scoffs, me? Serve a broke rich kid. Last time I dealt with that poser, you do it. The first glares, I said go, so go. Nearby, Chu Wanqing picks a bag, waving it at the man. Honey, I like this, pay up. A receptionist chirps, right away, Miss Chu. Another watches enviously, thinking, she gets the big spenders, I get the duds. She fawns over Chu Wanqing, Miss Chu, such taste, perfect for you, unlike some classless customers. Another offers, this jewelry set matches your bag, 100,000 yuan total. Try it? Shen Yuan, ignoring them, whispers to Manhwa, don't hold back for me. Manhwa points at a bag. This one's nice, young, maybe good for your sister. A receptionist sneers, those two. Over 50,000. Pricey. The man glares, fuming, 100,000. I could have sweet-talked her with a 2,000 yuan bag, now she wants a set. Chu Wanqing, thrilled, coos, swipe your card, honey, Shen Yuan's watching. Show him up. He hesitates, my card's shy of that. Shen Yuan's voice cuts through, firm. I'll take both bags, and those accessories she just suggested. The couple freezes, dumbfounded. Manhwa's stunned too. The receptionist who'd snubbed him flips, thinking, he's buying accessories. I thought he was broke, the other beams, Mr. Chen, 2 bags plus accessories, 131,000 yuan. Shen Yuan muses, eat, drink, spend, and it pays back, perfect. He pulls a plain card. Swipe this. The ecstatic receptionist nods, yes, sir, I'll wrap it. She's nearly teary, thought I'd work for nothing, but 130,000 yuan. He's outspending his old self, Chu Wanqing seethes, shrieking, Shen Yuan, your family's bankrupt, where's this money from? The man sneers, alone, right? Shen Yuan lifts his chin. Think what you want, I'm not strapped. Wanna grab another bag for Wanqing? 20,000 yuan's nothing to me. The man's face twists, and Shen Yuan adds, a guy's gotta be generous, suave. That Audi A8, 600, 700 grand. This is pocket change for you. Chu Wanqing, competitive, prods, how June, don't let him show you up. He panics, that A8's on installments, she can't know, grabbing his phone, he fakes a call. Hold on, I gotta take this. Chu Wanqing snaps, how June, what are you doing? He bolts, yelling outside, who approved that? Million yuan projects need my say-so. Chu Wanqing grinds her teeth, muttering, Shen Yuan, just wait. Shen Yuan, eyeing their rising negative emotion meters, thinks, easier than I expected, handing Minhui a bag, he says, Minhui, this is for you. She waves her hands, no, it's too much. He insists, passing another from the receptionist. It's just a bag. They mocked you because of me, I owe you this. Please, take it. She hesitates, then nods, okay, thanks. He grins, hold off on thanks, here's the rest, all yours. Minhui blinks, what? For your sister, right? He shrugs, dunno if she'd like, but I know you do. Inwardly, he chuckles, asterisk for my sister. That gremlin rat me out to mom and dad for wasting cash. These were always for you, secures the refund, asterisk Minhui hesitates, thinking, one bag's a lot, taking all this, won't he think I'm shallow, blushing, she stammers, I can't, he cuts her off, grabbing her hand with a smile. It's fine, we've got time. Take or I'll be bummed. Relenting, she accepts. A system alert chimes, asterisk congratulations, host. Mission complete, 15 negative emotion points, triple refund plus 6x total refund. Bank, card ending 0098, May 11th, 2100 hours, plus 786,000 yuan. Balance, 786,356 yuan, asterisk. Shen Yuan clasped Fang Minhui's hand, thinking, Minhui's my golden ticket now, I've got to keep her close and avoid another favorability dip. He spoke softly, Minhui, let's head back to school. It's getting late. Inwardly, he mused, asterisk I'd love to take things further, but rushing it's a bad move. Let it flow naturally, asterisk Minhui, touched by his gesture, thought, asterisk Shen Yuan's nothing like Li Jianping. He didn't even suggest a bar, I was half expecting it, asterisk. Moments later, Shen Yuan reached the south dorm. A group of guys tumbled downstairs, chanting, Jianping, you dog. Snagging the class beauty while we're all still single. Another added, didn't see that coming, you sneak. This calls for a big celebration, your treat, and make it fancy. Li Jianping spotted Shen Yuan passing by and raised his voice deliberately, let's get the whole class together, make it a party. Shen Yuan, unfazed, returned to his dorm. Inside, a roommate, face sour, grumbled, you hear that? Li Jianping's bragging about his movie date with Fang Minhui, rubbing it in our faces, room 53's getting targeted. Shen Yuan smirked, reassuring him, he won't be gloating long. Minhui's not sticking with him. The roommate spun around, skeptical. Don't kid yourself. She went to a movie with him last night, who knows what else happened. And didn't she ditch your date today? She's with Jianping, man. Shen Yuan just plopped onto his bed, silent, and fired up his computer. Checking his account, he thought, asterisk new funds already. Might head home tomorrow to sort things out, asterisk. The scene shifts to Shen Yuan's family home. A heavy-set man lounges in a chair, greeting him, Xiao Yuan, you're back. It's his uncle, Chen Yade. Shen Yuan steps in, voice flat, hey, uncle. His father, tone gentle, says, we're talking, head to your room. Your uncle and I have business. In his room, Shen Yuan overhears his father's voice outside, brother, I get your situation, but please, give me a bit more time. I'm close to covering the debt, I'll pay part now. Chen Yade, smug, retorts, part. Not enough. I've been grinding daily, you've got to settle it all, now. Shen Yuan's mother snaps, Chen Yade, who does that? We lent you 300,000 for your car wash, no pressure to repay. Now we borrow 200,000, and you're hounding us 3-4 times. What's your game? His father cuts in, enough, don't escalate. He's got his own troubles. His mother, undeterred, fires back, troubles. I talked to his wife, he's not scraping for cash. He's crowing about debts must be paid, it's only right. Family? Ha! If you were a stranger, you'd see real debt collection. She scoffs, violence to collect. The Chen family's full of snakes. Why'd we ever help you? His father sighs, stop. There's still jewelry, go grab some to sell. We'll replace it later. His mother, irritated, snaps, replace what? Let's clear the house debts first. Inside, Shen Yuan's system pings, asterisk perfect life task, a perfect life carries no debt. Mission, pay off family or personal debt. Reward, double the amount paid, first 200,000 payment yields 1 million for a car, asterisk staring at the alert, he thinks, perfect timing, his eyes gleam, even without the mission, I was gonna help Dad today, his mother, sighing, pulls out a jewelry box. All the jewelry you gave me's here. I can't sell it, no matter how tough things are. It's worth tens of thousands, let him take it. Seems 2 gold rings got lost in the move. Shen Yuan flushes, ashamed, recalling how he sold those rings to buy a bag for Chu Wanqing. I was such a lousy son, bursting out, he shouts, Mom, Dad, I've got money. His father frowns, not the time for jokes. His mother, weary, adds, you see our situation. Save your cash for the cafeteria card, don't mess around. Scratching his head, Shen Yuan insists, I'm serious, Dad. Listen, hear that ping? His parents check their phones, gasping, 200,000. His father, stunned, asks, Kid, where'd you get this? Shen Yuan spins a tale, you gave me tons of pocket money before. I tossed some into crypto with a buddy. He said it'd grow big, only cashed out recently. Hope that holds, they know I had cash to burn back then, his mother beams, great job, son. You've eased a huge worry. His father nods, alright, let's pay Yade off and get rid of him. He transfers the money, then says coldly, Yade, debt's cleared. His mother snarls, you got your money, now scram. Don't come back. Shen Yade, checking the transfer, wilts. Stammering, sister-in-law, what's this? She barks, you deaf. I said get lost. They shove him out. Yade, dazed, thinks, cousin owes 100 million, I figured he'd go broke, so I pressed early. How'd they pay so fast? Is his new venture raking it in, slapping himself, he groans, why'd I do this? No way we can face each other now, The system chimes, host completed first debt repayment. Reward issued, card ending 0098, May 12, 1139, plus 400,000 yuan, balance, 1,163,356 yuan, plus 1 million yuan, balance, 2,635,356 yuan, Shen Yuan checks his phone, thinking, over a million, minus the car fund. Not bad. Coming home solved Dad's problem and scored big, but he frowns, clearing all our debts needs way more. Handing over $1 million now won't cut it. Best move is to grow this capital, seeing his parents' tearful joy, he calculates, can spare 210,000 for Dad, approaching them, he says, Dad, I've got another 210,000 not withdrawn yet. Need it urgent? His mother waves it off, we're okay for now, other debts aren't pressing. His father, flushed, mumbles, actually, gimme 50,000 first. Shen Yuan grins, that's the spirit, Dad. He chuckles inwardly, Dad's sheepish look. Total flashback to me hitting him up for cash. Family traits, huh, Outside Li Xia's place, Shen Yuan spots her and calls, Teacher, you're back. She smiles, yup, no classes this afternoon. He leans in, eager, free tonight. Wanna grab dinner? You fed me last time, my turn to treat. Instantly, a piercing glare hits him. Liang, radiating menace, looms behind Li Xia, making them both sweat. Shen Yuan stammers, Liang, this sister's my kryptonite, can't cross her. Liang's eyes narrow, and he babbles, Teacher, I just remembered, got stuff at school. Might be busy. Rain check on dinner, yeah. I'm out. Bolting, he hears Liang hiss to Li Xia, told you, that kid scheming. Li Xia replies gently, maybe he just meant dinner. Even if he's got ideas, I wouldn't bite. Walking away, Shen Yuan wipes his brow, too hot out, he recalls cruising with Chu Wanqing, AC blasting, cool and comfy. Then it hits him. Pulling out his phone, he thinks, got car money from the system, why not use it? Gotta give the system some love, he texts Minhui, free this afternoon. Wanna go car shopping? She replies fast, sure, no classes. Minhui's friend peeks at the message, squealing, Minhui, you and your boyfriend picking cars already? Moving fast. Not coming back to the dorm tonight. Spill. Minhui blushes, protesting, stop it, we're not dating. Her friend teases, our Minhui's hooked a rich, handsome catch, Shen Yuan's a steal. She playfully pokes Minhui's chest, making her yelp, quit it. An hour later, at a high-end 4S dealership, a staffer greets them, welcome. Here for cars. What type? Another guy, face flushed, stumbles over, spotting Minhui. Minhui, what are you doing here? She murmurs, oh, Senior Qin. Qin Yang, my high school admirer, why is he here? Qin Yang eyes her, who's this? Shen Yuan steps up, her classmate. Qin asks, looking at cars. What kind? Shen Yuan points at a sleek model. Tell me about this MCH. Qin, enthusiastic, says, exhibits are over there, check them out, sit inside. Inwardly, he sneers, asterisk base MCH is 500,000, 600,000 plus on-road. This kid's dressed cheap, bringing a girl to flex with no cash, asterisk staring at Minhui, he muses, asterisk still a goddess. I'm different now, 10,000 plus salary, top salesman, 200,000 accord. Girls want guys like me, asterisk sidling up, he says, Minhui, been a while. Free tonight? Let's catch up. She replies awkwardly, sorry, senior, I'm booked. Shen Yuan cuts in, can we get a test drive? Qin, irritated, asterisk I'm trying to ask her out, why is he butting in? Can't afford it, so what's with the test drive, asterisk he snaps, sorry, boss took the test vehicle, no drives today. Shen Yuan, no stranger to cars, knows better. Saw the MCH inside, coolly, he says, can't arrange it. Get someone else. He shouts to the desk, yo, can another salesperson hook me up for a test drive? A girl approaches, hi, I'm Chenna, sales consultant. How can I help? Shen Yuan sizes her up, sweet, professional. The colleague whispers to Qin, wasn't that your customer? Why'd Chenna take over? Qin huffs, couldn't be bothered. Let her waste time, a student wanting an M9, test drive. Just bragging. The colleague warns, what if he buys? You'll kick yourself. Qin scoffs, buy. He's a broke poser with a hot girl, I've seen it a million times. Chenna, all business, explains, this car's got an intelligent driver's seat, 192-line laser radar, full autonomous driving. Thoughts? Shen Yuan nods, she's good, looks and vibe rival Minhui's, stray thoughts creep in, heard female car sales struggle with guys, wonder if, Chenna asks, got the configs? What's your budget? He replies casually, got one in stock. Wanna pick it up today? Chenna's eyes spark, asterisk most buyers hem and haw, this guy test drove and decided, no price check. Jackpot or ulterior motive, asterisk she checks, sorry, no stock here, but another store's got a cancelled order, financial issue. We can transfer it in a week. Shen Yuan agrees, cool, I'll order today. Chenna, floored, thinks, asterisk over 600,000 on road, and he's in. Angel customer or what, asterisk she stays professional, please rest inside. Need a 50,000 yuan deposit, I'll grab the contract. Back at the desk, Qin pries, what did he say? Chenna, prepping the contract, says, he bought it. A colleague gasps, what? That quick? Qin, hands on hips, sneers, he's faking. When it's time to pay, he'll bail with excuses, we get tons like him. Another agrees, yeah, never seen a buy that fast. Chenna, unfazed, repeats, he bought it, full payment. The colleague, floored, turns to Qin, you moron, you let a huge sale slip. You're gonna regret this. Qin clenches his fists, fuming. Chenna, smiling, tells Shen Yuan, any follow-up issues, just call. Heading somewhere? Need a ride? Minhui grabs his arm, no, we'll get a car. Chenna, embarrassed, thinks, asterisk overdid the customer care, upset his girlfriend. I'm toast, asterisk she nods, alright, safe travels. Strolling outside, Shen Yuan checks his phone. Wanna grab food? Minhui pouts, oh. Sensing trouble, he asks, Minhui, you upset? Jealous? She blushes, looking away, no, I'm not. He grins, your face says otherwise. Me and Chenna. Just business, nothing else. Minhui, voice sulky, mumbles, who knows? You were so chatty, scrolling her moments forever. He scratches his cheek, habit, I check everyone's moments when I add them. She huffs, don't do that again. Inwardly, she frets, asterisk I'm not even with him, why am I jealous? Big spenders like him draw girls like flies. Gotta lock him down, asterisk stealing herself, she thinks, I'm keeping Shen Yuan, he repeats, won't happen again. Let's eat, then shop, I'll get you National Day gifts. Nervous, he thinks, asterisk no slip-ups next time, I'm not that guy, asterisk Manhwa hesitates, you already got me 2 bags yesterday. I'm excited, but him spending so much, what if he thinks I'm after his money? He smiles, girls need bags, one for each day of the week. More she buys, more I earn, triple refunds, baby, at a cafe, he hands her the menu. Hot or cold drink today? She blushes, thinking, asterisk hot or cold. Is he asking about my period? Does he want, asterisk timidly, she says, cold. He blinks, then catches on, blushing, asterisk what's with her face? Oh, man, what's she thinking, asterisk been 2 months since Wanqing, pent up, huh? Might as well lean into the mix-up, asterisk. 3 hours later, they leave the mall. Manhwa's decked out, a 12,800 yuan watch, 20,800 yuan bracelet, 55,000 yuan handbag. Her favorability's at 81. She thinks, asterisk he's too good to me, 880,000 yuan today, 1,400,000 in 2 days. Feels like a dream, asterisk his bank pings, card ending 0098, May 12, 11:39, plus 252,000 yuan, balance, 2,240,000 yuan, he grins, car payments back, minus 600,000, still 1,600,000 to play with, slyly, he says, Manhwa, skip the dorm tonight, yeah. She nods shyly. Half an hour later, Grand Rich Hotel, room 8008. Shen Yuan showers, washing away the day's stress. Manhwa, on the bed, stares at her phone, panicking, asterisk Chenling's asking why I'm not back. Say I'm with Shen Yuan. Too embarrassing, asterisk before she can decide, he emerges, toned body glistening. Drying his hair, he asks, Manhwa, ready? She blushes, thinking, sorry, Chenling, he's given me so much, she texts hurriedly, Chenling, not back tonight, say I'm visiting relatives if anyone asks. Turning to him, she stammers, Shen Yuan, I haven't showered. He buries his face in her shoulder, inhaling, love your scent. Pinning her down, he starts, deftly unzipping her dress with his mouth. Every cent on you, he murmurs. She places a hand on his chest, whispering, be gentle. He nods, diving in, both lost in the moment. Half an hour later, they rest. Manhwa, in his arms, thinks, not as scary as Chenling said, Shen Yuan, glum, muses, asterisk didn't expect Manhwa to be, feels amazing, but exhausting. 2 months off, and I'm out of practice, asterisk before he can recover, she climbs atop him, cooing, Shen Yuan, again. Startled, he laughs, Manhwa, gimme a sec to recharge. With a sultry look, she purrs, no, I want it now. The following morning, Shen Yuan woke up in his dorm, feeling invigorated. As he rose from bed, he mused to himself, asterisk the system even offers cashback on loan repayments. My total debts, loans and credit cards, amount to 52,000. I'll clear those first, asterisk glancing at his account balance, he reflected, asterisk there's still Lu Hang's 100,000. When my family went bankrupt, all those so-called friends vanished, but Lu Hang supported me without hesitation, asterisk. Just then, a roommate approached, saying, old third, where were you last night? Check the group chat, there's a friend meetup tonight at noon. Shen Yuan opened the chat and saw people chatting, asterisk the weather's nice this weekend. Let's all head out for some fun, asterisk soon after, a car photo popped up, followed by excited comments, asterisk whoa, Pang's getting a car. That's a Bowen lie, worth 280,000. Pang's loaded, asterisk someone else wrote, even 10 years after graduation, most of us couldn't afford that, another chimed in, asterisk did the saleswoman at the 4S shop have her kid yet? I say we all meet up tonight and celebrate, asterisk. The roommate added, that jerk Liang Pang bought a car. I bet he got the old class president to set this up just to brag. It's so annoying. If we skip it, though, we're out 200 yuan from the class fund. Shen Yuan replied, revolted, Liang Pang's fake act is almost cute. You guys go, I'm sitting this one out. Before he could say more, a message pinged, asterisk Yuan, been a while. Come grab dinner tonight. Chill out a bit, asterisk. Suddenly, the system buzzed with a notice, asterisk perfect life mission, it's not just about winning over the opposite sex but also building a career base. Limited time task, the host will receive 1 million yuan for investment within 1 week. Invest the full amount. Reward, any profits from business ventures will be doubled, asterisk reading it, Shen Yuan grinned, thinking, asterisk a career mission. Perfect timing. I need a legit way to explain all this money in my account. Lu Hang's acoustic bar is being renovated, maybe I can put money into that, asterisk. Staring at his phone, he reread Lu Hang's text, asterisk Yuan, long time no see. Dinner tonight, relax a bit, asterisk Shen Yuan typed back, asterisk send the spot. Tonight, your boy's switching up the vibe, asterisk. At South Scenery Bar, in a VIP room, Zhang Long, a young heir, lounged on a sofa, grumbling, young masterly, who are we still waiting on? I'm starving here. Lin Guangyao, sitting nearby, piped up, aren't all the big shots already here? Xiao Xian Gang, sprawled lazily, added, yeah, important folks don't show up late. Lu Hang, holding a wine glass, said calmly, no rush. There's fruit and snacks on the table, munch on those. Chen Yuan's almost here. At the mention of Chen Yuan, Lin Guangyao bolted upright, scoffing, Chen Yuan. His family's broke. He's not in our league anymore. Why invite him? Lu Hang replied firmly, I'm covering tonight, not you, so why re you griping? Chen Yuan's my lifelong buddy, you can't compare him to those other guys. Lin Guangyao muttered, fine, if young Master Li says wait, we wait. The woman beside him teased, you're so annoying, brother Yao. Not my boyfriend, but always handsy. Lin Guangyao shifted topics, asking Shihai, your cousin's girlfriend's coming tonight, right? Where's she at? Shihai grinned, she's on her way, traffic's rough. Probably 10 more minutes. Lin Guangyao thought smugly, asterisk Shihai's family always leaned on mine. Without me, he wouldn't even be at these hangouts. And how'd he land such a stunning girlfriend? That tight skirt and white blouse, no guy could resist. They're not married yet, so I might still have a chance, asterisk. Finally, Chen Yuan arrived, pushing open the door with a warm grin. Sorry to keep you all waiting, he said. Lu Hang, seeing him, asked gently, what took you so long? Chen Yuan answered, traffic, man. I swear the driver picked the worst route through every jam. Lu Hang chuckled, giving his shoulder a light tap. Some drivers got no shame, report that guy. Lin Guangyao smirked to himself, asterisk a taxi. Everyone else here rolled up in their fancy rides. No wonder he got stuck, asterisk out loud, he jabbed, lucky us, we drove. Had to call a cab, huh? Just then, a strikingly familiar woman rushed in, saying, sorry, rush hour was brutal. I'm late. Shihai, blushing, stood and announced, this is Chen Na, my girlfriend. She works at a 4S dealership, if anyone needs a car, hit her up. He felt a rush of pride, thinking, I may not be as rich as these guys, but my girl's hotter than theirs. Chen Na spotted Chen Yuan and froze, thinking, asterisk that's brother Chen. He bought a car yesterday but didn't greet me. Guess I'll act like we've never met, asterisk with that, she walked to Shihai, her expression stiff but still captivating. 40 minutes later, Lu Hang rose, cheeks red from drinking, and said, now that we're all full, let me say something. My bar, I'm opening it, and I want it to be huge. You're my closest brothers. Anyone want to invest and get rich together? It's about 2.4 million total. I'm covering 30% equity, roughly 700,000. Hesitating, he added, what do you think? The woman beside Lin Guangyao watched quietly, amused. Lin Guangyao thought, asterisk Lu Hang's family pulls tens of millions yearly. He needs investors for 700,000. Probably fumbled his last deals, so his dad cut him off, asterisk Shihai swirled his wine, thinking, asterisk no way I can afford that. I'd need to save 2 years for 700,000, asterisk Xiao Xiangang mused, asterisk dinner's cool, but dragging us into investments. Not Lu's style, asterisk the room stayed silent, everyone knew the first to speak would look foolish. Lu Hang's expression darkened, thinking, asterisk these guys are always happy when I'm picking up the tab or lending cash. Now I need a little help, and they're acting dead. I get Chen Yuan's broke, but the rest, asterisk coldly, he said, what's up? You all mute now that you're fed. Speak. Lin Guangyao broke the silence. Look, Lu, I don't think you need investors yet. If you're just low on cash flow, we can each toss in a few thousand to get the bar running. Pay us back when you're profiting. Shihai nodded, yeah, exactly. Buying shares mid-project isn't fair to you. That way, you won't lose out later, right? Xiao Xiangang thought, asterisk everyone knows Lu's track record, remember that hot pot place with the tech crew. Total flop. A bar's just burning cash, asterisk others glared at Lin Guanyao, thinking, asterisk why is he roping us in? He could loan privately. Our families barely give us enough as it is, asterisk. Lu Heng stayed quiet, fuming, asterisk I wanted us to make money together, but this feels like begging. I misjudged them, especially Lin Guanyao, who never gets it right. I said invest as partners, not borrow, asterisk setting down his glass, he said curtly, we'll talk loans later. If you're not in, forget it. Lin Guanyao, eager to shift gears, raised his glass. That's the spirit. It's no fun if Lu's pushing investments. Eat, drink, let's party. Shen Yuan, deep in thought, reflected, asterisk these guys ghosted me when I went broke. Why's Lu Heng still banking on them? They're just leeches living off their families, asterisk Lu Heng, disappointed, said, you guys keep partying. I'm out. Shen Yuan spoke up, what if I cover the 700,000? The room froze. Lu Heng spun around, stunned. Lin Guanyao burst out laughing, Shen Yuan, quit messing around. We've known you forever. Another guy chimed in, yeah, big talk's cheap. Someone beside Shen Yuan patted his shoulder, saying, go splash water on your face, sober up. Lu's not in the mood for nonsense. Shi Hai added, bro, I'm older, seen more. Know your limits. This isn't just limits, it's shameless bragging. Lin Guanyao mocked, exactly, Shen Yuan. How'd you even get here? Need me to cover your cab? Chen Na, watching the jeers, was puzzled, thinking, asterisk brother Chen's offering 30% equity. Why do they think he's bluffing? He dropped 600,000 on a car yesterday. For someone like him, 700,000's nothing, asterisk she lowered her gaze, thinking, asterisk I want to back him, but if I, an outsider, jump in, it might make things worse for him. What's the right move, asterisk? Shen Yuan, unfazed, asked Lu Heng, I sent the 700,000. Check it. Lu Heng glanced at his phone, stammering, Shen Yuan, the screen showed clearly, your industrial and commercial bank card ending in 5854 received 700,000 in 1942 on May 13, Lin Guanyao, curious, asked, Lu, what's up? Lu Heng, speechless, shoved the phone toward him, saying, see for yourself. Lin Guanyao gaped at the number, thinking, asterisk what the hell? Why's Shen Yuan's transfer got so many zeros? Let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap, 700,000, asterisk Chen Na, nearby, glanced at Shen Yuan, stunned, thinking, the tides turned fast. One of the guys, noticing Lin Guanyao leap up, curiously asked, Lin Sha, what's in that message? Lin Guangyao's voice shook as he answered, something's come up at home, Miss Chow. I can't hang out and drink with you all anymore, catch you later. Shi Hai, seeing this, stood too and asked, aren't you my cousin? What's happening? Lin Guanyao snapped back, don't ask me, you head out too. Your aunt and uncle are looking for you. Shi Hai blinked, confused. No way, they didn't call me. Lin Guanyao shot a bitter glare at Shen Yuan, thinking, asterisk this cousin of mine can't take a hint. Whatever, I'm not bothering with him. But that jerk Shen Yuan, if he's got this kind of cash, why was he acting like some taxi-riding nobody? He hogged all the spotlight tonight, damn him, asterisk. Xiao, still puzzled by Lin Guangyao's over-the-top reaction, wandered over to Lu Heng and said, Lu, what was in that message? Let me see. The moment he glimpsed it, he swung the door open and stepped out, tossing back, something's up at my place, I've gotta bounce. The others caught on quick, rising one by one. Me too, Lu, let's chill another time. Shi Hai turned, baffled. Aren't you guys, wait, what's going on? Why's everyone bailing? Chen Na, standing beside him, said, let's head out too. Shi Hai trailed her, still lost, and pressed, what did you say? How'd you know they were gawking at a transfer message? You didn't even see it. Chen Na finally spilled it. Shen Yuan bought a McLaren from me yesterday, paid in full. Shi Hai's jaw dropped. Grabbing her hand, he blurted, for real. That's true. Chen Na replied coolly, why would I make it up? I've still got his purchase contract. Shi Hai's annoyance flared. Nah, I'm not doubting you, but if you know a loaded guy like that, you should have told me right away. You messed up not handling this better. Chen Na shook his hand off sharply and fired back, next time. What next time, Shi Hai? I just figured out who you really are, consider me done with the wrong guy. Don't call me again. The scene shifted back to the VIP room. Lu Heng plopped down, slinging an arm around Shen Yuan's shoulder. If I'd known you were this stacked, I wouldn't have bothered with this meetup today, what a waste of cash. Shen Yuan poured wine into a glass and said, good thing you know now. Those guys? They're unreliable. Fun for a laugh, but useless when it matters. Turning with a grin, he added, tell me about this quiet bar idea of yours. Even as a small shareholder, I've got to pitch in on future plans. Lu Heng's face lit up. Alright, I'll walk you through it. For the next half hour, Shen Yuan and Lu Heng hashed out decor styles and business logistics. After unloading his ideas, Lu Heng rubbed his head, exasperated. You sneaky bastard, university wasn't wasted on you. You've got a real knack for this business stuff. Shen Yuan stretched lazily. Call it business smarts. I can't be at the bar daily to babysit things, and it's trickier for you, so we've got to find a spot near the school. Lu Heng nodded eagerly. You call the shots, whatever you say. An hour later, a text from Chen Na popped up, *, Brother Chen, your car's almost at the store. Come by Friday to settle the final payment, *. Shen Yuan smirked, an idea sparking, and replied, *, no hurry. You free tomorrow night? I've got some car questions I'd rather ask you in person, *. Chen Na read it and thought, this Brother Chen is Shen Yuan. She smiled slyly, musing, *, he's a walking goldmine right now. Repayments are capped, but we've got to branch out everywhere to milk this sugar daddy system for all it's worth. Plus, Shen Yuan's got the looks and the build, spending on a guy this hot isn't a loss, * with that, he sent her the meetup spot, tomorrow, tea restaurant, 4th floor, Guajin Shopping Center. The next day, Chen Na arrived early as planned, settling by the window with her chin in her hand. Brother Chen's not here yet, am I too early? Just then, a pot-bellied man waddled in from outside, spotted her, and thought, * Chen Na. Why is she here, rocking the store uniform? Never got a shot to charm this chick at work, today's my lucky day, * he turned to the group behind him and said, you guys grab a spot to eat, I've got some business to handle. This was Zhang Jinyong, the general manager of Chen Na's 4S store. His crew smirked, catching his drift. Go handle your thing, President Zhang, we'll head off. As they walked away, they gossiped. Think Chen Na will go for President Zhang? One asked. Nah, she's not the type, another said. A third countered, not so sure. Why's a girl like her eating solo at a place like this? The first guy blinked. What are you getting at? The third explained, maybe she's staging a chance run-in with Zhang Jinyong, letting him bump into her on purpose. A colleague burst out laughing. Chen Na's all serious at work, didn't peg her for this. Shi Hai, overhearing nearby, frowned. Chen Na's setting up a meet with who? Zhang Jinyong strutted to her table and grinned. Chen Na, what a surprise. Eating here too. Solo. Mind if I sit? She replied bluntly, President Zhang, sorry, but I'm meeting a friend. He oozed confidence, thinking, she's playing hard to get, leaning on the table, he pressed, I'm your boss either way. So what if you've got a friend? We can all eat together. Chen Na shifted, uneasy. Honestly, please keep some distance. You've got a family, you shouldn't be doing this. Ignoring her, he plopped down. Worried about my family? No biggie, divorce solves that. Shi Hai, frantically searching for Chen Na, seethed. * She ditched me to chase some other guy. She's looking down on me, I pull 400 to 500k a year, got a car over 300k. What am I missing? * Storming to the 4th floor, he froze, enraged. Holy crap, I lost to this pig, charging in, he jabbed a finger at Zhang Jinyong and roared, you two-faced sleaze. Sneaking around behind my back. Chen Na stared, blank. What are you on about? Zhang Jinyong, irked, snapped, who the hell are you? Without a word, Shi Hai lunged, landing a punch on the older man, shouting, I should be asking you that, you creep. Not backing down, Zhang Jinyong grabbed Shi Hai's collar. Where'd this rabid mutt come from? You dare hit me? Chen Yuan walked in then, stunned by the chaos. * Shi Hai's here. What's this mess? Caught red-handed, or is this fat guy just a fall guy? Otherwise, I'd be the one flat out, * spotting Chen Na, he quickly pulled her aside. Miss Chen, let's go, forget them, we're out of here. Later, Driving away, Chen Na explained, Shi Hai and I were only together half a month. I only saw his true colors after that dinner, good thing I ended it that night. Chen Yuan nodded. Better to spot someone's real self early. It's done now, don't sweat it. Chen Na bit her lip, worried. It's not over, though. Zheng Jinyong, the guy who got hit, is my boss. After taking a beating for nothing, who knows how he'll come after me. Chen Yuan suggested, a boss like that isn't worth sticking with. Just find a new gig. She sighed, eyes down. It's not that simple. Jobs are tough to come by. Switching stores means starting from scratch, all my clients from years of work, gone. As they passed a flower shop, Chen Na gazed out, lost in thought. Being a salesperson wears you down after a while. I'd love to switch, maybe run a cafe. When I'm in a good mood, I'd rake in business, when I'm not, I'd just lock up. How nice would that be? Too bad a cafe takes 300 to 400k to start, I'd need ages to save that. Chen Yuan perked up. You want a cafe? No cash? What if someone invested? Inside, he calculated, besides the 700k for Lu Hang, I've got 300k left for investments. Chen now laughed it off. Then I'd quit my job on the spot and work for them, no hesitation. He turned serious. Alright, quit tomorrow. I'll put in 300k for a cafe, you work for me. Shi Hai's hand, mid-thigh slap, froze. Chen Na's favorability shot to 64, and she gasped. Chen Yuan, thrilled, thought, I was stressing over winning her over, here's my money tree. Chen Na stammered, Chen Yuan, you joking? He smiled. Dead serious. What's wrong, don't want to work for me? After we open, I'll pay you 12,000 yuan monthly, plus commission. 3 months straight, I'll toss in a 200k car, yours is beat up anyway. Her eyes sparkled, mind racing. No sales quotas, a car in 3 months, over 300k a year, then doubt hit. Wait, is Chen Yuan trying to make me his side chick? She recalled the girl with him at the dealership and said, Chen Yuan, you don't have to do this for me. Tempting as it is, I'm not some caged bird, especially not a mistress. He crossed his arms. Don't overthink it. I'm planning a cafe chain. This first one's a test run, pure boss employee deal. Chen Na looked away, sheepish. Oh, really? Let me mull it over. A text buzzed, asterisk Chen Yuan, free tonight. Let's grab cold drinks, Fong Min asterisk he smirked, thinking, asterisk cold drinks. Min's tastes are pricey, asterisk he replied, those are fine, but let's not overdo it. Turning to Chen Na, he said, Miss Chen, I've got something to handle, I'll head out. Think it over and let me know soon. He dashed to Dawa Hotel, room 8008, slipping inside and shutting the door. Fong Min, waiting ages, rushed over, hugging him tight. Chen Yuan, I missed you. He softened. Me too, she cut in, suspicious. Wait, Chen Yuan, you smell like another woman's perfume. Startled, he sniffed himself. Huh? No way. Did Chen Na's car rub off on me? Fong Min shoved him back, fuming. Spill it, seeing someone else behind my back. He pulled her close, soothing, no chance, you're it for me. I hit the 4S store for car stuff today, those girls there drown in strong perfume, you know that. She melted under his charm. Fine, but if you chase other women, tell me first. And keep your distance from that staff chick, got it? He chuckled, thinking, asterisk this isn't about cheating, the system's about spending on women for rebates. Can't stick to one tree, asterisk, of course, he said aloud, grinning. She sauntered off, teasing, I'm showering first. He grabbed her arm, suggestive. Shower later. She purred, can't, I'm dressed. He stripped her quick, smirking, I like your natural scent. Blushing, Fong Min sat on the bed. Then we're alike, I love yours too. Chen Yuan shed his clothes, tossing them aside, and pounced, inhaling her deeply. That's my line. You've lit a wildfire in me. They tangled again, her moaning, Chen Yuan, I like you so much. 2 hours later, as they wound down, Fong Min murmured, Chen Yuan, I want more. He balked, shaky. Let me shower first, sweaty and gross. Stumbling to the bathroom, he thought, asterisk her appetite's bigger than mine. She's loving it, but I'm wiped, asterisk noticing her favorability hit 90, he grinned. This exercise boosts her fast, 86 last time, 90 now, the system pinged, asterisk opposite sex favorability over 90 detected. Mission complete. Rewards, 1 million yuan, 1 million consumption card, 1 random ability card, asterisk Shen Yuan gaped. Asterisk a million. Lotteries don't pay like this. Explains my cash flow, pays debts too, asterisk. Eyeing the random ability card, he puzzled, asterisk what's this? Future domination, asterisk glancing at Fong Min on the bed, he thought, asterisk sorry, Min, I'm climbing now. No more you using me, I'm flipping it, asterisk he picked the card. Fatigue vanished, energy surging below. Asterisk holy crap, I'm recharged. 90's reward is clutch, asterisk smirking, he mused, asterisk system gives what you need, 90 favorability's the key. Lu hangs over 60, Chen Na too, but 90's a haul. Next girl's a mystery, focus on testing this power now, asterisk. Striding out, he purred, Minmin. She blinked. What's up? He grinned, grabbing her hand. No shower, I changed my mind. She shifted, cooing, here, like this. He guided her gently, diving in. Pleasure hit her hard, and she yelped, Chen Yuan, why is it? Meanwhile, Chen Na lounged on her sofa, phone buzzing with excitement. Chen, this guy's offering 300k for a store and a 200k car after 3 months. Think he wants me as his kept girl? Her friend cut in, nah, you getting scammed? Chen Na shot back, no way, I've met him a few times. He bought a car from me. Chen pressed, how old? Your buyers are usually middle-aged. Just 21, Chen Na said. Chen, mid-face mask, gasped, a kid that young in a luxury car. Handsome. Chen Na sat up, cheeks pink. Kinda. Chen broke it down. 300k for a store, 200k car, rich, young, hot. What's the problem? Chen Na stared out at the city. I'm 5 or 6 years older. Chen scoffed, so. Older women are gold, double gold in your case. Chen Na mumbled, he's got a girlfriend. Chen, clipping nails, laughed. Not a wife. Nah, you dense. Snag him, even with a wife, you could. Shocked, Chen Na yelped, what are you saying? Chen teased, freaking out. Pass this sugar daddy to me, I'll handle it. Chen Na blinked. Didn't you have a boyfriend? Chen shrugged. So? A sugar daddy like that? I'd dump mine in a heartbeat. Pausing, she added, kidding, my guy's back. Chat later. Chen Na hung up, dazed, staring out. Chen Yuan's face filled her mind, inescapable. Meanwhile, back with Chen Yuan, 40 minutes had slipped by. Fong Min lay sprawled on the bed, catching her breath, exhausted. She murmured, Chen Yuan, why was this time different from before? He propped himself up casually and teased, different how? Was it better? She mumbled shyly, pulling the blanket up to hide half her face. Fong Min, all flustered, whispered, we did it twice in those 40 minutes. Chen Yuan leaned close, murmuring in her ear, did you enjoy it? Up for another go? She shot upright, cheeks burning, and stammered, Chen Yuan, you're still good to keep going. He purred, remember how you moved so well up there last time? Why don't you take charge now? Her face flushed deeper as she muttered, me on top. But. I don't know how. Chen Yuan gave her a warm smile, pulling her close. You'll figure it out, life's all about learning, right? Fong Min nodded softly, barely audible, as if agreeing. He planted a gentle kiss on her, and she turned scarlet, playfully scolding, you're so bad, in a sweet, almost rehearsed way. Then, with a shy hop, she climbed atop him to keep their dance going. The next morning, after Fong Min headed back to campus, Chen Yuan lounged in bed, cozy and content. No classes this morning, might as well sleep in, he thought. Suddenly, he jolted upright, clutching a piece of paper and his phone. Hold up, that lottery ticket from the system. Gotta see if I'm loaded. Trying to steady his nerves, he checked each number, muttering, red numbers, 3, 4, 14, 22, 26, 27, and the blue ones 1. Nailed them all. He shrieked, holy crap, 68 million. Chen Yuan leapt out of bed, flinging the blanket skyward. I won 68 million. Gotta tell mom and dad, they've been scraping by too long since the company tanked. A bit later, he burst into his house, shouting, "Mom, I'm home." His mom, hands on hips, chided, you're back, quit yelling, you'll bother the neighbors." Beaming, he said, "Where's Dad? Get him out here fast, Mom, I've got big news." His mom, eyeing him warily, asked, "What's so urgent it can't wait for your dad? You little troublemaker, you in a mess again?" Grinning wide, Shen Yuan pulled a chair for her. "What's with that look, Mom? It's good news. Come on, both of you, sit down." Once they were settled, he flashed the lottery ticket and declared, "We're rich, 68 million. His mom's face went blank. "Son, you feeling too much pressure at school?" His dad chimed in, "Kid, just focus on studying. I'll handle the family debts, don't stress over strange ideas." Shen Yuan thrust the ticket and phone at his dad. "Dad, look closely before you say more." His dad muttered, checking each red number against the phone. His eyes widened as he stared at the ticket, shouting, "Honey, we actually won." Mom gasped, "Really? For real?" Dad, buzzing with excitement, confirmed, "It's really 68 million. Shen Yuan added, "Even after 20% taxes, we're looking at over 50 million. We can clear all our debts, and our lives will be so much better." His mom clapped her hands, overjoyed. "Son, your name's going in the family record books. Forget lunch at home, let's go celebrate this lottery win." Shen Yuan scratched his head, a bit bashful. "Oh, and I'm a junior now, graduating in a year. I want to start my own business, get some real-world experience." His dad nodded, pleased. "Starting a business isn't simple these days, but I love your drive. Young folks should push hard. It's your prize money, spend it how you want. But I'd suggest your mom and I hold on to some, just in case things don't pan out." Shen Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Mom, Dad, I'll just take 1 million. The rest is yours, do whatever you like with it." His dad laughed and nodded. "Fair enough." His mom added, "Son, go chase your dreams, we've got your back." The scene shifted to Zhang Jinyong, still stewing from the fight days ago. Pointing to his bruised face, he sneered at Chen Na, "You know why I called you here, right? Take a good look, this is your boyfriend's handiwork." Chen Na replied icily, "Director, I've already dumped him. We're done. You should take up your injuries with him." Zhang Jinyong wasn't buying it. "Chen Na, that's not how it works. Debts get settled with the right person. If it wasn't for you, would I have gotten jumped for nothing?" His eyes roamed over her, dirty thoughts creeping in. "This woman's stunning, I can use this mess to reel her in." Chen Na stood firm. "Your fight's got nothing to do with me. Besides, I told you yesterday I was meeting someone, you're the one who insisted on sitting there." His face darkened. "Enough excuses. You left your post without permission yesterday afternoon, no one was at the lobby to greet customers. As punishment, you're off customer greetings this month. Come talk to me when you've thought it over." Feeling wronged, Chen Na argued, "On what grounds? I already requested leave yesterday." He burst out laughing. "Ha, good question. What grounds? Is this your first day in the real world?" "It's because I'm the general manager here, everything in this store answers to me." His smug logic infuriated her, but she felt powerless. Zhang Jinyong, grinning to himself, thought, banning her from greetings cuts her commissions. A month on just 1,200 yuan base pay. She can't even cover rent, Chen Na saw through his game. Turning sharply, she spat, acting all high and mighty just 'cause you're some lousy general manager. It's just a job, worst case, I quit. Panicking, he jumped up, shouting, Chen Na, don't storm off. Think it over carefully. She was thinking, but not about him. Chen Yuan's young, but he's no ordinary guy, he gets things done. Even part-time work with him could be my way out, stealing herself, she said, no need to think, I'm done here. Half an hour later, her message pinged Chen Yuan, I'm ready. You still serious about yesterday, he shot back, congrats on ditching that misery and picking a brighter path. Check out some shop locations when you can, if you find a good spot, we'll lock it in, on his end, Chen Yuan strolled down the street, reading her text and grinning. Perfect, the last 300,000 from the investment mission set. No need to hunt for another project, He reached his destination and stepped inside, greeting warmly, hey, Lou, I'm here. Lu Xiao, juggling boxes on the floor, looked up. Shen Yuan, sorry to drag you into this. I'm moving my office, but there's too much stuff, I can't haul it all alone. I meant to call the class monitor, but she had to take leave. Shen Yuan glanced at the shelves. No worries, I'm free this morning, nothing going on at home. All this stuff need moving. Lu Xiao wiped her brow, smiling. Yeah, books and papers I could handle, but this table and filing cabinet are way too heavy. She reached for a cabinet, stretching. I can't quite get up there, she said. Standing on tiptoe, she strained, but a steady hand reached past her. Shen Yuan grabbed the stack of papers from the shelf. Their closeness made her backside brush against him, sparking a shy flush across Lu Xiao's face. Her heart raced as she thought, Shen Yuan, recalling a past moment, she mused, this is even closer than before. Does he have a thing for me, ? Her cheeks glowed as she stammered, is it done? Shen Yuan, oblivious, set the papers down with a grin. Yup, all set. Just then, a cheery voice called from outside, Teacher, we're here to help. A group of students burst in, catching the scene. One whispered, why is Teacher Lu's face so red? Shen Yuan waved them over. Come on, guys, let's move stuff. Take this filing cabinet to the next room. The students dove in, each grabbing something. Lu Xiao slipped to a corner, smoothing her hair, heart still fluttering. Good thing those kids showed up a bit late, if they'd seen that, I'd die of shame. Shen Yuan's getting bold. It's one thing at home, but in the office, her hand rested on her chest as she thought, but, gosh, that felt thrilling. No, Shen Yuan's my student. Can't happen, On the flip side, Shen Yuan glanced at her, surprised. Huh. Teacher's favorability's up to 71. Did that little brush do it? Smirking, he rubbed his chin, thinking, it's not like I'm too forward, it's just her figure's so full. A slimmer girl wouldn't have bumped like that. Didn't expect her favorability to jump. Maybe I should swing by her place more to build things up, Cut to Saturday, 8 a.m., at the south gate of the school. Inside a dreamy pink cafe, a group of pretty girls chattered excitedly. Liang Pang, heard you dropped 280,000 cash for that car. Driving a BBA before graduation, you've outdone 99.9% of our class. Liang Pang, puffed up with pride, thought, screw it, Fong Min plays all innocent, rejecting me. With my status, I've got women lining up, he laughed loudly. Ha, some folks even turn their noses up at a BBA. A long-haired girl gasped, no way, you're still complaining. Your family's loaded. Another added, right? Most people can't afford the car even after years of work. Liang Pang basked in the praise, then glanced outside and froze, face reddening, tea nearly spilling. Holy crap, that girl's stunning, it was Chen Na, lounging outside the cafe. Liang Pang stared, muttering, those legs. I'd trade 10 years for them. Who could land a goddess like that? A girl spotted a car below and squealed, look. That driverless car is so fancy, what is it? Liang Pang peered down, cool as ever. That's a top-tier mine M9. Then Shen Yuan appeared beside it, startling everyone. The long-haired girl whispered, hey, isn't that Shen Yuan? Liang Pang blinked, confused. What's he doing with that car? Wasn't his family broke? Chen Na spotted him from afar and waved. Shen Yuan. Over here. Her loud call made Liang Pang whip his head around, desperate for a look. He stood, stunned, thinking, this knockout's waiting for Shen Yuan. Chen Na smiled softly. The boss just texted, she'll be here soon. How's the car handling? Shen Yuan sat, sipping his drink. Pretty smooth. The long-haired girl nudged Liang Pang, whispering, look, seems like Shen Yuan and her are a thing. Liang Pang gritted his teeth, jealousy flaring. That damn Shen Yuan, dumps his senior and now he's with this stunner from outside school. Just then, a delicate hand tapped their table. A green-haired beauty approached. Hi, Miss Chen, sorry I'm late, had to pick up my kid. This was Lin Yuqing, the cafe owner. Shen Yuan stood, shaking her hand politely. She smiled warmly. Mr. Chen, you look so young. He laughed. We're all around the same age, early 20s. Miss Lin, let's sit and chat. Lin Yuqing settled in, cutting to the chase. I'll keep it short. My cafe's doing fine, especially with the school crowd, but my family's got too much going on. No choice but to transfer it. Asking price is 300,000. Shen Yuan nodded, calculating. I've got 300,000 for investment, but after the transfer, I'll need 50,000 for startup costs and Chen Na's first month's pay. Smiling, he said, here's my offer, no haggling. Let's do 250,000. Lin Yuqing paused. His price was a touch below her hope for 270,000, but if she didn't sell now Lin Yuqing hesitated, thinking, if I pass up this deal, I might not find someone this ready to commit again. After a brief pause, she asked, at this price, can we sign the contract and handle the transfer payment today? Shen Yuan grinned and replied, absolutely. Once the contract's signed, I'll wire 250,000 to you. With a firm nod, Lin Yuqing turned to the staff member nearby. Xiao Chu, from now on, this Mr. Chen is your new boss. Later, show him around to get a feel for the shop's operations. Xiao Chu hurried over, giving a polite bow. Hello, boss. Chen Yuan gestured toward Chen Na and told the employee, just take Miss Chen Na around to get familiar. I won't be at the shop much, so she's in charge of everything here. Over at Liang Pang's table, the blonde girl overheard and whispered to her friend, did you catch that? It's unreal, a 250,000 deal sealed in minutes. Her friend nodded. And it's clear Chen Yuan's buying this place for the girl with him. Liang Pang's jealousy flared, but he was powerless to act. Suddenly, Lin Yuqing's phone buzzed. She apologized, grabbing it and stepping away. Mr. Chen, Miss Chen, sorry, I need to take this call outside. Chen Na leaned closer to Chen Yuan and murmured, seems like Miss Lin is Zheng Xiangyong's wife, you know, the guy who scrapped with Shihai at Guajin Shopping Center, the 4S store boss. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. What a coincidence, he said, thinking, asterisk with such a gorgeous wife at home, he's still abusing his position to harass female staff. What a creep. I'm not letting that slide, asterisk. Chen Na lowered her voice. I've got chat logs of Zheng Xiangyong harassing and threatening me. I want to use my salary to expose him, show the car industry his true face. Should we tell Miss Lin? She seems like a good person, I don't want to hurt her. Chen Yuan shook his head casually. I don't think that's the move. Surprised, Chen Na asked, why not? He explained smoothly, if you leak those chats, Zheng Xiangyong will know it was you. A guy in his 40s, jobless, with a wife and kids to feed? He might lash out at you. Leave it to me, I'll handle him without dragging you into it. Relieved, Chen Na smiled. Chen Yuan, thank you. He pulled out his phone and said, I've sent 250,000 to Miss Lin already, and I've transferred 50,000 to you, 24,000 for your first 2 months' salary, the rest for shop expenses. Just then, the system chimed, asterisk detected, host has used all 1 million dedicated investment funds. Investment task completed. Investment level upgraded from novice to primary investor. Activating serial task, a perfect life needs more assets. Host receives 10 million dedicated investment funds to expand investments. Mission 1, all investment income tripled as reward. Mission 2, complete investments to unlock a mysterious property, asterisk. Chen Yuan read the alert, stunned. Asterisk didn't see this coming, the system's upping the ante. 10 times the funds, 10 million to play with, plus a mystery property. I'm already hooked, asterisk Lin Yuqing returned, beaming. Brother Chen, I got the payment, happy partnership. I'll head out now, but let's catch up again. Chen Yuan shook her hand, his face warming as he thought, asterisk her hand so soft, delicate, yet full of allure. The charm of another man's wife, asterisk a fleeting, cheeky idea crossed his mind, but he smiled politely and said, definitely, we'll meet again. Half an hour later, at an upscale restaurant, Chen Na sat across from him, hesitant. Chen Yuan, this place is pricey, do you come here a lot? He replied coolly, not really. Today's special, celebrating our new venture. The girl at the next table, cheeks flushed, thought, asterisk Chen Yuan's a tough one to resist. No upright guy could handle that charm, asterisk Chen Yuan broke the silence. Chen Na, why don't you sit beside me? She let out a soft, oh, and slid over obediently. As soon as she settled, he slipped an arm around her waist, murmuring, scoot a bit closer. Inwardly, he calculated, the cafe set me back 300k, plus 12k monthly salary, time to get some return on that. Chen Na blushed, wondering, there's no such thing as free love or gifts, does he expect to profit off the cafe? Lin Yuqing said breaking even is a win, so all I've got to offer is, me, Shen Yuan's hand wandered, teasing her curves. She whispered shyly, the waiter's coming, Shen Yuan, don't. He smirked. Food here takes ages to show up. He continued exploring, drawing soft, ambiguous moans from her. 10 minutes later, a knock came. Mr. Chen, your meal's ready. Startled, Chen Na hissed, someone's here. They pulled apart, and Shen Yuan called cheerfully, come in. As the dishes arrived, he picked a piece for her. Try this, it's their specialty. Watching him serve her, Chen Na thought, he's actually pretty handsome. Only downside? He's a bit of a player, already got a stunning girl, yet he's fooling around, sighing, her face reddened. Too late now, I'm on this ride. No point overthinking, 40 minutes later, they'd finished. The cashier announced, Mr. Chen, totals 2,652 yuan. Please scan here. As Chen Yuan paid, he mused, this meal's 2,652, but the system triples refunds, that's 5,304 earned. Making money's a breeze, Chen Na, meanwhile, thought, one meal's like my commission on a car sale. Rich folks toss 2,000 yuan like I'd spend 20, Strolling outside, she spoke up. Chen Yuan, I want to swing by the cafe to check things out with Xiao Chu. I'm starting work tomorrow, I'd like to get a head start. He glanced at his watch. It's 8:30, Xiao Chu's off at 9. If you go now, you'll miss her, and she'll hold it against you. Go home, rest up, and hit it tomorrow. Blushing, she nodded shyly. Alright, sorry to trouble you, can you drop me off? He grinned brightly and agreed. At her place, Chen Na stepped out, smiling. You worked hard today. I'll update you on work tomorrow, bye. Chen Yuan climbed out too, saying, I'm a bit thirsty, mind if I pop up for some water? Nervously, she replied, it's not really convenient. Is this moving too fast? The restaurant was already my limit, he rubbed his chin, teasing, oh. Another guy upstairs. She spun around, correcting him. No way, Shi-Hai and I are done. Grinning, he said, then let's cut the games, I'm just grabbing a glass of water. What's the issue? Still unsure, she asked, you'll really just drink and go? He flashed a wide smile. Sure, but if you want me to stay over, I'm game. Chen Na's expression screamed dream on. Moments later, as the door opened, Chen Yuan slid an arm around her waist, pinning a hand against the frame, taking control. Her face flushed as she pushed back weakly. Didn't you say just water? His playful hand lifted her skirt, chuckling, oh, I'm drinking water, just not the kind you're thinking of. They dove into heated foreplay. Downstairs, a black car idled by the entrance. Shi-Hai, inside, thought, na quit because of me. I've got to win her forgiveness, start as friends, then chase her again, standing below her building, he looked up. Her lights off, she's probably out. I'll leave these roses by her door. Roses say eternal love, she's smart, she'll know they're from me, But as he reached her door, intimate sounds stopped him cold. Shi-Hai stammered, that's Na's voice. What the hell? She swore there was nothing with Zheng Xiangyong, but she's with him now. Losing it, he banged on the door, yelling, Zheng Xiangyong, get out here. Chen Yuan, mid-moment, heard the shouts and thought, that's Shi-Hai, that moron. She dumped him, why is he still poking around? Guys unhinged, Chen Na caught the noise too. I hear something, who's knocking? Not wanting to pause, Chen Yuan brushed it off. You're imagining it, just the neighbors. Scooping her up, he said, come on, let's hit the bedroom. In his arms, she whispered, Chen Yuan, I'm not quite ready, go easy, okay? He nodded tenderly. Shi-Hai's roses hit the floor, trampled. He slumped by her door, muttering, Na's gone for good, I blew it. Sobbing, he added, hope he's using protection. An hour later, inside Chen Na's room, the heat hadn't cooled. She panted, huff, this feels amazing, but it's exhausting. Chen Yuan flipped her gently, prompting a yelp. Ah! What are you doing? He murmured, lie like this, you won't get tired. Smirking to himself, he thought, maybe I'll tap a bit of that extra energy, but Chen Na's so reserved despite her bold vibe, I like her more for it. After their passionate night, Shen Yuan woke groggy, inhaling deeply. Smells incredible, toast and fried eggs. Outside, Chen Na was casually fixing breakfast for them, morning light casting a cozy glow. Sitting in the room, he mused, Chen Na's so caring, it's nothing like hotel nights with Minmin. This warmth only comes at home, not some fancy suite. As the thought hit, the system chimed, a perfect life needs its own home to set the stage for you and your girls. Limited mission, buy a house, minimum 100 square meters, for Chen Na. Reward 1, house cost doubled as refund. Reward 2, after purchase, host receives a secret residence. Note, Reward 1's refund scales with favorability level, Chen Yuan's mind raced. Damn, I just thought it, and the system's already on it. This house won't be cheap, grand visions swirled. Maybe the secret residence is a massive villa, pool parties galore. Gotta scout some top-tier girls to max out these rewards, Chen Na glanced back, spotting him on the bed. Oh, you're up. Breakfast's ready in 2 minutes. Chen Yuan strolled out, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, wondering, what'll I get if Chen Na's favorability hits 90, smiling slyly, he teased, what, just breakfast today. As he moved closer, hands wandering, she blushed, squeaking, huh. So many times last night, wasn't that enough? It's broad daylight. He chuckled, you cook your breakfast, I'll enjoy mine. Her spatula clattered to the floor. Leaning into her ear, he whispered, if you're free later, let's go house hunting, I'll gift you one. Stunned, Chen Na gasped, a house. Chen Na stood frozen, reeling from Chen Yuan's offer. He already dropped 300,000 to help me start the cafe, and now a house. Even if Xinjiang isn't a major city, a place here's still over $1 million. I've already given him everything, what's his angle? Maybe I really blew his mind last night. Chen Yuan, still holding her close, nudged, you're quiet, what's up? Don't want it? Chen Na fumbled, no, it's not that, it's just so out of the blue, and it's too much. Your money doesn't just fall from the sky, you know. Chen Yuan grinned inwardly, oh, it kinda does. My card's got over 35 million for a house, if I spend it all, the system's 5-fold cashback will push my balance past 170 million. Tightening his grip, he whispered, don't worry about my wallet. What's wrong with getting a house for my girl? Pick one that's 120 square meters or bigger, I'm not skimping on you. Chen Na's eyes welled up, and she gasped, Chen Yuan. Seeing her tears, he gently brushed them away. Look, we made quite the racket last night. This place's walls are thin, neighbors on both sides probably caught it all. We can't keep renting here. She pouted, muttering, that's on you. He smirked, okay, I'll take some blame, but your moans weren't exactly quiet. Chen Na whipped her head away, mortified, and huffed, jerk. Then, snapping to attention, she said, oh, crap, Chen Yuan, I nearly forgot. My 2 best friends are coming to see the cafe at 10 a.m. Can we house hunt later? He shrugged casually. Buying a house isn't like grabbing groceries. Finding the right spot and handling paperwork takes time, one afternoon might not cut it. Let's give it a proper go. Chen Na nodded, stepping back from his arms. Alright, let me tell them. She snatched her phone and texted Qian, something popped up, I can't make the cafe. How about tonight instead? Qian replied fast, what's going on? Mango and I are already there. In the car, Qian read the text aloud, Lulu, Na says something came up, she's not coming. Yu Manglu, Chen Na's close friend and a top fitness trainer, frowned. Huh? Why? Qian stared at her phone, skeptical. I bet the cafe story's a cover. Na's probably fibbing. Guys aren't that gullible, spending 300,000 on her just like that. Manglu waved it off. Na doesn't make stuff up. I don't think she's lying. Why not ask what's up? Privately, she thought, it's been ages since I met a guy who's young and loaded. Didn't expect Na to snag one first, I've gotta meet him. Qian typed furiously, saying, fine, I'll dig deeper. Suddenly, Manglu slammed the brakes, yelping, oh my god, is that for real? Qian gasped, he's taking her to buy a house. Manglu swerved, stunned, and blurted, what? In her head, Manglu calculated, not a purse or lipstick, a house. Even a 40 square meter flat runs 50 to 60,000. Add the cafe. They've known each other barely 2 weeks, and he's dropping 800 to 900,000. I need to meet this guy. If Na's with him, he's probably got other women too. When it comes to pleasing a man, I'm leagues above her, sisters are just stepping stones. Aloud, she said, Shen, ask where they're going and say we'll join to help pick. We've got nothing else today, better we help than she picks alone. She added silently, sorry, this time, I'd rather our crew benefits than some random vixen. Shen nodded, typing, okay, I'm on it. 40 minutes later, at the Shuandi sales center, Yumanglu stepped out of the car, jaw dropping. Shuandi. The smallest unit here's over $1 million. Gifting a mistress $1 million+ house. When's that luck hitting me? Shen scanned the lot, waving. Nah. Been a while. Chen Na rushed over, beaming, I've missed you guys. Shen grabbed her hand, teasing, Nah, who's the good-looking guy beside you? Introduce us. Chen Na bounced to Shen Yuan's side, grinning, Shen Yuan, these are my besties. This is Yumanglu, a fitness coach, and Shen, a sales rep at Fala. The girls were all smiles for their friend's man. Manglu, tossing aside subtlety, sauntered over, resting a hand on Shen Yuan's chest. Hey, Shen Yuan, you look a bit lean, need some muscle. Come train at my gym sometime. She thought, Na's young tycoons under 25, rich, and hot, makes me green with envy. Shen Yuan smirked coolly, nah, I'd probably lose focus training at your gym. Mangla sized him up, thinking, he's not pushing back on my flirting right in front of Na, they're likely not exclusive. Her scraped knees scream wild night, probably thrilled his sugar mama, so she's buying him a house. Shen jumped in, chipper, hi, Shen Yuan. Thinking of a new car? Check out Fala. He nodded politely, sure thing, I'll hit you up if I'm shopping. Glancing at their favorability scores, Manglu at 68, Shen at 67, Shen Yuan chuckled inwardly. Met them 5 minutes ago, and they're already into me. Nah, you sure these are your ride or dies? Works for me, more women over 60 means more cash to rake in. A middle-aged man nearby eyed Shen Yuan with 3 stunning women, scoffing to himself, showing off to who? A saleswoman approached, all smiles. Sir, we're selling buildings 3 and 9, averaging about 105,000 per unit. Want to check the model first? Shen Yuan cut in, no need, my budget's 3 million. Just show me apartments and floors in that range. The saleswoman lit up. Oh, perfect. Step into the negotiation room, sir, I'll give you the full rundown. Mangla's jaw dropped, thinking, OMG, what kind of baller is Shen Yuan? Just tosses out 3 million like it's nothing. I've got to latch on to this sugar daddy. Trailing him, she schemed. The staff sat them down, pitching, for your budget, I'd recommend this 165 square meter south-facing unit with a north view. Discounted building price is 2.84 million. Chen Na, worried, nudged Shen Yuan's side, whispering, Yuan, that's too much. He patted her thigh, smiling, don't stress the cost, a bigger place is comfier to live in. Manglu and Shen watched, stunned, thinking, she's trying to save him money, but he's all about giving her the best. A guy like that? You'd need a spotlight to find one. Shen Yuan mused, gotta haggle a bit, or I'll look like a chump. Aloud, he said, give me your best price, beautiful, I know there's wiggle room. The saleswoman grinned, can you decide today? If so, I'll push for a bigger discount. Shen Yuan waved it off, skip the discounts, just throw in 2 parking spaces. Same difference. His flashy spending cemented Manglu's resolve. I'm getting this guy, she vowed, flicking her hair. Shen Yuan caught the gesture, puzzled. What's Manglu up to? Looking closer, he thought, she's seriously top tier. If something happened with her, it'd be pure bliss. His face reddened as her image lingered, but he muttered, not now, focus on the house deal. Half an hour later, the salesperson handed him a pen and paper. All discounts applied, Mr. Chen, totals 2.98 million. Here's the contract, please sign. He grabbed the pen and signed without hesitation. Mangla gaped, thinking, just dropped 3 million on a house for Chen Na, in her name alone. When's that wealth coming my way? As payment cleared, Shen Yuan's phone pinged, construction bank, card ending 98, received 14.9 million yuan at 11:40, May 22. Current balance, 153 million yuan. He smirked, over 150 million. Even at Dad's peak, we never hit that. System Daddy's the real MVP. If Nana hadn't triggered this mission, I'd never have leapt to tycoon status. Gotta expand the NPC crew. The system chimed again, preparing reward. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Green Bamboo Lake Villa in Luo City. Visit the real estate office tomorrow, 9 a.m., to claim. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up, a freaking villa, one of Xing City's top properties. Hell yeah. The saleswoman now saw Shen Yuan as a cash cow, thinking, market's tanking, yet he buys full price, gifts it to Miss Chen, not even married, maybe not dating. I've got to hook this whale. Adjusting her glasses, she said, Mr. Chen, contract's done. I'll coordinate with Miss Chen for next steps. Shall we swap WeChat? Reach out anytime. He pulled out his phone, sure, I'll scan you. Mangla watched, fuming, where'd this vixen come from, eyeing my prize. She stood, cutting in, Shen Yuan, I'm thinking of grabbing a small flat soon. I'll need someone experienced like you to guide me. Plus, if you want gym time, hit me up. Beaming, she offered her phone. He nodded, relaxed, no problem. Shen Yuan stood, patting Chen Na's head, smiling, nah, I've got stuff this afternoon, so I'll leave you three to catch up. Perfect timing, won't crash your girl's day. Go grab lunch or hit a cafe. Chen Na grinned, alright. Mangla stood, stunned, what? Leaving without eating? I've been dropping hints. Chen Na turned to her scheming friends, Manglu, Qian, let's find a spot to eat, then I'll show you the cafe. Qian squealed, we're treating today, your net worth's 3 million now. We're jealous. Manglu echoed, totally. Half an hour later, in the school cafeteria, Shen Yuan carried a tray, scanning for a seat. Spotting Lu Xiao's figure, he thought, teacher's solo today, huh? Other girls passing by stole glances at her, whispering. Lu Xiao held her phone, speaking softly, got it, I'll prep the documents later. I can probably wrap the report tomorrow. Of course, I checked, the University of Science, Agricultural University, and Business School all have the base now. Tomorrow night. Secretary Lu, I'm really sorry, I'm booked. Yes, bye. She looked frazzled as Shen Yuan approached, plopping down across from her. What's up, teacher? He asked, curious. She steadied herself, replying, the school's setting up a startup hub for students, lots to organize. Shen Yuan caught a spark of opportunity and asked, what kind of terms can our school offer these companies? Lu Xiao explained, all we can provide is talent, each year, we'd send top graduates to the company regularly. Shen Yuan's tone grew serious. Our school's got no edge here. How can our grads stack up against those from elite universities? Lu Xiao sighed, a bit sheepish. Exactly. If the company doesn't get what they want, they won't invest. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled a past moment, thinking, a university teacher like me, dragged by Secretary Lu to drink with some corporate CEO, just the thought's humiliating. Shen Yuan studied her troubled expression, musing, she looked stressed. I've got 10 million for investments, but profit's key. For a project like this to pay off, the talent success rate needs to hit 33%. Xing Ming's probably not even at 20%. He spoke up, I heard about it around campus. Lu Xiao perked up, assuming he was interested in starting something. You're into it? Shen Yuan smirked inwardly, it's the system's goldmine I'm chasing. Out loud, he said, a bit, but not too much. Lu Xiao smiled, it's great you're thinking about it, but the project's still up in the air, it's tricky. Just then, the system pinged with a new task, a perfect life demands wealth and influence across society. As a university student, the host must build influence starting on campus. Gain reputation by investing in school projects. Reward, every 500 reputation points earned grants a chance to draw rewards, including attribute points and special abilities. Note, reputation points reflect recognition and respect from others, counted only among university teachers and students for this task, Shen Yuan nodded to himself, a reputation task. The system's footing the bill anyway. If I prioritize points over profit, this startup hub's perfect, and it bails teacher Lu out, his eyes gleamed as a plan formed. I decide who and how much to invest in. Why not back some cute upperclassmen and underclassmen opening shops? I'd rack up reputation and boost their favorability, cash rolling until my hands ache. Asterisk grinning, he asked, if a person or company invests, do they pick the students getting funds, or does the school? Gotta lock this down, can't let the school siphon my money. Lu Xiao answered candidly, in theory, the school chooses, but we're desperate for investment, so there's wiggle room. Why the sudden interest? Shen Yuan cut straight to it, I want to invest, but I've got one condition, I pick the students who get the funds. Lu Xiao laughed, thinking he was kidding. Shen Yuan, don't mess around. Didn't your family go bust? You're on financial aid. He slid his phone toward her, smirking, check my balance, teacher. Count the zeros. No need to play modest, this is how I score points. Lu Xiao's jaw dropped as she counted, 1, 2, 3, 9 zeros. Over 15 million. She gasped, Shen Yuan, how do you have this much? He spun a quick lie, back when my family was flush, I dabbled in Bitcoin and Forex trading, made it all myself. Lu Xiao, sweating, thought, unreal, my student's a multimillionaire. Shen Yuan leaned in, dropping a bombshell, teacher, you might not know, standing, he grinned, come with me. We'll see the world together, I'll make sure you're wined and dined. Visions of them laughing carefree flickered in his mind. Lu Xiao tucked her hair back, blushing, don't talk crazy. Are you serious about investing? Most school startup hubs lose money, I'd think it over. It's a big sum. Shen Yuan's face hardened, I've got my own strategy, but profit's not the point, I want to give back to the school. Lu Xiao studied him, sensing his resolve. Her mind wandered to wild scenarios before she shook them off, scolding herself, asterisk he's your student, Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Was he serious about me joining him, asterisk? Flustered, she stood abruptly. I'll talk to Secretary Lu about this later, I'm heading out. Eat slow, we'll catch up soon. As she turned, Shen Yuan called, hey, teacher, think about that Lux life too. Cut to 4 p.m. Chen Na sent a photo with a text, made this coffee myself, swing by to try it if you're free. Shen Yuan shot back, asterisk one look and I can tell it's off. I'll come coach you, asterisk staring at her second photo, he rubbed his chin, asterisk coffee's a mess, but that outfit? Damn, it's hot, asterisk soon, a girl, Song Shi, from his grades international business class, appeared. Another voice piped up, Shi, Shen Yuan's no rich kid anymore, he's broke. Why were you always thinking about him? He's probably scraping by with part-time gigs for tuition. That was Yi Ping, griping about Hang Hai, Shen Yuan's roommate, who was chasing her. A snooty girl chimed in, ugh, don't bring it up. I've shot Hang Hai down so many times, but he's still glued to me. Yi Ping added, you guys gotta back me up when he asks me to dinner. The snooty girl scoffed, sure, Hang Hai's invite means a free meal. But Shen Yuan. We just end up paying more. Shi, think hard before you move. Song Shi glanced back, hissing, shoo, quiet, look, Shen Yuan's coming. The snooty girl spotted him and sneered, weren't we just talking? Look, he's probably clocking in for his shift, it's past 3 o'clock, prep time for restaurants. The short-haired girl giggled, heh, let's see where he's working. Scared to ask? I'll do it. Song Shi, anxious, said, that's not cool, we're friends, no need for that. The snooty girl, all high and mighty, called out, Yuan, where have you been hiding? Busy with side jobs. Which restaurant? We'll pop by. Shen Yuan glanced at her, thinking, asterisk part-time. Me. As if. For Hang Hai's chase of Tian Yuping, I'll let it slide, but I'm not eating this, asterisk smirking, he said, yup, I'm at a coffee shop. Wanna come? Let's go, I'll whip up some drinks. They headed to Chen Na's cafe near the school. Yu Menglu was chatting animatedly with Chen Na. The snooty girl froze, thinking, asterisk whoa, that tall blonde in the short skirt, legs like a comic book. Too perfect, asterisk. Song Shi blushed, those two women are gorgeous, so elegant, the short-haired girl gaped, that other one's figure is unreal, an hourglass like that still exists. Chen Na and Menglu approached. Chen Na chirped, Shen Yuan's here. Menglu teased, didn't you say you were busy this afternoon? What's this, taking 3 girls out? Shen Yuan glanced at the trio behind him, telling Chen Na, ran into them on the way, they wanted coffee. Menglu smiled warmly, oh, really? Hi, everyone. Shen Yuan stepped inside, calling to the server, Xiao Chu, see what these three want, it's on me. Xiao Chu bounced over, yes, boss. She turned to Song Shi's group, ladies, take a seat, scan the QR code on the table and let me know your picks. The short-haired girl blinked, stunned, she called him boss, the snooty girl's mind raced, is Shen Yuan the owner, not some worker, Song Shi mumbled, maybe we'll skip drinks. The other two forced smiles, yeah, she's right, not thirsty anymore. Red-faced, the snooty girl and Song Shi bolted, thinking, he's loaded, runs a cafe with stunning women, and plays it off as a side gig? Mortifying, Mangla sidled up to Shen Yuan, puzzled, why'd your classmates ditch? He tilted his head, maybe your beauty scared them off. Mangla struck flirty poses, giggling, of course I'm gorgeous, better not get any ideas, okay? He just eyed her critically. Chen Na emerged with a coffee, it's ready. Wasn't sure how sweet you like it, so I went half sweet, cool. Chen Yuan grinned, anything you make sweet. Mangla covered her mouth, laughing, who still uses lines like that? Staring at him, she thought, cheesy pickup lines from a rich hottie hit different, not just there for fun, she leaned in, how tall are you? Wait. I'll check your BMI. He lounged back, 182 centimeters, 72 kilograms, but I think I've dropped some lately. Mangla played innocent, oh. Why's that? Glancing at Chen Na, he smirked, too much, exertion. Chen Na flushed, thinking, he's saying that in front of my best friend, Manglu, chin on hand, grinned like she was watching a show, no wonder. Pulling out her phone, she typed, you need to work out, too little fat. Bulk up, maybe 7 to 10 kilos. Chen Yuan laughed, you just want me to sign up for your gym. She leaned closer, teasing, hey, it's month end, gotta hit my KPIs. I won't let you down. Sipping his coffee, he said, I'll think it over. Suddenly, Mangla stood, telling Chen Na, oh, nah, it's past 4, I've got a 5 p.m. class. Let's hang soon. Before leaving, she tossed Chen Yuan a wink and a pose. He smirked, bold move in front of your friend, one day, you little vixen, I'll set you straight. Taking Chen Na's hand, he said, come on, Na, I'll teach you upstairs. She blinked, teach me what? He murmured, you'll see up there. Upstairs, he set her on the table, tilting her chin with a sly tone, your business game's weak, needs work. Chen Na whispered nervously, not here, Xiao Chu's downstairs. He lifted her leg, teasing, telling a guy not here just makes him move faster. Ripping her thin stockings, their romp began. Downstairs, Xiao Chu jumped at the noises above, glancing up, what's that? The suggestive sounds hit her, and she blushed, thinking, boss, I'm a cool employee. She shut the door and waited. Just then, Mangla burst in, frantic, Xiao Chu, why's the door locked? Open it, I forgot my bag. Xiao Chu stammered, Manglu, hands on hips, snapped, what, Open it. Xiao Chu sheepishly complied. As Mangla grabbed her bag, Chen Na's soft moans and pleas, Chen Yuan, gentle, please, reached her. Mangla froze, in broad daylight, going at it like that. 10 minutes later, still there, she marveled, he looked scrawny, where's that stamina coming from? Licking her lips, she muttered, that Chen Yuan, raising her voice, she called, Xiao Chu, I'm out, see ya. Upstairs, Chen Na heard, panicking, crap, she caught us mid-act, Chen Yuan grinned, a real lesson needs a witness. That fox Mangla's been eavesdropping for 10 minutes, free show. Next time, I'm charging, Elsewhere, Secretary Lu, potbelly and all, lounged in his chair, skeptical. You're saying this student, Chen Yuan, wants to fund the startup hub? Lu Xiao nodded firmly, yes. He pressed, does he have the cash? Has it been verified? Lu Xiao replied, I doubted it too, but I saw his balance, 10 million. Lu's eyes bulged, 10 million. You sure it's not his parents'? Can he use it? She confirmed, it's his, and he's got full control. Lu lit up, perfect. No need for third parties then. Smirking, he ordered, tell Chen Yuan to visit my office, I want his pitch in person. Sensing trouble, Lu Xiao hesitated, he's a student, but if he's investing, shouldn't we show some respect? Lu waved it off, don't worry, just do it. He thought, a kid from our school. Can't let him get cocky, gotta keep him in line, Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, still caught up, saw Lu Xiao's call and told Chen Na, it's Teacher Lu, hold on. Answering, he said, "Yo, teacher, what's good?" Listening, he frowned, "The school's attitude toward investors sucks, they're nitpicking, if I back down now, they'll walk all over me later." He cut in, "Teacher, put it on speaker, I've got words for Secretary Lu." Once on, Shen Yuan's voice rang firm, "Hello, Secretary Lu, you hear me? I'm swamped with investment projects to review. Let's set a time when I'm free, I'll have Teacher Lu pass you my number." Lu jolted upright, stunned. This kid hung up on me. Lu Xiao, watching, thought, he's got guts, so bold. Abruptly, he displayed remarkable decisiveness. Once the call ended, the ambience in Secretary Lu's office grew eerily silent. He clenched his jaw, musing, to hang up on me. Which student doesn't grovel in my presence? It's merely a handful of petty coins. Never mind, this project can't afford further delays. If progress stalls too long, Secretary Kong will surely call me to account. Secretary Lu massaged his brow, gesturing dismissively as he instructed Li, "Teacher Li, if Shen Yuan has the funds to invest, invite him for a meal." Li, flustered, responded, "Right, I'll send a message immediately." On the other side, Shen Yuan had just concluded his business. Reading the teacher's message, he grinned, thinking, so now they want to dine with me. The upper hand in negotiations is mine. I'll secure full control over this investment. First, I'll gauge this Lu Jiajiang's preferences, then decide. Shen stood, slipping into his clothes, and said, "Shen Yuan, if you're busy, handle it. We can share a meal another time." Lounging in a chair, he gazed at Shen Yuan from behind, contentedly reflecting, "Shen Yuan is truly considerate, always thinking of me, a remarkable woman." Suddenly, his phone rang. Shen Yuan answered, and Min Huifang's voice came through, "Shen Yuan, what are you up to?" "Free. Come stroll at the sports field." Shen Yuan replied coolly, "Just a walk." "I thought you'd suggest grabbing a cold drink." Min Hui snapped back, annoyed, "No chance, I'm on my period." Shen Yuan thought to himself, "No wonder Min Hui hasn't sought me out these past couple of days. That explains it." Min Hui added coyly, "But if you're up for it, it's not entirely off the table." Shen Yuan tugged on his trousers, then responded gently, "Health comes first." "Don't say such things again, Min Hui. I can wait a few days. You need to take care of yourself." Min Hui pressed a soft kiss to Shen Yuan's cheek, brimming with affection, and said, "You're so sweet, Shen Yuan." Gathering her courage, she ventured, "Let me ask, what are we to each other now?" Min Hui resolved internally, "I need clarity today. We've done everything couples do, and even what we shouldn't. What girl doesn't crave a proper title?" Shen Yuan smiled, thinking, a dangerous question, but Min Hui's affection for me has ticked up a notch. She clearly adores me. Without pause, he answered, "We're obviously in a relationship." Overjoyed, Min Hui flung her arms around his neck, echoing, "Really?" He indulged her, affirming, "Yes." Min Hui nestled her cheek against his, asking gleefully, "Shen Yuan, I'm your only girlfriend, right?" Shen Yuan replied simply, "Yes," but inwardly mused, "The others don't hold the girlfriend title, my darling, my treasure, my love." Min Hui beamed, saying, "If you're this good, I'll treat you in a couple of days." Shen Yuan offered generously, "Silly girl, shall I take you shopping this weekend? Want a car or a house?" Min Hui gasped, "You're talking about buying me a car and a house? That's too much. A bag or some makeup would do." Shen Yuan smiled warmly, "No need to pinch pennies for me. But since you're at school daily, a house might be more practical now. If you need a car later, I'll get you one. Sound good?" Swept away by his sweet words, Manhwa hugged him, murmuring, "I'll do whatever you say." He responded tenderly, "It's getting late. I'll walk you back to the dorm soon. Rest well during your period." In his mind, he noted, "I've still got to head to Chinga Lake tomorrow to finalize the house." The scene shifts to the next day. Lu Mangla video called Shen Yuan, saying, "Little punk, you up? If you're free, swing by the gym." Shen Yuan frowned, retorting, "Since when am I a punk? Is this video call of yours legit?" Lu Manglu smirked, "Only sleazy guys think this is sleazy. Tell me, got any impure thoughts?" She eyed her phone, thinking, "He's not treating me like a stranger at all. Let's see how long he holds out." A voice interrupted from behind. Lu Manglu turned to see a red-haired girl approaching, smiling. "You're here, Xiao Wanting," she greeted. Xiao Wanting asked curiously, "What's got you so chipper this early?" Mangla grinned, "Nothing big, just find a friend amusing." Xiao Wanting settled into a chair, saying, "Spill. Class hasn't started yet." Lu Mangla shared, "I've got a best friend who landed a sugar daddy. He's super generous, gifted her a house worth 3 million. Xiao Wanting gasped, 3 million. Just like that? His net worth must be tens of millions. Lu Manglu propped her chin, sighing, "Exactly. I'm so jealous." Xiao Wanting mused, "With that kind of wealth, he's probably ancient, right?" She thought, "Even if he's old, it's worth it. My guy's getting stingier, wants to sleep with me but won't spend. I need a better man." Lu Manglu clarified, "Nope, he's just over 20, younger than my friend." Xiao Wanting's curiosity piqued. "What's he look like? Total uggo?" Lu Manglu gushed, "He's super handsome and tall." Xiao Wanting marveled, "Your friend must be stunning to snag a guy like that, a real knockout." Images of two striking girls flashed in Lu Manglu's mind. She pondered, then said, "We're about equal, just different strengths." Xiao Wanting nodded, "On par with you. No wonder she can charm men like that." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan texted, "I won't drag this out. I'm off to Qingju Lake to pick up the house." Lu Manglu replied instantly, "Going solo? Need a sidekick?" Shen Yuan responded bluntly, "I'm going alone, but if you're free, come along." She texted back, "Then you've gotta pick me up. I'm at the gym, sent you the location. I'll wait here." As she typed, she giggled foolishly. Xiao Wanting noticed her shift, asking, "Another happy moment? You're glowing." Lu Manglu stood, apologizing, "Sorry, Xiao Wanting, gotta cancel today. I'll double your private lesson fee. That sugar daddy's heading to Qingju Lake to get the house, and he invited me along. Really sorry." Xiao Wanting thought, shocked, Qingju Lake. That's a luxe villa zone, a hotspot for the elite. Wait, isn't he your best friend's sugar daddy? Why is he taking you to pick up the house? Watching Lu Manglu's retreating figure, Xiao Wanting realized, got it. No wonder they call her Piluan, she's ruthless, stealing her friend's man. But if I met a guy like that, I might not think twice either. Suddenly, a young man approached Lu Manglu, face alight with excitement. "Manglu, where you off to? Don't you have class later?" It was Honai, the fitness trainer. Lu Manglu rolled her eyes, pouted, and brushed past him without a word. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan pulled up. Lu Manglu stepped out, waiting. Honai, still in the gym, looked down, muttering, "Can driving an M9 win Manglu?" He recalled, the guy with the Mercedes last time struck out. Xiao Wanting, nearby, remarked, "It's not just the car. This guy casually buys his girlfriend a 3 million house." Honai gaped, 3 million? How many years would I need to earn that? Xiao Wanting suddenly gasped, "Hold on, he looks familiar." Spotting the young man exiting the car, she exclaimed, "Shen Yuan. It's Shen Yuan." Stunned, she thought, the tall, handsome sugar daddy Piluan mentioned is Shen Yuan. Seeing them act close below, she stood frozen, reeling. "My ex-boyfriend's a millionaire now, and I dumped him 2 weeks ago." She stood there, utterly unable to process the scene unfolding before her. Xiao Wanting clutched her head, her expression grim, thinking, did I really ditch Shen Yuan for Ho Jun? Am I an idiot? Honai, standing nearby, looked puzzled and asked, "Teacher Zhou, why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Just then, her phone pinged with a text from a man, "You're free today, right? Can you come over to my place tonight?" Xiao Wanting glared at the message, fuming inwardly, "Who do you think you are? Always skipping the niceties and cutting to the chase. Am I that easy?" With that, she fired back, "Get lost, you jerk." The man replied, baffled, "Is this really you?" Xiao Wanting shot back, "I'm your mom." He responded, incredulous, "What the hell?" But a stark notification appeared, "Message sent." The man persisted, texting, "Wanting, what's wrong with you?" Ho Jun, staring at the cold system message, shouted, "Damn it, she blocked me. What's going on?" Meanwhile, Xiao Wanting tried to steady herself, thinking, is there still a chance with Shen Yuan? There's got to be some lingering spark between us, right? The issue now is whether Shen Yuan's got too many girls. She calculated quietly, there's that junior sister Bestie Lu mentioned at Gojin, plus Bestie Lu's best friend, and me. Is that too crowded? The scene shifts to Lu Minglu. Sitting in Shen Yuan's car, she eyed him with fascination, saying, "Your car's huge. I'm jealous of how sleek it is. Perfect for off-roading in the wilderness." She thought, off-roading in the wild, with a curvy beauty in your passenger seat? I bet you can't keep your mind from wandering. Shen Yuan replied casually, "Off-roading's not a bad idea. I'll try it somewhere soon." Lu Minglu pivoted, teasing, "You're not playing by the usual rules, Shen Yuan." He countered calmly, "And how should I play by the usual rules?" Lu Minglu propped her chin, gazing elsewhere as if scheming. Suddenly, Shen Yuan spoke up, "Think it's alright if I say this?" He glanced over with a playful smirk, adding, "Coach Leo, I could use some polishing." Lu Minglu chuckled, lightly tapping his shoulder, and said, "You're such a pest." 30 minutes later, Shen Yuan and Lu Minglu arrived at their destination. Upon entering, Shen Yuan greeted politely, "Hello, I'm here to collect the house." "I'm Shen Yuan." Guan Shuang hurried forward, beaming, "Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm your real estate consultant, Guan Shuang. Would you like to view the house first or sign the contract?" Shen Yuan replied generously, "Let's sign the contract now, then see the house." Guan Shuang nodded enthusiastically, "Of course." After signing, she joined them in Shen Yuan's car to visit the property. From the back seat, she quietly observed Shen Yuan and Lu Minglu in the passenger seat, thinking, they don't seem like a couple, but this girl's figure is unreal. Indeed, Lu Minglu's curves were striking, every line perfectly placed. Guan Shuang lowered her gaze, fretting, why is there such a gap between women? She doesn't need skills, just her face and killer body make men smitten, buying her houses. It's enviable. I'm just ordinary, with no shot at this. Moments later, they reached the house. Lu Minglu stepped out, gasping, "Wow, Shen Yuan, this place is gorgeous." Trailing behind him, she thought, "The rich live so lavishly. If I could live here, that'd be the dream. I've got to lock down Shen Yuan." Guan Shuang began her pitch. "Mr. Shen, this villa's property area is 610 square meters, but with the garden, the usable space reaches 2,000 square meters. It's a semi-finished shell, so you can design and renovate as you please." Lu Minglu, still in awe, chimed, "It's massive." Just then, a system notification rang in Shen Yuan's mind. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first house. A perfect life needs unique decor. You've been granted 20 million for renovations." Shen Yuan thought, stunned, "System, for real? A house worth over 10 million, and you're tossing in 20 million for decor?" Smirking with satisfaction, he mused, "Well, if the system insists, I'll graciously accept." He turned to Guan Shuang, asking, "Ms. Guan, know any good renovation firms?" She replied eagerly, "Yes, Mr. Shen. There are several top-tier renovation companies in the city with solid reps and designs. I'll send you their contacts later." Shen Yuan waved it off, saying, "Cool, not much to see in an empty shell. Let's wrap up." Lu Minglu, still buzzing, asked, "Shen Yuan, can I snap some pics and videos for Douyin?" He shrugged, "Sure, just keep my face out of it." She winked cheekily, "Post a guy like you online for others to swoon over?" "Never." As Shen Yuan headed to the driver's seat, he asked, "How many followers you got on Douyin?" Lu Minglu chirped, "Over 50,000. He pressed, "Many from this city?" She tilted her head, teasing, "Mostly local fans." "Why, bad boy, you sneaking peeks at my Douyin vids?" Buckling his seatbelt, Shen Yuan grinned, "Over 50,000 guys already watch you. What's one more?" Lu Minglu leaned closer, eyeing him, and said, "You're different. They get the basic version, you get the exclusive cut." Shen Yuan smirked, "Send me your Douyin account later. I've got a light bar exploration vid. Wanna try it?" Her eyes lit up, thrilled, "For real? You own a light bar? I'll send it now." Starting the car, Shen Yuan asked coolly, "Coach L, where to?" "Back to the gym." She replied, "Where else you wanna go?" He quipped sarcastically, "Thought you wanted some polishing." Lu Minglu pouted, "In your dreams. Men are all the same. You messed with my friend yesterday, and I'm still not done with you." Shen Yuan slammed the brakes, startling Lu Minglu as she lurched forward. He said flatly, "Don't bring up yesterday. You eavesdropped for ages, and I haven't billed you for it." Lu Minglu shot him a look, muttering, "Keep dreaming." Giggling to herself, she thought, if a woman gives in too fast, she's cheap, and men won't value her. The more Shen Yuan can't have me, the more he'll want me, and spend on me. I'll tease him daily, dangling just enough bait. He'll treasure me after the chase. The more she schemed, the clearer her plan became. Back at the gym, Lu Minglu stepped out, saying softly, "Bye, Shen Yuan. Come train at the gym if you're free." From the car, Shen Yuan called, "See ya, Coach Lu. If you're free, let's get polished together." Lu Minglu, in high spirits, headed inside. The gym manager, Huang Mingbo, waited at the entrance, his face stern. "Minglu, what's going on? I heard you skipped a members class this morning. That's a contract violation." Lu Minglu, slightly guilty, replied, "I had an urgent matter. I already told teacher Zhou I'd double her fee for today." Huang Mingbo countered, even if you offer double, teacher Zhou's still upset. I've handled it for you, though. Lu Minglu frowned, confused, thinking, why is teacher Zhou suddenly making a fuss? Seems like Huang Mingbo's using this to corner me. Criticizing me as manager, then playing the wise mentor to win me over. Laughable. You're not the type to tame me. Brushing past him, she said, thanks, Manager Huang. If there's nothing else, I'll get to work. Huang Mingbo, flustered, called after her, it's nearly noon. What work? It's late, wanna grab lunch? Lu Minglu spun around, saying loudly, sorry, I brought my diet food. I don't eat high-calorie stuff. In her mind, fleeting suggestive images surfaced as she thought, I'm the gym's top trainer, the boss's prize employee. What can you do to me? Humming coldly, she strode off, envisioning herself destined for a lavish mansion. In the office, a voice inquired, what's that supposed to mean? The student named Shen Yuan wants to fund the entrepreneurship base. Secretary Lu nodded, confirming, exactly. The question came from Secretary Kong Xingping of the school's Communist Youth League Committee. He asked gravely, this is promising. Have you reached out to him before? Secretary Lu replied promptly, not yet. I tasked Sickly with inviting him to dinner, but he hasn't agreed. Kong Xingping frowned, advising, if we're the ones seeking investment, we must show proper respect. We can't dismiss him just because he's a student. Secretary Lu, deferential, responded, you're absolutely right, Secretary Kong. I was careless. I'll visit his dormitory this afternoon to invite him. How's that? Kong Xingping raised a hand, saying evenly, no, that still doesn't reflect the importance our school places on him. I'll join you this afternoon. Bring Teacher Li along too. Secretary Lu, surprised, asked, you're meeting him personally? Shen Yuan's just a student. Isn't that too much pomp? The scene shifts to 5 p.m. at the South Dormitory. A male student thrust his phone at Shen Yuan, pleading, Shen Yuan, I've been chatting with Chai Yuping on WeChat forever. Can you check how long it'll take to win her over? The messages were shallow. One side texted, morning. Want me to grab you breakfast? The reply was curt, no thanks. More caring texts followed, it's raining today, bring an umbrella to class. The kindness persisted, good night, don't set the AC too low. Cover your legs. Where do you want to hang out this weekend? How about you mountain? You seem off today. Feeling sick? Need meds? The responses remained brief, I'll let you know. No need. Shen Yuan scanned the chat, dumbfounded, thinking, Huang Haibao's been chasing her for over 3 years and hasn't moved an inch. Huang Haibao, unfazed, asked, Shen Yuan, what do you think? She replies to every message, way better than the class bell. It's steady progress. Handing the phone back, Shen Yuan inwardly scoffed, Huang Haibao, if you're that clueless, what can I say? If you're happy, fine. Smiling, he suggested, get Lao to strategize for you. Huang Haibao glanced at his dorm mate, sizing him up. Lao's a total rookie. What does he know? In this dorm, you're the expert. Lao Chao spun around, protesting, Huang Haibao, I didn't mess with you today. Huang Haibao pressed Shen Yuan, she answers my texts and even agreed to hang out this weekend. Doesn't that show Yuping likes me? Tell me, Shen Yuan. Unsure how to explain, Shen Yuan laughed it off, yeah, sure, definitely. Huang Haibao hooped, hell yeah. If Shen Yuan agrees, it's legit. Shen Yuan thought, exasperated, God, a simp in denial is terrifying. A loud knock interrupted. Huang Haibao grumbled, who the hell's banging like that? Opening the door, he froze, seeing Secretaries Kong and Lu plus Teacher Li. Secretary Kong, Secretary Lu, Teacher Li, why are you here? Li asked kindly, is Shen Yuan in? Huang Haibao stammered, yeah, come in, panicking internally, oh no, all three are here for Shen Yuan. Did he commit a major crime? Other students buzzed, whispering, why are the big shots at the dorm? What's up? They're here for Shen Yuan. His family's bankrupt, yet he bought a car and has a girlfriend off campus. You think he did something illegal? A clear voice cut through, obviously. Where's Shen Yuan getting all that cash? Something's fishy. A student nudged, brotherly, you know something. Spill. Li Jianbang fanned the flames, Shen Yuan's money's shady. No surprise the leaders are here. They're probably detaining him until the cops arrive. Huang Haibao snapped, Li Jianbang, what crap are you spewing? Li Jianbang smirked, wait and see if I'm wrong. Li stepped in, introducing formally, Shen Yuan, these are Secretary Kong and Secretary Lu from the Communist Youth League Committee. Shen Yuan rose, greeting Kong Xingping warmly, hello, Secretary Kong. Kong replied affably, student Shen Yuan, I'm Kong Xingping from the committee. Free tonight? Let's grab dinner. Shen Yuan agreed cheerfully, tonight works. Kong, pleased, said, great, I'll reserve a spot. It's getting late, let's head out now. They discussed the entrepreneurship base cordially, overheard by the gossiping students. As Shen Yuan left, they murmured, doesn't look like they're arresting him. More like they're rolling out the red carpet for an inspection. Li Jianbang, unconvinced, scoffed, they're saving face for Shen Yuan. Don't they cover prisoners' heads during escorts? Huang Haibao, emerging from the room, overheard and taunted, keep talking nonsense. The secretaries came to invite Shen Yuan to dinner. Students gasped, what? Inviting Shen Yuan to eat? That's huge. Huang Haibao leaned into Li Jianbang's ear, goading, yeah, what did Shen Yuan do to make the leaders grovel like that? Li Jianbang was speechless. Curious students marveled, Shen Yuan's on another level. He's not one of us anymore. At Nanga restaurant, Kong Xingping spoke first, Shen Yuan, what are your terms for this plan? I want to fully grasp your vision. Shen Yuan replied coolly, Secretary Kong, if I'm investing, you need to meet my conditions. It won't harm the school's interests. Kong said magnanimously, no need for formalities, just lay it out. Shen Yuan stated, I want total autonomy. Who the base invests in, how much, my call. The school can't meddle. Secretary Lu leapt up, exclaiming, what? That's unheard of. Kong Xingping intervened, calming Lu, then addressed Shen Yuan gently, the base involves many stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education. They'll have questions. If it's entirely up to the investor, it's tricky. Plus, the school must prioritize the success rate of supported students. Shen Yuan, unfazed, countered, Secretary Lu, without funds, success rate is just talk. Think of me as the base's overseer. Success means the students I back make money. I'm investing to see returns, our goals align. Sipping his wine, Shen Yuan felt invigorated, thinking, I'm being straight. The system's mission is wealth and fame, building me into a mogul. I'll need talent to manage my industries. Better to cultivate loyalists through this base than hunt for them later. Plus, the system's task involves charming NPCs. College girls here are easier to win over than women out there, and our school's women are the city's finest. Kong Xingping raised his glass, saying diplomatically, I'll need to discuss this with the Ministry of Education's leaders before responding. Shen Yuan nodded, fine by me, secretary. As drinks flowed, the meal wrapped up late. Leaving, Kong Xingping reminded Li, waiting outside, Teacher Li, Shen Yuan's been drinking and can't drive. Take him back. We'll head out. Li climbed into Shen Yuan's car, buckling up, and remarked, Shen Yuan, this new car's roomy. He replied casually, I was used to sedans, so I tried an SUV this time. His phone rang. Li answered quickly, Luing, what's up? Oh, you swapped shifts, so you can't help me move. No worries, I'll call a moving company. I'm busy now, gotta go. Shen Yuan asked, moving, teacher? Li nodded, yeah, in 2 days. My old place's lease is up, so I'm moving with my sister. Shen Yuan offered, need help? She hesitated, that's kind, but your car's brand new. It's not right for moving. I'll hire movers. He reassured her, it's fine. A car's a tool, a means. Helping a teacher is what students do. Li waved him off, no need to bother. 2 women's stuff adds up. He persisted, smiling, come on, teacher, don't say no. I'm your student, helping's no trouble. Reluctantly, Li agreed, all right, then studied Shen Yuan, blushing, thinking, his face is sharp, features defined. If I ignore his student status and see him as a man, he's quite attractive. She paused, covering her mouth, realizing, wait, he's eager to help me move, and that bag he gave me. Maybe Lu Mang's right, he likes me. He said the bag was a high-end knockoff, but with his wealth, it might be real. She turned, asking, Shen Yuan, that bag you gave me, remember it? He nodded, yeah, what's up? Hesitant, she said, you called it a high-end replica. He blurted, it's actually real. So what? I'm not broke anymore. Giving a teacher I like, respect, a gift's no big deal. His slip made him flustered, and Li blushed, thinking, I knew it. But it's not right, I'm older, and we're teacher and student. After a long pause, she started, Shen Yuan, but he cut in, no need to refuse, teacher. I'm not giving up. They arrived, and Li asked, heading home to sleep. Shen Yuan replied, nah, no space there. Back to the dorm. Li, shyly, said, I'll park here. Pick it up tomorrow. Here's the key. Shen Yuan leaned close, murmuring, got it. His move froze Li in place. Li Xia cradled her cheeks, her face flushed, thinking shyly, he's getting bolder by the day. He kissed me once at home during dinner, and now he dares to kiss me right in the office. You rogue. With that, she spun around and fled, face burning, shouting, Shen Yuan, you're a terrible student. As soon as Li Xia vanished, Chen Nua called, her voice urgent. Shen Yuan, are you on campus? Miss Lin left something at the cafe. Can you open the door for her? She's almost there, and Xiao and I are too far to make it. Shen Yuan replied lazily, sure. Moments later, he reached the cafe and unlocked the door. Lin Yucheng, slightly embarrassed, said, sorry, Shen Yuan. I forgot some children's toys here last time. Shen Yuan courteously held the door, saying, no problem, it's a small thing. Inside, he flicked on the lights to help her search. Lin Yuchang gathered the toys, muttering, "These are all things the kids played with and left behind, this one, that one." Shen Yuan stood back, admiring her figure, and said cheerfully, "Take your time, no rush." "How old's your kid?" She stuffed the toys into her bag, answering, 3.5, quite the handful. Noticing a wine bottle in her hand, he thought, surprised, "Wine? Does Miss Lin come here alone to drink?" After a bit, Lin Yuchang surveyed the room and said, "All packed up." Sensing her mood, he asked, "What's wrong? Feeling nostalgic?" She brushed her hand over a table, sighing, "Not exactly. Just recalling the old days. This place was with me through every day and night." Shen Yuan thought sharply, this must tie to Zheng Xianyong. She wouldn't drink alone here if she weren't hurting. Smiling, he said, "You can visit any time." Lin Yuchang shook her head, "I doubt I'll return." As she moved to leave, Shen Yuan called out, "Miss Lin, if you're up for it, how about a few drinks with me?" She turned, hesitant, "Is that okay?" He reassured her, "What's wrong with it?" Catching each other's vibe, they sat at a nearby table, pulling out the wine bottle she'd just packed. Shen Yuan poured 2 glasses, asking, "Feeling down? I bet it's family related, right?" Lin Yuchang asked quietly, "How'd you guess?" He filled his glass, saying casually, "I know your husband, Zheng Xianyong, director at the furs store. I've heard about his past antics. Chen Noa was his employee, wasn't she? She left because of him." Lin Yuchang's face flashed with shock, murmuring, "Could they have?" Shen Yuan clinked glasses with her, then recounted, "It's no big deal. Zheng Xianyong just kept harassing her. Chen Noa couldn't take it and quit." Lin Yuchang's breath caught, as if another crime had been added to her husband's tally. Sipping her wine, she began, "I'm actually planning to divorce him soon. I've gathered plenty of proof of his cheating, texts where he coerced and threatened subordinates." Her voice broke as she clutched her head, continuing, "When we married, I never imagined he'd be like this. But he's my child's father, so I hesitated, worrying about how a single-parent home might affect my kid's mental health." Shen Yuan offered firm advice, "When it's time to decide, be resolute. Your child matters, but dragging this out in front of them will hurt them more. For both your sake and your child's, make the right call." Lin Yuchang, as if awakened, said, "You're so right." She gazed at Shen Yuan, surprised, thinking, "I only saw him as young and generous before, but he's more mature than I thought, with a unique charm Zheng Xianyong lacks." Watching him sip wine, her heart warmed, and she mused, "They say don't judge a man by looks, but being with a handsome one sure feels good." Her face reddened from wine and shyness as she said softly, "Shen Yuan, thank you." He replied humbly, "No need for thanks." Finishing their glasses, Lin Yuchang stood, saying, "Let's go." Shen Yuan rose too, "All right." Suddenly, perhaps tipsy, Lin Yuchang stumbled. Shen Yuan rushed to steady her, saying, "Careful." She looked up, shyly murmuring, "Sorry." He said politely, "What are you apologizing for?" Inwardly, he sighed, "She smells amazing." Abruptly, Lin Yuchang tiptoed, kissing his cheek, leaving him stunned. She grabbed her things and hurried off. Shen Yuan stood frozen, thinking, "What's with that kiss? Shouldn't there be more?" Lin Yuchang, equally shy, rushed down the street, patting her face, thinking, "It's the wine, I'm not sober. I've been faithful for years, never stepping out of line, only indulging myself privately. It's all Zheng Xianyong's fault, he's useless." But what possessed me just now? Shen Yuan, buoyant, called Chen Nuo. Hey, Chen, the dorm's locked. Can't get in. Can I crash at your place? No need to waste money on a hotel. Don't worry, I won't try anything, just cuddling. 20 minutes later, Chen Nuo, in thin pajamas, opened her door, gasping, "My God, how much did you drink?" Shen Yuan leaned on the frame, tilting his head, "Dinner with school leaders." Helpless, Chen Nuo supported him inside, saying, "Sit for 10 minutes, then shower. I'll make hangover tea." A few steps in, Shen Yuan hugged her from behind, murmuring, "Wait, let me hold you. I just wanna hold you." His hands wandered. Chen Nuo, flustered, said, "This is your just hugging?" Shen Yuan slurred, "I'm just hugging, nothing else." You know me. Old memories surfaced. Chen Nuo thought, first time, he conned me with just a glass of water. Second time, it was training. Now it's just hugging. Lame. She scoffed, your character. You have any? Shen Yuan, feigning innocence, said, Chen, no trust between us. Blushing, Chen Nuo replied, fine, you said it. Sleep with that blanket. You can hug without one. Shen Yuan watched her burrow into her blanket, smirking, thinking, she was reluctant before, but she's warming up. The night's long, I've got moves. He sneezed, prompting Chen Nuo to sit up, worried. He shivered, muttering, it's cold, too cold. Chen Nuo asked, what's wrong? He whined, AC's freezing. She hurried out of bed, saying, I'll adjust it. Like a predator, Shen Yuan grabbed her arm, saying, no need for that. He pulled her close, bare-skinned, and purred, share a blanket, and we won't be cold. He enveloped her, attacking from behind as she endured silently. He grinned, see? Not cold anymore. After a passionate night, Shen Yuan woke to find Chen Nuo gone, leaving a note, I'm at the cafe, you filthy guy. I washed your clothes, but they're not dry, so I got you new ones. Breakfast's in the steamer. If you're cold, warm it up yourself. Shen Yuan read it, heart warmed, thinking, where do you find a girl this good? I gotta reward her, maybe a car. His phone rang, revealing Lu Minglu's curvaceous figure and sultry voice. When you hitting the gym with me? I'm waiting. Shen Yuan shoved the phone aside, eyes shut, thinking, why this first thing in the morning? Her best friend's too much. I won't look. Lu Minglu, noticing, pressed her chest to the screen, cooing, why'd you push the phone away? Scared I'll devour you. Shen Yuan peeked, cursing inwardly, damn it. While conversing with Lu Minglu, a sudden call interrupted. Shen Yuan murmured in surprise, my teacher's calling. He told her, I'm tied up now. I'll ring you back soon. Lu Minglu gave a playful wink, saying, all right, go handle it. Shen Yuan picked up the call, asking casually, Teacher Li, what's up? On the other end, Li Xiao sounded cheerful, your proposal got the green light from the school board and the education department. Within the next couple of days, they'll prepare the paperwork and begin the announcements. Once the school gets the students' applications and business plans, they'll forward them to you for review. Shen Yuan, intrigued, asked, do they need to include their height, weight, and photos in the applications? Li Xiao, puzzled, responded, why? What's that got to do with their entrepreneurial goals or physical stats? Shen Yuan grinned, saying, oh, it matters. Those fit to start a business should have a striking appearance. I can gauge their discipline by their looks. My standards are quite strict. Li Xiao, taken aback, thought it odd but said, really? That's a new perspective. She then agreed, fine, I'll include that requirement for you. Secretary Liu has set up for the Youth League Committee's student representatives to reach out to you later tonight. Shen Yuan tossed his blanket aside, getting out of bed, and said calmly, then I'm all set for now. Li Xiao's tone shifted, her voice shy and her cheeks flushing as she hesitated. By the way, Shen Yuan, my sister and I are moving tomorrow morning. Are you free? Shen Yuan replied instantly, definitely. See you then. Half an hour later, after breakfast and getting ready to head out, Shen Yuan's phone buzzed again, catching his attention. He muttered, why is Lu Menglu calling now? As soon as he answered, Lu Menglu started grumbling, what's taking you so long? You said you'd come find me soon, and it's been over 30 minutes. I'm not buying it. Shen Yuan responded coolly, I'm busy, getting ready to leave. I've got meetings with 2 furniture companies to go over villa design plans. Lu Menglu, excited, asked with a gleam in her eye, need a sidekick to tag along. Shen Yuan, slipping on his jacket, said, you're calling yourself a sidekick. What's the use of bringing you? But if you're set on it, come along. In his mind, he thought, Lu Menglu's a bit of a flirt, but she's good at boosting morale. Having a beauty cheering me on during these discussions will make things go smoother. Lu Menglu, beaming, winked and said, great, then swing by and get me. I'm in the gym. Shen Yuan simply replied, fine, and ended the call. Moments later, Shen Yuan pulled up. As he stepped out of his car, a man approached, asking, hey, you here waiting for someone too? Let me guess, a girl, right? Shen Yuan glanced at him, nodding, yeah, that's right. The man sized up Shen Yuan's car, then remarked, nice ride, but it's just decent for chasing girls. To land top-tier ones, it's not enough. You want a goddess, you gotta roll like me. Keep at it, kid. He leaned smugly against his luxury car. Shen Yuan gave a relaxed smile, saying, oh, really? Just then, Lu Menglu strutted over in a bold outfit, her face glowing. The man's demeanor shifted as he saw her, exclaiming, Menglu, you're finally done. I've been waiting forever. Let's grab dinner, what do you feel like? Lu Menglu tilted her head, flashing a polite smile, and said, sorry, President Fan, I've got plans with a friend. I mentioned it in my text. In her mind, she thought, President Fan's loaded, but it's all his parents' money. He controls so little himself. Shen Yuan's different, he's the real deal, so your second place, Fan didn't back down, saying, no worries, I can join you both. I'll cover lunch if your friend's cool with it. Shen Yuan courteously opened the car door for Lu Menglu, turning to Fan, sorry, man, I'm not big on dining with G-class drivers. As Lu Menglu slid into the car, she shut the door, grinning widely and urging Shen Yuan, let's roll. She playfully dodged past Fan, teasing, better luck next time. Fan, fuming, gritted his teeth, thinking, Menglu picked this guy's car over mine. I'm in a G-class and still lost to some dude in an M9, On the road, Lu Menglu lounged in the passenger seat, saying casually, that President Fan's a premium member at our gym. He's dropped a ton of cash there, and his family's loaded. That car's worth over 2 million. Shen Yuan shrugged, so what? Lu Menglu went on, he's been after me forever, but I've never said yes. Shen Yuan just muttered, Noticing his indifference, Lu Menglu pouted, why are you so quiet today? It's not like you. Shen Yuan shot back, what do you want me to say? Lu Minglu huffed, I don't know, but you're acting so lukewarm. Seeing her turn away, pretending to sulk, Shen Yuan smirked inwardly. He said lazily, I get it. You're not just dangling me, you've got other guys chasing you, trying to make me jealous. He paused, then added, guys only get fired up when they're in the game or about to play. But you're not playing ball with me, so why would I be all in? Lu Minglu spun around, gasping, Shen Yuan. She grabbed his hand, exclaiming, are all guys as wild as you? Shen Yuan chuckled, wild? I'm talking about basketball. Her face flushed red as she stammered, stop it. Last time at the cafe, the second I left, you bolted upstairs to sweet-talk Nana. I know what was on your mind. Shen Yuan thought, she's never letting that go, not wanting to argue. He switched topics, why re you so free lately? Got time to trail me around? Lu Minglu replied bluntly, I'm not free, I pushed back a few personal training sessions for you. Shen Yuan tossed out a compliment, now I feel kinda bad. Lu Minglu gave him a sly look, saying, if you're feeling guilty, make it up to me with some tasty meals. Shen Yuan flashed a grin, deal. I've got plenty of good food for you. Lu Minglu blushed, snapping, what's that supposed to mean? You're always taking advantage. Shen Yuan laughed, alright, I'll stop messing with you. Let's eat first, then head to the furniture company. That afternoon, at the furniture company, design director Fu Jianmai greeted them warmly, hello, Mr. Shen, I'm Fu Jianmai, Guanding's design director. Let's sit and chat. Shen Yuan cut to the chase, keep it brief. I sent all my requirements online yesterday. I'm here to review the plans. Fu Jianmai sat down, explaining, based on your budget and preferences, we've crafted 3 styles, European, light luxury, and modern Chinese. Take a look and pick one. We'll tweak anything you need. Lu Minglu, sitting nearby with her arms crossed, gushed, all 3 designs are gorgeous. She turned to Shen Yuan, curious, what's your budget? Shen Yuan said softly but firmly, 20 million. Lu Minglu gasped, what? Her mind raced, a villa over 1,000 square meters with a 20 million yuan decor budget? His assets must be over 100 million. I've underestimated him. My old tactics won't cut it, I need to step up my game, as she thought this, she tugged at her outfit, accentuating her curves. 15 minutes later, Shen Yuan stood, saying, let's go with the modern Chinese style. Add the changes I mentioned, and we'll talk again. I'm also meeting another design firm to compare final plans before deciding. Fu Jianmai rose, enthusiastic, no problem. Comparing options is smart. By the way, Mr. Shen, are you free tonight? Our president, Wanting, would love to treat you to dinner, contract or no contract, just to connect. Shen Yuan checked his phone, hesitant, we haven't signed anything yet. Dinner feels a bit off, doesn't it? Fu Jianmai smiled, don't worry, Mr. Shen. President Wanting just wants to be friends. Shen Yuan nodded, all right. Fu Jianmai, thrilled, said, I'll add you on WeChat and send the restaurant address. It'll make discussing plans easier later. Shen Yuan agreed, sounds good. We'll head out now. As they left, Fu Jianmai waved, her eyes gleaming with admiration, thinking, 20 million for interiors, more than the villa itself. This order could sustain a company. A client this big isn't your average rich kid. We need to handle him with care, After seeing Shen Yuan off, Fu Jianmai turned to a man, announcing eagerly, President Wan, Mr. Shen's agreed to dinner tonight. Wanren Man, Guanding's general manager, tilted his head, analyzing, if we can share a meal, our chances of sealing the deal skyrocket. We can't let a client this big slip to competitors. Is he coming alone? Fu Jianmai replied, no, he's with a girl who doesn't seem to be his girlfriend. Wanren Man smirked, good, she's not his girlfriend. Make sure to bring Suzue to entertain tonight. A client like Shen Yuan deserves our best card. Back with Shen Yuan and Lu Minglu, she tugged at her clothes, blushing, and said suggestively, is the car's AC on? It's so warm. Shen Yuan replied calmly, is it? I'm not feeling it. Lu Minglu batted her eyes, asking, really? What's next? Shen Yuan said, don't you have work, or are you sticking around to mooch another meal? Lu Minglu leaned closer, teasing, following you means eating and chilling. I'm your shadow for the whole day. Shen Yuan laughed, my shadows are well behaved. If they tag along, it's for a full day and night, not just daytime. The suggestive words painted a vivid scene in her mind. Lu Minglu covered her face, shyly exclaiming, a day and night. What are you saying, you perv? I don't care, I'm coming with you. I'm not getting out. The phone buzzed inside the car, and Lu Minglu picked it up. The voice on the other end chirped brightly, Lu Bao, what's up? Lu Minglu responded with a grin, Qian, I'm just riding in a car. Curious, Qian pressed, whose car are you in? Lu Minglu answered, Fanzong's sleek glass car. As she slipped on her jacket, she mused to herself, sure, Fanzong isn't like Chenwan, splashing 3 million on a house, but he's got no issue buying me Mengla bags or fancy makeup. Then, with a cool tone, she corrected, actually, no, I'm in Chen Yuan's car. Qian, stunned, furrowed her brow and gasped, who? Chen Yuan. Since when are you two hanging out? Lu Minglu smirked and explained, oh, I went with him today to check out some decor plans. You won't believe this, he dropped over 10 million on a villa and is sinking another 20 million into decorating it. Qian choked, barely catching her breath, what? That's insane. He just burned 3 million, and now, poof, 30 million more. She couldn't help but think, Chen Yuan's luck is unreal, snagging such a loaded sugar daddy. We swore we'd struggle together, but she's quietly climbed aboard. No, Menglu's hitched a ride on this luxury cruise too, gripping her phone, Qian wailed, one bestie doing great is bad enough, but now another's outshining me. Is it 'cause their chests are bigger than mine? Scene shift, afternoon at Nanaying restaurant. A young guy strolled up, calling out, Wan Shu, you dining here too? Wanzhong approached with a warm smile, Xiao Hai, what a coincidence. I'm here waiting for a guest. Xia Hui stepped forward, shook his hand, and said, I've got a dinner invite here too. I'll swing by to toast you later. In his head, he thought, this guest must be a big deal for Uncle Wan to wait personally. As he walked off, he spotted the innocent-looking girl trailing Wanzhong. He wondered, when did Uncle Wan start keeping such a stunning girl around? If he wasn't my future father-in-law, I'd have already asked for her digits, Moments later, Chen Yuan showed up. His assistant stepped forward respectfully, introducing, this is Wanzhong. Wanzhong greeted warmly, Chenzong, you're truly young and talented. Chen Yuan approached, shook hands politely with Wan Renmin, and said, greetings, Wanzhong. Noticing Lu Minglu, he asked, is this your girlfriend? Chen Yuan quickly waved it off, clarifying, no, don't get the wrong idea. We're just friends. She tagged along today. Her last name's Liu. After confirming, he nodded politely, hello, Miss Liu. Lu Menglu returned, hello, Wanzong. Pouting, she shot Chen Yuan a look, thinking, ugh, Chen Yuan, why so jumpy? If you're not my boyfriend, what are you? Nobody made you deny it. So annoying, Wan Renmin gestured, Chenzong, let's head upstairs. Chen Yuan replied courteously, after you, Wanzong. Soon, they settled into a private room. Wan Renmin spoke up, pointing to the orange-haired girl beside him, Chenzong, I forgot to mention, this is our company's design assistant. Sui, the girl murmured shyly, hello, Chenzong. Chen Yuan extended his hand politely, hi. Inwardly, he thought, her skin so smooth, her hands like soft jade, almost weightless. Sui's pure vibe is totally different from the girls I know, noticing Chen Yuan's demeanor, Wan Renmin lifted his glass, thinking, perfect. Sui's made a solid impression on Chenzong, closing the gap, he beamed, Chenzong, no business talk today, just friendship. Here's a toast to you. Fu Jiangmi nudged Sui, who sat frozen, why re you zoning out? Hurry and toast Chenzong. Sui awkwardly raised her glass, mumbling, Chenzong, a toast to you. Chen Yuan clinked glasses cheerfully. Lu Menglu, leaning close to Chen Yuan with a jealous edge, cooed, little Chenzong, let's drink together. I want a glass too. Chen Yuan held her glass, chuckling, you better not drink, who's gonna drive us back? Lu Menglu's heart fluttered as she purred, fine, I'll listen to you. Inside, she thought, wonder if Chen Yuan's gonna try something later. But this vibe between us? It's amazing, Sui stepped closer to Chen Yuan, whispering, Chenzong, another toast. Chen Yuan smiled softly, have some tea, it's fine. His words froze Sui. Wan Renmin chimed in, listen to Chenzong. He's looking out for you, keeping you off the wine. Sui's from Nanjing University, a senior, not graduated yet. You're both young, probably share some interests. Chat more. That old fox, Lu Menglu thought, frowning. Saying it's not business, but it's all business. This girl's clearly inexperienced, and pushing her to connect is basically pimping, Suddenly, Xiaoi burst in, glass in hand, shouting, Wanzong, I'm here to toast you. Wan Renmin laughed, Xiao, you're too kind. Seizing the moment, he introduced, this is my nephew, Ling Guanyao. To his nephew, he added, this is Chenzong, about your age. Go toast him, get acquainted. Ling Guanyao nodded, sure. He thought, Uncle Wan's introducing me to this VIP. He must rate me highly. For Uncle Wan to personally host him, this guy's loaded. Worth knowing, even if he's just a party show-off, smiling, he approached, hello, Chen, he froze, seeing Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan. What's he doing here? Chen Yuan grinned, raised his glass, come on, let's drink. Ling Guanyao stammered, why's Chen Yuan Uncle Wan's VIP? He wants me to toast him. That's like kissing Chen Yuan's boots. No way, Wan Renmin noticed their weird looks and asked, Chenzong, Xiao Miao, you two know each other. Chen Yuan replied coolly, we've crossed paths, I suppose. Wan Renmin slapped Ling Guanyao's shoulder, chuckling, what a coincidence, Xiao Miao. You probably didn't know, but your buddy here bought a Qingshu Lake villa in Lu City and dropped 20 million on renovations with us. Ling Guanyao's face twitched. What? That nobody bought a villa and spent 20 million on decor. How rich is Shen Yuan? Is his family mining gold in Africa? Shen Yuan was now a giant, and he was a speck. He thought, Uncle Wan, who I'm busting my ass to impress, is groveling to Shen Yuan. The gap between us is massive now, resigned, he decided, fine, I'll grovel too. If Uncle Wan's licking boots, I will too, bowing low, he simpered, what a coincidence. Congrats, congrats. Oh, I mean, Chinzong now. 3 hours later, Wan Renmin proposed, Chinzong, how about a bar or some karaoke? Shen Yuan turned to Lu Manglu, grinning, Coach Lu, you in? Lu Manglu hesitated, thinking, I keep this figure with discipline. Late night drinking's not my thing, seeing her pause, Shen Yuan said, maybe sit this one out. Early to bed, early to rise, good for you. Lu Mangla glanced at Sui, thinking, if I bail, Shen Yuan might fall for those other foxes. More vixens mean less for me. Knowing Wanzong, he'd get Shen Yuan drunk and send Sui to his hotel. It was clear at dinner, Shen Yuan's got a thing for Sui. He wouldn't hold back, her mind raced with steamy scenarios. Eyes flashing, she thought, no way. If they go that far, I'm left with nothing, standing abruptly, she raised her hand and declared, I'm in. I'm definitely going. Following an evening at the technician's residence, Wanzong had escorted Shen Yuan for a few hours of leisure. Suvi lingered quietly to one side, timidly clutching a glass of wine, her cheeks rosy as she glanced at Shen Yuan, poised to propose a toast. Noticing her gesture, Shen Yuan gently intervened, saying, no more drinks for you. You've had enough tonight. You don't often visit spots like this, do you? If you'd rather not come again, just skip it. It's only part of the job. Suvi, hearing his words, gave a shy smile and responded, thank you, Chinzong. Sensing her unease, Shen Yuan offered guidance. For a girl from a modest background to secure an internship at a major firm like Guaning is no small feat you can't give up too easily. Liu Manglu, seated beside him, playfully bumped Shen Yuan's shoulder and teased, Shen Yuan, why aren't you worried about whether I stay or go? Without missing a beat, Shen Yuan shot back, does Coach Lu need my concern? You've got plenty of admirers. Has Big Shot Fanzong already slid into your WeChat? Caught off guard, Liu Manglu tucked her hair behind her ear, a touch of guilt in her expression, and countered, her timing slightly off, feeling a flicker of frustration. None of my usual moves work on him. Shen Yuan doesn't care one bit. I thought I'd reel him in, but somehow he's got me hooked. Suvi, seated nearby, turned to him and asked, Chinzong, what song do you, want to sing? Should I pick one for you? Shen Yuan grinned and said, I'm good with anything. Go ahead and sing whatever you like. Liu Manglu nudged him again, smirking, you're acting different. That girl's got quite the enchanting stare. Shen Yuan turned to her casually and replied, oh, really? I'd say your eyes are giving me the same vibe. Pretty enchanting too. Liu Manglu flushed and shot back, no way. Your gaze on me is all lust, no love. Shen Yuan tilted his head and said, isn't that your strength? No matter how women draw men in, it all leads to the same place. Curious, Liu Manglu asked, and what's that place? Without hesitation, Shen Yuan leaned close and whispered in her ear, getting into bed, obviously. That single line made her face glow scarlet, her favorability spiking to 68. How infuriating. She thought. This guy always traps me when we talk. But Shen Yuan's honesty stood out, unlike other men who dressed up their desires as love. As he spoke, Shen Yuan reached out, grazing Liu Manglu's thigh, making her jump slightly as she whispered, "Stop it, there are people around." Wan Renmin, having finished his song, spun around and passed the microphone to Shen Yuan, saying, "Qinzhong, I've queued another track for you. Your turn, finally." The group sang until 11 p.m. outside, standing by the car. Wan Renmin warmly clasped Shen Yuan's hand and said, "Qinzhong, I never imagined I'd connect with someone your age. Let's hang out more. Oh, and Guaning's renovation work will be top-notch. I hope we can collaborate. As your elder, I'll ensure the best service." Shen Yuan responded with equal warmth, "I'm only considering 2 firms. Your designs are impressive. At the same price, you're my first choice." Meanwhile, Fu Zhenmi steadied a slightly tipsy Suvi as they approached, saying, "Qinzhong, we're heading out. Catch you later." Shen Yuan gestured toward Suvi and said, "Take care of her." Fu Zhenmi flashed a professional smile and replied, "Suvi's my student. I'll get her home safely." As the group departed, Shen Yuan turned to Liu Manglu and asked, "Need me to call you a ride?" She countered, "What about you?" Glancing elsewhere, Shen Yuan said, "I'll book a room nearby and crash." Surprised, Liu Manglu asked, "Why book a room? Don't you have a place to sleep?" He tilted his head, eyeing her, and teased, "Are you offering to take me in?" The question made her blush. "I wasn't planning to move this fast," she thought, "but my gut says if I don't act, this Tang Sanzang of a Shen Yuan will be snatched up." Taking his arm, she said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I don't just bring guys home. I'm a proper girl." Her favorability climbed steadily to 75. Shen Yuan, surprised, exclaimed, "Really? I didn't do anything special tonight," he thought. "How's Liu Manglu's affection for me spiking like this?" Shrugging it off, he pulled out his phone and said, "All right, where are you headed?" "I'll get you a car." Liu Manglu protested, "I don't want to go home." He frowned, asking, "Not going home? Then where are you sleeping?" Her face turned crimson as she flailed her hands, exasperated, "You're so clueless. I'm being this obvious, and you're still acting dense." Shen Yuan stopped teasing, opened the car door, ruffled her hair, and said, "Come on, let's head to a different hotel." They hopped into the car. Tipsy and dazed, she leaned against Shen Yuan, nervous, thinking, "I wonder if he'll be gentle, not rough like he was with Nam at the cafe." The driver, catching the scene in the rearview mirror, thought, "That look, that car, man, being rich must be the life." Later, at the lavish Junyu Hotel in Xingchang, Shen Yuan stood at the front desk and said calmly, "I'd like a presidential suite, booked for a month." The receptionist processed it swiftly, stating, "Sir, the suite is 368 per night, so a month comes to 110,640. Liu Manglu, still a bit hazy, tugged at his sleeve and asked, "A whole month?" Shen Yuan didn't hesitate, telling the receptionist, "It's just 110,000. Swipe the card. I want room 1, 52nd floor." Her affection's over 60 now, he thought. With triple cashback, I'm still profiting. No loss here. Liu Manglu's cheeks warmed at the room number, thinking, 521, Shen Yuan's got style. Inside the room, she strolled to the window, gazed out, and said, "The night view's gorgeous, Chen Yuan, look." Nervous inside, she thought, "This feels a bit unfair to Nam, but I really want a good start with him." Shen Yuan got straight to it, nibbling her neck gently and saying, all I can see is you right now. Can we play some badminton? Seeing his eagerness, Liu Manglu said, Shen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. Let's wait till after. Before she could finish, he'd already tugged down her underwear, saying, if we wait, we'll just need another shower later. Her face flushed as she fretted, Shen Yuan, the curtains aren't closed. He got to work, analyzing, it's one-way glass, 52nd floor. No taller buildings nearby. If anyone sees, let them. Who cares? Pressed against the glass in a gecko-like stance, Liu Mangla trembled, whispering, you're awful. They explored every position that night. The next morning, Shen Yuan woke, checked his phone, and thought, damn, it's noon. Slept late. Sitting up, he glanced at the girl beside him, thinking, didn't expect her body to be so responsive. I was worried she'd dehydrate last night. As his hand wandered, Liu Manglu stirred, whining, Shen Yuan, again. We didn't sleep till after 4 a.m. Don't you care about me? Maybe I need to train harder, she thought. How's a fitness coach getting outdone by this guy? Shen Yuan pulled her close and said, Lulu, how could I not care? I can go all night, but I held back for you. Blushing, she replied, you're too much. Let me sleep more. I'll give you more when I'm up. And don't call me Lulu, I'm not like Nam. He stroked her cheek gently, saying, all right, all right. She was amazing last night, he thought. I'll let her rest, then take her car shopping, 3 million budget, her pick. Shocked, Liu Manglu bolted upright, exclaiming, what did you say?
Lianglu couldn't hold back her enthusiasm, wrapping her arms around Shen Yuan in a tight embrace, planting a quick kiss on his cheek, and exclaiming, a car worth 3 million, and I get to choose it myself? Shen Yuan, I absolutely adore you. Shen Yuan just laughed softly, glancing at the fish he'd reeled in, thinking to himself, even though the more I spend, the more I earn back, getting Nana a house only costs 3 million. If I get Liu Minglu a car for over 3 million, I wonder what Na will say. Asterisk. Liu Minglu stopped for a moment, gazing at Shen Yuan with starry eyes, and asked, that's amazing. I've been obsessed with Porsches forever, and I think they're around 2 million. Is that all right, babe? At that, he responded generously, of course, go for it. Liu Minglu, delighted, recalled, I even mentioned it to Nana once, but she's more into Maseratis. I've checked those out too, they're stunning. Shen Yuan caught that detail and promptly asked, oh, so Nana's into Maseratis? Curious, she replied, are you thinking of getting Nana a car too? Shen Yuan answered coolly, I'm a direct guy, no games. Yeah, I'm considering it. His words sent Liu Minglu into a spiral of thoughts. Asterisk Na's so lucky a house and a car? That's got to be at least 5 million total. No, Liu Minglu, stop comparing. You're just starting with Shen Yuan. Be content with what you have. Asterisk. Just then, a text from Ho Chi pinged her phone. Minglu, my friend said she spotted you at Junyu last night. Did you crash at Junyu's place? Liu Minglu didn't hold back, texting back, yup, I got swept away last night. Ho Chi, shocked, replied, what? With who? Liu Minglu gleefully answered, who else but Shen Yuan? I'm such a sap I melted and went along with him. Her message made Ho Chi raise an eyebrow. Asterisk Lulu's being so dramatic, acting like she didn't want it too. Ha, knowing her, she totally made the first move on Shen Yuan. Asterisk. Suddenly, Ho Chi froze, realizing, wait a minute. Does this mean another one of my besties is living it up on a luxury yacht? Why am I the only one in our trio still scraping by? This is ridiculous. Asterisk. On Shen Yuan's side, he stood up, slipping on his shirt, and said, "Coach Lo, go pick out the car yourself and send me the account details when you're done. I'll wire the money." This small gesture boosted Lu Minglu's affection toward him to 86. She responded softly, "All right." Shen Yuan glanced at the number hovering above her head, thinking happily, last night during the sports session, it peaked at 82, and now it's already 86. I'm getting close to that 90 affection bonus. Asterisk. Shen Yuan hopped into his car and drove off. Just then, Chenna called saying, "Shen Yuan, I've mastered everything about coffee. When are you stopping by?" He replied calmly, "Not today. I'm tied up. I'm planning to get you a car. Go look at some options." Chenna, taken aback, said, "We just got a house not long ago." "Why a car now, Shen Yuan?" "I already have one, it's fine for getting around." "It's not needed." Shen Yuan said warmly, "Just trust me. I love buying cars for my girl, and we're not short on funds. What kind do you want?" Chenna, unable to sway him, sighed, "Fine, just a regular B-class car. Nothing too pricey." Shen Yuan, unimpressed, said, "No chance. My woman's car has to be at least 2 million. She quickly protested, 2 million? That's way too much. We got a house last time, and now a supercar? Shen Yuan replied casually, "Your birthday's coming up. This is your gift. Don't be so frugal, your man's got plenty of cash." Then, out of nowhere, he asked, "Nah, if something happened between me and Lu Minglu, would you care?" In his mind, he thought, asterisk, can't hide this. Better to come clean now than let Chenna hear it from someone else. Asterisk. Chenna's eyes lowered, and she answered quietly, "I'd care, but I know I can't change you. You telling me shows you value me. But next time, if it happens again, don't tell me. I'm scared it'll hurt too much." Shen Yuan said gently, "Nah, don't worry. You hold a special place in my heart. No one can take that from you." His words made Chenna beam, exclaiming, "Really? You only say that to me, right?" Shen Yuan replied smoothly, "Of course, just you. Never said it to anyone else." Touched, Chenna wiped a tear and said, "I trust you, Shen Yuan. I don't ask for much, just one day a week where you swing by my cafe for a coffee I made, or if you're free, come to my place for a meal I cooked. That's enough for me." He toyed with the steering wheel, thinking, asterisk, Na's truly one of a kind, so good to me, always saving me money, asterisk. Finally, he said, "Want to hang out tonight?" "Let me make it up to you, Na." She replied cheerfully, "For real this time?" Shen Yuan grinned, "Absolutely. You know how I am." His words made Chenna burst into laughter. "Your character? Okay, I'm done talking. Gotta get back to the shop." As soon as she hung up, Shen Yuan, still driving, scratched his head, thinking, being a player is exhausting. How do those other guys juggle so many girls? Asterisk. Cut to Li Sha's house, where she was hauling 2 big bags downstairs. Spotting Shen Yuan, she called out, "Shen Yuan, you made it!" He hurried over, saying, "Teacher, let me take those." He grabbed the box from Li Sha's hands, adding, "Here, I'll carry it for you." Unfortunately, the top box wobbled and fell open. Shen Yuan gasped, "Oh no!" Li Sha's underwear spilled out, and a sudden gust of wind scattered them everywhere. Suggestive images flooded Shen Yuan's mind as he stood there, stunned, staring at Li Sha. She shyly gathered her things and stuffed them back in. Shen Yuan, still holding the box, thought, if only that were real. Asterisk. Li Sha, flustered, said, "Shen Yuan, I'll handle this. You grab the other stuff." Later, with everything loaded into his car, Li Sha's younger sister closed the trunk and said, One trip won't cut it. We'll need 2. You guys go ahead. She leaned in, eyeing Shen Yuan suspiciously. Lisha buckled her seatbelt and said, Shen Yuan, set the GPS for Dongshang Apartments. He nodded. Got it, teacher. Let's roll. After driving for a bit, Lisha said apologetically, Don't mind my sister. She's always like that, not trying to be rude. Shen Yuan shrugged. No big deal. She seemed nicer than the last couple times. Lisha rested her head against the window, gazing outside, and softly shared, she wasn't always this way. In college, she had a boyfriend. I saw his photo-good-looking guy, wore glasses, seemed refined. They were super close, but it was long distance. One Christmas, she visited him and caught him hugging another girl outside a hotel. She was heartbroken and swore off men after that. Shen Yuan, indignant, said, That guy's a total jerk. Scum like that gives men a bad name. Lisha laughed at his reaction and teased, And you? Aren't you a bit of a player too? Shen Yuan, cheeks reddening, protested, Me? No way. I'm the most innocent, straightforward guy you'll ever meet. What about you? What's your take on men? Lisha smiled. Me? Pretty normal, I guess. I haven't gone through what my sister did, so I don't have any hang-ups. Sensing an opening, Shen Yuan asked, So, what do you think of me? Li Shao was taken aback by his words, and quickly turned to ask, Shen Yuan, what was that you just said? With a relaxed grin, Shen Yuan replied playfully, Oh, nothing, just messing around. Why so serious? Hearing this, Li Shao felt a twinge of disappointment. She rested her head against the car window, thinking, So it was just a tease. If Shen Yuan was serious, I wouldn't even know how to respond. Asterisk. A short while later, they reached Li Shao's new apartment. She handed Shen Yuan a water bottle and said, Finally settled in. Thanks so much for today. How about I treat you to dinner? Shen Yuan stretched, wiping sweat from his brow, and said, You know, there are other ways to show gratitude besides a meal. Li Shao blushed shyly and quickly asked, Like what? Without hesitation, Shen Yuan wrapped his arms around Li Shao's waist and swiftly kissed her lips. Not stopping there, his playful hand began roaming over her, making her catch her breath. Just then, Li Mang was at the apartment door, knocking and calling, Sis, open up! I forgot my keys. Startled, Li Shao replied hesitantly, Be right there. She gently pushed Shen Yuan away and said, Shen Yuan, I don't think I can move right now. Shen Yuan, with a mischievous grin, hugged her and said, No worries, I'll help you out. When Li Mang stepped inside and saw Li Shao's flushed face, she asked with concern, Sis, why's your face so red? Heat stroke? Li Shao brushed her hair lightly, stammering, I'm okay, just need a quick rest. In her mind, she thought, Shen Yuan's so bold. Thank goodness Li didn't suspect anything, or I'd never live it down. Asterisk. She added, stuttering, Shen Yuan, the Youth League assigned Deputy Sister Z to assist with my investment project, and the school's even giving me an office. I'll send you her WeChat ID. Make sure to reach out when you're back at school. Shen Yuan nodded at the door and said, Got it, I'll contact her. I won't keep you, then I'll head out. In his mind, he thought, I wanted to stay with Teacher Li longer, but she's probably worried Li Mang will figure it out and embarrass her. Asterisk. After Shen Yuan left, Li Mang sorted through items and asked curiously, Sis, what do you really think of Shen Yuan? Li Shao shyly covered her flushed face and countered, What's that supposed to mean? Li Mang put on a stern look and said, Don't act clueless. It's obvious what he's thinking. You two are way too close for just a teacher-student thing. Caught off guard, Li Shao faltered, Well, I'm not sure, really. Li Mang, with a knowing frown, said, Oh, come on, you're totally into him. She added, If you ignore that he's a student, he's got a lot going for him. but something tells me he's not reliable. Surprised, Li Xiao asked, "You're not against it?" Lai Mang hugged her and said, "Honestly, what's the point of me objecting? It's your life. As your sister, I can only tell you to stay sharp. Watch him closely and see if he's worth your heart." Li Xiao, deep in thought, murmured his name softly. An hour later, in the school cafeteria, a girl with a cute bow in her hair sat waiting. It was Fu Yingzi, head of the school's broadcasting station. Spotting Shen Yuan, she stood and waved. "Shen Yuan, over here." He walked over and politely asked, "Been waiting long?" Fu Yingzi smiled. "Nope, just got here." He sat down and remarked, "Your voice is different from your radio broadcasts." Fu Yingzi eagerly explained, "On air, you get into character, so it varies by context. Let's get to business." She continued, "Secretary Liu said someone will help set up your office in the next 2 days." Shen Yuan replied happily, "Awesome. Going forward, besides Youth League tasks, I'll need your help with other stuff too." "Sure thing," Fu Yingzi said enthusiastically. Shen Yuan added, "Great, then assist me over the next couple days." Before he could finish, a boy with a paper bag approached, interrupting, "Yingzi, there you are. I got you that Chongqing oolong tea you love." He glanced at Shen Yuan and asked, "Hey Yingzi, who's this guy?" Sensing the boy's hostile stare, Shen Yuan thought, Look, he definitely sees me as a rival asterisk." Fu Yingzi replied bluntly, "I'm off sugar these days, so no bubble tea thanks." The boy persisted, "Ying, I ran 5K and queued for 20 minutes for this. Just take it." Growing annoyed, Fu Yingzi repeated, "Fengzi, I've said it enough, I don't want it." Stung by her rejection, he pointed at Shen Yuan and demanded, "Who's this guy?" Fu Yingzi shot back, "What's it to you?" Defeated, Fengzi slunk away. Nearby students whispered excitedly, "Did you see that? Drama alert! Are Fu Yingzi and Shen Yuan a thing? Is Fengzi fighting Shen Yuan over her?" Feng Hui, overhearing with a friend, frowned and said, "Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi? No way." Her friend crossed her arms. "You've only gone out with Shen Yuan twice. They probably know his family's business isn't bust anymore." Irritated, Feng Hui stormed over, flashing a bright smile, and greeted, "Shen Yuan." He looked up. "Oh, Hui." Feng Hui cozied up to him, asking softly, "Heading to class?" Shen Yuan replied casually, "Nah, just talking Youth League stuff with Fu Yingzi." Feng Hui pressed closer, whining, "You haven't been to class in forever. Planning to flunk everything?" Across the table, Fu Yingzi stood thinking, Feng Hui's acting like Shen Yuan's girlfriend. Since when are they that close? Whatever, not my business. Asterisk. She brushed her hair, coughed lightly, and said, "Shen Yuan, I've got radio station work. I'm off." He didn't stop her, just said politely, "See ya." Male students nearby buzzed with excitement. "Whoa, ultimate drama. 2 beauties fighting over one guy? Feng Hui looks like the main wife catching a side chick. Some guys get it all." Feng Hui smiled sweetly and asked, "So, what were you and Fu Yingzi talking about?" In her head, she thought, "Fu Yingzi's pretty and has a great voice. I can't let her get close to Shen Yuan. Asterisk." He played along, "Just Youth League entrepreneurship stuff. They asked her to go over it with me." Inwardly, he thought, "Asterisk Hui's possessiveness is intense. How am I going to manage my other commitments? Asterisk." Satisfied, Feng Hui put her hands on her hips and said, "Oh, okay. I was hoping to hang out with you. It's been 2 days, but I've got class now." Leaning down, she whispered suggestively, "Tonight, I want a big cold drink." With that, she spun around cheerfully and left. Shen Yuan hummed, thinking, "Asterisk, Hui's such a cute, clingy girl. Asterisk." Just then, his phone rang. "Yo, Coach Liu, what's up?" he answered. Liu Manglu replied excitedly, "Babe, I found the car. It's in stock, and the final price after discount is 2.52 million. Chen Yuan, unfazed, said, "Send me the shop's account. I'll transfer the money now." Liu Manglu gushed, "Okay, babe, love you tons. Sending hearts. Wanna come to Junyu tonight? I got 2 outfits you'll love, and I wanna wear them for you." Curious, Chen Yuan asked, "Which ones? How don't I know about these?" Liu Manglu teased, "You'll see tonight." After hanging up, Chen Yuan felt a bit frazzled, thinking, "I already promised Na I'd hang out, and Hui wants cold drinks tonight. So, Na, Hui, or Coach Liu? Asterisk?" Blushing, he propped his chin in his hand, lost in thought. These 3 are tough to choose. Asterisk.
The scene transitions back to Liao's apartment, where Li Meng's voice echoes from outside. "Sis, how about we make dinner at home tonight, all right?" Liao responds, "Sure, I'll head out to grab some groceries." Li Meng then suggests, "Should we invite Chen Yuan over for dinner?" Hearing her sister's question, Liao is completely taken aback, her cheeks turning pink as she lets out a small gasp. Noticing her reaction, Li Meng presses on. "Send him a message and ask him to come over. It's a way to thank him for helping us out today." Liao, a bit flustered, stammers, "Huh? What's your plan here?" In her mind, she thinks, "Just picturing his cunning, playful face makes me want to snap at him." This instantly reminds her of their last encounter in the kitchen. In response to her question, Li Meng stands up and says, "Sis, I'm obviously just helping you size him up. What else would I be up to?" Liao pulls out her phone and says, "Fine, I'll call him." She then texts Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, Li Meng really appreciates your help with cleaning today, so she wants you to join us for dinner. Come over, okay?" Chen Yuan, however, already had plans with Chen Na, Manglu, and Minhu that evening. Now, with the Liao sisters' invitation, he thinks to himself, "What kind of love luck did I stumble into today? So many girls reaching out, I'd need to be a time management guru to juggle this. Oh well, don't overdo it, and no need to stress out my buddy Peter. I'll just politely decline Hui Hui and Coach Liu." Before he knows it, it's late afternoon, and Chen Yuan arrives at Liao's place. As she opens the door, Liao's face flushes, and she says, "Come in, take a seat. Dinner's still cooking." With that, she hurries inside, avoiding his eyes. Chen Yuan grins and replies, "All right, I'll make myself comfortable. You go do your thing." Looking around, he thinks, "No surprise she's a consultant. This place is already so warm and inviting." He steps into the kitchen and asks, "Where's Li Meng?" Liao, still avoiding his gaze, answers, "She's in the shower." Chen Yuan nods and starts moving closer to her. Seeing this, Liao's cheeks redden, and she waves her hands frantically, saying, "Chen Yuan, don't come over here." He smiles and says, "Why so nervous? I'm just checking if you need a hand." As he edges closer, Liao quickly responds, "No need. The food's almost done. Just wait in the living room." Chen Yuan keeps inching forward, saying, "It's fine. I'll just hang out in the kitchen and chat." Liao, blushing harder, turns away and says, "Okay, this distance is fine for talking." With a sly grin, Chen Yuan teases, "Is it really? We're still half a meter apart." As he gets even closer, Liao grows more flustered, stammering, "Chen Yuan, what are you trying to do?" He reaches out, pulls her into his arms with a mischievous smile, and says, "Nothing at all." Liao trembles, her voice shaky. "My sister's here." Shen Yuan leans close to her ear and whispers, "She's in the shower, right? Girls take long showers, she won't be out for a while." As he speaks, his hand slides under Liao's pants, squeezing her firmly, making her panic. "No, Chen Yuan, not there," she gasps. Ignoring her, he silences her with a kiss, his hand slipping under her shirt. Liao lets out a soft moan. Just then, Lai Mang, ever the mood killer, calls out, "Sis, I'm done showering. Is dinner ready?" Panicked, Liao pushes Chen Yuan away, her face beet red. He smiles calmly and says, "Relax, it's fine." Liao adjusts her shirt, muttering in frustration, "Don't do that again. If you try that one more time, I'll..." Before she can finish, Chen Yuan cuts in, "You know how I feel, consultant." Soon, they sit down to eat. Looking at the spread, Chen Yuan starts praising her. "Consultant, your cooking is incredible. Tastes like heaven needs a TV show filmed here." Lai Mang, unimpressed, snaps, "Don't be a flatterer. My sister doesn't fall for that." Then she adds, "Chen Yuan, I've got some questions for you." He replies, "Sure, ask away." Lai Mang, with a serious tone, asks, "How many girls have you dated?" Chen Yuan responds, "Why do you want to know?" He thinks to himself, this feels like a full-on investigation. Publicly, just two, a high school girlfriend and Chuan Ting. The others, hard to track. Lai Mang remarks, "Oh, so you're quite the romantic expert." She thinks, my sister's never even dated. She could easily be fooled by someone with that much experience. Chen Yuan, sweating internally, thinks 2 is plenty. If she knew about Hui Hui and Nulu, I'd be toast. Lai Mang continues, "Got any siblings?" He answers, "Yeah, a younger sister." She asks, "How old is she?" Chen Yuan replies, "She's in her final year of high school, 18 this year." 10 minutes later, he breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, the interrogation's over. If Lai Mang's digging into my family, the teacher must have mentioned me. Seems like she's warming up to progress is solid. He glances at Liao, thinking, right, teacher? Then, he subtly stretches his foot to brush her leg. Startled, Liao sweats, thinking, Chen Yuan, pulling this in front of Lai Mang? I underestimated his nerve. She quickly stands and says, "You two eat. I'll go wash some fruit." Chen Yuan checks his phone and says, "No need to bother, teacher. It's late, and you must be tired from cleaning. Rest up. I'll head out after eating no fruit for me." Lai Mang notices her sister's odd behavior, thinking, she's so quiet today, and her mood's off. Shouldn't she be happy around a guy she likes? Turning to Chen Yuan, she says, "You sure you can't stay longer?" He stands and replies, "Yeah, I've got stuff to do." In his head, he thinks, know when to quit, so I don't annoy the consultant. Lose 1, gain 10. Plus, I've got another battlefield to tackle. After Chen Yuan leaves, Lai Mang stretches and says, "Sis, I asked everything you needed, and some you didn't. You should really vet this guy." Liao recalls the earlier moment, thinking, Chen Yuan's more mature and independent than most, but he's bold. We haven't even defined our relationship, and he's already so forward with me. Meanwhile, at Chen Na's apartment, as soon as they step inside, Shen Yuan pulls her along eagerly. Surprised, Chen Na asks, "Shen Yuan, didn't you say we were going to the cafe to try my coffee? Why the rush home?" He doesn't answer, instead asking, "Do you still have that gray office outfit and black fishnet stockings here?" Chen Na, caught off guard, says, "Huh? What are you planning?" Rummaging through her closet, Chen Yuan replies, "Guess." Chen Na says, "Didn't you say tonight was just a proper makeup session? You told me to trust your character forgotten already." He grins. "It is a proper makeup session. I'm making it up to you with millions." Chen Na quickly protests, "No way. I don't want that kind of makeup." A moment later, Chen Na donned the office attire, her cheeks flushing as she turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "Why do guys like this sort of thing?" Chen Yuan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leaned in closer and replied, "You'll see." As he spoke, he planted a kiss on her cheek, his hands beginning to roam and explore. Chen Na's face reddened, and she let out 2 soft moans. About an hour and a half later, Chen Yuan and Chen Na transitioned to practicing their martial arts, moving from the immortal grandpa planting radish stance to the Lu Han pushing a cart form. Growing weary of the latter, they shifted to the carrying a plow across the mountain pose. Just as they were settling into position, Chen Na's favorability surged to 90. Chen Yuan was stunned, thinking, "Damn, it broke 90? So this kind of workout really boosts favorability." At that moment, the system chimed with a notification, detected that the host has a second girl with favorability reaching 90, achieving the favorability mission milestone, preparing to distribute rewards. Chen Yuan's anticipation spiked as he mused, "Let's see what the reward is this time." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the system flashed a new message. Reward: Peter's length growth, 5 million yuan for car shopping, exclusive skill card X1. Chen Yuan's jaw dropped. Wait, is that first reward for real? Damn. Is that even possible? Curious, he tapped to open the reward, wondering, let's check out what this exclusive weapon card for men does. Sorry, Na, you'll have to endure it tonight inside the cave. Sun Wukong's Ru Yi Jinggu Bang extended dramatically. Chen Na's eyes widened in horror. Chen Yuan. What's happening inside? Chen Yuan smirked smugly and said, Nah, didn't you ask earlier why men like women dressed like this? Here's your answer. At that, Chen Na's face paled like a pangolin, and she shouted his name, Chen Yuan! After that intense night, Chen Na was utterly spent, her body still quivering from the aftershocks of their battle. She whispered faintly, Hey, Chen Yuan, why do you seem so different this time? It's like my body's been drained. Chen Yuan, smug as ever, slid closer and asked, Different how? Chen Na murmured, Just different. Dropping the pretense, Chen Yuan grinned and said, I'm going to keep surprising you, Chen Na. She smiled warmly, her cheeks flushed, and replied, before drifting off to sleep. Chen Yuan rolled over, resting his head on his arm, and thought, if I could level up a bit more, that'd be epic. Wonder if I can go Super Saiyan next time. Then he recalled the system reward, muttering, All right, let's check out this special skill. He opened the system, and it promptly announced, This skill card can be exchanged for any of the following skills. Effective immediately. Skill list: novice cooking skill, novice electrical repair skill, novice haircutting skill, novice dancing skill, novice combat skill, novice racing skill, novice basketball skill. Shen Yuan blinked in surprise. Huh? What the hell? No Peter-related stuff? Electrical repair makes sense, but haircutting? Seriously? Scanning the list, he thought, if I had to pick, the combat skill wouldn't be bad. Even in a law-abiding society, with money and women, if I run into triads, combat skills could come in handy. Suddenly, a new idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. But what if one day Miss Lee's got some broken appliances? With electrical repair skills, I'd have an excuse to visit her place and get closer. In his mind, he pictured himself and Li Xiao starring in a scene straight out of a Japanese film, like The Lucky Plumber and the Damsel with the Broken Oven. Miss Li, it's fixed. Call me first if anything breaks, he'd say. Li Xiao would approach, a towel in her mouth, her eyes suggestive as she slowly unbuttoned his pants, saying, "Wipe everything down." Imagining this, Shen Yuan's excitement surged, and he muttered, "Looks like the home appliance repair skill's the way to go." He leaned back, thinking dreamily, "Seems I've cracked the system's pattern. This reward's better than the last. So the third NPC will probably be even more generous. Who's next to hit 90 favorability? I'm kinda pumped." Suddenly, Chen Na's phone rang. She jolted upright, answered, and said, "Hello, Mom?" Whatever her mother said on the other end caused Chen Na's eyes to fill with worry. In a panic, she said, "What? It's that serious? Is there enough money? Do you need me to send some? I'll do it now." After listening for a moment, she said quietly, "Okay, let me know immediately if anything happens." Hanging up, Chen Yuan finally spoke, Nah, what's wrong? Can you tell me?" Chen Na's voice trembled with sadness. "My dad, he's in the hospital. He had a stroke from drinking. He already had high blood pressure." She covered her face and sobbed. "It's my fault. They kept telling me to come home for blind dates and I kept delaying. If I'd just visited, he wouldn't have gotten so mad and drunk so much." Chen Yuan hugged her, comforting her. "Do you want to go back now? I can drive you." Chen Na gently wiped her tears and said, "It's not safe to drive at night. I'll head back tomorrow morning." Chen Yuan nodded. "Okay, I'm here for you, no matter what." Hearing this, Chen Na thought of Fang Minhe at the 4S store. Even though Chen Yuan cares about me, things between us aren't clear, and I'm not careful with my words. With Dad in the hospital, it's not a good time to bring him home. She replied, "It's okay, I can go back alone." Chen Yuan didn't press. He said softly, "All right, if you need money, a hospital transfer, or anything, let me know, and I'll handle it." Chen Na murmured, "Thank you, Chen Yuan." The next morning, when Chen Yuan woke, Chen Na was gone. She'd left a note with a few scribbled words. "Breakfast is ready. I went home." Chen Yuan smiled, muttering, "She rushed home and still made me breakfast. She's not like Coach Lu, always asking for cash, or Minhe always eyeing my assets. She handles everything. Truly, the best of the best." Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he wondered, Fu Yingzi, what's she calling about so early?" He answered, and Fu Yingzi launched in, "Chen Yuan, the office is cleaned up. I sent you some desk styles. Which do you like? Once you pick, I'll head to the furniture store. Shen Yuan replied calmly. You choose. Anything's fine. Fu Yingzi said, Okay, I'll hang up now. I'll let you know when the office is set. Shen Yuan chuckled, thinking, This girl's solid. Even if her work skills aren't top tier, her attitude's already impressive. Just after hanging up, Feng Xiao, the little tagalong, asked, Ying, what's next? Fu Yingzi snapped, What's next? Can you stop tailing me? Earlier, too, there were people cleaning. I told you not to, but you still jumped in and made a mess. Feng Xiao said awkwardly, Hey, Yingzi, I just wanted to help. Yingzi grabbed her bag, turned, and stormed out, saying, Help? You're not even on the student council. Stop following me, or I'll really lose it. Gazing at her receding silhouette, Zia felt a pang of despair, thinking to himself, I've been pursuing her for 3 years, and it doesn't even compare to a single day with some guy she just met. Meanwhile, Fu Yingzi was oblivious to his emotions. Her mind was fixated on Shen Yuan's family wealth. She mused, That startup park is such a low-cost area, yet Shen Yuan spent nearly 10 million to acquire it. He clearly doesn't care about the expense, so his family must be worth at least 100 million, maybe more. Behind her, Feng Xiaoyi hurried to catch up, calling out, Yingzi, hold up! Ignoring him, Yingzi continued her thoughts. The key is, he's my age, just 21. How is that even possible? In her imagination, Shen Yuan morphed into a commanding CEO, tenderly handling the assets of his secretary the assistant secretary. Lost in her daydream, she told herself, Even if I can't be his girlfriend, I could be his subordinate, maybe a secretary. With his background, he surely has multiple businesses. I need to showcase my skills and unique qualities to stay close to Shen Yuan. Meanwhile, at Chen Na's family home, the moment she stepped inside, she grabbed her mother's arm and urged, Mom, let's hurry to the hospital. Didn't you say Dad had a stroke? Her mother grinned warmly and replied, No, come in first. Let's talk inside. She guided Chen Na into the house, adding, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that you're almost 27 and still single. Your friends Zhao Li and Ting Ting, who are your age, already have 2 kids. I'm so worried. Inside, an older woman and an unfamiliar man were laughing and chatting with Chen Na's father. The woman's face lit up when she saw Chen Na. Nana's back. Let me introduce you. This is Dong Cao, drinking with your dad. He's from the Zhu family, a good friend of your cousin. Dong Cao stood, offering a friendly nod. The woman leaned closer to Chen Na, whispering conspiratorially, Let me tell you, Cao runs his own company, manages dozens of employees, and earns tens of millions annually. He bought a car and a house ages ago. Turning to Cao, she asked, Cao, what kind of car do you drive? He replied modestly, Oh, it's nothing fancy, just a BMW 5 Series. Chen Na gave a small smile and said, Not bad. In her mind, she thought, Nice car or not, I should at least give him some face. Meeting his blind date, Dong Cao wasted no time. He pulled out a small box and said, Auntie, besides getting cigarettes and alcohol for Uncle, I brought you a little gift. I hope you like it. Chen Na's mother looked surprised. Oh, you got me something too? Cao opened the box, revealing a sparkling gold ring, and said, I picked it out specially for you at a reputable jewelry store. It's real gold, not too pricey. Just over 3,000 yuan. Chen Na's mom exclaimed, Over 3,000? And you call that inexpensive? The auntie chimed in, stoking the excitement. See that? Cao's so considerate. He'll definitely be a devoted son-in-law, right? Chen Na's mom laughed heartily, agreeing, Ha ha, absolutely. Chen Na's father called out, Cao, don't just stand there, come sit. On the other side, Chen Na pulled her mother aside, saying, Mom, let's go to the bedroom. I need to talk. Once inside, her mother frowned and said, This girl, Xiaodong, is still out there, saying things like that. Aren't you being rude to our guest? Chen Na replied, exasperated, Rude? You tricked me into coming home. Did you even consider how I feel? Her mother sighed with concern. Your dad and I are just worried about you. Look at Xiao Li upstairs. She's a year younger and already has 2 kids. Chen Na, visibly frustrated, said, Why must I compare myself to them? Forget it, Mom. I'm done talking. She pulled out her phone and texted Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, I'm so mad at my mom. Turns out Dad's fine. They tricked me into coming for a blind date. Don't worry, I'll be back this afternoon. Chen Yuan replied instantly, I'm almost off the highway. Send me your address. Chen Na's eyes widened. Chen Yuan's coming to my house? She thought, wondering. What's he up to? Could he be? Overjoyed, she turned to her mom and said, Mom, I have a friend coming over soon. Her mother, surprised, asked, A friend? Boy or girl? Chen Na smiled cryptically. You'll see soon enough, Mom. Outside, the auntie was still playing matchmaker, saying, Brother, Cao and Nana are perfect together. They've got the look of a married couple. Chen Na's father raised his glass, chuckling. Drink, drink, it's all in the wine. Cao lifted his glass, saying, Here's to you, uncle. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at Chen Na's house, arms full of gifts. Chen Na asked, Chen Yuan, why'd you bring so much? He smiled and said, It's my first visit to your parents. I can't show up empty-handed. Chen Na's mom asked, Na, who's this? Chen Yuan approached, carrying the gifts, and said, Hello, Auntie. I'm Chen Na's boyfriend, Chen Yuan. You can call me Xiao Chen. Just a small token. I hope you'll accept it. The room fell silent. Dong Cao was stunned, and the auntie, incredulous, asked, Wait, what did you say? Chen Na's father stammered, Boyfriend? Why haven't I heard of him? Her mother's eyes widened. What? Chen Yuan placed the gift boxes on the table and opened them, revealing piles of shimmering gold jewelry and gemstones. Chen Na's mom said politely, Xiao Chen, your visit is gift enough. This is too much. You're too kind. Chen Yuan smiled. I wouldn't dare be too formal. Nana's my girlfriend. We're practically family. Chen Na's parents gaped at the contents of the boxes, stammering, This? How much did this cost? Chen Yuan replied casually, Not much, just around 300,000. All 4 exclaimed in unison, 300,000? After a moment of shock, Dong Cao spoke up. What? Nana has a boyfriend? Didn't you say she was single? The auntie, seeing his confusion, said, Cao, don't panic. I just found out too. Why didn't Nana bring this rich boyfriend home sooner? Cao thought bitterly. A gift worth over 300,000 yuan for a first visit? I feel like a fool. He asked, Auntie, is this boyfriend even real? He mused. Spending that much for a first meeting? If it's an act, it's too expensive. The auntie whispered, I'll check his background. She approached Shen Yuan and said, Hello, Xiao Chen. I'm Nana's aunt. You look younger than Nana. How old are you? Shen Yuan smiled. Hello, auntie. I'm 21. She leaned toward Chen Na's mother and whispered, Only 21? That's 6 years younger than our Na. She thought, this feels more and more like a setup. A 27-year-old with a super-rich boyfriend 6 years younger? Who'd believe that? Chen Na's mother grew worried, exchanging a glance with her husband, who was deep in thought, his eyes twitching. Seeing their skepticism, Shen Yuan continued, I'm still in university, but I have a side business, investing in finance and real companies. The auntie, secretly pleased, thought, What nonsense! Anyone can claim to be in finance. I don't buy it. She laughed loudly and said, I heard you're planning to marry Nana, right? To marry, you need a house. Have you bought one? Chen Yuan replied calmly, Of course. We have 2 in my name, 1 in hers, both in Star City. Dong Cao gritted his teeth, glaring at the auntie, thinking, I'm tired of this bragging. He's just talking nonsense. The auntie, sensing his frustration, said, Cao, stay calm. I'll expose his lies. She smirked and said, Xiao Chen, confidence is great, but pretending to be something you're not is unnecessary. In relationships, sincerity matters most. She thought smugly, a house in a big city costs over 1 million yuan. Even if he's rich, he wouldn't buy one for Chen Na before marriage. Chen Na's parents stood silently, exchanging glances. Chen Na, unfazed, showed a photo of the property deed and said, Auntie, Chen Wen already bought me a house. I signed the contract online yesterday and took photos of the deed and receipts. Take a look. The auntie and Chen Na's parents crowded around the phone. The auntie sneered. What a performance! Even prepared a fake contract? If you're rich, act rich. Chen Yuan didn't bother explaining. He pulled out his phone and said, Nana, the house should be yours soon, right? I'll transfer 1 million yuan for renovations. Let me know if it's not enough. He thought, they probably think I'm a fraud, but they're family, so I'll ease their minds. Chen Na, surprised, asked, 1 million? Do we need that much for furnishings? Just then, her phone pinged. ICBC account ending in 5854 received 1 million RMB at 12:18 on May 19th. Seeing the transfer, Chen Na's parents were stunned. Her mother mumbled, counting, 1, 10, 100,000, million. 6 zeros. Her father gasped, It's really 1 million! The auntie, pale-faced, exclaimed, No way! Let me see! Seeing the number, she froze. My God, it's really 1 million! Transferred right in front of us! How could I have questioned his ability to casually transfer 1 million yuan to your girlfriend for home decor? What kind of influence must you wield to do that so boldly? Observing their reactions, Chen Yuan grinned at Chen Na. It's just a small sum of pocket change. If you don't spend it all, just treat it as extra spending money. Hearing this, Dong Cao froze, thinking to himself, "Thank heavens $1,000,000 is barely pocket money to him. If Auntie hadn't stepped in first, that slap would have landed on me." Reflecting on this, he quietly gathered his belongings and muttered under his breath, "Looks like I'm out of the game. Better cut my losses now." He continued to muse, "I wonder if I can get back those 2 bottles of Wuliang Ye and Diao Yutai I gifted earlier. What bad luck this time I got played before I could even make my move." But then he reconsidered, "Even though this blind date flopped, I can't let this trip go to waste. Who knows, a rich guy like this might be a valuable connection down the line." With that in mind, he approached Shen Yuan with a sheepish smile. "Brother Chen, if you've already dropped $1,000,000 on just interior decor, those 2 properties must have cost a fortune, right?" Hearing the question, Shen Yuan thought, "This guy's slick, setting me up to flex. Might as well go all in." He flashed a wide smile and said, "Not too pricey. Nana's apartment was around 3,000,000, and my villa's about 10,000,000. Scratching his head, Dong Kao responded, "Over 10,000,000 isn't pricey? Compared to you, my place is nothing." Seeing him cozy up to Shen Yuan, the aunt's face twisted in disdain. This kid's got no shame, switching sides so fast, she thought. But then she smirked to herself. Chen's basically family now, so I'd better grab what I can while the opportunity's here. She let out a hearty laugh and said, "Xiao Cheno, I mean President Chenmi, apologies for being so rude earlier." "I'm sorry, haha." Shen Yuan gave a gentle smile. "No need to be so formal, Auntie. We're family now, it's no big deal." Chen Na's dad, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, beamed and said, "Xiao Chen, don't be so polite. Come back any time, all right?" Her mom joined in with a smile. "Exactly. Xiao Chen, you're too kind." Just then, a girl who looked strikingly like Chen Na burst through the door, dragging a massive speaker and shouting, "Mom! Dad!" It was Chen Na's younger sister, Chen Xinwu. Spotting Chen Na, she exclaimed joyfully, "Sis, you're back." She rushed over to hug her sister. Chen Na pointed to Shen Yuan and introduced him. "This is my brother-in-law, Shen Yuan." Xinwu turned to him with a cheerful, "Hello, brother-in-law." Chen Yuan responded with a warm smile, "Hello." But as he glanced at her, more developed features compared to her sister, he thought, she's definitely Nana's sister, though she's missing a bit of Nana's sharpness. But that innocent vibe, she's from the same mom, so why's she been raised to outshine her sister? Are these aunt and uncle playing favorites? Just then, Chen Na's dad's voice boomed, "All right, everyone's here, let's eat." Moments later, everyone was seated at the table. Chen Yuan picked up a wine bottle, poured a glass, and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I'd like to toast you both. Raising Nana wasn't easy, and I'm so grateful to have such an amazing girlfriend. After dinner, how about we go look at cars and houses together?" Chen's aunt broke into a cold sweat, thinking, no way. Buying for Nana is one thing, but now he's getting stuff for his future in-laws too. Is this guy some kind of god? Chen Na's parents weren't faring much better, their faces blank, heads buzzing with question marks. After what felt like an eternity, the meal ended, and Chen Yuan, along with Chen Na's family, purchased both a car and a house. Chen Na's dad said with a hint of complaint, "Xiao Chen, we're old. We don't drive much. Why buy such a pricey car?" Xinwu chimed in, "Dad, brother-in-law's just being thoughtful. Why complain?" Her mom added, The new house is 280 square meters. Your sister and I are rarely home. A big house feels so empty. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing this, Chen Na took her mom's hand and said, "Mom, I'll visit you often, I promise." Watching their sweet moment, Chen Na's dad laughed. "My daughter used to grumble about not having a boyfriend, and now she's tearing up because she's got one. Oh, don't cry. Go upstairs and make dinner for Xiao Chen." After dinner, Chen Na led Shen Yuan to a room, setting up a place for him to sleep. She leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling contentedly, and said, "Chen Yuan, thank you." Chen Yuan replied, "Thank you for what? You're mine. Why would you need to thank me? I've got just one question." Chen Na looked up, a bit anxious. "What's that?" Chen Yuan grinned. "Tonight, your parents aren't gonna let us sleep in the same room, are they?" Chen Na blushed and said, "You'll sleep in the guest room. After my parents go to bed, I'll sneak over." With the plan in place, at 11 p.m., as soon as her parents were asleep, Chen Na crept into his room. She gently nudged him, whispering, "Chen Yuan, you asleep?" Chen Yuan spun around, grabbed her hand, and whispered, "Haha, we haven't had a proper talk yet though. Could I be asleep?" He pushed her onto the bed, sliding his hand beneath her, saying, "Nana, you're not wearing anything. You really know what's up." With that, Chen Yuan's hand ventured into the cave to explore, sending a rush through Chen Na. She trembled, quickly covering her mouth to muffle her soft moans. Meanwhile, Xinwu woke up, groggy, and stumbled toward the bathroom. Hearing faint moans, she grew curious. Leaning closer to the door, she caught the soft sounds of Chen Yuan. Peeking inside, her eyes widened in shock. She saw Chen Yuan and Chen Na practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with all 72 moves. Blushing, she thought, "I've watched stuff like this with friends, but hearing those heavy collisions up close, brother-in-law's got some serious strength." Clutching her skirt, feeling the heat and moisture below, Xinwu covered her ample assets with her other hand, swallowing hard. After a moment of inner conflict, she spun around and fled, muttering, "Can't look anymore. Nope." An hour and a half later, after feeding the birds, Chen Na returned to her sister's room. She tiptoed onto the bed, but Xinwu stirred, wrapping her arms around her. Startled, Shen Na asked, "Xinwu, you're still awake?" Her younger sister whispered, "Sis, I want to cuddle to sleep." Chen Na lay down beside her, holding her close and stroking her hair. "All right, come here. Sleep well." Xinwu nestled into her sister's embrace, their twin peaks pressing together. Chen Na blushed, thinking, "This kid's getting bigger, huh?" The next day at noon, Chen Yuan was back at school. Fu Yingzi led him to the office, saying, "Chen Yuan, is this setup all right? Any changes needed?" Chen Yuan sank into the chair, looked around, and replied, "No changes needed. Everything's good." He thought, Fu Yingzi's not just stunning, but also efficient, always giving clear feedback. She's a top-tier secretary candidate. Everything's perfect. Fu Yingzi handed him a stack of documents. "These are the startup applications and business plans from the first batch of students collected by the Youth League this morning. About a dozen or so. Want to review them first?" Chen Yuan took them, saying, "All right, let's see." He flipped through a few pages, pausing at a girl's resume, mumbling, "Gender, female, height, 156 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms. Author's note: in China, 1 kilograms equals 0.6 kilograms, so 70 kilograms here is about 41 kilograms, 156 centimeters, and 70. Staring at the ID photo, he thought, even ID photos are this photoshopped now? Shaking his head, he muttered, "Forget it, too lazy to bother with the pictures. Let's just check the startup plans." As he skimmed through them, his expression grew darker. A coffee shop on campus? A pet store? An esports cafe? Really? Flipping further, he stopped at one proposal. A sexy lingerie store on campus. Shen Yuan nearly tossed it in the bin, exclaiming, "What kind of brilliant idea is this? Who'd dare buy lingerie on campus? You'd die of embarrassment if your classmates spotted you." After reading a bit longer, he clutched his head in frustration, thinking, these proposals are all over the place. Even with the school's 10 million yuan for this startup center, we can't just fool around. I'm not here to play kids' games. He imagined himself as an 80-year-old man in a wheelchair, chasing girls and muttering, "Sure, I can charm girls now for high rebates, but am I really going to do this forever? When I'm 80, will I still be hustling on the beach to flirt with girls in bikinis? No way. I don't want to be some old playboy." The school's startup base and Nana's coffee shop, these projects need to be taken seriously. I need to build real business experience. When the time's right, I'll dive into the business world, turning small companies into giants like Samsung, Apple, or Tesla. I, Shen Yuan, won't just be a flirt, I'll be a legend who contributes to society and the nation. Frowning, he said sternly, "Friend Fu, it seems I overestimated your foreign language students. These impractical proposals don't even consider the target market or consumers. I don't want any of them. You need to start over and plan seriously." Yingzi hesitated, then replied, "Maybe it's because too few people were interested initially." Shen Yuan nodded. "Could be. Can the school and youth league ramp up promotion efforts?" Yingzi responded, "Absolutely. Secretary Lao has already asked me to fully support you." She suggested, "I manage the school radio station. Starting tomorrow, we'll broadcast twice daily, morning and evening, and sync promotions across the school's Weibo, public account, and Douyin channels. Sound good?" Shen Yuan nodded. "Let's do it. Also, prepare another batch of applications for a second round of reviews. Include majors like business administration, investment studies, marketing, psychology, and international trade. Those who pass the first round will ascend to the second round for further testing." Yingzi jotted it down in her notebook and said, "Got it. I'll get it done as soon as possible." Shen Yuan smiled, pleased. "You've worked hard." In his mind, he thought, "Since getting the system, I've only felt the thrill of spending and earning money. This is the first time I've felt the rush of directing others to follow my vision. Money doesn't just bring houses, cars, and women, it brings power." His gaze landed on Fu Yingzi. "With more capable talents like her, I'll hold the key to my future." He realized he didn't just need romantic relationships, she needed skilled subordinates, fast. Meanwhile, at the fitness center where Lu Mengluo worked, a man stormed up to her, shouting, "Lu Mengluo, do you know what time it is? Showing up this latato, you even want this job?" Mengluo turned, annoyed, and said, "I texted you about taking leave and informed my class members." The man snapped, "You dare bring up leave? Did I approve it?" Mangluo shot back coldly. Want to check the message you sent? Have lunch with me and I'll approve your leave, Manager Gong. Got any other tricks? Gong stammered, furious. You, I didn't approve it. You're quitting without permission. He raised his voice. You know how much we deduct for that per company rules? Mangluo replied calmly. Deduct whatever you want. I'm done here. I quit. She strutted out. A PT nearby asked, Did Mangluo really quit? The manager grumbled, She's been here for years. All her clients are with us. How's she gonna survive? The PT pointed to a supercar outside. Manager, check out the car Mangluo drove up in. Gong glanced out, nearly collapsing. A 911? Holy, did she win the lottery? Meanwhile, Mangluo sat in her car, dialed Shen Yuan, and whined, Shen Yuan, I got fired. Won't you come cheer me up? Shen Yuan replied coolly, Perfect timing, Coach Lu. How about becoming my personal trainer? Blushing, Mangluo asked, Any rewards for being your full-time trainer? Shen Yuan teased, Rewards? I'll swing by later for a workout, and maybe I'll treat you to a few dozen small goals for dinner. Mangluo made a heart shape with her hands, winked, and said, All right, I'll be waiting in the VIP room. Love you. Time flew like a dog sprinting across a field. By 8 p.m., Shen Yuan arrived. Hearing his knock, Mangluo cracked open the door, pouting, It's this late, and you think you can just waltz in? Shen Yuan thought, This girl's feisty and playful. He teased, Want to learn what real flirting is? Fine, I'm leaving. Panicked, Mangluo flung the door open and chased after him. Honey, don't go. Shen Yuan faked anger. Didn't you say I couldn't come in? Mangluo grabbed his arm, cooing, Oh, Shen Yuan, I was just acting mad. Don't leave, okay? Noticing his gaze on her thin silk dress and its prominent features, she pressed her melons against his arm, blushing. Is my sincerity clear enough now? Shen Yuan's little brother stirred. He swallowed hard and said, All right, I suppose I feel some sincerity. For your sake, I'll stay. Like a beast unleashed, he dove into her ticket area, sniffing eagerly. After pressing her face against Mangluo's ticket booth, Shen Yuan kept his hands on her hips, massaging and gripping as he guided her toward the bed, then took a seat. Mangluo, showcasing her two prominent curves, looked irresistibly alluring and teased, Daddy, I wasn't behaving earlier. Are you going to discipline me? Those words instantly stirred Shen Yuan's senses. He leaned closer and murmured, What was that? Repeat it for me. Mangluo's cheeks turned pink. She brought her soft lips near his ear, her warm breath brushing against him as she whispered, Papa. The moment she spoke, Shen Yuan pinned her down, breathing deeply at her neck and saying, I love that name. Today, Daddy's going to turn up the heat for you. Mangluo shivered, letting out a soft moan. Daddy. With that, Shen Yuan drew his weapon and charged at Mangluo. She wasn't about to surrender easily, and countered with her own surge, her wave enveloping Shen Yuan's advance. A fierce clash ensued, lasting a full hour. By then, Mangluo's body was numb, her gaze distant as she thought to herself, Forget the money, this alone makes Shen Yuan irresistible. Barely 2 minutes after stepping out, Shen Yuan wiped his lips, flashed a sly grin, and said, Hey, Aren't you my personal coach? I'm ready for another round. Don't quit on me now. Without pause, he found a narrow pass between her peaks and thrust forward. Manglu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. So soon after finishing, you're ready again? This defies logic. They kept drilling for another hour until the well overflowed. Exhausted, they finally stopped. Manglu, drenched in sweat and gasping, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I'm done for. Is this how you treat me? Where's the gentleness you promised?" Shen Yuan smirked. "That was gentle. I only used half my strength compared to with Nana." Manglu scoffed. "Don't lie. I overheard you at the cafe. No way that was half." You clearly went all out. It's way different from last time." Her words made Shen Yuan pause. He glanced at himself, thinking, unending vitality. This skill keeps me going without fatigue, but my energy's draining. I've gotten thinner lately. He commanded, "System, show my stats." Instantly, a notification appeared. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Health index, 69. Shen Yuan broke into a cold sweat. "As I thought, I've lost 2 kilograms in 2 weeks, and my health index dropped 3 points. At 182 centimeters and only 70 kilograms, this isn't good." Turning to Manglu, he said, "Coach Lu, let's hit the gym tomorrow morning." Manglu replied, "Planning tomorrow already? What if you change your mind?" Misunderstanding her, Shen Yuan clarified, "All you think about is that? I mean real exercise. Look at me, I'm too skinny." Manglu burst out laughing. "Ha ha! You finally see you're a scrawny pup." Annoyed, Shen Yuan shot back, "Keep talking, and I'll make sure you can't walk." Manglu quickly raised her hands. "My bad, Daddy. I won't do it again." Smirking, Shen Yuan said, "That's better. Now, help me make a serious workout plan." Manglu stood, wrapping a towel around her curves, and said, "I'm showering first, then I'll draft your diet and exercise plan. You need rest, plus a mix of cardio and strength training." Shen Yuan nodded. "Fine, we start tomorrow once it's ready." Suddenly, Manglu added, "Oh, Junyu's got a gym. Let's use it. I'll grab my clothes tomorrow and get you 2 sets too." As she left, the system pinged. Ding. Host has initiated a gym plan. A perfect life requires wealth, career, and a strong personal image. The host's commitment to self-improvement is noted, and the system will support the training. Limited time mission. Within 1 month, reach 75 kilograms with 115% body fat to upgrade to level 3, gaining physical enhancements for 2 years. A new interface appeared. Shen Yuan clicked it, muttering, "Fitness assessment panel? The system has this too?" Another notification popped up. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Health index, 69. BMI, 20.1. Body fat, 21%. He thought, the mission's just weight gain and fat loss. His eyes landed on an Enter button. Clicking it revealed options: business management, investment strategy, negotiation skills, human resource insight. Thrilled, he thought, fitness is just one part. If I complete the system's tasks, I'll master these skills in a month, stuff others take years to learn. Incredible. The next morning, Manglu returned with workout clothes and a lunchbox, saying, "Hotel breakfast is too heavy, so I made you a fitness-friendly breakfast and lunch." Shen Yuan opened it, revealing protein-packed dishes. "Impressive, Coach Lu," he praised. Meng Lu put her hands on her hips. "You better appreciate my effort. No treating me like last night." He teased, "Just bad? Nothing else?" Meng Lu gave a thumbs up. "You're great, okay? Now eat, we're hitting the gym." Shen Yuan grinned. "All right." At the gym, Meng Lu's figure drew every man's gaze. A weightlifter stared at her chest, thinking, "When did we get a coach this stunning?" A treadmill runner ogled her curves, her body's unreal. As Meng Lu adjusted a machine's weight, a nearby guy's body reacted. He covered himself, muttering, "Can't look anymore, or I'm done for." Another gym-goer flexed, eyeing Shen Yuan. "How's a weakling like him with her? She's perfection. She should be with me." Meng Lu guided Shen Yuan. "Widen your movements, no cheating with momentum." Nearby, Jun, who stole Shen Yuan's ex, spotted them. Shocked, he thought. Shen Yuan? Who's that goddess with him? He was with a beauty at Gwyn last time, and now her. What a player. After training, Meng Lu handed Shen Yuan water, saying, "You're lazy, so you're tired after a few reps. Not bad for day one, though. Drink, and take it slow. You can't rush hot tofu." Shen Yuan joked, "When can I eat that hot tofu?" Meng Lu playfully snapped, "You're the worst." Seeing their closeness, Junha's jealousy flared. "This jerk's living it up with a new woman, while I can't even get Chu on the phone. She blocked me on WeChat, and I don't know her address or why we broke up." Infuriating. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Is he really two-timing multiple women at once? I'm going to unmask his true nature. Most women would lose it right away. Ha ha ha, let's see how this plays out. Acting on his scheme, he approached Shen Yuan and said warmly, "Shen Yuan, what a surprise seeing you here." Spotting him, Shen Yuan responded with surprise, "Oh, it's you. What's going on? Need something?" Hojin waved dismissively and said, "Nah, just noticed a familiar face and thought I'd say hi." At this, Shen Yuan replied coolly, "If there's nothing else, I'll get back to my workout." Meng Lu turned with an irritated expression, thinking, "Get lost already. Can you stop pestering us?" "Ah," Jun thought, "you want me out that badly? Hold on, I'm not done yet." With this in mind, he asked with an innocent tone, "That girl you brought to Guojin last time, why isn't she here today? You two seemed really tight. I saw you splurging on her." After saying this, he flashed a sly grin, thinking, if they're in a typical relationship, won't she confront Shen Yuan and ditch him right here? Come on, let's see it. But as luck would have it, no one paid him any mind. Meng Lu kept guiding Shen Yuan's movements, wiping his sweat attentively. 20 seconds passed, and Hajun's face fell. No reaction? Really? Aren't they a couple? Pondering this, he called out, "Hey, did you hear me? That girl?" Before he could finish, Shen Yuan cut in coldly, "Ha-Jun, can you quit meddling? Are we that close?" Seeing Shen Yuan's tone, Ha-Jun didn't back off. He turned to Meng Lu and blurted, "Listen, girl, you can know someone's face but not their heart. This guy's playing the field. Don't let him trick you." Meng Lu looked annoyed and snapped back, "Even if he's juggling 3 women, I'm fine with it. It's not your concern." Ha-jun pressed on, still nosy. I'm telling you, he bought that other girl 2 bags, like 10,000 yuan's worth, just looking out for you. But Manglu glanced at Shen Yuan flirtatiously and said, So what? It's his cash. He can spend it however he likes. If he's happy, I'm happy. She thought, he got her 2 bags? Shen Yuan bought me a car worth over 2 million yuan. Hearing this, Ha-jun's face twisted like a sour lemon, thinking, what's happening here? She knows she's being played and she's still cool with it? What's their deal? Not letting him keep blabbing, Manglu wiped sweat from Shen Yuan's face and shot Ha-jun a glare. Please step back. Your presence is seriously disrupting our training. At this, Ha-jun stomped off, fuming and grinding his teeth. What kind of people are these? Completely irrational. Seeing his furious look, Shen Yuan thought, Coach Lu is my personal trainer and caretaker. Her role is crystal clear. Why's he so nosy? Next time I want to mess around, I'll do my research first to avoid a third wheel. Manglu turned to Shen Yuan and said, Shen Yuan, let's keep going. They trained for 2 solid hours before wrapping up. Manglu praised him. You did great today. Your form was spot on, but tomorrow we'll need to up the intensity. Shen Yuan teased, I'll up the intensity for you tonight, and you do it for me during the day. Is this payback? Manglu blushed and said, Not like that. Today was about getting comfortable with the movements and equipment. Once we're settled, we'll definitely lift heavier. Seeing her seriousness, Shen Yuan stopped teasing. All right, my muscles are stretched enough. Let's hit the showers. Moments later, they were back in the room. As they entered the bathroom, Shen Yuan pulled Manglu close and said, Coach Lu, there's one more area that needs work. Caught off guard, she gasped, huh? Before she could say more, Shen Yuan unleashed his charm, pinned her against the wall, and started caressing her, saying, This spot right here. Manglu could only sigh, You naughty boy. After who knows how long, after expending all his energy, they finished showering. While drying her hair, Manglu called out, Hubby-o, I mean Daddy, are we heading back to school tonight, or... Before she finished, Shen Yuan cut in. I've got plans tonight. Just stay here. Manglu replied, This room's too big. I don't feel comfy staying alone. I'll head back to my little apartment. Shen Yuan smiled and said, Fine, you handle it. Oh, and call me that again. At this, Manglu leaned on the table, washed her hands, and struck a playful pose, saying, What? Then she purred, Ah, Papa. Her favorability rating ticked up to 88. Seeing this, Shen Yuan thought, My favorability is up 2 points since last night. The 90-point mark isn't far off. I can't wait for the system's special reward. Soon after, showered and dressed, Shen Yuan left the junior hotel and headed back to school. As he walked in, he spotted Fangzi clinging to Yingzi. He couldn't help but think, this simp, so persistent. With that, he opened the door and strode into the room without a word. Yingzi hurried over and said, Shen Yuan, I'm sorry. He saw me at the canteen and insisted on tagging along. I've told him multiple times, but he won't listen. Fangzi quickly added, Don't blame Yingzi. I just wanted to see if I could help with anything. More hands, more help, right? Hearing this, Shen Yuan paused and said icily, No need. There's nothing you can do. With that, they walked inside and slammed the door in Fangzi's face. Not only that, but the curtain by the door was promptly drawn shut. Fangzi was stunned, thinking, just Shen Yuan and Yingzi in there? They shut the door and closed the curtains. What are they up to? It's just a dorm. Why even have curtains? Intimate scenarios flashed in his mind, and he instinctively covered his face, panicking, My Yingzi, don't tell me. Inside, as they sat down, Shen Yuan asked, How's the promotion going? Yingzi glanced at her report and said, The posters and content are up. The public account, Weibo, Quisu, and even the school's confession wall have it. Views and engagement are solid, but the new business plan needs more time. Shen Yuan replied, I'm planning another promotion wave to boost the buzz even more. Yingzi asked, surprised, How do you want to do that? Anything I need to arrange? Shen Yuan raised a finger and said, Plaster my name across that entrepreneurship zone so every international student knows I'm the big shot behind it. Drop some attention-grabbing posts or captions like, OMG, our school's entrepreneurship zone just scored a 10 million yuan investment. No way, it's student-funded. I'm shook. We've got a secret billionaire on campus. But keep my identity under wraps for now. Build the hype first. Yingzi caught on immediately, thinking, So, we're teasing info bit by bit, hyping them up until they're dying to know. Then bam, Shen Yuan steps in when the buzz is at its peak, right? She mused, No clue why he wants the spotlight, but it's not my business. I just do what he says. Shen Yuan, pleased, said, Exactly. This'll make the hype explode, and startup applications will flood in. With enough data, we can pick the real winners. He thought, First, I get clout in school and the education world. Second, it's easier to spot top-tier juniors and seniors. Third, after dropping 10 million, the system will hook me up with a whole industry. He added, For max impact, keep it quiet at first. Any issues with the rollout? Yingzi replied, Nope. We can have unofficial accounts post first, then use burners to stir up the comments. Shen Yuan nodded. Perfect. That's the plan. Now, what do you want from me? Yingzi was caught off guard. Huh? Didn't expect him to just ask like that. I was kinda hoping we could date, but he's got a girlfriend and probably isn't into me. After a pause, she said, Internships start next semester. You know how it is for private school students like us. Good jobs are tough to find, especially in marketing. I was thinking, if I could work for you, maybe I'd earn more than the usual gigs. Shen Yuan thought, She's still a student, so she's being coy, huh? If she just said she wanted me, we'd roll with it. He asked, How much more are we talking? Yingzi hesitated, then said, 8,000. She thought, marketing jobs for fresh grads pay like 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. 8,000 is double or triple that. Worried about rejection, she was relieved when Shen Yuan said, I'll make it 10,000, plus bonuses and perks if you do well. You'll work for me from now on. Yingzi's eyes widened. He's paying that much? Wait, what does work for me mean? The tension spiked when Fangzi's whiny voice came from outside. Yingzi, are you done talking yet? What's taking so long? Shen Yuan cursed in annoyance. That clingy simp is such a disgrace to guys. Yingzi said, Sorry, I'll go talk to him. Shen Yuan stopped her. Wait, I'll handle this once and for all. Yingzi looked surprised. huh? Before she could react, Shen Yuan leaned in and gave her a quick hickey on the neck. Admiring his work, he said smugly, "Let's go." Arm in arm, they walked out, putting on a show. As soon as the door opened, Chen Yuan declared, "Ying, you need a 'no simps allowed' sign." Seeing this, Fengzi's heart shattered. Teary-eyed, he asked, "Ying, what's happening?" She replied coldly, "Stop coming around. I have a boyfriend now." Fengzi sobbed, "Boyfriend? When did you two get together?" Yingzi answered, "Just now. Stay away from me, or both Chen Yuan and I will be really annoyed." With that, Fengzi's world collapsed. He crumpled to the ground, wailing, "Ying! No! Yingzi wouldn't do this!" After a long cry, Fengzi staggered away. Watching him go, Chen Yuan thought with a smirk, "Sorry, pal. Money talks. Deal with it." Yingzi pointed at her waist and asked, "So is Chen Yuan like?" Chen Yuan let go and said, "Yeah, he probably won't bug you anymore. If there's nothing else, I'm out." He bolted, leaving Yingzi watching him go. Later, back in his room, Chen Yuan plopped on his bed, thinking, "Honestly, Vice President Yingzi is total secretary material, but I'm not skilled enough to run a company well yet." He opened his business management skill panel, thinking, "Without the skills, even with all this money, I'm just a nouveau riche. Gotta unlock this knowledge fast to level up." He mused, "School's required courses cover management basics, but when I think about what I've learned, I feel underprepared." Just then, the system pinged. Ding. Detected that the host has initiated a business management learning plan. Managing a business well requires mastering specialized knowledge. The host recognizes the need for self-improvement. Business management control panel successfully activated. Limited time task, 1 month. If the host masters key management foundation knowledge, the system will inject an entire MBA program's worth of knowledge from the Chinese University of Hong Kong directly into the host's brain. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, thinking, an MBA blends theory and practice, and it's from a top Asian business school. But mastering all this in a month? That's tough. Then he remembered Liu. Right. My study buddy's a double-degree super student, and her first degree is in business management. Just then, his phone buzzed with a text. It was Miss Lin. "You there? Want to grab some drinks tonight?" Chen Yuan chuckled. Knew last time wouldn't be the last. He texted back, "Any plans tonight? Perhaps tomorrow." Yang read the message, feeling a touch disappointed, toying with her wine glass, and muttered to herself, "Tomorrow, huh? Another whole day to wait." Back in Chen Yuan's room, time slipped by, and an hour later, Manhwa showed up. She gave a playful wink, saying, "Chen Yuan, I've finally tracked you down. How do I look in this outfit today?" Chen Yuan, hearing her, reached out and softly brushed her hair, responding, "Stunning, as always. My Manhwa shines in anything." With that, Manhwa flung herself onto Chen Yuan, wrapping him in a tight embrace and kissing him passionately. Chen Yuan recalled Yusa's text, thinking to himself, "Sorry, Miss Lin, date request denied. You'll have to wait your turn." Then they dove into a heated makeout session. Who knows how much time passed? All that was visible was Manhwa, passed out, her clothes in disarray, her fondness points climbing to 93. Shen Yuan grinned, noting to himself, Hui Hui's fondness jumped from 91 to 93 already. I'm seeing a trend here. Past 90, boosting fondness gets trickier and slower. But the tougher the challenge, the greater the payoff, like tackling a dungeon in a game. With that thought, he leaned down, gently kneading her curves, while planting a kiss on Minhui's cheek, saying, "Didn't I promise to help you scout some houses? If you're free this weekend, I'll take you." Minhui sprang up, hugging him tightly, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I love you." The scene shifted to the next morning at school. As Minhui opened the door and stepped inside, she overheard the buzz and spotted posters and promotional posts about the entrepreneurship zone shared by the school's account. A girl in a red shirt, catching the news, scoffed, "Are you serious? The rich kids here just blow their parents' cash on parties, investing in an entrepreneurship zone. No way." The girl in a blue shirt nodded in agreement. "I don't buy it either. No student in our school is that impressive. A billionaire heir actually applying? That's wild." Knowing the truth, but sworn to secrecy, Chenling felt uneasy, her whole body itching with the urge to spill. She whispered, "I'm dying to tell them. What do I do?" Minhui pressed a finger to her lips, signaling quiet, and replied, "You've got to keep it under wraps. Shen Yuan doesn't want us saying anything yet." Chenling spun around, flashing a cheeky wink, saying, "Oh, I have no idea what Shen Yuan's scheming. Isn't that like wearing fine silk in the dark? You're speaking facts." She added, "You've landed a prize like Shen Yuan. Hey, ask if they need a maid or helper. I'm done working hard." Minhui, hearing this, chuckled and patted her shoulder, saying, "What? Like a live-in personal nanny?" Chenling shot back, "Nice one, Minhui. You think I'm aiming to be a mistress? I'd love to, but they wouldn't even notice me." With that, Chenling playfully poked at Minhui's chest, teasing in a light-hearted tone, "You're still the queen, Minhui. I bet he was over the moon last night, right?" Minhui blushed, responding, "Oh, come on, stop it." Chenling didn't let up, pressing her chest against Minhui's with a sly grin, saying, "Admit it, isn't that true?" "Fine," Minhui sighed, exasperated. "You're such a nuisance." Meanwhile, in the library, a tomboyish girl burst in, calling out, "Yuping, did you hear? Some student supposedly dropped 10 million yuan on the startup zone." Yuping, without lifting her eyes, replied, "Yeah, I saw it. Do I look gullible? You believe every rumor?" The tomboy continued, "I thought the same. 10 million yuan? To toss that into a startup zone, their family's got to be worth hundreds of millions at least. If our school has a sugar daddy like that, I'd do whatever to win them over." Yuping rolled her eyes. "Keep dreaming. Someone that loaded wouldn't even spare you a glance, would they?" The tomboy cleared her throat and said, "If someone really threw down that kind of cash, they'd be flaunting it already. Not just anyone can pull that off. And what's the point of all that wealth if you can't show it off?" "Exactly," Yuping agreed. "Take Shen Yuan. He gets a bit of money and suddenly he's acting all high and mighty, chasing girls left and right, even helping old ladies open coffee shops." The tomboy nodded enthusiastically. "Totally. Last time I gave him some advice, he humiliated me so bad. Ugh, don't even bring up that jerk." At the same time, whispers and rumors spread like wildfire across campus. Everyone was talking about the mysterious, super-rich, second-generation student. Some bought into it, Others didn't. Opinions were everywhere. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was quietly pushing forward with his plan. He swung open his car door, still talking on the phone with Liao. "Counselor Liao, I need your assistance with something. I'm interested in studying business management, and I'd like your guidance on the key concepts." Liao Xiao was instantly wary. "Chen Yuan, what's your game this time?" Chen Yuan slid into the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt, and responded with an innocent tone. Liao, unconvinced, replied, "Oh, really? All right, fine." Chen Yuan then said, "I'm nearly at your place." Liao sounded surprised. "My place? You're not planning to stir up trouble again, are you?" Chen Yuan adopted a serious expression. "You know me, I'd never do anything out of line." Noticing her hesitation, he added, "Relax, counselor." A short while later, Chen Yuan arrived at Liao's doorstep. She opened the door, her voice tinged with concern. "Chen Yuan, before you step inside, promise me you won't repeat last time's antics." Without missing a beat, Chen Yuan replied, "I promise." Liao pressed, "Are you certain?" Chen Yuan met her gaze with earnest eyes. "Absolutely certain." Reassured, Liao swung the door wider. "Okay, come in then." Once inside, Chen Yuan headed straight for the table and sat down. Liao pulled out a stack of papers, saying, "This is the business administration textbook I used in college. I've highlighted the main points in the first 3 chapters." She handed the materials to Chen Yuan. "This knowledge is mostly about memorization. Try connecting it to real-world scenarios. As you study, it'll help you retain it better." Chen Yuan accepted the documents and said, "Got it. I'll commit it to memory." And so, Chen Yuan spent the entire afternoon studying diligently. Liao sat nearby, quietly watching. After some time, Chen Yuan paused, turning to fix his gaze on Liao Xiao intently. She frowned. "Why'd you stop? Why are you staring at me? Focus on the book and memorize it." Chen Yuan propped his chin on his hand, his voice dreamy. "Counselor Liao, how can a book compare to your beauty?" Liao's cheeks flushed as she scolded him. "There you go again. Didn't you promise to study seriously?" Quick as lightning, Chen Yuan leaned in close. "I am here to study seriously, but I also want you to be my girlfriend. Those two aren't mutually exclusive." Liao stood abruptly, visibly displeased. What nonsense is this? Chen Yuan darted behind her, wrapping her in a tight embrace. "It's not nonsense, I'm dead serious, Counselor Liao." Panicked, Liao exclaimed, "Stop it, Chen Yuan. My younger sister is asleep in the other room." Chen Yuan grinned mischievously. "Even better that she's here, we can announce our relationship." Liao struggled faintly. "Let go, Chen Yuan. I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend." Before she could finish, Chen Yuan spun her around, kissed her lips, and declared, "You'll agree eventually." Liao, stunned, thought to herself, "He promised so solemnly before coming in, and it's barely been 1 session. As expected, men are liars." At that moment, Chen Yuan's hands began wandering again. Liao pushed him away firmly. "No. Chen Yuan, stop." Suddenly, the door flew open, and Liao Mang stumbled in, rubbing her eyes, only to freeze in shock. There, in the living room, were Chen Yuan and Liao in a compromising position. Internally, she screamed, "What the heck? My sister and Chen Yuan are going at it on the couch. Since when did she get so bold?" With that, she slammed the door shut faster than lightning. Flustered, Liao shoved Chen Yuan off, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? My little sister saw everything." Chen Yuan, unfazed, leaned closer to reassure her. If she's going to find out eventually, why not tell her now? Liao snapped back, clearly irritated. "Not helpful," she continued. "I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend, and now I don't know how to explain this to my sister." Chen Yuan pulled her to face him, closing the distance, and asked directly, "Counselor, do you like me or not?" Caught off guard, Liao stammered, her thoughts racing. "If I say I like him, I sort of do, but we're teacher and student." Meanwhile, her affection level rose to 71 points. Seeing this, Chen Yuan quietly rejoiced. "Her feelings for me are growing 2 points isn't bad. No need for gifts or cash, just sincerity and persistence. She'll understand my heart eventually." Without pushing further, he said, "It's fine. I won't give up." Liao, surprised, blushed, and struggled to respond. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan felt a spark of joy. He stood, heading for the door. "I'll head out now. Catch you later." As soon as Chen Yuan left, Liao called out, "You can come out now, no need to hide in the bedroom." Hesitantly, Liao Mang peeked out, then approached. "All done?" she asked. Liao bent down to gather the documents, replying, Mang leaned closer, curious. "Sis, are you and him, like, official now? Should I call him brother-in-law?" Embarrassed, Liao clenched her fists and stuttered, "Not exactly." Surprised, Mang pressed, "Not yet? How are you two doing that without being official?" Liao faltered, "We haven't gone all the way yet." Mang pushed further. "So, what do you really feel?" Liao's heart was a jumbled mess. "I don't even know anymore," she admitted, embarrassed. Seeing her sister's expression, Mang smirked, thinking, "She's totally smitten and doesn't even see it." Before they knew it, evening arrived, and Chen Yuan was at MS Cafe. Yu Cheng was already there, preparing for the night in a revealing 2-strap dress that flaunted her curves. Spotting Chen Yuan, she said, "Chen Yuan, I hope it's not inconvenient. I've been feeling down lately and wanted to talk. Not taking up too much of your time, am I?" Chen Yuan sat across from her. "It's fine, Miss Lin. What's wrong? You seem upset." Yu Chang lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness on her face, hesitating before speaking. "Zheng Shenyang is getting worse, staying out all night. Lately, he doesn't even hide it. He comes home reeking of other women's perfume." She opened up, thinking, if he's doing shady stuff, I can go out for drinks and chats too. I won't go too far, even if I put a green hat on him. His head's already green anyway. Then she asked, "Chen Yuan, is Chen Nai your girlfriend?" He nodded. "You could say that." Yu Chang continued, "You're out drinking with Mitos, she know?" Chen Yuan replied, "She doesn't, but even if she did, she wouldn't mind." Hearing this, Yu Chang thought, "All right, then I won't feel guilty. I don't want to mess with anyone's relationship." Blushing, she said cautiously, "Chen Yuan, could you hold me, just for a bit?" Without hesitation, he scooted over, leaving space beside him. "Come here, then." Yu Chang stood, her figure even more striking up close. Instead of sitting on the chair, she settled onto Shen Yuan's lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist without pause. She asked, "He knows you're out drinking with me." Instantly, Yu Chang slid her arms around his neck, pressing herself against him, and kissed him intensely, saying, "Don't mention him." Caught off guard, Shen Yuan hesitated, thinking, "In Nana's cafe with another woman, I feel a bit guilty." But temptation won out. Who could resist this? He reciprocated, thinking, "Forget it, I'm a jerk. Why overthink?" His hands began wandering, reaching for her waistband. Yu Chang, clinging to her last shred of restraint, grabbed his hand. "No, you can't." Shen Yuan teased, "What, you want me to go vegetarian?" Blushing, Yu Chang replied, "Shen Yuan, let me help you." He smirked, pulling her closer. "Nah, I'm eating meat today." With that, he moved decisively, diving into the moment. She let out a startled, "Oh!" Dusheng felt a rush like a cascade of water flowing through her, rejuvenating her spirit. She wondered silently, could this be paradise? 30 minutes later, Ducheng was still caught in that sensation, softly murmuring, Afterward, Shen Yuan gestured toward his lower half and said, "Take care of it for me." At those words, Ducheng promptly dropped to her knees. The following scene of licking we'll gloss over. Shen Yuan's face radiated satisfaction as he recalled a saying to himself, "Youth is squandered on the wedded, and maidens are misjudged as gems. No truer words exist." Afterward, Ducheng seemed to bask in the lingering euphoria. She reached out, savoring the remnants, her expression one of pure ecstasy, and the favorability score hovering above her head displayed 63. Shen Yuan was taken aback, finding it odd. Typically, with others, such progress only happened when favorability exceeded 60. With her, though, it surfaced post-encounter. Then, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for achieving over 60 favorability with 5 NPCs. Stage mission accomplished. A fulfilling life requires ample encounters with the opposite sex. System rewards. Effective study card X2, special skill pack exchange card X1, perfect life lucky wheel X2. Reading the notification, Shen Yuan thought gleefully, "I didn't expect the system to assess not just favorability value, but also the number of NPCs." With that in mind, he mused, "Let's see what's in store this time." He tapped to inspect the effective study card. When reading, you can instantly commit the content to memory, etched deeply in your mind. Each card lasts for 1 hour. He rejoiced inwardly, thinking, "This is fantastic. Textbooks take too long to study. With these cards, I can complete the business administration major's tasks in just hours." With that, he moved on to the next item. Perfect Life Lucky Draw. A chance to win various premium cards, attribute point boosts, tangible items, or industry cash. His eyes sparkled. Incredible. The thrill of drawing prizes is unreal. It'd be amazing to win a companion. At that moment, Dusheng snapped out of her reverie. She stood, brushing her hair behind her ear, and said, "You seem thrilled. Emotions really are infectious. These past 30 minutes, I felt an unparalleled joy." Shen Yuan paused, stunned by her words. Ducheng turned to leave, adding, "Come on, Shen Yuan, let's head back. Oh, let's meet again soon." Confused, Shen Yuan thought, huh? Again? Is she thinking long-term? After that intense encounter with Linu Cheng, Shen Yuan finally returned home. As he shed his clothes, a message pinged. Checking it, he saw a flood of screenshots. No one at our international business school drives a G-class. If you're gonna lie, at least do your homework. Not just our school or the business department, even the foreign languages school has no students with G-wagons. This guy's just spewing nonsense. Let's treat it as a joke. Lying's free, after all. Reading the comments, Chen Wen muttered, "These are the online remarks Feng Hui sent with those screenshots." Being criticized was oddly beneficial. Doubts sparked debates and buzz. He replied, "Leak some details slowly, like my department, major, and year. Just keep my name out of it." Fang Men responded, "Got it, will do." Setting his phone down, Shen Yuan thought, project stuff can wait. Let's see what else the cheat system has up its sleeve. He opened the system panel, and a notification popped up. You have 2 lottery draws available. Would you like to proceed? Yes or no? Shen Yuan said, yes. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host. You've won a 500-meter shop in Yawan urban area. Reward collection instructions. Visit the Yankee Yan Business Center within 1 week to claim." His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, a street-facing shop in Yonggi Yawen. That's the ritziest area in Xingcheng. This is another income stream. Even if I don't use it, I can rent it out." After celebrating, he tapped for the second draw. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. You've received 2 physique attribute modification opportunities." Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, thinking, modify physique attributes? If I tweak body fat or weight, the physique mission could be done instantly. He opened his attribute panel. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 70.6 kilograms. Health index, 70. Body fat percentage, 19.5%. He mused, gaining weight is tough when you're lean like me. Let's adjust weight. The system notified, adjusting stats for host. 1 attribute point adds 2 kilograms. Progress, 1%. 2%. 3%. 99%. His reflection in the mirror began to shift. Moments later, the system confirmed, attribute modification complete. Grinning, he thought, done. Let's check. Combined with the weight from Coach Lu's training, it was like gaining 10 kilos of muscle instantly. Still short of the physique goal, but the change was noticeable. Attribute points were incredible. He summarized the cheat system's rules. 1. Higher favorability yields big rewards. 2. Reaching intimacy with a certain number of NPCs triggers rewards. In other words, he needed to keep expanding his connections. With that, he checked the system rewards. Initially, he planned to study and connect with a consultant, but the study card would give him more to discuss. Over the next few days, he studied with Li Hao, trained with Manglu, bought a Chen Na AMC-20, and got himself a G63. Soon, the job fair for international students arrived. People attended out of curiosity or to seek opportunities. Someone remarked, "No one in this school drives a car like that. It's worth, what, 300 million? Another said, "Did you hear? The Startup Zone investor, an international business student, drives a G-class." Haha, like the last guy said, lying's free. Why would someone with that car attend a second-rate private school like ours? Focus on the job fair, another replied. The companies at the fair weren't major corporations, just local small and medium-sized enterprises in Xincheng. In the school's small auditorium, Yuping and the short-haired girl from before appeared. The girl asked a guy, "Brother, doesn't your family own a company? Why are you at the job fair?" A blonde-haired youth in a suit, with a face flat as pavement, replied, "To study other companies' strategies. Managing a business means staying current, not isolating yourself." The tomboyish girl nearby chimed in, "Senior, if I can't find an internship, can I join your company?" He smiled confidently. "Submit an application. With my support, it's a done deal." Both girls' eyes sparkled, saying in unison, "Really? Thank you, Senior." The blonde guy gestured to other girls, adding, "If you haven't found internships, apply to my company. We're schoolmates, I'll look out for you." His arrogance irritated Li Yanping and others nearby. One gritted his teeth, saying, "What's that beau doing here? He's just flirting." Others agreed, "Yeah, this guy's posing as a senior. So annoying, and he's trying to drag us down. If Lao-san were here, he'd knock him out." The tomboyish girl whispered to Yuping, "Our senior's skilled and humble, unlike Shen Yuan, who only knows how to run a coffee shop and flirt. A coffee shop versus a company? Worlds apart. Shen Yuan's so narrow-minded and crude." Mentioning Shen Yuan, Yuping recalled her prior embarrassment and said irritably, "Don't bring him up. His pettiness last time ruined my opinion of him." Meanwhile, the gold-digging grandpa-grandson duo kept boasting. "Student Tian, free this afternoon? Let's grab food after the presentation." The girl replied eagerly, "Sure, sure." Just then, a sleek G63 rolled in. Everyone gasped. Aren't outside cars banned on campus? What's this? Their eyes widened. "Wait, that's a G-class!" Yuping and her sidekick, Zongboy, turned instantly. G-class? Everyone's been talking about it. The student who invested 10 million in the startup zone drives that. Zongboy whispered, "If that sugar daddy's really from our school, he's worth more than the senior." Yuping thought, "If I could meet him, I'd ditch the senior in a second." Just then, Shen Yuan lowered the window, leaned out, and said, "La Huang, Lao Cao, what are you doing? Hop in, I'll drive you back to the dorm." Their jaws dropped. Yuping thought, Shen Yuan? How's he driving that?" Both exclaimed, "The luxury car driver's Shen Yuan." Huang Hai, who'd endured the old guy's bragging, was overjoyed. "He's here, driving the G-class, right on time." Yuping stormed over, pressing her face to the back seat window, thinking, "No way it's Shen Yuan. Someone else must be inside. He's probably just the driver." Lao leaned in, asking, "What you whispering about? So shady." Huang Hai Bao, now cocky, opened the door and said dismissively, "Step aside. My brothers and I are getting in." As the car drove off, Zongboy regretted, "A top-tier sugar daddy was right there, and I missed it." She asked, disappointed, "If we apologized to Shen Yuan, would he accept?" Yuping, still shocked, stammered, I don't know." Soon, news that Shen Yuan drove the G-class spread across campus, especially in the girls' dorms. One girl declared, "That's it. My goal's Chen Yuan from now on. Another replied, obviously. If it was some 50 or 60-year-old, girls might hesitate. But Chen Yuan's young, handsome, and successful at 21. What's to think about? Go for it. In another room, a girl bragged, I got his WeChat. Watch me charm him. Her roommate asked, don't you have a boyfriend? She shrugged. So? If I can be with Chen Yuan, my current guy's history, I'll tell him to get lost. In Fu Ying's room, a girl called out, Sister Yingzi. It was Jing Han, Yingzi's junior. Yingzi asked, Jing Han, what's up? Blushing, Jing Han said, you're working with Chen Yuan on the startup zone, right? Can you introduce us? Yingzi raised an eyebrow. You're a sophomore. Shouldn't you focus on the radio station and becoming station manager? Why are you thinking business? Jing Han replied, the job market's rough. I need to plan ahead. Yingzi saw through it, thinking, sure, I almost bought that. Then she considered, Jing Han's the little dragon girl 168 centimeters, curvy, slender, delicate features, great aura. She'd be perfect for Chen Yuan. In her mind, she pictured Chen Yuan as an emperor on a throne, Jing Han as his graceful empress, and herself as a eunuch serving them. She laughed at herself. Wait, why am I the eunuch picking concubines for Chen Yuan?
After word got out, Chen Yuan's phone wouldn't stop buzzing. A flood of messages poured in. Senior, I'm Yao Zhen, a second-year Spanish major at the Foreign Language Institute. Can we connect? Hi, I'm Zhang Changling, a senior in sports and exercise science. Want to go for a jog or play badminton sometime? Chen Yuan, I'm Zhu Xiaofang from the Human Resource Management Program, Business School, Class of 20. Can I get to know you? Are you single? President, do you have a girlfriend? I'm a 36C. Want to explore something? Chen Yuan, I'm a ballet student. Please accept my friend request. I'll send you a video soon. Stats, 168 centimeters tall, bust 85 centimeters, waist 63 centimeters, hips 80 centimeters. Please add me. Round-faced, stubbled guy. Ruby Lin from Chengdu, up for chilling? Amid the constant ping of notifications, Lao turned and asked, Lao-san, your phone's blowing up. You gonna check it? Chen Yuan, sprawled on his bed, muttered, No way. It's kinda disgusting. Lao raised an eyebrow and said, What? You're tired of all these girls hitting you up? Chen Yuan waved his phone, showing the stack of messages. Rubbish. If it was just girls, I wouldn't mind. But there's a ton of guys too. I'm not into that. So irritating. Just then, Lao Huang held up his phone and said, Lao-san, all the girls chasing you are now flooding my WeChat too. Chen Yuan shot back, Ignore those girls. At that, Hang Hai exploded, yelling, Lao-san, you're done for. Lao and I have been forever alone for 3 years of college, not a single girl in sight, and here you are, soaring like a kite in a storm. Chen Yuan opened the system panel to check his progress. Accumulate 500 reputation points for a lottery draw. Rewards, attribute point boost or special ability. Note, reputation reflects the admiration and respect others have for you. Only reputation from university teachers and students counts for this task. Current points, 33. He mused to himself, if it weren't for this system's reputation quest, I wouldn't bother with any of this. Fame means nothing if it doesn't bring real benefits to my friends. True recognition and respect come from that. To really boost my reputation, I'll need a successful project. Aloud, he said, First, I need to meet Fu Yingzi. He grabbed his phone and texted, Secretary Fu, let's meet at the office later. She replied promptly, got it, boss. Just then, Shen Yuan's phone rang. It was Manhwa. He picked up and said, Hey babe, what's up? Manhwa answered, Shen Yuan, I heard you're on campus. Where are you? Free to hang out today? He replied, Meet me at my office at school. Wait for me there. He thought, now that I'm a public figure handling external affairs, I can't be seen strolling around campus with Manhwa. It'll spark wild rumors among the older and younger female students. After hanging up, Shen Yuan got up and said, I'm heading out for a bit. Don't wait for me to game. He walked out, waving, and added, Oh, and Lao Huang, your time will come too. Lao Huang flipped him off with both hands, grumbling, What time? It's already summer, and I'm still setting off my own fireworks. Moments later, Shen Yuan reached the meeting spot with Manhwa. The second she saw him, she threw herself into his arms, saying, Shen Yuan, I missed you so much. He nudged her gently, saying, Let's head inside to talk. He led Manhwa into the office. As soon as they entered, she huffed, Well, now you're a big deal. Every girl on campus knows who you are. Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Really? Manhwa plopped into a chair and said, Yup, your personal info's all over the internet. He sighed. Those people have way too much free time. Manhwa stood, walked over, and pulled the curtains shut, saying, When guys go out, they need to know how to stay safe. Got it? Shen Yuan blinked naively. I know how to stay safe, but what's that got to do with closing the curtains? She slipped her hand under her skirt, slowly sliding off her panties, and said, It's related, of course. I can do it here too. Shen Yuan, you want to? He stammered, It's not that, Manhwa. I've got a meeting with someone else to discuss stuff. Manhwa tugged him up, saying, Shen Yuan, get up. As he stood, she reached down, gently unzipping his pants. Shen Yuan froze, staring blankly. Then she turned, facing her rear toward him, and asked, Like this position? Shen Yuan slid his sweet potato into the oven, murmuring, Uh-huh. Meanwhile, outside, Fu Yingzi had arrived. Hearing noises from inside, she thought, This sound isn't good. She leaned closer, catching the increasingly rapid pitter-patter sounds, and thought, the sound of card games is so loud. Did the boss call me here just to overhear this? After listening for a bit, Yingzi's face flushed crimson, and she scurried to the side, telling herself, My boss is definitely powerful, but not exactly proper. At a time like this, a secretary's job is to stand guard and make sure no one overhears the boss. This continued until a class period ended, by which time Yingzi's legs were aching terribly. She bent forward, musing, Is the boss still not finished? He's really something else. My legs are totally numb. Just as this crossed her mind, the office door swung open. Manhwa stepped out. Spotting Yingzi, she cleared her throat with 2 sharp coughs. Cuckoo! Then she strode toward Yingzi, a smug grin on her face. You overheard everything just now, didn't you? If you did, you should know Shen Yuan belongs to me. Stop fantasizing about foolish things. After Manhwa walked away, Yingzi entered the room. She asked, Boss, what did you need me for? Shen Yuan responded, You've performed admirably these past few days, generating quite a stir. Hearing this, she modestly replied, It's mostly thanks to your outstanding guidance, boss. Without it, I wouldn't have come up with those ideas. Shen Yuan nodded and said, With this kind of buzz, we'll likely see a flood of applications for the startup zone. When those come in, please help me pre-screen them. It'll make it simpler to pick projects that can launch quickly. Yingzi hesitated before asking, "Who should I filter out? What's the criteria?" Shen Yuan smiled and answered, "Choose the exceptional ones. Select those who can reflect our school's fresh image. Though our school is a second-tier private institution, and our teaching quality and student results don't match top universities, we have a significant edge." Curious, Yingzi pressed, "What edge? Could you explain, boss?" Shen Yuan replied, "The female students at our school are strikingly beautiful." At these words, Yingzi's eyes widened in shock, thinking, "My goodness, is the boss spending all this money just to back beautiful, charming university students? But openly recruiting consorts right here at school is too bold, and I've basically become a pro at picking consorts." With this in mind, she cautiously asked, "Boss, is this really all right?" Noticing her concern, Shen Yuan quickly clarified, "We're offering startup opportunities for the school students. This is a fantastic chance to transform their futures and destinies. With so many applicants already and more to come, why not pick a few who are more pleasing to the eye?" Yingzi responded, "Got it, boss. I'll screen them first and send them to you." Inwardly, she thought, the boss is really the boss, talking about picking consorts while sounding so noble. Shen Yuan then asked, "Have you finished the set of re-examination questions I asked you to prepare earlier?" Yingzi replied, "Yes, it's nearly complete." Only then did she grasp his intent, telling herself, the boss planned so far ahead. He asked for re-examination tests as a way to justify eliminating those not selected, keeping them from stirring trouble at the school or with higher-ups. With this realization, Yingzi leaned closer and asked, "When the time comes, for those in the know, can we quietly leak the exam answers to the ones you want, so they score high?" Impressed by her quick thinking, Shen Yuan praised her with satisfaction. Yingzi's heart was in turmoil at that moment. One part of her said, "Fu Yingzi, isn't what you're doing just like those corrupt officials in ancient times offering beauties to the emperor? Are you worthy of the education you've received?" The other part countered, "If those girls end up with other guys, would their fate be any better than with Shen Yuan? It's a two-way street. If they don't apply, they'd never land in the boss's radar anyway." Her internal conflict reached this point, and she quietly thought, "Besides, the boss pays me 10,000 yuan. So thinking for him and easing his burdens is only natural. If that's the case, let's start by presenting the boss with the first beauty." With that, she spoke up, "Boss, I have a younger sister at the same school. She'd love to meet you." Shen Yuan immediately asked, "How old is your younger sister?" Yingzi pointed to her chest and said, "Just like me." Hearing this, Shen Yuan sighed helplessly. "Secretary Fu, what are you talking about? I mean her age." Embarrassed, Yingzi quickly swiped open her phone and said, "Oh, my apologies." She handed the phone to him and introduced, "Boss, she's a second-year student, 19 years old, and her nickname at school is Little Dragon Maiden." The moment Shen Yuan saw the photo on the screen, his gaze locked. He thought to himself, "There's even a chance to play the Dragon Knight." Then he said, "You can add this girl first." Abruptly, his phone pinged with a text from Lin Yu Chong. "Shen Yuan, you free tonight? How about a drink?" After scanning the message, Shen Yuan mused silently. She mentioned continuing next time. Didn't realize it's been days already. He grinned to himself. It's probably just about grabbing a drink, right? He swiftly replied, 9 p.m. Noticing the instant response, Yu Chong was taken aback. This Shen Yuan actually texted back so fast, she thought, delighted. I never imagined that just having drinks with Shen Yuan twice would spark this. It's like rediscovering that high school romance vibe with him. Reflecting on this, she reclined, brushing her hand over her body, eagerly thinking, I wish time would speed up to 9 p.m. already. Meanwhile, after wrapping up with Fu Ying-Z, Chen Yuan exited the school office. Reaching his G63, he found the car windows plastered with love letters and various notes. He picked up one marked with red lipstick and read, Can we be friends? My bra size is 36E, contact info blurred. Chen Yuan was at a loss for words, feeling exasperated. Just then, two girls approached, waving. Hi, Chen Yuan. My sister and I are going shopping. Can you give us a lift? Chen Yuan opened the car door, slid inside, and said, Sorry, I'm picking someone up later. No room left. The girl with the ponytail responded, Oh, can we exchange WeChat contacts? Maybe hang out next time? Chen Yuan rolled down the window and said, Sorry, too many people adding me on WeChat. Can't add more right now. The girls went quiet, saying nothing further. Nearby, two male students witnessed the exchange. One remarked, See, that's what being rich gets you. We try to get on his good side, and he doesn't even glance our way. Isn't that maddening? The other replied, He's just a bit taller, better looking, and wealthier than us. Why do so many girls flock to him? The first sighed. It's definitely the money. That Mercedes G-Class worth 3 million yuan, we might never earn enough in our lives to afford it. The other looked skyward and sighed. Honestly, not just the girls, even I'd throw myself at him. The buzzcut guy recoiled. Hey man, you're a dude. Got any standards? The other wiggled his hips and said, So what if I'm a guy? If I hit financial freedom, I'd pledge my loyalty too. Buzzcut, tempted by the thought, blushed and admitted, You know, thinking about it, it doesn't sound half bad. Time flew by, and soon it was 9 p.m. As planned, Chen Yuan and Yu Chong met at the cafe. As he settled in, Chen Yuan asked, Something troubling you at home again? Yu Chong didn't respond directly. She lifted her wine glass and said pensively, Chen Yuan, I have a question for you. Chen Yuan nodded. Go ahead, ask. Yu Chong, a bit shy, murmured, Do you believe in love? Chen Yuan answered, I could say I do, or I could say I don't. He recalled a high school romance. I truly believed in love back then. The thrill of being with that first person was pure love. Then he thought of Wan Ting, Manhwa, Chen Na, and Manglu, muttering to himself, After the breakup, I couldn't recapture that feeling with Xiaoan Ting. Even with Nulu or Hui Hui, something always felt off. Hearing his vague response, Yu Chong said, slightly frustrated, Chen Yuan, that's too ambiguous. Just then, her phone rang. Answering it, Yu Chong said, Yes, I need someone to fix my air conditioner. The person on the line asked, When are you available? We'll send someone over. Yu Chong replied, Tomorrow morning or afternoon works. The voice confirmed, All right, the repairman will call you tomorrow. Yu Chong said, Great, thanks, and hung up. Chen Yuan then asked, Air conditioner at home broken? Yu Chong smiled. It's been out for days. I've been sleeping with a fan lately. Chen Yuan grinned. You don't need to call a repairman. I know my way around this stuff. Yu Chong was surprised. You know how to fix air conditioners too? At that moment, Chen Yuan activated the system. SS system, I'd like to use the skill exchange card from last time. The system displayed a notification. Host can select from elementary cooking, wrestling, household appliance repair, or race car driving skills. Chen Yuan chose the appliance repair skill and confirmed the exchange. The system notified, Exchange complete. Host can now repair TVs, refrigerators, range hoods, and air conditioners. After the notification, Chen Yuan glanced at his hands, murmuring, My fingers feel nimbler all of a sudden. Must be the skill with screwdrivers, wire strippers, and tools. He turned to Yu Chong and said, Of course I can fix it. I've got the know-how. He asked, Is your husband home? Yu Chong replied, Number Y. Moments later, Chen Yuan followed Yu Chong to her place and got to work on the air conditioner. Watching him, Yu Chong thought, Zhang Shanyang said he wouldn't be home tonight, and our kid's with his grandparents in the countryside. Bringing Chen Yuan here, even if it's just to fix the air conditioner, feels thrilling. As she pondered, Chen Yuan turned and said, It's just dusty from not being cleaned in a while. Needs a good dusting and filter wash. He resumed working. Seeing his focus, Yu Chong questioned her own allure. She'd worried he might try something, but maybe she was overthinking. A man and a woman alone, and he's genuinely just fixing the air conditioner. She stepped out, saying, Chen Yuan, I've put you to enough trouble. I'm going to shower first. She thought, my head's all over the place. A shower will help me think straight. 15 minutes later, Yu Chong returned in loungewear, feeling the room's temperature. Her eyes widened in amazement. Chen Yuan smiled. All fixed. Feel that cold air? Yu Chong exclaimed, It's really working. You've worked so hard, Chen Yuan. I don't know how to thank you. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan took her hand, pulled her close, and said, Want to thank me? Come here. He sat on the bed, and Yu Chong, alarmed, thought about Zhang Shanyang returning. She firmly said, Number. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan gently pushed her onto the bed, laying her back, and said, Why not? He tugged down her shorts, adding, From now on, if anything breaks at your place, I'll fix it. Your heart and body, leave those to me too. Without another word, Chen Yuan drew his rui staff and began to move. Yu Chong blushed, letting out soft moans. Chen Yuan, oh Chen Yuan, she gripped the bedsheet, thinking, This is payment for the air conditioner fix. It's not like he hasn't before. As his rui staff worked, Yu Chong melted, her eyes glazing over. So this is what total immersion feels like. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's back, thinking, compared to this, being with Zhang Shanyang was such a waste. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation, silently cursing Zhang Xian. He's just too weak. At that moment, outside, the elevator doors opened. Zhang Xian loosened his tie, grumbling, Damn, I can't even breathe. He muttered about drinks and people playing hard to get, rejecting extra money. As he reached the apartment door, he stretched to open it. Hearing the noise, Yu Chong's eyes froze. Oh no, that's the door. Both froze, and she looked toward the door in panic. Zhang Xian was really back. Hearing a noise, Du Chang swiftly placed a hand over her mouth, silencing him. Deep inside, she felt anxious. If Zhang Xian truly discovers this, my leverage for splitting our assets in the divorce will vanish. I could even be ruined, my reputation and career in tatters. With this in mind, Chen Yuan slipped out of bed, approached the door, and said, I'll secure the lock. Noticing the young man's composure, Dushang couldn't help but gaze in astonishment. She wondered, how can he be so fearless? Just as Chen Yuan finished locking the door, Zhang Zanyang staggered in. He muttered, Huh? Nobody's home. Nobody's here, yet the air conditioner's running. Think electricity grows on trees? The old man grabbed a glass and shuffled to the water dispenser. About to pour, he noticed it was empty and cursed in frustration. Useless woman, you do nothing all day, not even chores, not a drop of water to drink. He set the glass down and moved to open the door. Finding it locked from the inside, Zhang Shanyong paused, puzzled, and thought, What's this? Why's the door bolted from within? Forget it. Chen Yuan gently placed Dushang back on the bed and whispered, Shh, my dear. You wouldn't want to upset your husband, would you? At these words, Dushang quickly pressed her hand to her lips, not daring to make a sound. After fumbling for a while and realizing the person inside wasn't opening the door, Zhang Xian grumbled irritably, Are you mad at me again? So what if I got home late? Don't you know I had to entertain clients for work? Ignoring his complaints, Shen Yuan and Du Chang continued their encounter in the room. Her body quivering, she clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, stifling any noise. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian had moved to the next room. He pushed open the door, stepped inside, and muttered, "If you won't let me in, fine. At least I don't have to do my work. This is nice. I can play bullets more tomorrow." With that, he collapsed onto the bed, still mumbling, the bar. Moments later, Zhang Shenyong was out cold, snoring softly, HRR, HRR. In the adjacent room, Chen Yuan and Du Chang had shifted to the lizard against the wall position. She whispered, "Chen Yuan, be gentle. My husband's right on the other side of the wall." Smirking, the young man replied as he moved his hips, "He's asleep. He won't suspect a thing. Relax. This is what makes it thrilling." On the other side, Zhang Shanyong was drooling in his sleep, his snores growing louder. HRR him, HRR him, HRR him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan flashed a sly grin and said, "He's snoring so loudly, my body's moving to the rhythm." At these words, Dushang's entire body shook intensely. She fought to stay silent, thinking, "Chen Yuan's playing with fire. I can't let him get to me. I absolutely cannot make a noise. Absolutely not." But soon, Dushang couldn't hold back. Her face glowed with bliss, and she let out a faint moan. "Ah," she thought to herself, "Chen Yuan was right. This feeling is irresistible." Things carried on until the next morning. Chen Yuan had slipped away at some point. Zhang Xian, groggy, rose, clutching his head and thinking, "My head's pounding. That bar must have served me fake liquor last night." Outside, Dushang was up, bustling about preparing breakfast. Zhang Shanyang emerged, and seeing this, he was taken aback, thinking, "What's this? She hasn't made breakfast in 2 years. What's gotten into her? But having a caring wife at home feels great. This is how life should be." He then asked, "Hey, you locked the door to sleep again last night, didn't you? How was it? Sleep well?" Dushang turned and replied brightly, "I slept wonderfully." Her expression made Zhang Xian suspicious. He thought, "Hold on, something's off. She's suddenly being so kind to me. Is she hiding something?" With that, Zhang Xian stormed angrily into the bedroom, thinking, "Don't tell me you dared to betray me." The old man scoured the bed, meticulously searching, flipping over blankets and pillows. Not a single strand of male hair was found, nor any trace of unusual fluid. After checking the bed, he went outside to rummage through the trash can, muttering to himself. No tissues were in the bin, and no sign of condoms either. Frustrated by his fruitless search, Zheng Zhanyong hobbled back to the kitchen. He settled at the table, allowing his mind to drift, and murmured to himself, "Looks like I was overanalyzing everything." Just then, Du Chong set breakfast on the table and announced, "Time to eat." He grabbed a sandwich and inquired, "Last night, while I was asleep, I thought I heard something banging against the wall. Did you notice anything?" Dushang, calmly opening a milk carton, responded, "No, you probably imagined it. I was fast asleep and didn't hear a thing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian remarked, "Guess I was mistaken. Didn't you mention the air conditioner was broken? It seems to be working fine now." Du Chang, acting as if nothing was amiss, replied smoothly, "I had someone come repair it." As she spoke, she poured a glass of milk, smiling inwardly. That noise was indeed from fixing the air conditioner. He not only repaired the unit, but also healed my heart. Meanwhile, at a cafe in Xinchang, a freckle-faced girl entered, asking with concern, wanting, "What's going on? Why haven't you slept in 2 days? Did something happen? This was Li Ying, Chu Waning's closest friend. Exhausted and with dark circles under her eyes, Wan Ting replied wearily, Ying Ying, did you know my ex-boyfriend is now filthy rich? I'm so frustrated. Li Ying sat beside her and asked, which ex-boyfriend? Waning answered, Shen Yuan, obviously. It's not like I have a ton of exes. Ling Ying, visibly shocked, said, Shen Yuan's doing well now? Wasn't his family so broke they had to sell their car? Wan Ting, bitterness in her voice, replied, You have no idea. After we split, he skyrocketed. He dropped 3 million yuan on a house for some woman and bought a Porsche 911 for a fitness trainer over 2 million yuan. Ling Ying, stunned, asked, He's flaunting it like that? Over 5 million yuan spent just like that? How do you even know this? Are you making it up? Wan Ting pulled out her phone, showing a message, and said, That woman is my personal fitness trainer. She told me herself, and even posted about the car on her Moments. After showing the phone to Lei Ying, Wan Ting continued to vent. She quit her job the moment she hooked up with Shen Yuan. Ying, Ying, why am I so unlucky? That could have been me. As she spoke, she wrung her hands, thinking, I must have lost my mind back then. I dumped Shen Yuan for that useless guy. Now that Shen Yuan's thriving, I'm so mad I can't sleep. Seeing her distress, Lei Ying patted her shoulder, saying, Let the past go. Just find someone new. With your looks and charm, it's not hard to meet a great guy. Plus, you work at an airline and meet plenty of wealthy people. You could easily find someone with millions. Wan Ting gave a bitter smile and said, Millions? I'd scoff at tens of millions now, let alone pocket change like that. Hearing this, Li Ying fell silent, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Waning stood up, her eyes blazing with resolve, and declared, Ying, I have to win Shen Yuan back. Then, her voice dropped in despair, But he's blocked my messages and phone number. I can't even run into him at school. How can he be so cruel? Li Ying tried to reason with her. It's pointless to dwell on this now. Focus on yourself, and maybe lower your expectations a bit. At this, Wan Ting spun around, her voice sharp. Ying, you're my best friend. You know me. I can't let this go. I just can't. Every time I think of Shen Yuan splashing cash on those gold diggers, my heart hurts. All of that should have been mine. As she said this, she grabbed Ling Ying's hand, pulling her along, and insisted, No, Ying Ying, you're coming with me. We're going to find him right now. Seeing this, Lei Ying quickly pulled out her phone and sent a message without glancing at it. As Wan Ting dragged her out the door, Li Ying posted to her Moments, Jiang Duo, what's the number for the Xingchang Mental Hospital? Everyone in the group, please send it to me. Hurry, my friend's losing it. If the doctor doesn't get here soon, I'm worried. As Li Ying was pulled away by Zhu Wan, elsewhere in room 521 of the Juni Hotel, Manglu stood near the window, the very spot where she and Shen Yuan had first shared an intimate moment, staring out with a far-off expression. Shen Yuan emerged from the bathroom and, noticing her in a daze, inquired, What's Coach Lu up to? Gazing at the river and lost in thought, Manglu didn't respond immediately. She turned, offering a smile, and said, It's odd. My training regimen and nutrition plan are meticulously designed, yet your progress has surpassed my predictions. You've gained weight and muscle far quicker than expected. Shen Yuan grinned at her words and replied, Well, I'm not your average person. He then accessed the system panel to review his stats. Height, 182 centimeters, health value 70, BMI 20.8, body fat percentage 18.3%, immunity 70, brain activity level 71. Reflecting on the data, Shen Yuan mused to himself, "Consistent training has boosted both my immunity and brain activity. This physical regimen isn't just a task, it should become a lifelong habit. With so many people struggling with health these days, once my startup stabilizes, I should venture into society and build a career. Health is a promising field. It can enhance people's fitness, generate income, and steadily increase my reputation and influence." A short while later, after finishing his shower and dressing, Shen Yuan stepped out and said, "Coach Lu, don't wait up for me tonight. I've got other plans today." Manglu smoothed her hair upon hearing this and responded, "All right, go handle your business. I'll wait for your call." Inwardly she thought, "I prepare his workout gear and a hearty meal every morning, and it finally feels like I'm needed. Could I stay by his side like this forever?" Moments later, Shen Yuan reached his G63, pondering to himself, "Huey was the first to stand by me and has received little beyond a couple of multi-million-dollar handbags as a small gesture. Even Nana and Lulu, who came later, already have houses and cars. It's not entirely fair to her. I need to make it up to her properly today." Meanwhile, at a Hunan restaurant near the Foreign Affairs University's entrance, Minhui was dining with a couple. The woman asked, "Minhui, this place has great food. Do you and your classmates come here often?" Minhui smiled and replied, "Sometimes I come here with friends. Older sister, brother-in-law. Please have some more." The pair were Minhui's older cousin, Soan, and her husband, Jiang Zhen. Jiang Zhen inquired, "Minhui, what does your international studies major lead to after graduation? You're a junior now, so internships must be coming up, right?" Minhui answered, "Internships start next semester. I haven't even considered part-time jobs yet." Jiang Zhen advised, "You should plan ahead. You're at a second-tier school, so you need to think carefully." Minhui nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Soan then asked, "By the way, Minhui, do you have a boyfriend yet? If you don't date in college, it'll be tough to find someone after entering the workforce." Hearing this, Jiang Zhen grinned and added, "Your cousin's right. My younger brother is a senior at Hunan University and has interned at a top 500 company. He's highly regarded by the leadership. With a degree, he can go full-time. Minhui, if you're single, you could get to know my brother." Minhui responded, "No need, brother-in-law. I already have a boyfriend." Soan, surprised, asked, "Since when? Why haven't we heard about this at home?" Minhui explained, "He's a classmate from university. We've only been together for a little over 2 weeks, so I haven't told the family yet." Jiang Zhen, adopting a serious tone, said, "Dating isn't a game. Your school is second tier, with few standout students and many average ones. If you settle for someone like that, life after graduation will be tough." Minhui replied, "Thank you for the advice, brother-in-law, but I'm confident about my future." Jiang Zhen adjusted his glasses, assuming an experienced air, and said, "Minhui, you haven't worked yet, so your perspective is limited. I'm just saying college relationships often lead to jobs at small firms with modest salaries. You and your boyfriend will struggle. How will you save for a house or marriage? My cousin, on the other hand, graduated from Hunan University and works at a top 500 company." Soan interjected, "All right, Minhui has her own plans." Jiang Zhen, undeterred, said, "I'm just concerned her boyfriend's circumstances might make her suffer." Minhui laughed and said, "Older sister, brother-in-law, you really don't need to worry about me." She thought to herself, "Hunan University? Top 500? Those mean nothing compared to my Shen Yuan. I'm worried telling brother-in-law about Shen Yuan's situation would crush him. Standing up, Manhwa said, Older sister, I need to go now. So-an asked, surprised. Got plans this afternoon? Manhwa smiled and replied, My boyfriend is taking me to buy a house. Both Jiang Zhen and So-an were stunned. Buy a house? Jiang Zhen, sweating, said, That's no joke. What kind of background does he have to buy you a house? Even in Xinjiang, where prices aren't as high as in top-tier cities, a house costs 1 or 2 million. His family wouldn't agree to buying a house before marriage unless they're foolish, right? Manhwa pointed outside and said, It's no joke. I don't know his family situation, but he's quite wealthy himself. Look, he's here. So-an and Jiang Zhen followed her gaze. Just then, Shen Yuan stepped out of his G63. He entered the restaurant, approached Manhwa, and said, Bao Bei, ready to go? Manhwa introduced them, saying, Shen Yuan, this is my older cousin and brother-in-law. Shen Yuan turned, bowed politely, and said, Sorry, I have an appointment with Hui to buy a house, so I can't stay today. I'll treat you both to dinner next time. This meal's on me. So-an replied, You two go handle your business, no worries. We'll be family soon enough, and there'll be plenty of chances to meet. After exchanging greetings, Shen Yuan and Manhwa left. Jiang Zhen, still in disbelief, muttered, Really? They're actually buying a house? So-an responded, He drives a 3 million yuan car. Buying a house wouldn't be a stretch. And here you were, flaunting your superiority and trying to set Manhwa up with your cousin. Covering her face in embarrassment, she added, Today was utterly humiliating, disgraceful to our ancestors, Jiang Zhen. Jiang Zhen blushed deeply but stayed silent. After some time, Shen Yuan and Hui completed the house purchase. He handed her the red property certificate, saying, Here you go, Hui. This 166 square meter apartment is fully furnished with high-end decor and includes 2 parking spaces. The total cost of 3.02 million has been paid in full. You're a homeowner now. Manhwa's cheeks flushed as she took the certificate, saying, Shen Yuan, I'm at a loss for words. Shen Yuan looked at her, thinking, This purchase netted 64 million. After accounting for the properties Tong X gave me, my liquid cash flow is now 3.179 million. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, Don't know what to say? Later, I'll pick a Japanese film for you. You're so clever, you'll master it in no time. Manhwa blushed and said, You're terrible. Her favorability score rose to 93. Seeing this, Shen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, Manhwa's favorability went from 91 to 93. It'll take more time and effort to reach 100. Tonight, I'll have my little brother step up and aim for another point or 2. Elsewhere, in the women's dormitory, Jing Han sprawled on her bed, sending a string of messages. Hello, Senior Chen. What are you up to, Senior? I'd love your advice on starting a business. After waiting ages without a reply, she wondered, Shen Yuan added me as a friend, but he doesn't respond to my messages. What's going on? She told herself, no matter how busy he is, he should have time to reply. Someone who always despised sycophants like me has become the kind of person I can't stand. Her roommates were gossiping about Shen Yuan too. One said, Sisters, don't get hung up on him. There's too much competition, it's pointless chasing Shen Yuan. Another added, We're all in good shape here. Why lower ourselves for him when we can find great partners? The third agreed. Exactly. Let's focus on studying, reading, and passing exams. Getting more certificates matters. Come on, let's hit the library for materials. Jing Han thought to herself, aren't they just secretly working on a business plan while pretending it's about books? Why the act? Getting out of bed, she mused, a top-tier tycoon with hundreds of millions in assets who wouldn't be smitten. I'm no different, so I can't judge. She headed to her desk, thinking, first, I'll finish the startup plan. Back with Shen Yuan, he asked while tapping his phone, Hui, have you thought about your future plans? Manhwa replied, not really. Maybe I'll apply to the startup zone? Shen Yuan turned to her and said, that's not a bad idea, but I have other industries. I'll set something up for you. Manhwa nodded, saying, okay. Seeing her agree, Shen Yuan sighed in relief, thinking, Manhwa's the clingy type. If she's checking on me at school daily, I'll have no room to grow. To build my team step by step, she can't be around all the time. He raised his phone, already playing an adult film, and said, didn't you want to learn some island nation techniques? Let's see Saika Kawakita, Machiko Ono, Mizuki Yayoi, which teacher do you pick? Manhwa, shocked, asked, Shen Yuan, how do you know so much? He smiled and said, I just looked it up online. How else would I know? Manhwa said, fine, I'll close my eyes and choose one randomly. 20 minutes later, after studying several adult films, Manhwa began practicing. Using her soft assets, she massaged Shen Yuan, gently moving back and forth, and whispered, Shen Yuan, how's it feel? Do you like it? Shen Yuan moaned in pleasure. Oh, baby, keep going. Seeing his reaction, Manhwa thought happily, I can't believe I actually learned this. This way, he'll want me more, right? Shen Yuan, noticing her effort, thought, is she working this hard for me? Give me a dozen more girls like her. The next morning, while Shen Yuan was still asleep, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard Liu Hong's urgent voice. Shen Yuan, hurry up! Get over here quick! Half asleep, Shen Yuan mumbled, Hong, we're brothers. What's the rush? What's wrong? Liu Hong snapped, no time for nonsense. I sent you the location. Just get here fast. Sensing his tone, Shen Yuan grew concerned. A short while later, after getting a call from Liu Hong, Shen Yuan climbed into his car and drove toward their agreed-upon meeting place. Out of the blue, Liu Hong called again. Yuan, we switched spots. I'm at Shu Yunjian now. Hurry over. Shen Yuan groaned in frustration. I was nearly there, and you're only telling me now to change locations? Liu Hong responded, I just got off work, and my buddies dragged me here. I'm not exactly thrilled about it, you know. Irritated, Shen Yuan snapped, no excuses. Get a move on. I'll be waiting downstairs at Shu Yunjian. If you're not there in 30 minutes, I'm gone. Soon after, Shen Yuan pulled up to the new spot. Glancing around, he thought to himself, Shu Yunjian is awfully close to Advisor Li's place. No way, it's that much of a coincidence, right? Asterisk. As he pondered this, Liu Hong came down the stairs. Spotting Shen Yuan, he flashed a grin and said, Yo, why are you standing out here? Come upstairs for a session. Technician 98 is top-notch. Shen Yuan folded his arms and replied coolly, Pass, I've got my own personal technician. Why would I bother with this joint? That's when Liu Hong noticed the car parked nearby. In a shocked tone, he said, Hold up, Yuan. Is that your ride? What's the deal? Shen Yuan shrugged. What's it look like? I just bought it. Hearing this, Liu Hong slung an arm around his shoulder and exclaimed, You sly dog! Did you hit the jackpot or what? A GC glass? That's my dream car. After enduring his chatter, Shen Yuan cut in impatiently. Enough with the chatter. Why'd you drag me out here? Liu Hong gave a knowing wink and a thumbs up. Come on, you're a shareholder, man. You really want to stay a glorified errand boy? The interior's getting finished in 2 days. Let's head up. We can talk while getting a session. Technician 98 will blow your mind, guaranteed. Right then, 2 familiar figures appeared behind him. Just as Shen Yuan feared something might go wrong, it did. It was Li Xiao and Li Mang. The moment Li Mang saw him, she recognized him instantly and called out, "Sis, isn't that Shen Yuan?" Li Xiao's eyes held a thoughtful glint as she replied, "Yeah, it's him." Meanwhile, Lu Hong was still rambling. "Look at that expression. You falling for number 98 already? Number 98? But Shen Yuan's face wasn't frozen because of some technician. He stared in their direction, thinking, "Damn it, it's the advisor. You really get what you dread." Asterisk. Hearing Liu Hong's words, Li Mang and Li Xiao had starkly different reactions. Li Mang looked furious, while Li Xiao seemed utterly disappointed. Realizing the situation could spiral, Shen Yuan knew he had to clear things up or risk disaster. He rushed over, forcing an awkward smile, and said, "Advisor, fancy meeting you here." Liu Hong, in a hushed tone, asked, "Yuan, who are they? They're gorgeous." Li Mang stayed silent, just grabbing Li Xiao's hand and storming off. Panicked, Shen Yuan shouted, "Hold on, wait!" He chased after them and said, "Heading home to cook? Mind making an extra portion? I can lend a hand." Li Mang, unable to hold back, spun around and snapped, "Help with what, Shen Yuan? Have you no shame? Coming to a place like this? Do you even deserve my sister?" Seeing she'd cut to the chase, Shen Yuan tried to explain, "You've got it all wrong. I'm just here waiting for someone." Li Mang wasn't having it. She kept scolding him. "That's your excuse? My sister's been warming up to you these past 2 days. She even bought a gift to thank you for that bag you gave her. And you're here? I'm done talking. Get lost, you jerk." With that, she tugged Li Xiao's hand and marched off, not before throwing one last jab. "Go to hell, you filthy scumbag. Go find your number 98. As they left, the favorability points above Li Xiao's head plummeted 69, 68, 67. Watching them disappear, Shen Yuan's face fell. What just happened? Everything was fine. And now, this massive misunderstanding. Asterisk. Liu Hong, realizing he'd caused a mess, tiptoed over and asked, "Yuan, is that your new girlfriend? Want me to clear things up?" Shen Yuan, dejected, replied, "Forget it. She's pissed, and your explanation wouldn't help much." He thought to himself, "This time, I've really hurt Advisor Li's feelings." Asterisk. Lu Hong didn't push further. Glancing at the sisters, he said, "Yuan, I'm sorry, man. I didn't see this coming." Then, curiously, he added, "Who is she anyway? Never seen her before." Shen Yuan turned to him and said, "She's my advisor and my business English teacher." Liu Hong gasped, stunned. "Damn, you've got the nerve to go after a teacher too? What else don't I know about you? Spill it all so I can die in peace." Shen Yuan, too fed up to argue, pointed at his car and said, "I'll find a chance to smooth things over with her later. Let's go. We'll find somewhere to sit and talk." A bit later, at Chen Na's coffee shop, the moment she saw Shen Yuan walk in, she beamed and said, "Shen Yuan, you made it." He gestured toward Liu Hong and said, "Brought a friend for some of your famous Nana coffee. Can you whip up an iced Americano and a vanilla latte?" Chen Na nodded. "Of course." With that, Shen Yuan and Liu Hong grabbed a table. Liu Hong, with a sense of déjà vu, said, "Hey, I swear I've seen that woman before." Shen Yuan smirked. "Forgot already?" Liu Hong, puzzled, asked, "Who?" Shen Yuan explained, "That day at Nanjing restaurant, she was the girlfriend my cousin Ling Guangyao brought." Liu Hong's eyes widened. "The saleswoman from the 4S shop? Why's she here? No way did you go after someone else's girl again?" Shen Yuan gave a dry laugh. "Go after? That's not it. It's mutual attraction." Liu Hong's face went blank. "Unbelievable. You're chasing a teacher and stealing someone's girlfriend. Yuan, you're a legend." Shen Yuan cut him off. Enough nonsense. Let's get serious. I'm stepping back from now on. You handle things. Liu Hong, surprised, said, "What's with the sudden change? Without a mastermind like you, I'm not sure I can handle the pressure solo." Shen Yuan, after hearing his complaints, said firmly, "I trust you." In his mind, he thought, if I meddle too much in business between brothers, disagreements are bound to happen. I can't let that ruin our friendship. Asterisk. Liu Hong determined replied, "I won't let you down." Just then, Chen Na brought their drinks. Setting them down, she said, "Your coffee's ready." Liu Hong quickly chimed in, "Thanks, sis-in-law." At the term, Chen Na's face lit up, blushing as she murmured, Suddenly, she pointed at Shen Yuan's shoulder. "Why's your shirt so creased?" Surprised, Shen Yuan asked, "Where?" Chen Na reached out, smoothed his shirt, and said, "There, fixed." Watching this, Liu Hong felt a pang of envy, thinking, This is too mushy. Why's life feel so different around my friends today? Asterisk. Later, after discussing the bar's upcoming opening, Liu Hong left. Chen Yuan drove Chen Na home. As they stepped inside, Chen Na said, "Jiayu's finishing her university entrance exam next week. She wants to work during summer break. I was thinking she could help at the coffee shop. What do you think?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Sounds good. No issues here." Chen Na smiled. "All right, I'm gonna shower. It was hectic today, and I'm all sweaty." Once she left, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone, muttering, "Maybe I should call the advisor and clear things up." He dialed Li Xiao's number. No answer, just endless beeping. Worried, he thought. Asterisk. She's not picking up or replying on WeChat. I wonder how she's doing. Asterisk. Meanwhile, at Li Xiao's place, she sat curled up by her phone. Seeing the incoming call, Lai Mang huffed. "So annoying. How does he even dare call?" She added, "Sis, block that guy's number so he stops bothering you." Lai Xiao stayed quiet, staring at the vibrating phone. Lai Mang sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her for comfort. "Sis, Chen Yuan's no good. He's not worth your tears. You saw his true colors today. In a way, it's a blessing." Li Xiao finally spoke, turning to ask, "Why do guys go to places like that?" Lai Mang replied, "Isn't it obvious? 9 out of 10 guys are driven by lust. They go for physical kicks." Li Xiao pressed, "Why do they get so blinded?" Lai Mang, with a knowing look, said, "They've got needs. If they're not met, they chase thrills. I hear women in those places are pros at pleasing men." Lai Xiao's mind drifted to past moments, with Chen Yuan, his hugs, his kisses, her pushing him away. She blamed herself, saying, "Maybe I made him hold back too much. He went there to fulfill his needs." Curling up tighter, she whispered, "It's my fault. All because of me." Alarmed by her sister's thoughts, Lai Mang cut in, "Sis, what are you saying? Why would you think that? That's such a warped idea." Pang Mang quickly offered her older sister some heartfelt advice. "Sis, look at me, and think about how I ended up when I was head over heels in love, without thinking." After a brief pause, Leah responded softly, "Yeah." In her mind, she reflected, "Pang Mang's got a point. I can't let myself fall blindly in love. I need to hold back, keep it together." Meanwhile, on Chen Yuan's end, a flurry of messages popped up on his phone. Yi Jinyang texted, "Chen Yuan, is your project looking promising?" Gao Hongwei sent, "Yuan Ji, let's hit up a barbecue spot. I've invited some girls from other schools to talk about the project." Lou Mingda wrote, "Handsome, got you a gas card tonight. Meet us at the cafeteria." Another message read, "Friends, let's grab a bite." Xiaolong NV sent a photo. Staring at the flood of notifications, Chen Yuan rubbed his jaw and mused, "These are all from old classmates who rarely reach out. They're trying to get me to pull some strings. No need to dig into these. Didn't expect Xiaolong NV to message me this much." With that, Chen Yuan opened Long Jinghan's messages. Hi, senior. The weather's amazing today, isn't it? You must be super busy, right? Don't forget to eat on time. Good morning, senior. Another day full of energy. It was so windy last night, tons of leaves scattered around the schoolyard. She also included a flirty selfie. Eyeing the photo's assets, Shen Yuan quietly evaluated. Definitely white and soft, but it's edited. Need to see her in person to judge if this junior's got potential as a backup. I'll keep an eye on her for now. With a grin, Shen Yuan replied, Pretty busy. Let's chat when I've got time. In his head, he thought, this junior's still messaging consistently, even after days of no response. Short and sweet replies work best. It keeps her guessing, but hopeful. Just then, Chen Na appeared, calling out warmly, Shen Yuan. She stepped out in a sharp business outfit, black stockings paired with a half-unbuttoned vest, revealing a lively chest without restraint. She asked softly, Like what you see? Shen Yuan quickly slipped his phone into his pocket, stood up and said, Nah, you're messing with my inner peace today. With that, he reached out and ripped the stockings on Chen Na's shapely thighs. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, murmuring, Shall we head inside? Shen Yuan caressed her thighs and replied, Can't wait another moment. Nah, you're incredible today. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaned in to breathe in the scent of her neck deeply. Chen Na hesitated, saying, Shen Yuan, you feel different somehow. Shen Yuan asked, Different how? She replied, You seem stronger. Then she added, Have you been working out? Shen Yuan nodded, You bet. He leaned back on the bed and asked, Nah, ever tried horseback riding? She paused and said, Number. At that, Shen Yuan took her hand, saying, Come here, I'll be your free gear. Next time we'll go riding for real. Chen Na caught on and said, Horseback riding and what you're doing now aren't the same. Shen Yuan grinned. It's close enough. Don't believe me? Hop on and see. Chen Na climbed on obediently. He started with a playful pace, praising her endlessly. Amazing! Na's a natural-born knight. The scene shifts to the next day at the Youth League office. As soon as the door swung open, a crowd of students poured in. Teacher, I'm here to submit my application and business plan. Teacher, where do I put this? Teacher, I was here first, take mine. Staring at the stack of plans shoved in her face, the elderly teacher thought irritably, entrepreneurship applications used to be rare. Why are so many female students showing up out of nowhere? Did something happen with Jiang Ming over the weekend that I missed? At the same time, in the gym at the Junyu Hotel, Shen Yuan was jogging when his phone rang, the screen flashing, Secretary Manglu. Manglu raised her eyebrows and asked, Who's that calling? Shen Yuan didn't respond right away and picked up the call. On the other end, Yingzi's voice came through. Boss, we got the first batch of applications and business plans today, 653-inch total. Shen Yuan asked, What's the male-to-female ratio? Yingzi answered, 628 women, 25 men. He replied, Go through them and pick the best, keep the good ones, toss the rest. His implication was clear, prioritize the attractive girls and discard the others. Back at the Youth League office, chaos reigned. The old teacher tried to maintain order, saying, Everyone, calm down, line up properly, no pushing, one at a time. Watching the frenzy, Yingzi quietly asked, So, you're saying let all the pretty girls through? Shen Yuan clarified, Number, if any male students submitted standout entrepreneurial plans, send those over too. Hearing this, Yingzi glanced at the towering pile of plans on the desk and sighed, This is overwhelming. Then she added, Got it, boss. After the update, Shen Yuan hung up thinking, If it's all beauties, this'll turn into some kind of performance troupe. I need to nurture real talent, so when the system grants me assets later, I'll have capable people to manage them. Just then, Manglu turned to him and said, Shen Yuan, I asked you something, and you still haven't answered. Shen Yuan replied, Just a subordinate from school. What, jealous again? Manglu looked away, pouting. Not at all. I was just curious. Chen Yuan smiled, patting her head. Don't overthink it. It's strictly professional. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding, asterisk. The system has detected that the host has a third girl with a favorability rating of 90 or above, completing the favorability stage mission. Rewards will be issued shortly. Caught off guard, Chen Yuan glanced at Manglu, spotting the glowing 90 above her head. He thought to himself, Mu Bao, well done. Such a simple gesture of reassurance, yet it yielded such a surprising reward. Every time an NPC's favorability hits 90, the system's rewards are generous. What would it be this time? The system promptly delivered. A 5mm increase in diameter, 30 million in filial piety funds, and 2 exclusive skill exchange cards. Overjoyed, Chen Yuan muttered, Well damn, it actually came through. The filial piety money was for Old Man Chen and Madam Li, no question. He still had 1 skill card saved from last time, but the first reward was truly game-changing. No man wouldn't lose it over that. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, Activate the first reward. Instantly, Chen Yuan's divine weapon glowed with a 5-colored golden light. A warm sensation spread from his abdomen downward, and the small bird cage suddenly felt tight. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Yuan called out to Manglu, Come here for a sec. Surprised, she asked, What's up? He grabbed her hand, pulling her along, and said, No time to explain. Let's head upstairs. Seeing his urgency, Manglu grew concerned. What's going on? Once they reached the bathroom and shed their outer clothes, Chen Yuan charged forward, thrusting his enhanced divine weapon into the cave. Feeling the entrance stretch, Manglu gasped in alarm. Wait, Chen Yuan, something's off. Smirking, Chen Yuan asked, What's off? Her eyes wide with shock, Manglu said, You feel different. Am I imagining this? Did the gym do this? Chen Yuan laughed casually. Maybe you're the one who's changed. Manglu replied, Is that it? Just go easier next time. I can't handle this. Chen Yuan pulled her close, saying gently, All right, my dear, I'll warm up properly next time. Inwardly, he thought, the upgrade's effect is undeniable. This is it. After 99,981 rounds of intense action, Chen Yuan caressed Manglu's blissful face and said, Coach Liu, you rest. I've got things to handle, so I'm heading out. He got up and left, thinking, this new weapon won't just take Liu Bei time to adjust to Nebo, and Huibo will need to adapt too. Gotta take it slow next time. Stepping out of the car later, Chen Yuan thought of Li Xiao, muttering, A day's passed regarding Lucia, the teacher's not picking up or replying to messages. At this rate, the misunderstanding will only grow. How do I prove I didn't do it? She needs to give me a chance to explain. Best to meet her in person. She's free this afternoon, so she's probably home. Moments later, outside Leah's house, a knock echoed. She hurried to the door and called, Who's there? A voice answered, I'm from downstairs. Your bathroom's leaking into my place. Hearing this, Leah opened the door. Seeing who it was, she froze. You tricked me again. It's you, Chen Yuan. Holding the door firmly, Chen Yuan said seriously, Let me inside. Leah asked sharply, What do you want? After being cornered by Li Xiao, Chen Yuan spoke with genuine sincerity. I think we should clear the air. You must have gotten the wrong idea about today. Li Xiao furrowed her brow and responded, Wrong idea? You were at that place, weren't you? Don't tell me you didn't do anything. Chen Yuan insisted, I swear, I didn't do anything. At this, Leah turned her head away and said, I don't trust you, and I don't want to hear your excuses. Just go home. Chen Yuan quickly explained the situation. Yesterday, that person texted me first, asking to meet up to talk. When I was almost there, they changed the meeting spot to that club. It was pure chance that I bumped into you and Lai Mang. I've been trying to explain all day, calling you non-stop, but you didn't pick up. Hearing this, Li Xiao spun around and questioned, Then how can you prove you were just waiting for someone there? Right here, Shen Yuan said, swiftly pulling out the messages Lu Hong sent him the previous day to show her. See, these are our texts. He first gave me the restaurant as the location, then switched it to the club. After reading the messages, Li Hao stood there, stunned. Shen Yuan added, I even told him to hurry downstairs when I arrived. If you still doubt me, we can go to Shu Yunjian and check the security footage. At this, Liao felt the tension in her chest ease. She let out a sigh, thinking, Shen Yuan's explanation is solid. His reasoning and proof are airtight. She stayed silent. Shen Yuan pressed on, Ju Wen, why would I go to a place like that to mess around? You've got me all wrong. Li Xiao finally spoke. Shen Yuan, I'm sorry. I really didn't think it was like this. Her affection toward him instantly rose from 60 to 73 points. Shen Yuan was thrilled, thinking, I can't believe Gwen's favorability bounced back to 73, 4 points above the original 69. Smiling warmly, he gestured inside. As long as we've sorted it out, it's all good. I'm parched, though. Mind if I grab a glass of water inside? Leah, sensing his motives, quickly blocked him, saying, Shen Yuan, not this again. Are you trying to pull the same stunt as last time? Shen Yuan placed a hand on his chest, feigning innocence, and replied, I'm genuinely thirsty. I rushed over here right after lunch, and my throat's dry as a desert. Just one sip, and I'll be on my way. Leah eyed him warily. For real? Shen Yuan flashed a grin and said, Absolutely. At that, Leah replied, Fine, stay there. She then shut the door firmly in Shen Yuan's face. A few moments later, she returned with a bottle of water, saying, Here, drink this. Shen Yuan stared at the bottle, feeling exasperated, thinking, Why so distrustful? Is there no faith left in me? Is this really how Ju Wen sees me now? After handing him the water, Li Xiao turned and slammed the door shut again. Just then, an older woman passing by, who had seen the whole exchange, chuckled and said, Young man, don't rush things. Patience is key. Shen Yuan responded, Auntie, you've got to move fast to get the good stuff, or you're left with scraps. The woman glanced at Shen Yuan, smiling to herself, thinking, Kids these days are so sharp-tongued. But this guy's got the looks and build. A fine catch like him is hard to come by. Maybe I'll call my friends and hit the club later to book some male models. Later, unable to make further progress with Li Xiao, Shen Yuan reluctantly headed back to his car. As soon as he got there, Li Hao sent him a text. Shen Yuan, let's hang out this weekend. After reading the letter, he felt a surge of joy. This journey hadn't been for nothing after all. Not only had he resolved the misunderstanding, but their rapport had grown stronger. Moreover, Juan seemed open to taking things further with him. As soon as he settled into the car, Su Shui reached out via a video call. Shen Yuan picked up immediately. On the other side, Shui said, Chen Zong, the plumbing and wiring are finished, and it's ready for inspection. When can you come by to check it? Hearing this, Shen Yuan responded, I'm free now. Hold on, I'll head over shortly. Time passed quickly, and 30 minutes later, Zhu was seated, plucking leaves from the moss-covered stone steps outside the villa. Shen Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, noticed her, and approached, asking, Have you been here long? Shui quickly stood and answered, Not at all. Noticing her unease, Shen Yuan teased, Why so nervous? I'm not going to bite. He gestured toward the villa and said, Show me inside. At that, Shu Wei turned and led the way, saying, Of course, Mr. Chen, please follow me. I'll go over everything step by step. Shen Yuan smiled to himself, thinking, when she's in her element, she's completely composed. That's true professionalism. Asterisk. Shui guided him inside, explaining, the waterproofing and basic utilities are all set. Mr. Chen, you can select the flooring tiles next. Then she took him to the backyard, adding, the garden has been designed to your specifications. Shen Yuan trailed behind, nodding in approval. Looks good. After the inspection wrapped up, Shen Yuan said gently, with you overseeing things, I feel confident. I'm not worried about moving in anymore. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Shua replied hesitantly, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I have plans to head home tonight. He glanced back and asked, what plans? Shui lowered her gaze and said, to cook for my mum and little brother. At that, Shen Yuan paused abruptly. Turning around, Shui, caught off guard, bumped into his solid chest, the soft curves of her figure pressing against him. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Well, this girl's got some charm, doesn't she? Asterisk. At that moment, Shui's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She looked up, stuttering, Mr. Chen, you… Before she could finish, a sudden downpour started, and the only sound around was the rapid patter of raindrops. Seeing this, Shen Yuan grinned and said, it's pouring. Let's get inside quick. Shui's eyes widened with shock. She glanced up, thinking to herself, asterisk, I've never been this close to a guy before. My whole body feels tingly. Part of me wants to push him away, but he's Mr. Huan's important client. If I upset him, asterisk. Just then Shen Yuan spoke again. Why do you keep staring? Is it because I'm good looking? Hearing this, Jue thought, is Mr. Chen being vain, or just teasing? Ugh, how do I even respond? They never taught me how to handle this in school, asterisk. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan, observing her expression, chuckled to himself, thinking, asterisk. She's so innocent, so easy to tease, asterisk. He pictured holding Shui close in his arms, her cheeks still flushed. Even as she tried to convince herself otherwise, he thought, she doesn't seem to mind my teasing. Looks like there's plenty of room to take this further, asterisk. 30 minutes later, the sun started to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with a vibrant crimson hue following the recent downpour. Shen Yuan extended his hand to catch the fading light, glanced upward and remarked, the rain stopped. Come on, I'll drive you home. Zui softly murmured, Chenzong, could you kindly remove your hand from me? It's been half an hour already. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan swiftly pulled his hand back, feigning indifference, and said, oh, haha, my apologies. I was just worried you'd feel chilly. Time passed quickly, and after 40 minutes, darkness was nearly complete. Shen Yuan's G63 came to a halt outside a residential complex. Shui stepped out and said, Chenzong, this is my place. Thanks for the lift. Sorry for the inconvenience. Shen Yuan, observing her, responded, mind if I come up for a bit? Carrying a few items, he trailed Shui into the complex. Surveying the surroundings, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I had a feeling her situation wasn't great, but I didn't realize it was this dire. This place looks like a crumbling structure ready to fall apart, doesn't it? Noticing his determination to follow, Shua Wei finally turned and said, all right, you can come up, but I need to help my family prepare dinner, so I won't have time to host you. Shen Yuan replied, go do what you need. I'll just sit for a while and leave. As they walked by, the human-powered camera crew immediately zoomed in on Shen Yuan's G63, murmuring among themselves. One auntie inquired, what kind of vehicle is that? It doesn't look inexpensive. The uncle beside her took a drag on his cigarette, acting knowledgeable, and said, that's a glass car, probably costs at least 3 million yuan. Another auntie, overhearing, broke into a cold sweat at the price. That costly? Is that young man Shui's boyfriend? The auntie next to her laughed heartily and replied, he's brought gifts to meet the parents at her house. I'd say it's 8 or 9 parts certain. Auntie Dai, fanning herself, smiled in agreement. This Shui has finally caught a break. She won't have to struggle anymore. But her expression quickly darkened, And she added ominously, maybe not. Rich folks care about social standing. Why would they choose a family like hers? Another auntie nodded in agreement. I think so too. Those wealthy types just toy around. Plenty of sweet, innocent girls out there. Why pick one with a deceased father, a disabled mother, and a burden to boot? The uncle nearby, overhearing their gossip, stormed off, spitting on the ground and muttering, "Tch, you two should mind your tongues and speak with some respect." Back at Shen Yuan's side, as they neared an apartment, a young boy joyfully dashed out upon seeing Shui and shouted, "Sister, you're home!" She knelt down, ruffled his hair gently, and asked, "Xiaoji, are you hungry? I'll start dinner soon." Shen Yuan, observing, asked, "Is this your little brother, Shua?" She turned and said, "Xiaoji, this is my friend. Say hi to him." "This is Su Jing, my biological younger brother." The boy, spotting a stranger, hid shyly behind his sister. Shua smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, my brother's a bit shy." Just then, a woman with a labored gait approached, leaning on a cane. Shui hurried to support her, saying, "Mum, why are you out here?" The woman gave a warm smile and replied, "It's fine, just stretching my legs a bit." Then she asked, "Shui, who's this young man?" Shua introduced, "This is my friend Shen Yuan." Shen Yuan spoke up, "Hello, auntie." Shua's mother eyed him suspiciously, thinking, Shui's never brought a boyfriend home before. Could he be? Then she said, "Xiao Chen, you've brought so many things. You shouldn't have spent so much. Come in, sit down." Shen Yuan replied politely, "Thank you, auntie." They all entered the apartment. Shui headed to the small kitchen, saying, "Shen Yuan, make yourself comfortable. I'm going to cook dinner." Her mother turned to her son and said, "Xiaoji, go pour your brother some water." 30 minutes later, after chatting about everything from Thailand's conflicts with Cambodia to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Shui emerged from the kitchen with several dishes and announced, "Dinner's ready, everyone. Let's eat." The food was soon spread out on the table. Xiaoji beamed at his sister and said, "Yay, your cooking's the best." Shui's mother turned to Shen Yuan with a kind smile and said, "It's just simple home-cooked food. Next time you come, Xiao Chen, I'll prepare properly and treat you to a feast." Shen Yuan smiled back and said, "You're too generous, auntie. I'm thrilled to taste your cooking." Shui's mother replied, "Really? Then eat plenty." Observing the family's circumstances, Shen Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for Shua. No wonder she's so resilient. So young, yet already the family's backbone. She's had to become strong. After dinner, Shen Yuan didn't linger. He bid farewell to the family and turned to leave, a touch of melancholy in his heart. At the door, Shui chased after him, calling, "Chenzong, hold on. You bought all those things, let me pay you back." As she raised her phone to scan a QR code, Shen Yuan gently took it from her hand, saying, "Let me use your phone for a second." Shua looked puzzled. "Huh?" After a few quick actions, he handed it back, waved and said, "I'm heading out. Goodbye. See you next time." Shui then noticed a notification on her phone. "ICBC, your account ending in 30 Yi, received 50.0 yuan at 1940, 2 on May 13. Stunned, she thought. He transferred 50.0 yuan to me. After a moment of shock, she leaned out the window and shouted, "Shen Yuan, wait!" Ignoring her, Shen Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard and walked to the main road. Stopping by his car, he thought, 50.0 yuan means little to me, but it could ease Shu's family's struggles for a while. I just wonder if she'll accept it no favorability points above her head. Sigh. What if she refuses it later? 5. Back in his car, his mind raced, but a faint sense stirred within him, like something lost was returning. What could it be? His phone rang, and seeing the caller, he answered, "Little secretary, go ahead." Fu Yingzi's voice came through briskly. "Boss, we've narrowed 653 applicants down to 12. 1 female, 11 males. I've sent the electronic file and the female applicants' candid photos to your mailbox." Shen Yuan replied approvingly, "Good work. Bonus for you this month." Yingzi chirped. Thank you, boss. Keep working. Call me if you need anything. Hanging up now. After the call, Chen Yuan mused. Friday's Lao Chen's birthday. Gotta pick out a gift tomorrow. After all, there's 30 million for filial piety. Lao Chen and Mother Lai are truly fortunate. Then there's Hui Hui No, Coach Lu, one night each. Perfectly balanced. A master of fairness does it this way. Back at Shui's home, as soon as Chen Yuan left, the fan-wielding auntie approached to gossip. Seeing Shui's mother, she asked, "Was that young man Shui's boyfriend?" Her mother replied, "I'm not sure. Shui hasn't said anything." The aunt leaned in and whispered, "He's clearly wealthy. That car he drives? Worth 2 or 3 million yuan." Shui's mother's eyes widened. "That much?" The aunt, fanning herself, chuckled, "If Shui ends up with him, you and Xiaoji's lives will get better. You need to talk to her." Shui's mother's gaze grew pensive. "This is a big deal for Shui's future. I don't want to burden her, forcing her to marry someone she doesn't love. She should choose for herself." The aunt added, "I don't know what Shui thinks, but that young man's got feelings for her. Coming to her house like that, even if she's not interested, you should give her some advice." She left soon after. A few steps away, another woman who'd overheard spoke up. "You all are dreaming too big, aren't you? He just visited for a bit, and you're already planning a romance?" The fan auntie retorted, "He came to her house. That means something." The other woman scoffed. "Maybe he was interested at first, but seeing their situation, those feelings probably evaporated." These words reached Shui's mother's ears from behind the door, and her heart ached for her daughter. She went to the kitchen where Shui was tidying up and said, "Shui, I need the truth." Shui, cleaning, looked surprised. "Mum, what's up?" Her mother asked directly, "What's your relationship with that young man?" Shui replied, "He's a big client at the company. He was inspecting the site today, it rained, and he offered me a ride home. That's all." Her mother pressed, "Does this client like you?" Shui thought back to the afternoon, recalling Chen Yuan's odd behavior, but also the beautiful girl with him at their last dinner, likely his girlfriend. She said, "I don't know." Her mother sighed, "You don't know?" Then she asked, "What do you think of him?" Shui, a bit annoyed, said, "Mom, what are you talking about? He's just a client." Her mother softened, "All right, I understand. You heard Aunt Zhang's gossip, right? Don't take it to heart. Your father's gone, and you've carried this family alone. Xiaoji and I owe you so much. I just want you to be happy. Don't ever feel you have to marry into wealth for our sake, okay?" Shui hugged her mother gently and said, "Mom, I know, don't worry." Her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness as memories of the villa flashed through her mind, bumping into Chen Yuan's chest, his arms around her from behind. Her heart stirred faintly. Meanwhile, at the Juni Hotel, in that same room, Chen Yuan and Manglu were locked in a frenzy of action again, trading moves with techniques drawn from across the globe. The next morning arrived swiftly. After a night filled with intense field combat, Manglu and Chen Yuan were still deep in slumber. The sharp ring of the phone jolted Chen Yuan awake, and he groggily picked it up. A woman's voice came through the line. "President Chen, it's Fu Jiang from Guanting Decoration Company." Chen Yuan, still half asleep, mumbled, "You finally got through. Is something urgent?" Fu Jiangmei responded, "My apologies, President Chen. Is now a good time? I'd like to discuss my student, Sui." Chen Yuan replied, "All right, give me a moment." After a quick wash, he threw on some athletic wear and a baseball cap, then headed out mysteriously to meet her. Upon arriving and settling down, he asked, "You called me so early about Shua. What's the issue?" Fu Jiangmei handed him a matcha latte, smiling. "Yesterday you sent her 50 yuan, and she sent it back, but you didn't accept it." Chen Yuan sipped the latte and said, "That's true." Fu Jiangmei continued, "Please don't take it the wrong way. I noticed she seemed upset at work this morning, so I asked her about it." After a brief pause, she added, "Shua isn't that type of person. Your gesture might weigh heavily on her mind. She won't keep the money. Please accept it back." Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Is that why you wanted to meet?" Fu Jiangmei looked slightly embarrassed and said, 04. President Chen. Shua isn't after money. If you're interested in her, you'll need to try harder. Chen Yuan's gaze turned thoughtful. That wasn't my intention with the money, he said, waving it off. But fine, I'll take it back. He tapped his phone to accept the transfer. A notification popped up. Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account ending in 30X, received 200 yuan at 9:42 a.m. on the 14th. He sighed. She even added 200 yuan, probably for what I bought her yesterday. Stubborn girl. Turning to Fu Jiangmei, he asked, has Wan Sheng been sending Shua to entertain clients with drinks at other projects lately? She shook her head. No, President Chen, rest assured. She's only overseeing your construction site. With that, Chen Yuan took a sip of his latte and stood. All right, thanks for your time. I'll head out. As he left, Fu Jiangmei reflected deeply. If Shua and Shen Yuan got together, her life would be comfortable, and her family's situation would change dramatically. But she's so stubborn and independent. Girls like her are rare these days, with so many chasing shortcuts. Back in his car, Chen Yuan's phone rang again. Yu Chang's soft voice came through. Chen Yuan, are you free tonight? Want to grab a drink at a cafe? He grinned. I'm free. Come over to my place. Yu Chang hesitated. My husband might be home this evening. 05. The thrill of danger surged through Chen Yuan, and he cut in. Doesn't that make it more exciting? After a moment, Yu Chang said, All right, come over. With a mischievous tone, Chen Yuan replied, I haven't eaten yet. I need a full stomach to fix that air conditioner. Yu Chang caught his meaning and said, I'll make you dinner. The day passed quickly, like a dog sprinting through a field. By 6 p.m., Chen Yuan was at Yu Chang's house, watching her cook in the kitchen. What's on the menu? He asked. She turned with a smile. Dujang pig kidney soup. Chen Yuan's expression turned sly. She chose this dish on purpose. Married women really know what's up. He slid behind her, wrapping his arms around her, and whispered, Have you made this for your husband before? Yu Chang frowned slightly. No, it's my first time. I learned it online. Noticing her reaction, Chen Yuan slipped one hand under her shirt, cupping her breast, while the other moved lower. What time's your husband back? Around 9, she replied. Chen Yuan pulled a condom from his pocket, swiftly entering her. So, we've got an hour and a half. It felt tight, and Yu Chang turned, her voice tinged with surprise. It feels different today. Chen Yuan nibbled her shoulder, thrusting deeper. Like it? The kitchen soon filled with soft moans. An hour later, after their passionate encounter, Yu Chang served him a bowl of the nourishing soup. He took a sip. Not bad for your first try. She beamed. If you like it, I can make it often. He hesitated. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? Yu Chang's face hardened. No. I've decided to divorce him. I want real happiness. Chen Yuan adopted a serious tone. That's great, Lin. Congrats on taking that step. He left just before 9 p.m. As he started his car, Zhang Shenyong approached, eyeing the luxury vehicle with sweat beading on his face. A glass car? Nobody in this neighborhood drives something like this. Recognizing Chen Yuan, he froze. Wait, isn't that the rich guy who bought a car from Chen Na and is bankrolling her? What's he doing here? Grumbling, he headed inside. Seeing Yu Chang sipping soup, he said cheerfully, Wow, you made soup for me? You're getting so thoughtful. Yu Chang smirked inwardly. Sorry, Dang, this isn't for you. Note, search Wu Dang online for context. Before she could respond, Zhang poured himself a bowl and asked, Why's the air conditioner off? It's hot. Why use this fan? We're not that broke. Yu Chang replied, It's not hot. She chuckled to herself. You're overthinking. I just don't want Chen Yuan's scent lingering. Misreading her smile, Zhang loosened his tie smugly. Finish the soup, huh? I get it. Let me shower, and I'll make you feel good. Quote. He headed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he returned, eager, but stopped short at the closed bedroom door. What? Wasn't the soup to energize me for her? Did she fall asleep? Grumbling, he flopped onto the sofa. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. I'll save my energy for a younger girl tomorrow. The next morning, on the school field, a crowd of attractive students gathered. Fu Ying surveyed them with satisfaction, thinking, based on Shen Yuan's advice, I tweaked the original plan 11 times. Now, we've got 2 male students, and mostly campus beauties, like senior Yayan from the flight attendant class. At 1.75 meters tall, Yayun was a heartthrob. Fu Ying's gaze shifted to a graceful girl. Junior AI20, the little hot devil, caused a stir on arrival. Then, to a girl in a cosplay outfit, Zhang Man, the female neuro of Star Origin City, with her Mizi cosplay and 200 Douyin followers. Little dragon girl Long Jing Han observed, feeling underdressed. I miscalculated. Competing with them is intense. Yanong, the class monitor from Shen Yuan's international trade class, eyed the female students warily. This doesn't feel like a startup. It's a harem audition. I thought Shen Yuan liked the business plan. I'm such an idiot. Annoyed, he thought, why am I on this shortlist for his harem? That jerk Shen Yuan is playing dirty. Fu Ying, hands on her hips, smirked with satisfaction, thinking, now, it's time for the boss to shine.
Observing Yansong standing uneasily among a cluster of attractive girls, a male student approached to strike up a conversation. Greetings, classmate. I'm Mojin Wong. It's great to finally meet another townsmith. Just then, Shen Yuan strolled over and, spotting Yansong, immediately remarked, Class monitor, I didn't think you'd need to launch a business too. Yansong responded with a wry smile, President Chen, I come from a humble background. Naturally, I must grab every chance to climb up right now. The girls noticed Shen Yuan, their faces glowing with admiration. It's Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's here. Shen Yuan then turned to Zhen Wang. I recall your name is Moz? Eagerly, Zhen Wang corrected, Boss, it's Mo Zhen Wang. Shen Yuan went on, you two made it through the initial round because your startup ideas are grounded, not lofty or unrealistic. After all, starting a business and opening a shop on campus requires aligning with students' needs for food, clothing, shelter, and transport. He then asked, I remember you two, one's planning a fried food shop, the other a fruit shop, correct? Zhen Wang quickly nodded. Yes, exactly. Mine's the fried food shop. Shen Yuan grinned. There's no fried food shop on campus yet. You filling that gap is smart. If the flavor's good and prices are fair, business will thrive. Plus, the startup base's location is right beneath the girls' dormitory. So, class monitor, your fruit shop has great potential too. Hearing such praise, Zhen Wang couldn't help but feel elated inside. He thought to himself, sounds like we're definitely in. Nearby, Yan Song gave a faint nubile smile. With the current male-to-female ratio, our project might just be a token entry. If the startup base were all women, the public would lose it. Shen Yuan's tactic to dodge criticism is clever, but I'm fine as long as I secure the funding. At that moment, Shen Yuan turned to Zhen Wang and asked, Student Mo, I saw on your application that you've worked as a social media influencer. Zhen Wang replied, in simple terms, it's like an online water army. Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Do you have a team? Zhen Wang scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Yeah, I've got a chat group with over 100 people. We've collaborated a few times. Organized. Shen Yuan raised a hand to cut him off. All right, enough. You two head back. I've still got to interview the female students. Zhen Wang thought to himself, once I've got my own company, who knows? I might tap into those resources of Mo Zhen Wang. 2 hours later, after navigating a crowd of charming girls, Shen Yuan returned to his office on campus. Watching Ying Zed haul a stack of documents to the desk, he praised, Little secretary, you're doing great work. I had no expectations, but there are actually some top-notch ones, both stunning and sharp. Ying Zed smiled and responded, Working for the boss, I've got to give my all. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ying Zi, went to answer it. To her surprise, Long Jing-han stood outside. "Junior, the interviews are done. Is there something else?" she asked. Jing-han replied softly, "Senior, I need to speak privately with President Chen." Ying-zi hesitated, glancing at Shen Yuan and whispering, "Boss, what do we do?" Shen Yuan said, "Step outside for now." Ying-zi exited, and Jing-han entered, gently shutting the door. Shen Yuan spoke first. "Go ahead, what's up?" Jing-han faltered, then asked anxiously, "Senior, have I been cut?" In her mind, she replayed the interview, thinking Chen Yuan's attention was mostly on those two. He barely glanced at me. Chen Yuan responded, "The final list comes after the re-examination." Jing-han pressed, "Do I have a shot?" Chen Yuan gave a sly smile. "Haven't I already given you one?" Jing-han thought, "He's right. Being let back in here is the chance." She spoke earnestly. "Senior, I hold a primary accounting certificate and an international CPA. I'm also working on a primary economist certificate. I lack real-world experience, but tasks like cashier duties, financial reporting, organizing transaction data, and calculating costs for the startup base are well within my ability." Chen Yuan replied, "Wouldn't an experienced accountant handle those better?" Jing-han froze, unsure how to respond. In her head, she thought, guys chasing me could line up from the school's front gate to the back, but they're all broke and pitiful. None are worth my time. After 2 years, I finally found a catch like Chen Yuan. You only get so many chances in life. If I don't act now, when will I? I, Long Jing-han, will make him mine. With that, she stepped forward, kissed Chen Yuan's cheek, and said in a sultry tone, "I'm sure I'm prettier and have a better figure than some old accountant." She grabbed his tie, eyes brimming with hope. Chen Yuan smirked to himself. She's right. Accountants are a dime a dozen, but one who's gorgeous and has a killer figure? Rare. Seeing no reaction, Jing-han played her final move, unbuttoning her shirt to reveal her generous cleavage and asking, "Senior, what do you think?" Chen Yuan grinned smugly. "You make a compelling point." As she finished speaking, Jing-han pulled his hand to her, whispering softly, "Chen Yuan." They lunged into a fiery, passionate kiss. In the cramped office, a heated encounter unfolded, with only stifled moans and frantic cries audible outside. Whatever happened, 40 minutes later, a pile of crumpled tissues sat in the trash can. The contest was over. Chen Yuan looked at Jing-han, who was fixing her clothes, and said, 0, 4, be mine, and I'll make sure you're never wronged. He thought secretly, can't believe this little dragon girl was still a virgin. Then he added, let's go shopping this weekend. Jing-han turned, smiling, and said, yes. She thought, I've carved a place in Chen Yuan's heart. It's small, but it's something. Her favorability points above her head read 61. Chen Yuan thought happily, the little dragon girl's starting to fall for me. Perfect. 10 minutes later, Jing-han, sore from the ordeal, limped out of the office, murmuring, ow, it hurts so much. Ying-Z rushed to support her, saying, Jing-han, why put yourself through this? Jing-han, with a content expression, replied, Senior sister, I'm fine. I've never felt this truly happy. Back in the office, after Jing-han left, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone, scrolling and muttering, tomorrow's Friday, Dad's birthday. Let's check the gift I pre-ordered for him. How's that car coming along? Can't play favorites. The gold jewelry Mom loves needs to be sorted too. Tomorrow, I'll make sure they both have a blast. Time skipped to the next day. The Chen family stood gathered outside a car showroom. Chen Yuan's younger sister, Xuan, saw the car her brother gifted their dad and ran over, looping her arm around his, pouting, Dad's car is so cool. I want one too. I can take my driving test over summer break. What do you say, big brother? Chen Yuan smiled. No problem. His mother overheard and griped, Son, don't spoil your sister too much. She just finished her college entrance exams. Already slacking. She's got a long road ahead. Chen Yuan chuckled. Mom, Xuan just wants a car. It's no big deal. He urged. Come on, Dad. Our aunts and uncles are probably wondering where we are. His father hopped into the car, saying, Right. Let's head to the hotel. Chen Yuan slid into the back seat, sulking slightly. Mum, you don't love me at all. Good thing I've got Big Brother. Her mother replied, Heavens, a girl should act like one. This isn't home. Let's get in the car. Meanwhile, in the hotel restaurant's dining room, Chen Yuan's aunts and uncles had gathered. Noticing the Chen family was late, a short-haired aunt vented her frustration. Why aren't they here? They invited us to dinner. What kind of logic is it to keep guests waiting? Another agreed. Exactly. If something came up, they should have told us, but they had us arrive early and aren't even here. She thought bitterly. Sure, my Yaodi's family borrowed money from them before, but we paid it back ages ago. When they owed us, we only asked a few times. But when they repaid us, they were so smug, even looking down on Yaodi. Another aunt chimed in. 4. My fault. Yesterday, Hongwang called and asked me to pass on a message, but I forgot. Old Chen Yao's wife snapped. That just proves they didn't plan properly. Why call only your family and not ours? Another added, Yeah, why should our family business be announced through others? Hearing their tone, the man in glasses grew irritated, thinking, every person here whose family hasn't benefited from mine? Now that we're bankrupt, they all jump out to criticize. What a pack of ungrateful wolves. The man smoking a cigarette spoke up. Second brother's family has fallen this low, yet they still act superior. His birthday banquet today probably won't be joyful. Old Chen Yao's wife added, Third uncle, we'll see how the eldest brother performs later. Chen Yao heard his wife and let out a sleazy chuckle. Heh, just look at the state of our family's brotherhood. The man in glasses sighed inwardly. A dimly lit banquet room, the air thick with tension, and the clink of wine glasses. Old Yao Dai leans toward Ayang, his eyes glinting as he spots the man's shiny new car key. Ayang, I see you've changed to a new car, he says, voice dripping with curiosity. Business at the factory must be booming these days. Ayang plays it cool, waving a hand. Just making a bit of pocket money. When discussing business, you need a fancy car to save face. Otherwise, I'd really miss my old one. Old Yao's not letting that slide. He slides closer, pouring a glass of wine with a grin. You have to maintain the new car. Well, come by my place and get a membership card. I'll give you a 30% discount on everything. Car washes, ceramic coating, polishing, waxing, and window tinting. Ayang doesn't bite. Instead, he turns to the eldest uncle, dodging the sales pitch. Big brother, why don't you call and ask second brother when he's arriving? I think the kids are starving. The entire Sheiyu family has gone bankrupt, yet they still put on airs. It's really too much. The uncle's face tightens. Old grudges bubble up. Ayang's wife and Chen Yuan's mother never got along, and Chen Yuan's academic success always stung their pride. Now, with Chen Yuan's family supposedly down and out, Ayang's got no filter. Old Yao piles on, his voice sharp. Is something wrong with their family that they're making us wait this long? 5. The uncle tries to keep the peace. Let's wait a bit longer. It's your second brother's birthday today, and the main character is the most important. The two. Just then, the door swings open. The Chen Yuan family rushes in, old Chen raising a hand with an apologetic smile. Sorry for making everyone wait. We were held up by something, so we're late. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later. The eldest uncle stands, his smile warm but strained. You weren't that late, and it's not time to eat yet. Ayang's wife can't resist a jab. It's fine. No one will die from being hungry for a little while anyway. The uncle's patience snaps. He glares at her. What kind of talk is that? If you don't know how to talk, then shut your mouth. Then he turns to old Chen, softening. Second brother, you really are something. If you're ever busy and can't manage, just let us come pick you up. In his head, he's smirking. Second brother's family doesn't have a car anymore, huh? After being suppressed by him for so many years, it's finally my turn to shine. Shen Yuan, standing nearby, flashes a polite smile. Third uncle, then we'll have to trouble you. I hope you'll come as soon as you're called. Old Chen, not one for drama, waves it off. All right, everyone come and sit down. Let's get ready to eat. But Yang's not done. He reaches into his pocket, thinking, this kid isn't showing me any respect at all, so I'll have to put on a show. As old Chen pours himself 3 glasses of wine for his punishment, Yang makes his move. He stands, holding up a hand. Hey, second brother, are you really punishing yourself? Take it easy, drinking. Oh, no one here blames you anyway. As he speaks, his car key accidentally slips from his hand, landing with a deliberate clatter on the floor. No one reacts. Yang's eyes dart to old Yao, fuming inside. Oh, damn it, Chen Yao Day. Didn't you see the car key fall? Shouldn't you be picking it up for me? Do you still want me to get a membership at your place? Old Yao catches the act and sneers. Damn it. You didn't agree to get a car just now, and now you want me to be your free backdrop? Dream on. Then, someone moves. It's Shen Yuan. He picks up the key, barely hiding a smirk as he hands it back. Oh, third uncle, you changed to a new car. Yang grabs the key, puffing up. That old VV was too old. I wanted to change it a long time ago. Shen Yuan leans in, playing along. What model is it? Yang's grin widens. X7, not expensive. Shen Yuan lays it on thick. It costs at least 1 million yuan to get it on the road. And you say it's not expensive. Third uncle, you're too modest. Yang's ego swells. I only bought the mid-range version, so it only costs about 1.1 million yuan to get it on the road. Zhao Yuan, don't you know? 3. I advised your dad before. It is better to do business in the manufacturing industry. The tourism industry is too risky and unreliable. Shen Yuan keeps up the flattery. Third uncle is really a pro. Yang's practically glowing, though he tries to play it off. No, just making a bit. His wife shoots him a look, thinking, that idiot is still pretending to be someone important. Ming does know how to show off, but there is lack of plot, and the face is a little uninteresting. Yang catches her glare and mutters, what do you understand? Stop at the right time. If they open their mouths to borrow money later, you will bear to take the hard-earned savings. Shen Yuan turns to his dad, a sly smile creeping across his face. Old Chen, Dad's third younger brother, has already bought an X7. How long are you planning to hide your Maybach? In his head, he's thinking, the mattress has already been laid for Dad, so he can show off comfortably. Old Chen chuckles awkwardly. It's just a car, nothing to talk about. The room freezes. Maybach? Everyone's minds race. The cheapest Maybach costs nearly 1.7 million yuan. Isn't their family bankrupt? How'd they afford that? The eldest uncle stares at old Chen. Did you buy a Maybach? Old Chen pats Shen Yuan's shoulder, smiling. Thanks to my son for buying a nice car. Jaws drop. Shen Yuan? The wasteful college kid? The uncle's mind spins. Second brother's always been so composed. Is punishing himself with 3 glasses a bit too much? Yang can't hold back. Second brother, what kind of joke is this? Did Shen Yuan buy it for you? Shen Yuan leans in, whispering, Old Chen, Dad, you really have incredible patience. Third uncle was already like that, and you still won't retaliate. Old Chen sighs, then places his car key on the table with a deliberate clack. Actually, I also advised that boy Shen Yuan not to buy such a fancy car for me, but he absolutely refused to listen. What can't 3 million be used for? I really don't know why he'd buy such an expensive car. The room goes dead silent. 3 million? Everyone's staring, shell-shocked. The women whisper, how much?
3 million? That expensive? The men's eyes are wide, thinking, a 3 million yuan car? Just bought on a whim? Where did that boy Shen Yuan get all that money? A restaurant staff member steps in, breaking the tension. Sir, may I ask if the silver glass belongs to you? My apologies, but it's blocking another guest's car. Would you mind moving it a little? Shen Yuan nods casually. Oh, then I'll go move it. The relatives are beyond stunned. Not just a Maybach, but a glass too? That's over 6 million combined. Old Yao's mind flashes back to when he demanded money from Shen Yuan's family, thinking, so they already knew they'd struck it rich last time, but I never imagined it would reach this level. He grabs a wine bottle, pouring a glass for old Chen with a forced smile. Brother, congratulations. You are truly the successful one in life. New cars need careful maintenance, so come by my place anytime to get a membership card, and I'll give you a 30% discount on all services. Shen Yuan's mother scoffs inwardly. How does Chen Yao Dai still have the nerve to say such words? Before, he'd hounded them for money, and now he's groveling for business. Ayang's eyes are glued to the Maybach key, his earlier bravado crumbling. Second brother didn't even flaunt it. Compared to them, I'm nothing. The party stumbles on, awkward and heavy. Those who came to flex are silenced, their plans in tatters. After it wraps, Shen Yuan waits for his sister, Shen Yuan. She bounds up, eyes sparkling. Brother, you were so cool today. He smirks. What do kids know about adult matters? I'll take you home first. I have important things to do later. Shen Yuan pouts. Brother, I'm so bored at home. I want to go out with you. What important matter of yours could possibly surprise me anymore? He laughs. Indeed, no one understands me better than my little sister. All right, I'll take you to visit your sister-in-law. They pull up to Chena's coffee shop, a sleek luxury car parked out front. Chenawan's eyes widen. Brother, this car is so cool. How much does one cost? Shen Yuan's voice is calm, almost bored. The on-the-road price is 2.73 million yuan. Chenawan gasps. That expensive? Then she pauses, confused. Wait a minute, brother. How do you know how much it cost someone to buy it? From? He doesn't miss a beat. This car belongs to your sister-in-law. I bought it. Chenuan's jaw drops. Holy crap. Manglu steps out, all smiles. Shen Yuan, you're here. Come inside quickly. She freezes when she sees Shen Yuan gestures. This is my younger sister. Qian, and Chenna rush over, beaming. Chenna says warmly, Oh, is your little sister here to visit too? You two siblings look so alike. Come inside quickly. The three women swarm Chen Yuan. Qian grins. Little sister is so cute. Chenna offers a slice of apple. Little sister, have some fruit. Manglu hands her a glass. Little sister, would you like some coffee? Yuan's sweating, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. All three beautiful older sisters are so enthusiastic toward me. Their tone even has a hint of trying to curry favor. What in the world is going on? She shoots Shen Yuan a bewildered look, thinking, Wait a minute, brother. Who exactly is my sister-in-law? Manglu leans in with that easy smile of hers and says, Qian, and I knew Na was moving, so we came specifically to celebrate her new home. I will refend. She turns to Shen Yuan, all warm and welcoming. Little sister, let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Manglu. You can call me Sister Manglu from now on. Then she nods toward Chen Na. And this is the owner of this house. Her name is Chen Na. You can call her sister Nana. Okay. Chen Yuan's eyes light up like she's just unwrapped a gift. She looks straight at Chen Na and blurts out, So, you're my sister-in-law, right? It hits Chen Na like a curveball, her face flushes, and she stumbles for words, glancing at Shen Yuan with a soft, Shen Yuan. Manglu's off to the side, smirking like she planned this exact moment, thinking, Let's see how you explain this. Shen Yuan doesn't flinch. He just lays it out calm as ever. Actually, both of these ladies are her sisters-in-law. Chen Yuan freezes, mouth half open. Huh, both of them are my sisters-in-law. Her mind's racing. Is this really my brother? This is so messed up, and they can actually get along in the same house like this. The three women catch her look, each reacting their own way. Manglu's grin stretches wider, pure smug. Chen Na's blushing hard, shy as hell. Qian's eyes flicker with that quiet helplessness. Chen Yuan still can't wrap her head around it, eyes bouncing between them. She hesitates, then asks, "Is what my brother said true?" Manglu and Chen Na nod together, voices syncing up. "That's right, little sister." That seals it. Chen Yuan whips around to her brother, firing off, "Brother, you're such a damn playboy." Chen Yuan just smiles to himself, dark thoughts churning. "My dear Chen Yuan, this is just the beginning. You can't even accept two people. What will happen when my harem expands in the future? Won't your worldview completely collapse? You might as well get used to it gradually." Introductions wrapped, Manglu and Chen Na step up. Manglu grabs Chen Yuan's hand, all sunshine. "Xuanyuan, is there anywhere you want to go? Just tell us and we'll go together." Chen Na chimes in next. "My sister also just finished her college entrance exams, and she'll be coming to Star City tomorrow. You all will probably have a lot to talk about, but my sister is quite introverted." Chen Yuan flashes a grin. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. She'll open up after hanging out with me for a few days. I guarantee it." Qian's been hanging back, just watching this family vibe unfold like she's crashing the party. She sighs to herself. I didn't expect them to become so close so quickly. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. In Chen Yuan's family gathering, I'm really just an outsider. Her mind drifts back to that first chat with Manglu. Qian had asked, surprised as hell, "You two are already like this, and you can still get along in the same house?" Manglu had shrugged it off, cool as ice. Men are men. Best friends are best friends. In ancient times, there were many cases of sisters serving the same husband, let alone best friends sharing a husband. Qian couldn't help it, pure helplessness washed over her. If you two are really still the same as before, then just talk to each other directly, okay? Why do you always make me the messenger? The key point is that Chen Yuan bought supercars for the two of you to enjoy, and I don't even get a whiff of it, yet I have to endure this fatigue. She sighs again, muttering under her breath, "Hi, you two are really terrible sisters." Right then, Chen Yuan stands up, stretching. "You guys keep talking. I'm going to rest for a while." Chen Na's quick grabs her hand. "Xuanyuan, your brother wants to sleep. How about we go shopping? Buy you some clothes, shoes, and bags. What do you think?" Chen Yuan hesitates, glancing down at herself. Although my sisters-in-law's fashion sense is top-notch, can I even pull off the same vibe as you? Manglu jumps in, smiling wide. "Don't worry, Xuanyuan. I'll teach you all my styling secrets." Chen Yuan's eyes spark. "Wow, that's great." And just like that, the four of them head down to the garage. But then Manglu spins toward Qian. "I forgot my bag upstairs, Qian. Can you wait for me a moment?" Qian nods. "Oh, okay." Manglu slips back inside. 10 minutes drag by 15. Then her phone buzzes. Qian, just take a taxi ahead. We're a bit busy." And there's a red envelope tossed in for good measure. Qian stares at it, irritation bubbling up. What important business could you be doing at Na's house? She's going shopping with her husband's sister, and you're taking the opportunity to sneak around for some secret rendezvous. Unbelievable. You get to go have fun alone, and you leave the explanation to Na, to me. The most important thing is to think of some excuse which is really tiring. Upstairs, meanwhile, Chen Yuan's just drifted off when the bed dips. Manglu's there, sliding on top of him, slow and quiet. Her tongue flicks wicked against his ear. He snaps awake, heart pounding. "What's pressing against my face?" This feeling. He looks up. "Is that Instructor Lu?" He bolts upright. "Are you crazy?" Manglu's face goes all soft longing. "They went out shopping." Now it's just the two of us at home. Chen Yuan narrows his eyes. Then why didn't you go with them? She pushes him back down, voice dropping low. I wanted to stay here and keep you company. That flips something in him. He leans in close, a sharp edge to his grin. I think you're playing a feint to the east and attack in the west. Manglu shrugs off her outer layer, bra hugging her curves tight. She plays innocent. Feint to the east and attack in the west? I don't understand. Jestem of Vizik. No more games. Chen Yuan grabs her wrist, flips her onto the bed. She gasps. Twice. Ouch, darling. I missed you so much. His hand slides down, face twisting lewd. Seems like you messed up the way you address me again, huh? Manglu corrects, quick, breath hitching. Daddy, I miss you. That's the trigger. Chen Yuan drives in hard. No mercy. As he thrusts, he growls. Not loud enough. Say it again. Her cheeks burn red. She shouts it out. Daddy, Papa! Time blurs, an hour and a half gone in a haze. Cut to the street. Chen Yuan's loaded with bags. Dialing Chen Yuan. Bro, Sister Qian went ahead. She said, Sister-in-law Lulu has other things to do with her. Na and I are almost done shopping too. When will you arrive? He's pulling up now. G63, rumbling to a stop outside the store. Wait for me. I'll be right there. The clerk inside spots the beast of a car, whistles low in his head. What a fancy car! Then the door opens, Chen Yuan steps out. The clerk's eyes lock. Wait a minute. I'm impressed with that boy. Memory clicks. Let me think back. In his memory, the image of Chen Yuan quickly appeared. The time he bought a bag for Li Hao. I remember now. It's that kid who came to me 3 months ago to withdraw cash. He drained all the money from Huabei, credit cards, and stuff, then ran to the Guojin shopping center to buy a bag, and even thanked me profusely when he left. Clerk's mind spins wild. That guy hasn't even met for a month, and he's already driving a G-Class. How did he make money so fast? Did he go to the Golden Triangle or northern Myanmar to do big business and strike it rich at this time? Outside, Chen Yuan's linking up with Chen Na and Chen Wan, eyeing the hall. He grins. Looks like you've spent quite a bit of my sister-in-law's money. The clerk's eavesdropping scraps, gears turning. Oh, so he met a rich older woman. Well, being young and handsome is really great. His brain dives into the dirt visions of Chen Yuan on his knees, Chen Na's high heel tipping his chin up, him turning full dog, lapping at her thick soul. Find an older sugar mama, serve her well, and you'll have. Seeing the pile of things the two sisters brought out, Chen Wan asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Why did you buy so much? Chen Yuan replied, It's not like I wanted to, it's just that sister-in-law was too enthusiastic. Hearing them talking, Chen Na stepped forward to smooth things over, saying with a bright smile, Is going to college soon. Of course, she needs new clothes and bags. I also bought some small gifts for uncle and auntie. I wonder if they'll like them. Seeing these actions, Chen Yuan was a little touched, thinking, 5 million for Nana's pocket money. She usually never dares to spend a penny, but she's so generous with my parents in Chen Yuan. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Na waved goodbye, saying, Chen Yuan, I'm going back to the cafe first. Xiao is doing good business today. She's a bit busy. Chen Yuan nodded, replying, Okay, I'll come see you tonight. After Chen left, Chen Yuan and Chen Yuan also got into the car. Looking at his younger sister who couldn't stop smiling, Chen Yuan gently asked, Smiling like that? How much money did you spend of your sister-in-law's? Chen Yuan, while testing out the new makeup she bought, replied with a bright smile. It seems to be more than 400. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, Anyway, you're the Tong family's precious princess. Smiling like that over a few 100,000. What kind of behavior is that? Chen Yuan leaned on her brother's shoulder, laughing happily. Oh brother, even when our family was well off before, our parents never splurged like this. Not wanting to dwell on this subject any further, Chen Yuan turned and asked, Do you know what to say when we get home? The girl winked playfully, replying, "Of course I know. I'll just tell Mum and Dad that you found me 2 sisters." And hearing this answer, Chen Yuan slammed on the brakes. He turned to her, frowning, and said, "Do you want Mum to break my legs? Don't you know that Mum has always been the strictest when it comes to relationships?" Seeing his reaction, Chen Yuan laughed out loud. "Haha, I'm just kidding, brother. I know what to say, but how are you going to thank me?" Chen Yuan replied. "Didn't you just receive a 400 gift?" Chen Yuan immediately retorted, "That was bought by sister-in-law, not you." Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he asked, "So, you're trying to extort your brother?" Chen Yuan giggled, replying, How could a businessman's deal be called extortion?" At this point, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "All right, just tell me what you want next time." Hearing this, the girl cheered excitedly. "Hooray!" A moment later, Chen Yuan and Chen Yuan arrived home. Seeing the pile of things they brought back, Chen Yuan's parents couldn't help but widen their eyes. In surprise, his mother asked, "Didn't you say you were just going out for a walk? Why did you buy so much stuff?" 5. Chen Yuan quickly spoke up, replying with a smile. "Mom, this is a gift that I and sister-in-law bought for you and Dad." Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Yuan's father turned to him, asking in surprise, "Sister-in-law, son, when did you get a girlfriend?" In contrast to his worried expression, Chen Yuan's mother smiled brightly and eagerly asked, "What's her personality like? Why didn't you bring her home since you bought so much stuff?" Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "We've been dating for a while. I didn't say anything before because I didn't feel like the time was right." Chen Yuan quickly added, "Mom, sister-in-law has a great personality. She's gentle, considerate, and virtuous." Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Chen pulled Chen Yuan aside, asking her all sorts of questions about their daughter-in-law. The girl also happily recounted everything. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, feeling lucky. Luckily, Chen Yuan is here, or I definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. Next, there are many things to do. Tomorrow, I have to pick up my sister-in-law, Shen Yuan. This weekend, I have to go shopping with my consultant. And I also have to take my junior classmate, Xiaolong Yu, to get a consumer rebate. Next week, the re-evaluation exam will begin at the entrepreneurship base. Once the project is approved, I can receive Tongdaji's mysterious reward. I'm really looking forward to it. Time flew by quickly to 10 p.m. Chen Yuan had now arrived at Chen Na's new home. As soon as she opened the door, he said, "Na, I have to pick up Shen Yuan tomorrow. Can I sleep here tonight?" The girl agreed, replying, "Okay, I just learned a few new things. I've always wanted to try them out with you." Saying this, she took Chen Yuan's hand and led him inside. Seeing this, he asked enthusiastically, "What new things?" "Na, tell me, I'll wake up immediately." Chen Na smiled, replying, "Wait for me a moment." Saying this, she went to the refrigerator, taking out a glass of ice water and a glass of hot water, placing them on the bedside table. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he asked, "Ice water and hot water? Na, are you planning on not letting me sleep tonight?" The girl didn't reply, drawing herself in, kneeling on the ground. Seeing her next actions, Chen Yuan was even more shocked. "Wait, this island?" Chen Na looked up and asked, "Can you feel it?" Chen Yuan replied, "Na, how could I just feel it? I almost couldn't control myself." Hearing this, Chen Na didn't say anything more. She raised both hands, opening her mouth wide, focusing on what she was enjoying. As for Chen Yuan, he could only close his eyes tightly, enjoying the experience. And so, another night of guerrilla warfare passed. The next morning, the two had arrived at Chen Na's house to pick up Shen Yuan. Watching her daughter leave, Chen Na's mother carefully instructed, "Help your sister out a lot at her place. After all, your sister is busy with work." Hearing this, Shen Yuan replied, "Mom, brother-in-law said he's hiring a nanny for her. There's nothing she has to do herself." Hearing her daughter's words, Chen Na's mother immediately reminded, "A nanny? No need to waste money. We can do things like laundry and cooking ourselves. Shen Yu, you need to be more understanding and help your sister share the burden." Seeing this, Chen Na smoothed things over. "Mom, Shen Yu is just coming early to get acquainted with me and Chen Yuan here. Everything will be fine." Chen Yuan, who had been standing outside for a while, finally spoke up. "Auntie, don't worry. We will definitely take good care of Shen Yu." After a while, the farewell scene finally ended. Chen Yuan, Chen Na, and Shen Yu got into the car and left. At this time, an auntie approached Chen Na's mother and exclaimed, "Oh my, her son-in-law has changed cars again. That one looks like a G-Class. It must cost 2 to 3 million yuan." Chen's mother replied, "Actually, we don't understand these things. As long as Nana and Xiao Chen like it, that's what she said." But in her heart, another worry arose. Last time Xiao Chen came to the house, Shen Yu especially admired him. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Back with Chen Yuan and the others, he looked in the rearview mirror and asked, "Shen Yu, you did well on the college entrance exam, right? 05. Which school did you apply to?" Shen Yu replied, "Right here, in Jingcheng." Chen Yuan nodded and said, "That's good. Being in Jingcheng means there's someone to take care of you. Your sister has already prepared a room for you." Hearing this, the image of her sister and Chen Yuan playing charades flashed in Shen Yu's mind. "A room at my sister's house. Then I can." Her face flushed, and she shyly replied, "No, that's not right, brother-in-law." "Sister, I'm afraid of bothering you, too." Chen Yuan said, "What's the bother? Your sister gets lonely at home alone. You should come and stay with her." Chen Na added, "That's right. Your brother-in-law isn't home often." At this time, Shen Yu was intently looking at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with infatuation, as she thought, "Brother-in-law isn't that much older than me. He speaks to me so gently, and my parents are respected by the neighbors because of him. The family has completely changed, but why do I feel my heart racing when I see brother-in-law today?" Along with that, a number 60 began to appear above her head, indicating her favorability. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Why is favorability appearing? Has this girl developed feelings for me, or is she trying to seduce me into committing a crime?" A moment later, the car arrived. After dropping Shen Yu and Chen Na off, Chen Yuan lowered the car window and said, "Na, take Shen Yu out to play. I have work to do. Don't wait for me for dinner." Chen Na waved goodbye and replied, "I know. Go to work." A moment later, Chen Yuan arrived below Li Jia's apartment. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he saw an idiot parking attendant standing there talking on the phone. He didn't know what the other side was saying, but he kept rattling off, "Mang, give me another chance. I just made a mistake that any man could make. Don't be like this. I didn't even want to that time. How about this? Mang, come downstairs. Give me a chance to explain in person." Overhearing this, Chen Yuan immediately understood, thinking, "So, he's Li Mang's ex-boyfriend. No wonder Li Mang is so angry about men cheating. He's the one who caused her to scold someone at the club last time. He's already a jerk, and he's still clinging to her after the breakup." Thinking of this, an idea popped into Chen Yuan's head. "Then I have to help Li Mang out of this trouble. Although I don't expect her to be grateful, the advisor will understand my feelings. After all, loving someone means loving everything about them." Just as he thought this, the young man outside honked his horn loudly and cursed. "What kind of parking is that? You're blocking my car." Chen Yuan was speechless, thinking, "What's with the temper? It's already impolite to take up 2 parking spaces, so I'm too lazy to be polite." Thinking this, he lowered the car window and said, "So what if I parked here? 05. I'm blocking you. So what? Anyway, the car inside isn't mine." The other guy retorted, "You're blocking my car and you're still being loud just because you have money." Without further ado, Chen Yuan went straight to the point and asked, "Are you Li Meng's ex-boyfriend?" The other guy was stunned and asked, "Who? Who are you?" Chen Yuan replied, "Guess who I am." Hearing this, the other guy immediately got out of the car, raised his neck, and said, Could it be that you are Li Meng's current boyfriend?" Hearing him ask this, Chen Yuan didn't answer, letting him make up his own story. After a while, the other guy continued, "Good. No wonder she wouldn't see me, so she's hooked up with a sugar daddy. But Li Meng has such a bad temper. You two won't have a good ending." He lightly adjusted his glasses and sneered. "You still don't know, do you? Li Meng dated me for 2 years, and she still hasn't found a boyfriend because she can't forget me. So even if you are with her now, you won't get a complete Li Meng." In his heart, he evilly thought, "What? Are you disgusted yet?" Hearing the words he had just said, Chen Yuan thought uncomfortably. This guy is so funny. Isn't this the trick I used to mess with Hojun's mind right in front of the school gate? Compared to me, this guy's tricks are much worse. Thinking this, he said, "It's okay. I never wanted to have a complete her. I'm very content. Having her body is enough." He attacked the opponent, but was attacked in return. Hearing these words, Li Meng's ex-boyfriend immediately imagined the two of them making love, his face stunned on the spot. "What? She and you already ready?"
As Chen Yuan heard his ex-girlfriend Li Meng's words, he nudged his glasses up and quipped, "Well, isn't that as clear as day?" His casual tone only fueled Yuban's bitterness. Yuban's mind churned with memories of his college days, pining for Li Meng for 2 whole years, only to lose her to this guy. He'd hoped she was single because she still thought of him. Man, she's colder than a stray pup in the rain, he thought sourly. Just then, Chen Yuan waved enthusiastically, shouting, "Counselor, over here. Yo, this way." Lai Xiao approached, her face tight with annoyance. "Hold your horses," she snapped before striding over to Yuban. In a firm voice, she said, "Lubin, let's make this clear, stay away. My sister's done with you for good." Without missing a beat, she turned to Chen Yuan. "Come on, Chen Yuan, let's roll." Yuban stood there, jaw dropped. "Wait, what? Aren't you Li Meng's boyfriend? Why's it vibe like you're cozy with her sister instead?" Chen Yuan spun around, flashing a cheeky grin. "Don't poke your nose into rich folks' drama. Ever heard the saying, a good meal can charm even the ghosts of the past? Catch you later, small-town champ." As Chen Yuan and Lai Xiao hopped into a car, Yuban was left reeling. Seriously? This is nuts. He thought, fuming. Money lets you play by your own rules, doing what others can only dream of. The ultimate flex? One guy, 2 sisters. Wild. Back with Chen Yuan, Lai Xiao spun around, eyes narrowed. "Chen Yuan, what's with that 2 sisters, 1 husband nonsense?" He scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Counselor, I was just making sure that loser leaves your sister alone. If he's bugging your sister-in-law, doesn't that mess with your vibe too?" Lai Meng's cheeks turned pink. "Quit spouting gibberish. Who's your sister-in-law? I haven't signed up for anything with you yet. But, honestly, after that stunt, he'll probably steer clear of me for good. Without him, I'll shake off the gloom in no time." Chen Yuan grinned. "Alright, let's drop that buzzkill. Counselor, how about we hit Guijin for some shopping, then grab dinner and catch a flick?" Lai Xiao frowned, hesitant. "Guijin's too pricey. I can't swing that. Dean's more my speed." Chen Yuan waved off her concern. "Pricey, cheap, what's the difference? I've got it covered." Lai Meng shook her head quickly. "No way. I'm not spending your cash. You already got me that fancy bag." Not missing a beat, Chen Yuan cooked up an excuse. "Actually, my sister's birthday is coming up. I want to surprise her, so I need your help picking a gift at Guijin. Lai Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised. For real? Yup, Shen Yuan said, smirking. Totally. She nodded, setting a boundary. Fine, but if you try to sneak a gift for me, I'm not taking it. Shen Yuan chuckled. Deal. Yeah, right, he thought slyly. Once we're there, I'll find a way to make you take it. Time zipped by, and soon Shen Yuan and Lai Xiao were browsing a chic boutique at Guijin. As Lai Mang eyed the displays, the saleswoman beamed. Hey, if something catches your eye, try it on. Shen Yuan jumped in, all enthusiasm. Yeah, go for it. If you like it, slip it on. Lai Xiao didn't hesitate. Alright, miss, could you grab this dress in size S for me to try? The saleswoman, eyeing Lai Xiao's curves, thought, size S? With that chest? M might even be a stretch. She returned with a dress, saying, here you go, give this a whirl. She guided Lai Xiao to the fitting room, adding, if you need me, just holler. As Lai Xiao stepped inside, Shen Yuan's phone buzzed. He picked up, surprised. Counselor, what's up? Her voice came through, flustered. Shen Yuan, the zipper's stuck on this dress, and the saleswoman's not around. Can you get her? Shen Yuan stood, grinning. No need to bug her. I've got this. Hang tight. He strolled into the fitting area. Turn around, I'll fix it. Lai Xiao's eyes widened, and she clutched her chest. Whoa, stay back. Shen Yuan sighed dramatically. Relax, I'm just zipping you up, not stealing your snacks. She turned reluctantly. Fine, make it quick. As he tugged the zipper, Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire her bare back. Counselor, your back's so stunning it could star in its own movie. Lai Xiao huffed. Shen Yuan, zip it, literally. He pulled the zipper, sneaking a playful graze along her back. Patience, counselor. Rush this, and we'll owe the store a new dress. Can't afford to snap it like a bad joke. Lai Xiao gasped. Shen Yuan, knock it off. There are people outside. He leaned closer, whispering, quick question, you prefer teacher or counselor when I'm being charming? Her face flushed. Don't call me either. Just use my name when we're, hanging out. Before she could finish, Shen Yuan playfully snapped her bra strap, making her jump. Shen Yuan. He pulled her into a tight hug. Lai Xiao, first time calling you that. Feels special, right? I'm locking this moment in my brain. They stood there for 5 minutes, lost in the moment, until Lai Xiao snapped back to reality. Enough. If you keep this up, I'll. Shen Yuan let go, covering his eyes with one hand and giving a mock pat to his trousers. All right. Playing with fire's getting me burned. It's, tense down there, and I can't exactly fix it in a fitting room. Lai Xiao turned away, exasperated. Just zip me up and get out. He coughed, stifling a laugh. Got it. But as he tried the zipper, he hit a snag. Lai Xiao, your curves are too much for this size M. It's not budging. Her face went red. So that's what you were doing? Out. She shoved him toward the door. Shen Yuan stumbled out, dazed, muttering, what just happened? Lai Xiao returned the dress to the saleswoman, who asked, not the right fit? Want to try another? No, thanks, Lai Xiao replied curtly. The two left, leaving the saleswoman puzzled. Why the grumpy face? If you don't want it, just say so. Outside, Lai Xiao glared at Shen Yuan. Do that again, and I'm done. He gave a sheepish smile. Okay, I'll behave. Scout's honor. He grabbed her hand, adding, next time, I'll keep it chill. Promise. Her heart softened, and her affection for him ticked up to 75 points. Shen Yuan smirked to himself. Shameless moves really do work wonders. Nearby, a few women in a handbag shop spotted them. One gasped, "Is that Mr. Chen? New girlfriend already? This guy's smoother than a sunny day." Her friend chimed in, "That's not new, he's on his fourth." "Remember Miss Zhu?" The first nodded. "Oh, right. Miss Zhu's with some other guy now. Haven't seen her here in ages." Her colleague sighed dramatically. "I picked the wrong side back then, going with Miss Zhu. Should have stuck with Mr. Chen." In her mind, she pictured him flashing his card, dropping thousands like it was pocket change. She whispered, "Mr. Chen, bring your new girl in here. I'd roll out the red carpet for you." Her friend rolled her eyes. "Regret's a tough pill, huh? Too bad there's no refund on bad choices." Meanwhile, Shen Yuan and Lai Xiao reached a restaurant. He peeked inside and said, "Lai Xiao, hot pot sound good?" She smiled. "Sure, let's do it." They grabbed a table, and Shen Yuan called to the waiter, "Hey, we're parched. 2 iced tanguans, pronto." He glanced at Lai Xiao, thinking, "I'm getting the hang of this seduction game. No need to double-check with her. If the drink's too cold, she'll swap it out herself. Bet she'd trade it for a hot cocoa faster than you can say BRRR." A moment later, a feast-laden table rolled out, steaming with savory aromas. Lai Xiao leaned in, her voice soft as a whisper. "Shen Yuan, summer break's just around the corner. Got any big plans?" Shen Yuan flashed a cheeky grin. "Only plan is sticking by your side." Lai Xiao rolled her eyes, chuckling. "Oh, come on, quit the sweet talk. I heard the startup incubator picks are nearly finalized, right? Campus is buzzing with tales about you, practically a legend now. Everyone's itching to know more." Shen Yuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck, sensing the need to pivot fast. Lai Xiao, meanwhile, was all too aware of the growing risk of her secrets spilling out. Among the incubator's chosen few, there were 2 guys, but the rest? Absolute stunners of the school. He shrugged, playing it cool. "Not my thing, honestly. I don't keep up with the gossip." Then, shifting gears, he added, "Oh, by the way, that textbook you lent me? I've got all the key points locked in my brain." Lai Xiao's eyes widened. "All of it? Already? That's, like, superhero-level memory." Shen Yuan nodded, smirking. "Yup. Oh, and do I need to tackle the HR management course too? Got that textbook handy?" Lai Xiao nodded. "Yeah, I've got it." Seizing the moment, Shen Yuan said, "Perfect. I'll swing by your place tonight to grab it." Lai Xiao blinked, surprised. "Tonight? That's quick." Shen Yuan's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Gotta be ready for that incubator, right? The sooner, the better." Inside, he was scheming, her affection points spiked back in the fitting room. "Time to lock this in while the vibe's hot." Lai Xiao raised a brow. "Fine, but no funny business at my place. My little sister's home." Shen Yuan plucked a slice of meat with his chopsticks, dipping it into the bubbling hot pot with a mock-serious nod. "You know I'm a perfect gentleman." Lai Xiao's cheeks flushed as memories of his past antics flickered through her mind. "That line again?" "Your trouble," she teased. Just then, the waiter swooped in with their drinks, setting them down with a cheerful, "Here you go, sir, madam." Spotting her glass of water, Lai Xiao turned to the waiter. "Is this cold?" "I can't do cold, could you swap it for hot water, please?" The waiter beamed. "Of course, madam." Shen Yuan sighed inwardly, thinking, "Guess tonight's not the night. Oh well, time to charm some other NPCs." His mind drifted to his roster of wives. Na's off with her sister-in-law, Huey's in her beard-shedding phase, yikes, bad timing. Instructor Lu's affection points were soaring past 90, but Sister Lin and Dragon Girl needed some attention too. Speak of the dragon, his phone pinged. A message from LJ Jinghan. Hey, what are you up to? I miss you. Shen Yuan grinned, muttering to himself, Kauka's back in play. Made her cry last time, so I owe her some moves. He typed back, grabbing dinner now. I'll pick you up later. Jinghan replied, sweet. Where should I wait? Shen Yuan shot back, codename Cafe. I'll send the time soon. Smirking, he thought, smart girl, keeping it low-key. Knows to pick a spot where no one's snooping. Lai Xiao noticed him glued to his phone. Shen Yuan, you good? The food's getting soggy, eat first, text later. Shen Yuan looked up, apologetic. Got something urgent. I'll drop you home after this, and I'll grab the textbook another day. Lai Xiao nodded. Sure, handle your business. Priorities first. An hour zipped by. Jinghan was already at the codename cafe, waiting. After dinner, Shen Yuan drove Lai Xiao home, then sped to the meeting point. The second Jinghan spotted his car, she hopped in, turning to him with a curious smile. So, Shen Yuan, where we headed? He didn't miss a beat. To a hotel. Jinghan's heart sank as she buckled her seatbelt. After their last encounter, her emotional weight had lightened, but being treated like a fling still stung. If only there was a spark of real feelings between us, she thought. They arrived at the hotel, and the moment they stepped into the room, Shen Yuan lunged like a playful tiger, tugging at her clothes. Jinghan yelped, covering herself. Shen Yuan, can you go easy this time? Not like this, please. Her heart ached. Even without love, this feels too cold. Shen Yuan didn't answer, gently pushing her onto the bed. That was the final straw. Tears welled in Jinghan's eyes, her voice trembling. Sensing her distress, Shen Yuan softened, leaning in to kiss her cheek. He wiped her tears gently, whispering, Hey, I was just messing around with a little roleplay. You okay? Jinghan blinked, stunned. Roleplay? Shen Yuan grinned, leaning back. Yeah, you know, the classic bossy CEO sweeps innocent girl off her feet bit. Thought I'd spice things up. Jinghan let out a shaky laugh, tears still streaming. You could have warned me. I thought you were serious. Shen Yuan chuckled, brushing her cheek. Your reaction was kinda adorable, though. Got me hooked. I'll give you a heads up next time, promise. Jinghan pouted. But my clothes are ruined. What am I wearing to school tomorrow? Before she could finish, Shen Yuan silenced her with a soft kiss. Relax, I've got new ones coming. Can't let my star go out underdressed, right? And let's just say, the next couple of hours were eventful. 2 hours later, Shen Yuan flipped his phone toward Jinghan. Check these out, new bags, clothes, the works. They'll be here by morning. Jinghan's eyes lit up. For real? I get all this? Shen Yuan nodded. Pick what you like. Price is no object. Jinghan scrolled through the options, marveling. A guy who can get a store to deliver at 11 p.m.? And doesn't blink at the cost? This is unreal. Pride swelled in her chest. Out of all the girls, I'm here with him. That's gotta mean something, right? Just then, Shen Yuan's phone buzzed. Manhwa. He froze. Not another surprise check-in. He grabbed the phone from Jinghan, shushing her with a finger to his lips. Answering, he heard Manhwa's voice. Yuan Bao, why no calls lately? I'm lonely. Shen Yuan stepped off the bed, casual as ever. Been swamped, you know how it is. Manhwa teased, I miss you tons. When are you coming by? Shen Yuan slipped into the bathroom, replying, "You're in your period, right? Let's say Monday or Tuesday." Minhui giggled. "Ugh, you're the worst. Making me wait? Be good, okay?" Shen Yuan smirked. "Always am." Behind him, Jing Han sat quietly, her mood dimming. "He's so smooth with her. Will he ever talk to me like that?" Shen Yuan's voice broke her thoughts, calling from the bathroom. "Hey, come help me out." Jing Han grabbed her robe, slipping it on as she hurried in. Shen Yuan spotted her and grinned. "A robe? Really? Lose it, this is round 2 of our roleplay." Jing Han blushed, stammering, "Don't be so intense." Shen Yuan laughed. "It's just acting. Forgot your lines already?" And with that, they dove into another playful round. Morning came. Shen Yuan had left to meet Coach Lu Taiying. 2 store staff arrived at the hotel, arms full of bags. "Miss Long, are these to your liking? We can swap anything you're not happy with," they said eagerly. Jing Han, poker-faced, replied, "No, they're perfect. Thanks." She caught her reflection in the mirror, the hall worth 112,000 sprawled around her. "Is this my dream life?" she wondered. But now, it's not just the stuff, it's Chen Yuan's feelings. Does he even care about me? Will he always be this gentle? Her emotions tangled. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's phone chimed with a system alert, ding. LJ Jing Han's affection points surged unexpectedly, triggering a 4x critical hit. Earn 448,000. He smirked. Long Jr.'s got some serious potential. Gotta step up the game with her, maybe try a new roleplay. Pirate and mermaid next? Moments after stepping out of the hotel, Chen Yuan was already sweating it out at the military training gym. Noticing his intense workout, Mangla handed him a water bottle with a concerned frown. "It's just a bit of tardiness, isn't it? No need to go all out like this. Here, hydrate." Chen Yuan grabbed the bottle, gulping water while eyeing his stats. Weight, 73.2 kilograms, health score, 71, BMI, 28, body fat, 17.5%, immunity, 71, brain activity, 72. He sighed inwardly, all that effort, and my stats are practically napping. Body fat dropped a measly 0.2%, and my weight stuck. Only 2 weeks left on this celebrity experience card, I've got to crank up the pace. Turning to Manglu, he said, "Starting tomorrow, we're ramping up the training and tweaking the diet. This weight gain's moving slower than a turtle in flip-flops." She nodded, "Got it, boss." Chen Yuan added, "All right, let's head upstairs for a shower." Soon after, back in their room, Mangla gazed at Chen Yuan, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, you're looking more dashing every day, like a movie star." Chen Yuan, toweling his hair, chuckled. "You little charmer, what's with the sudden poetry? Spill it, what's the plan?" Mangla sidled closer, tugging his shirt playfully, her eyes gleaming. "Oh, nothing, just starving." She reached for a sausage, and Chen Yuan, stroking his chin, grinned. "That deserves a prize. Put on a little show for me, superstar." And so, Chen Yuan stood by the window, eyes half shut in contentment, as time zipped by like a puppy chasing its tail. Before they knew it, morning had arrived. The next day, Chen Yuan stood at the investment signing ceremony for a startup project in a cozy auditorium. Dressed in a crisp shirt and tie on the podium, he caught Li Hao's eye, who thought, first time seeing him so polished, way different from his usual vibe. Nothing like those pot-bellied big shots. Suddenly, an older woman nearby leaned in and whispered, "Miss Li Hao, your student's quite the catch, isn't he? Rich, handsome, and I hear plenty of girls at school have their eyes on him. Got a girlfriend yet?" Caught off guard, Li Hao flushed, stammering, probably not. I think." The woman raised an eyebrow, smirking. hold on, why's your face redder than a tomato? Li Hao grew even more flustered, mumbling, and no reason. At that moment, all eyes turned back to the podium, where Shen Yuan was signing a hefty check for the school. The older woman glanced at Li Hao again, teasing, still single, huh? Don't tell me you're crushing on your student. Li Hao shot back, absolutely not. Stop making things up. But the woman wasn't done. Oh, come on, the way you were staring at him? Your eyes were practically glued. You two would be a perfect pair. Teacher-student romance, what's the harm? On stage, Shen Yuan presented a symbolic 10 million renminbi check to the school, cameras flashing like a light show. The old headmaster, beaming, turned to him. Student Chen, thank you for your generous support. Shen Yuan smiled politely. Headmaster Shu, you're too kind. I grew up at this school, it's the least I can do. After the presentation, Headmaster Shu shook Shen Yuan's hand warmly. Beyond this project, we've got more in the pipeline. If anything catches your eye, I hope you'll keep working with us. Shen Yuan nodded. If it's a good fit, I'll definitely consider it. Shu turned to the reporters, friends from the press, get some great shots of Shen Yuan and write glowing pieces about him. Make him a shining star of our foreign affairs school. The crowd chimed, yes, Headmaster Shu. Shen Yuan waved at the cameras, thinking, Shu's already laying the groundwork for the future. But am I that easy to play? If it weren't for the system's prestige mission and all the lovely ladies at this school, I wouldn't be sinking cash into this startup zone. Backstage, Headmaster Shu asked a teacher, does Shen Yuan have any other roles right now? The teacher replied, nope, just overseeing the startup zone. Shu nodded, good. Let's make him a role model. Approve him for this year's 3 Good Student title and add him to the school's top 10 outstanding students list. The teacher hesitated, but his grades are, well, awful. He skipped most classes this semester and will probably fail. Shu smiled, not an issue. These titles aren't just about grades, ability matters too. A student like him boosts our school's influence and gives us an edge in university competitions. The teacher bowed deeply. Your vision is spot on, Headmaster. I'll get it done. After his speech and the check presentation, Shen Yuan stepped off the stage. A female reporter hurried after him, calling, Student Chen, hold up. She flashed a card. I'm Shihan Iae, a trainee reporter from Xinjiang TV. We're doing a feature on outstanding university students this month and would love to have you. Interested? Shen Yuan pulled out his phone, replying coolly, leave your contact info. I'll think about it. They added each other on WeChat. Glancing at the auditorium's far end, he thought, my academic advisor's heading this way. If she thinks I'm cozying up to this reporter, I'm toast. Gotta keep my distance to avoid any drama. He said, let's sort out the details on WeChat. I've gotta run. Shihan asked, won't you join us for dinner? Shen Yuan shook his head, nah, I've got plans tonight. Catch you later. Shihan felt a pang of disappointment, while Li Hao, catching his glance, felt a shiver. The older woman nudged her, Miss Li Hao, your student's a bit of a heartbreaker, huh? Turning down a dinner with a gorgeous reporter like that. Li Hao didn't respond, just gave a subtle, pleased smile. Later, back at his school office, Shen Yuan was handed a stack of documents. Jing Han, now an accountant, was there too. Ingzi reported, boss, after yesterday's review, here's the final list for the entrepreneurship zone. 2 guys, Yensong and Majin Wang, and 5 ladies, Tanzi Nani, Japanese studies major Lu Xinyu, ethnic dance troupe Xuan Baiyun, flight attendant major Ayuo from Xinjiang, and cosplay enthusiast Xiaolei. She glanced at Jing Han, who continued, we've outlined a 3-stage share allocation. First, you, as the investor, take 70%, and the entrepreneurs get 30%. Second, once the investment's recovered, 20% of shares go back to the students at the project's valuation. Third, when your profit hits 5 times the investment, another 20% transfers to them, leaving a final split of 70% for students, 30% for you. Shen Yuan skimmed the papers, thinking, I'm funding this to boost the school's rep, not to get rich. This setup motivates the students, which is great. Plus, recruiting these 5 talented ladies? That's like hitting the jackpot with a slingshot. He looked at Ingzi. Are Tanji and Lu Xinyu from Japanese Studies meeting me today? She nodded. Yep, I'll bring her in. Just then, a stunning figure walked in, waving. Hey, Shen Yuan. His jaw dropped, memories of their time together flooding back. Whoa, a tan zihi this sharp and poised? Talk about a heartstopper. Seeing him frozen, Xinyu tried again. Shen Yuan, you there? No response. She laughed. Yo, Shen Yuan, wake up. Snapping out of it, he grinned sheepishly. Oh, hey, senior. Don't just stand there, let's sit and chat. They settled in, and Shen Yuan asked, your startup's a campus supermarket, with plans to expand into a chain like Mud on Lie, right? Xinyu nodded, that's the dream. He leaned in, so, what's the secret to Mud on Lie's success? Give me your take. She smiled, it's about sharing profits. The owner gives employees a cut, building a strong reputation. They compete with low prices, great service, and solid benefits, squeezing out other supermarkets. Shen Yuan nodded, thinking, she's done her homework straight out of that Hong Kong program. Time to flex a bit. He said, spot on. It's not just industry competition but their service model, culture, supply chain, and even local government support perfect timing, place, and people. But replicating that elsewhere? Tougher than convincing a cat to swim. Xinyu agreed, true, but I'm bold enough to try. Shen Yuan grinned, let's do it together. Now, since you're in Japanese studies, ever thought about translation or working for Japanese firms? Xinyu paused, thoughtful. My parents picked this major, they work for Japanese companies. I just went along with it. Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow, how's your Japanese? She smiled, pretty good. I've got the JLPT certificate, passed the JTST, and aced the Japanese Major Level 8 exam. He pressed, so, you can chat with Japanese folks no problem? She nodded, daily stuff? Easy. Shen Yuan's mind raced, picturing himself surrounded by cherry blossom girls. Perfect. First, your skills are top-notch. Second, once we're tight, you're my ticket to cracking Japan's market. Frolicking in a world of sakura and smiles? That's the dream.
Right now, in Shen Yuan's South Dormitory, this guy bursts in, all worked up. La Hang La Chao, I still can't figure out why my project was rejected, but Yen Song's project was approved. Lao Huang's just chilling there, legs crossed, messing with his computer. He glances up. What's your project? The student grabs the file, flips through it. A sexy lingerie shop. There are so many couples involving foreigners. The market is huge. Lao Huang spins around fast, looking pissed. Is there something wrong with your head? Opening a sexy lingerie shop in school. Let me ask you if there really was such a shop. Who would dare to go in? Who could be so thick-skinned? Then Lao adds, calmer now. Actually, it doesn't have much to do with your project. To get into Lao Tam's startup incubator, it's about gender. The student's confused. But if Chinwan only chooses females, why were Yenong and another male student selected? Lao sighs, like it's obvious. Are you stupid? Those two are obviously just added to make up the numbers. The guy pushes back. If that's the case, why couldn't I be the one added to make up the numbers? Hang Hai jumps in, done with it. I'm speechless. You're hopeless. You have no self-awareness at all. I and Lauka haven't even gotten in. And you think it's your turn? What an idiot. Suddenly, La Chao waves his phone, excited. Look at this. The school's news site is talking about Lao Tam signing a contract with the principal. He pauses, smirking. And you have to admit, Lao Tam looks pretty handsome after changing his style of dress. One Hai chimes in, a bit bitter. That Lao Tam, ever since he won exclusive privileges with all the female students in the school, he's forgotten about us old brothers. It's been a long time since he's been back to the dormitory. The guy snatches the phone, checks it out. If I were him, I wouldn't come back either. He hands it back. What's so fun about being with a bunch of guys? Wouldn't it be better to change girlfriends every day? But still, if he came back to the South Dormitory now, the guys from other classes would probably be green with envy. Wang Hai turns. Huh? Why? The guy explains. The list of those selected for the startup incubator. He's got all 5 school flowers in his grasp, shattering the dreams of countless otaku. Hang Hai nods, sighing deep. La is so lucky and cunning. Le Chao adds. If you had his money, you'd probably be even more extravagant than him. I wonder how far that damned Lao Tam has gone now. Cut to Chen Yuan's office at school. He's still right next to Shiny Yu, brushing off thoughts of expanding to Japan with those cherry blossom girls. In his head, let's talk about the future later. The first step now is to smoothly develop a good relationship with Senior then. Out loud, he says, so, why don't you say a few words in Japanese for me to hear? Shen Yuan turns to him. What do you want to hear? Chen Yuan shrugs. Whatever you want. I'm fine with anything. She starts showing off. Con. Chen Yuan asks. What does that mean? Shiny Yu replies. It means hello. Chen Yuan pushes. One more sentence. Arigato. What about this one? It means thank you. Anything else? Shizuka kudasai. What is that? It means keep listening. Now Chen Yuan gets that sly look. Add something more interesting. Shen Yu blushes hard, stammers. I understand. I guess what you want to hear is some lines from adult movies, right? He doesn't back off, leans in. Looks like Senior is quite knowledgeable. Then say one sentence. She covers her mouth. Yam. Yeah mate. That hits him, eyes narrowing. You're well prepared. I wonder if we Chinese people would go crazy if we heard these 2 power-up buffs in our ears during battle. His eyes slide to her, blushing, and she's playing along better than he expected. He stands up. Okay Senior, let's sign the contract. Little secretaries come in here. Yings and Jing Han rush in with the contract, hand it over. Ingzi points. According to Junior Jing Han's calculations, the investment amount for Senior Lu Xin Yes project is 220,000. Please sign your name here. Shiny Yu grabs the pen. Okay. Chen Yuan watches, chuckling inside, for the rest. I'll have to observe for a while to see Senior's actual combat ability. Right then, the system dings. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 10 million in investments. The system is distributing rewards. He perks up. Wow, Big Brother Systems industry reward is coming. What will it be? I'm so nervous. Next ding. Ding. Mission reward received 100% equity of Jing Qing Healthview Company Limited. Healthview under the umbrella of 2 health examination centers, 3 fitness centers, and a yoga studio. He grins to himself. Holy crap, the system is really domineering. This reward is too generous. Just throwing me an entire business. Phone buzzes, message from Manhwa. Chen Yuan, I miss you again. He smirks inside, HMP. This little Hui really has a good appetite. She gets cravings every few days. Texts back, come here. I'll wait for you at the cafe. Over with Minhui and Chenling, shopping in a clothing store. Chenlang leans in. Minhui, are you going to meet Shen Yuan again? Minhu smiles. Yep. Chenlang holds up her phone. Oh, by the way, have you seen the list of successful applicants for the startup incubator? There are 5 stunning beauties on it. Have you thought about making your relationship public? Minhu thinks, those things really don't concern me. I don't care either. After all, if Chenwan isn't making our relationship public, he naturally has his reasons. After being with him, I found that he's not like other ordinary boys. Beneath his extremely easygoing exterior is a maturity far beyond his peers. Although I've never heard him say what he wants to do, I can feel that he's someone who will achieve great things. I especially like that side of him. A bit later, Chenling eyes the outfit Minhui is trying on. Minhui, wow, if I were a guy and saw you like this, my legs would give out. I'm really jealous of Chen Yuan. That guy gets to enjoy this again today. Minhui, in this sexy getup, shoots back. Stop talking nonsense. Back to Chenwan. He wraps up in the office, heads to his G63. 2 shadows pop up from behind. Chen Yuan, where are you going? Can we come with you? It's Yuping and that tomboy from before, acting all friendly. We just happen to want to go to Zenoa Street. Could you give us a ride for a bit? He's stunned inside. Seriously, what's wrong with these 2 girls? How can they be so shameless? Once at the cafe, once at the small hall. Haven't I been blunt enough, yet they still manage to harbor fantasies? Looks like I need to make myself even clearer. He climbs in, slams the door. Sorry, I'm not going past Zenwa Street. Their faces drop. Yuping mutters, glum. It's just a ride, and you won't even give us that. Is it that difficult? The tomboy sighs. Hi, he's a billionaire. He doesn't even spare us a glance. Yuping pictures him pulling away, thinks, if Chenwan is a great mountain, then I can now say I'm standing at its foot, unable to even find a path up in this entire life. This is the first time I've felt such failure and helplessness. Chen Yuan's driving now, mind racing. How can I have the mind to pay attention to these pretty girls right now? After I'm done with my exercise with Hui Hui, I need to plan carefully by myself. What Father Tong gave me just happens to be the health industry business I wanted to do before, and the key is that I have a top talent like Coach Lu by my side. I believe starting up won't be difficult. He flashes back to signing with the principal. Currently, my influence and reputation within the school have been established, and I've also started receiving interview invitations from Jink Television. It feels like my career is blossoming everywhere. But that's still far from enough. With a foundation of good health and fortune to navigate the commercial seas and greatly expand my grand enterprise in the future, that's what a true god-tier tycoon should do. But then, the karma god side of him thinks, however I can't rush things, everything must be done step by step for today, let's slowly resolve Hiwee's love sickness first. A moment later, his G63 pulls up at Chenha's cafe. He steps out, thinking, said she'd be a while, I'll just have a coffee and wait for her. He pushes the door open, spots Shiny Yu chatting with Xiao. Steps up. Shen Yuan, can you make me a cappuccino? Shiny Yu sees him, cheeks go red. Yes, coming right up, brother-in-law. She turns to Shirao, stumbling. Sister Xiaoyi, please help me keep an eye on things. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Shirao watches, surprised inside, gosh, why is she stammering and blushing and her heart racing when talking to her own brother-in-law? Then it clicks, and she breaks into a cold sweat. Oh my god, with the boss lady style, is it really going to be like that? In her head, she sees the 2 sisters, Chen Yi and Xinyu, on either side of Chen Yuan. And thinks, wow, the upper class is truly chaotic. A moment later, Xinyu brings Chen Yuan a cup of coffee, her voice stuttering a bit. Brother-in-law, try this. It's my first time making it. He takes it with a nod. Thanks. He lifts it to his mouth, sips, and gives her a thumbs up. Not bad. It's already great for a first try. That makes her blush, hesitating for a second. Then, brother-in-law. I also learned how to make Americano. Would you like to try it? Shen Yuan looks up, smiling easy. No need. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Her mind spins at that, face turning even redder as she thinks to herself, what on earth is brother-in-law saying? Can't sleep. Coffee. That's right. It's because of the coffee. She stammers quick. Brother-in-law, I'll go back to work now. He watches her go, replying with a helpless sigh. Okay. Time slips by fast, and evening hits with a text from Manhwa. Shen Yuan, I'm here. Right away, they head to a room, gearing up for what's coming. The door clicks shut, and she snuggles right into his arms, voice soft and teasing. Yuan Bao, I missed you. He looks at her with that deep affection. I missed you, too. She leans in closer, lifting his face, eyes all hazy with want. Then I bet you don't miss me as much as I miss you, right? He replies soft, steady. How could I not? I remember everything about you. She pretends to sulk at that. What you remember is just my body, right? He laughs low. Your body is also a part of you, so it's perfectly fine for me to say I remember everything about you. She blushes hard. You're terrible, but can you go a little easier on me today? I'm afraid I won't be able to walk tomorrow. He pulls her closer, hugging her butt. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. And just like that, another night of wild passion rolls through. Next morning, Shen Yuan opens his eyes, Manhwa's already gone. There's a note left behind. You baby, sleep a little longer. I have class in the morning, so I'm leaving first. Miss you. He reads it, sits up, thinking quiet. Hiwi is such a possessive person, yet she didn't mention the startup zone at all. Seems like she's grown up and become more understanding. That's good. First, I'll go check out the Jingfu Health Center that Tong Xia showed me. Time jumps to afternoon. In the conference room at Jingfu Health Company, the exec team gathers, tense as hell, waiting for Old Shi's new chairman. Everyone's on edge. The CFO mutters worried. 2 days ago, old boss Shen Yuan sold his shares and withdrew. The new boss is about to bring in his own team. People like us might have to pack up and leave at any time. The CEO's thinking the same dark thoughts. I wonder who the new boss will make an example of first. Right then, someone leads Shen Yuan in. The room freezes in shock. The person next to General She is the new boss. So young, he looks like he's only in his 20s. He directly bought such a big company just like that. Shiwan Quan steps up, introducing with a raised hand. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone has received the notice. I'm about to leave this big Jingfu family. Thank you for your support over the years. This is your new director, Shen Yuan. I hope you will continue to work hard under his leadership in the future. I believe that Jingfu will definitely have a better tomorrow. Now, Chinzhong will have a meeting with everyone. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. He exits, leaving Shen Yuan solo. He starts calm. Nice to meet everyone. My name is Shen Yuan. Today is just a handover meeting. There are no other work arrangements for the time being except for the HR director and the CFO. The rest of you can go home first. They file out, leaving just those two. HR director Yongyu stands. Chinzong, do you have any work instructions? Shen Yuan walks over. I need the company's financial reports for the last 3 months and also the monthly reports from the HR department. Yongyu nods. Yes, we will go back and send the reports to your mailbox immediately. Then asks, do you have any other instructions? Shen Yuan pulls out a chair at the table, sits. How long have Director Jiang and Director Liu been in their positions? Director Jiang replies. I've been here for more than 5 years. Director Liu adds. I've just been here for 3 years. Shen Yuan pulls out his phone. I see. You two can go now. In his head, he's calculating sharp. The most important things in managing a company are 2 things, personnel power and financial power. Therefore, these 2 senior managers need to be observed first to see if they can be used. However, the key is to have my own people. He dials Ying Z. She picks up fast. Boss, please give your orders. The Startup Zone project is basically completed. The next work can be handed over to Long Jing Han, who has more suitable expertise. Tomorrow, you come to my Jing Fu Health Company to work. She's stunned silent for a beat. Holy crap. Shen Yuan really has other industries outside. He's been hiding it so well. Then she recovers. Wait, boss. I don't get summer vacation for another half month, and I still have to go to class every day. Just don't fail any subjects. Besides, aren't you starting your internship in October of next year? Now you can start challenging higher positions early. Are you planning to be a secretary for the rest of your life? She jumps at it. Then I'll go prepare, boss. Send me the company address. I definitely won't be late tomorrow. A message tone pings as he hangs up. He thinks. The quarterly financial report and the HR monthly report have both been sent. Let me take a look. He dives in, scans them. The profits from both the fitness centers and the yoga studios aren't bad. The health checkup center is the worst, but it can still break even. The company's problem lies in the redundant personnel, too many lazy bones, and the excessively high monthly online promotion and network operation costs. However, these aren't major issues. Before fully grasping the company's situation, there's no need for drastic reforms. After all, the company is still making money right now. He stands, muttering to himself. The main thing is to ensure a smooth handover in key positions. Then heads out, chuckling under his breath. The company matters are more or less settled. Time to pick up Sushu from work. It's been over a week since I saw that silly girl. I wonder how she's doing lately. Out to his car, he calls Shu Wei. It rings on and on, no answer. He frowns. Why isn't anyone answering? What's going on? No luck, so he tries Fu Jiangmi. She picks up. President Chen, are you looking for an hour ago? She took leave to go home, saying she had urgent family matters. Did she say what urgent matters? No, I called her afterward, but she didn't answer. That sends him straight to Shu Wei's home. Up the stairs, a crowd's packed in front of her door, voices clashing loud. Noisy echoes hit him. Isn't it just a little water leak? What's the big deal? It'll be over in a moment. Why make such a fuss, Zonglin Fong? It's one thing to talk rudely normally, but now that you've done something wrong, how can you still argue so confidently? What did I do wrong? Hasn't everyone's home leaked water before? Is a water leak called doing something wrong? Your house leaked water and you didn't even come down to say hello. Nor did you come up to fix it. Little Jai went up to tell you and you even scolded him. Does anyone behave like you? He pushes forward, and freezes. Right in the middle, Shu Wei's sitting, hugging her little brother, taking the auntie's scolding head-on. This kid knocked on the door without a single greeting. No manners at all. I'm just scolding him a few times in place of his dead father. What's wrong with that? A neighbor jumps in, indignant. But before she can snap back, Shu Wei stops her. Auntie Zong, just let it go. Auntie Zong spins, fire in her eyes. If you let this go, she'll be even more outrageous next time. Shu Wei bows her head, grateful. Just let it go. We really don't want to pursue it. Auntie Zhang ignores her, keeps battling. Apologize to the child. He didn't do anything wrong. The auntie flares. Apologize? Are you kidding me? Why should I apologize? Shen Yuan steps up from behind, voice edged with displeasure. Apologize to the child, seeing him appear. Xu Wei's eyes widen. Shen Yuan. The auntie lifts her chin defiant. I definitely won't apologize. So what? You haven't even married her yet, and you're already enthusiastically helping her like this. Could it be that you two have been husband and wife in reality for a long time? Young people nowadays are really playing around. Shen Yuan turns, frowning hard. You scolded the child, so you should apologize to him. A voice cuts in from behind. Who the hell are you acting tough? A scrawny guy struts up, grinding his teeth. What are you? Telling my mom to apologize. He pats Shen Yuan's shoulder, all gangster. You little brat. What are you worth? Before the words finish, Shen Yuan swings a punch, snapping the guy's face sideways. A punch lands square on the young man's face, and his whole body freezes in shock. His eyes flare with rage, teeth grinding as he swings back, roaring, I'll get you. But Shen Yuan sidesteps fast, dodging the blow, then strikes like lightning right into the blondie's chest. The guy reels back, crashing to the ground, saliva and snot dripping, clutching his chest as he gasps. You just wait. I'm going to call some people. He yanks out his phone and dials. As soon as it connects, he blurts, Hello, Brother Long, god damn it, I got beaten up. Shen Yuan pulls his own phone, cool as ever. Go ahead and call. I'm calling people, too. He scrolls to a contact and hits dial. When it picks up, he says, Hello, Brother Wei. Time ticks by. 15 minutes later, a 4-seater car pulls up downstairs. 4 tough guys pile out, each gripping some kind of weapon. They're right in front of Xu Wei's house. One strides up to the blondie, growling in that gangster drawl, Ali Yang, who the hell beat you up? The blondie looks up, startled, then lights up. Brother Long, Brother Long. He jabs a finger at Shen Yuan. It's him. Over here, Xu Wei turns to Shen Yuan, worried. Shen Yuan, should we call the police? Aunt Zhang nods beside her. That's right. Fighting won't solve anything. This kind of dispute should be handled by the police. Brother Long steps forward, puffing his cigarette, sneering. Hey, you're the one who beat up my boy. Shen Yuan glances over, face blank, and says evenly, Don't rush. The people I called are almost here. Right then, police sirens wail from below. One of Brother Long's guys spins back. Boss, the cops are here. Brother Long panics, whirling on Ali Yang. Damn it, Ali Yang. You called the cops and still called me here for what? Ali Yang looks lost. I don't know. He said he was calling people, too. I just assumed he was calling thugs as well. Brother Long curses. Damn it, you idiot. A cop climbs the stairs, spots the thugs, and snaps, Luno Long, why are you everywhere? What are you doing here again? This is the deputy captain of the Quania police station's public order team, Shen Yuan's cousin. Brother Long turns sheepish, flashing a fake smile. Officer Chen, I didn't do anything. I just came to watch the fun. Chen Wei eyes him. Watching the fun? You brought so many people just to watch the fun. You stand right there. I'll get to you after I understand the situation. He pulls Shen Yuan aside, whispering, Little bro, what exactly happened? Shen Yuan lays it all out from the start. Meanwhile, Li Wenlong glares at Ali Yang, furious. These two look so alike. They're obviously brothers. You told me to come join the fun. God damn it. Are you brain dead? Ali Yang stammers, face dropping. Sorry, Brother Long. I didn't know this kid had such connections. I saw he had some money, so I thought maybe we could extort some from him. Lionel Long snaps. You're on your own. I'm not getting involved in this muddy water. Back with Chen Wei, after hearing the story, he punches Shen Yuan's chest lightly. Not bad, little rascal, playing the hero saving the damsel, huh? Shen Yuan grins. This is called drawing one's sword to help when injustice is seen. Your station should definitely give me an award. Chen Wei gets serious. No more joking around. Tell me, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to take all these people back to the station for questioning? Shen Yuan smiles. Can we simplify things a bit? If that woman is willing to apologize to the child and fix the leaking roof properly, we can let this matter go. Chen Wei nods. All right, I'll handle it. He steps in, mediating, warning Li Wenlong and his crew. They all bob their heads like puppets, silent. The loud-mouthed hag, once so bold, now bows low. I'm so sorry, Xiaoai. I spoke out of turn earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize. Xiao Ji ducks behind his sister, scared. Chen Yuan waves her off. All right, just go back and deal with the leak. Aliang bolts upstairs, saluting. Yes, team leader Chen. The hag scurries after. I'm going. I'll fix it in a jiffy. Team leader Chen, rest assured. Chen Yuan says, go. Then he turns to Chen Wei, whispering, that brat, is that your girlfriend? Chen Yuan's eyes stay on Shui Wei, who's comforting her brother. He startles. Not yet, brother. You have to keep this a secret from me. After this, those thugs won't mess with the Shui family anymore. The neighbors will see them differently too. Chen Wei shrugs it off, chuckling as he heads out. I didn't expect you to have dirt on me now. As he leaves, Xiao Ji toddles off too. Shui stands, turns to Chen Yuan, cheeks pink. Chen Yuan, thank you for today. Finally, a favorability rating pops over her head, 61 points. Chen Yuan surprised, thinking, this girl finally has a good impression of me. He says, how are you going to thank me? How about returning the favor? Shui blinks, confused. Huh? There are so many people on the field upstairs. Chen Yuan presses. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a hug. Just think of it as friends saying goodbye. She hesitates, then thinks, what he said makes sense. Slowly, she lifts her arms, hugging him gently. Chen Yuan seizes the moment, pulling her tight, thinking, the full feeling of those snow pears. Shu Wei is really rich. Shui startles, eyes wide. Huh? Right then, Xiao Ji returns, holding up a bag. Sister, brother, these are the chicken eggs Mom told me to bring down. She said, they're for big brother. Chen Yuan sits by the boy, takes the bag. If I take all these, won't your family have any left? Xiao Ji says innocently, there are more. My aunt brought over a lot. Chen Yuan pinches his cheek, smiling. All right, Xiao Ji, don't call me big brother when you see me in the future. You have to call me brother-in-law. Got it? Xiao Ji turns to his sister. Sister, what does brother-in-law mean? She stammers, startled. Huh, bro. Bro, brother-in-law. In her mind, she sees herself marrying Chen Yuan. Then him lifting her veil, whispering, wife, I'm coming to you. Next, him untying her wedding dress knots as she murmurs, hubby. Her cheeks burn red, thinking, he wants.
He suggested with a reassuring tone, let's change to a different apartment, somewhere closer to your company. He confided in her, admitting, I also want my family to live better. But with my current income, I really can't afford it. He quickly added a promise to help. I'll help you find a place. Don't worry about the money. I'll cover the rent for now. Once you start making more, just pay me back then. She responded with a gentle but firm refusal. Shen Yuan, I appreciate your kindness, but really, there's no need. Her younger sister watched the exchange, thinking, he's doing it again. I then nudged her sister, saying, brother-in-law is gone, let's go back too, sayas. Back at home, a voice called out, full of playful complaint, Bro, why are you back so late? I'm starving. His brother replied simply, setting a new expectation for the future. In the future, if you're hungry, just go ahead and eat first. The younger one explained his hesitation. Sis-in-law told me to eat first, but she and Xinyu wanted to wait for you. I felt embarrassed to eat alone. The brother's patience snapped. You? Embarrassed? If you really knew embarrassment, why are you still living here and not going home? His wife stepped in, defending her sister. She likes being here, and she's not an outsider anyway, so let her stay. The conversation shifted as the brother asked a pointed question. Right, Bro, when are you bringing sis-in-law home to meet our parents? And will you bring Coach Lu too? The man coughed awkwardly and hedged, cough well. About that. He then proposed a plan to ease the transition. In a few days, help me take Moem and Dad on a trip, use the chance to give them some modern-day ideas, so they'll slowly accept it. The brother quickly agreed, but with a condition. No problem, Bro, but that'll cost you extra. The man raised an eyebrow. Extra? Do you still want that car or not? Handle this properly and I'll buy it for you. The brother sputtered in mock outrage. Bro, you're shameless. The narration observed the easy atmosphere. The dinner ended with laughter and jokes. Suddenly, a shout of shock and warning rang out. Xinyu! The man recoiled, covering his eyes and muttering a hasty prayer. My sins! My sins! Amit Ba! He quickly apologized to the sister-in-law, stammering, I'm sorry, Xinyu, I really didn't mean it. The steam was too thick, I couldn't see anything. The girl quickly reassured him, brother-in-law, it's not your fault. I forgot to lock the door. The brother-in-law's inner thoughts drifted to a strange comparison. This girl even brings her shower. But I gotta admit, she and Nana really are on the same level. Nana is elegant, pure, and innocent. And most importantly, she is just as thoughtful as her sister. The girl thought to herself, a mixture of disbelief and an unfamiliar emotion, I never thought the first person to see me completely uncovered would be my brother-in-law. But why don't I feel upset at all? Why does it feel secretly exciting? She looked up and whispered his title, brother-in-law. The scene transitioned to a new timeline. The next day, the man reviewed his fitness progress. My weight is close to 75 kilograms, body fat dropped to 15.3%. Looks like this fitness mission is almost done. He gave his personal trainer new instructions. Coach Liu, in a few days, help me visit 2 gyms and a yoga studio. Check their operations, service quality, staff efficiency, note their strengths and weaknesses. Coach Lu looked surprised, asking, visit them? Are you planning to buy them? The man confirmed casually, I already did. But I'm not familiar with the details yet. Coach Lu was stunned, thinking, seriously? Even the smallest fitness club costs over $1 million, a big one with a pool is at least $5 million, and if it's well decorated, it can go past $10 million. And he bought 2 gyms and a yoga studio in one go? The systems prompt appeared in his mind. System detected that host has begun evaluating his business. A business must not only be stabilized, but upgraded and expanded. A new objective was issued. Since host has developed initiative, a new industry mission is issued. Timed mission, increase Jingfu Health's net profit by 15% within 3 months. The rewards were outlined. Reward 1, salary and dividends earned from Jingfu Health will receive Bash Bag. Reward 2, host will obtain mystery equity shares. He sighed internally. This system really raised the difficulty. With the market so saturated, IT looks small, but in reality it's already a big jump. If I want to raise profits fast, I must cut costs and raise value. Only 3 months, can't go anywhere. A voice playfully interrupted his thoughts. HOI, Daddy, what are you spacing out for? He looked at the girl and gave her the assignment, about those gyms and that yoga studio. Use any method necessary. Infiltrate, investigate, and get me a real, complete report. She giggled. Are you asking me to be a corporate spy, Daddy? She gave a confident, playful sign-off. Sure, leave it to me. The scene shifted. The next day Cherryman's office, his internal monologue continued. But Coach Lu's information won't be done in just a day or two, so for now, if I want to shake things up, I'll have to do it myself. He confronted a staff member, Manager JIA. The gyms are earning steady profits, only the medical checkup center, you manage is barely breaking even. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The manager's title appeared, JIA Nancho General Manager, Jingfu Medical Checkup Center. He offered a defense, President Shen, checkup centers in Xinjiang don't profit easily. Many are losing money. Ours is already considered pretty good. Shen Yuan looked skeptical. Is that so? Nancho pressed on, but don't worry, I'll already have a plan. I'll expand business channels. I recently recruited some sales talents with wide connections. Just give me time and we can pull in many orders. Shen Yuan countered Jia's proposed solution. As long as we improve our current employees' efficiency, profits will naturally rise as well. Then he challenged him directly. If you already knew expansion was needed, why did you only start recruiting now? Manager Jia quickly apologized. Boss, you're right to criticize me. That was my oversight. We recently upgraded some equipment, and I put all my focus there. I misplaced my priorities. I will reflect seriously. Shen Yuan dismissed the apology and changed the subject. There's no need for a reflection. Manager Jia, I heard your son is taking exams, aiming for which high school? Manager Jia answered hesitantly, President Shen, my son's grades are average. We'll just see where he can get in. Shen Yuan concluded the conversation. I see. You may go then. Manager Jia quickly agreed. Yes, President Shen. Call me anytime. As Jia Nancho walked away, he wondered, what did he mean, asking about my family? That felt off. Shen Yuan thought decisively, this JIA Nan's HOU must be replaced. He analyzed the situation. He's slick, dishonest, and there are multiple employees with his surname. That means internal nepotism, and there are definitely under-the-table earnings, too. He picked up the phone and gave an instruction, Secretary, come to my office. The secretary arrived, boss? You were looking for me? He replied nonchalantly, noting special. Just checking if you're getting used to your job here. She assured him, it's fine, I'm still getting familiar, but everyone has treated me well. He grinned knowingly, of course they did, no one in this company would dare offend you. He then revealed his plan for her, just adapt quickly so I can transfer you sooner. Work hard, after 2 months, I'll allocate a 200,000 yuan car for you. The secretary's eyes widened in surprise. A 200K car? Boss. Is that promise real? He replied confidently, would I trick you? She was elated, boss, you're too generous. She then remembered an urgent matter, right about the school project. Other than Elyushina, the other 4 girls still don't have investments. They keep asking me every day. He dismissed the concern, no rush. Put that aside for now. He mused on the principle of timing. Some things must be taken one step at a time. Even a man with great will cannot rush the process. Meanwhile, in the health check center, general manager's office, Manager Jiao was instructing an employee, Old Yu, those people you recruited, are they actually reliable? Keep a close eye on them. I just made a military order level promise to the new boss. If anything goes wrong, we're all doomed. The employee, Olju, reassured him, "Don't worry, President JIA. Those sales reps are my former subordinates from my previous company. Their connections and abilities are top tier. Trust me, we'll secure contracts very soon." Ja still felt uneasy. "Fine, just stay alert. I have a bad feeling our good days at this health check center are ending. From now on, we'd better keep our heads down." Olju inquired cautiously, "President JIA, I asked the new boss hard to deal with?" Ja admitted his surprise. "I thought he was just some pampered rich kid who bought the company to play around, but he handles things like a seasoned veteran. I can't see through him at all, so listen, stop trying to take advantage of anything for now. Make our performance look good first." Olju acknowledged the command. "Understood, President JIA." Shen Yuan arrived home and greeted his wife, "Nana, I'm back." Evening. His wife responded cheerfully, "Shen Yuan, I went to Nigratron Mall this morning and bought you a few suits, 2 pairs of shoes, a belt, and a watch." Shen Yuan recognized the expense. Naya and Buoni business menswear? Must have cost a fortune. He asked the total, "How much?" She replied casually, "Just over $1 million. She clarified, mainly the Peter watch, it alone was over 800,000. Shen Yuan affectionately scolded her, "Silly girl, spend the money on yourself. Why blow it all on me? My lovely Nana, come here, let me reward you." She shyly pushed him away. "Don't. Sinyu is home too. If she sees, it'll be embarrassing." He laughed, dismissing her concern. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a kiss." Suddenly, the sister's voice came from the doorway, "Sister, the sterilizer." Shen Yuan froze, muttering, Sinyu." The sister stood there, looking at them. "Sister. Brother-in-law. You two go ahead." Nana immediately turned to Shen Yuan, "This is your fault." She really saw it. Shen Yuan shrugged, "She's 18, not a child. Eventually she has to adapt." Nana worried, "She hasn't even dated anyone yet. What would she understand?" She then added a different concern, "If you ask me, I actually feel like Sinyu has been acting strange lately. Can't put my finger on it, though. I asked, but she won't say anything." Shen Yuan dismissed her worries, forcing denial. "Really? I didn't notice anything." Nana concluded, "Maybe I'm overthinkng." Shen Yuan agreed, "Yeah, you probably are." The scene changed again. The next day Shen Yuan mused on his wife's diligence. Even though Sinyu helps at the cafe now, Nana still leaves early for the store. She really works hard. He reminded himself of his own plans. "Today I'm meeting the counselor at her home to go over human resources." He reflected on his studies. The EMBA knowledge from Hong Kong last time was incredibly beneficial. Theory and practice aren't the same, but with Jingfu Health in my hands, I can at least train and build foundations. But business admin alone isn't enough, I have to master more. A voice called out to him, "Brother-in-law." He was surprised. "Sinyu? You didn't go with your sister?" She explained, "I took half a day off. I noticed your car didn't have a phone number plate, so when I bought one for you, I got an extra for you. Never had a chance to give it." Shen Yuan smiled, Thanks, Sinyu. Accidentally." She pleaded with him in a lower voice, "Brother-in-law, don't tell my sister, okay?" He wondered internally, is she talking about the plate? Or something else she doesn't want Nana to know? He resolved, either way, I'm not telling Nana. Sinyu asked her sister, "Sister, is Shen Yuan coming soon?" Her sister was surprised by the question. "How did you know?" Sinyu replied with a knowing look, "Please, someone who doesn't usually wear makeup suddenly doing light makeup at home, carefully picking clothes, and dressing up? Anyone could tell." Her sister clarified, "He's coming to study." Sinyu offered, "Want me to avoid the room?" Sinyu teased her sister, "Great, sister, you're learning all his bad habits." Going on a date and still expecting me to be the third wheel. Her sister instructed her, and no need. Just stay in the living room. If it's just the two of us, it feels too intentional. She insisted to herself, he's coming to study, what date? Sinu muttered under her breath, it is a date. It is a date. The woman opened the door, saying, come in. She saw him standing at the door. Why are you frozen at the door? Get inside, Shen Yuan smoothly complimented her. Counselor, you look amazing today. You look this good and still expect me to concentrate on reading? She smiled and told him, stop joking. Shen Yuan presented a gift. Li Meng, this is for you. See if you like it. Li Meng was thrilled. A gift for me? And it's NT? Thanks, Shen Yuan. Sinu interrupted with a pointed observation. I'll go inside and admire my gift, sister, Shen Yuan. I'll leave you two to your studying. The woman was annoyed. I told you to stay in the living room. That girl gets bribed so easily? Shen Yuan cheered. Come on, counselor, let's begin our happy learning time. She looked at him sternly. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He played innocent. What? I just didn't want to show up empty-handed, so I brought your sister a small gift. That's all. She decided to let it go. Forget it, let's study. I have several HR textbooks. Which one do you want to start with? The system chimed in with a new objective. System detected. Host has begun learning human resources to manage a company. One must master high-level management, stimulate employee motivation, and perfect company systems. Host shows self-driven progress. Human resources panel unlocked limited task. Learn key knowledge of human resource management within 1 month. Upon completion, the system will embed all MHRM content from Renmin University into the host's mind. He recognized the value. Renmin's MHRM is one of the best programs in China. Very prestigious. He pointed to a book. Let's use this one, Human Resource Management. She agreed, all right. Half an hour later, Li Meng thought to herself, if this were before, Shen Yuan would have already tried to pounce on me. Why haven't he made a move today? She tested him. Counselor, what are you doing? Continue. This is weird. Studying so seriously? I don't buy it. Let me test you again. She leaned closer and whispered, Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan looked up, focused on the book, and asked, Counselor, I came to study. What are you trying to do? She stammered, I. She wondered, sitting so close and still behaving? Did Shen Yuan change? She gently called his name, Counselor. He pulled her close and whispered, just now. You were playing with fire. He cut off her response with a kiss, MMHMMN. She tried to regain control, panting, Shen Yuan. How about you continue reading aloud? He smiled playfully. Of course, I'll study, but to truly focus, I need a clear mind first, right? She resisted. What are you planning to do? He challenged her attire. Counselor, the way you dressed today, was that on purpose? She denied any intention. I just tidied myself up a little to meet you, that's all. Then she asked softly, when we're alone, can you stop calling me counselor? He tilted his head, feigning a deep thought. Wouldn't that make it half the fun gone? She pushed him away gently. Shen Yuan, not yet. She asked for patience. Please, give me a little more time to prepare, okay? He sighed dramatically. At a moment like this, how do you expect a man to hold back? She offered a compromise. If you really can't hold it, I can help you. He looked at her, confused. Help me? How? He stared at her, in disbelief. Half an hour later. She asked, a little breathless, now can you focus on studying? But I need to head back to school for a meeting soon, so I can only stay for an hour. Shen Yuan cheered internally. Perfect, this is the calm period. Best for memorizing. He activated a tool, system. Use the efficient learning card. The card's effect displayed, efficient learning card. When reading, you can memorize everything perfectly. All knowledge will be completely imprinted into your mind. Each card lasts for 1 hour. The system confirms success. Congratulations, host. You've mastered all key knowledge points from human resource management. Within 30 minutes, the system will embed all Renton University MHRM data into your brain. He noted the unexpected side effect, didn't expect a TO drain this much energy. Next time I use the learning card, I can't be doing other things at the same time. He looked around the room. All right, counselors should have gone back to school by now. He noticed something was off. What's wrong? He saw her face. Why does Li Meng look a little off? She quickly offered an excuse. It's nothing, I just got tired from studying, and I'm all sweaty. Mind if I take a shower at your place? He agreed instantly. Sure, I'll get you a new towel. Li Meng felt her own heart racing as she waited. Why is my heart racing? Is it because it's the first time a man's showering in my house? Shen Yuan answered his phone. Hello? Principal Su? What's up? A voice replied, Student Shen, did you see Secretary Kong's message? We're waiting for you at Longley Hotel, 3rd floor, Tianduan Pavilion. He quickly told Li Meng, Li Meng, I've got something to handle, I'll head out first. He mused on the recent behavior of both sisters, that Li Meng girl, along with Chen Xinu. Both those sisters are acting weird lately. He arrived and greeted the school officials. Hello, Secretary Kong. Hello, Principal Su. Vice Principal Xu Shotai greeted him warmly. Student Shen, we meet again. No need to be so formal, Shen Yuan. Sit. Principal Su announced the school's decision. Shen Yuan, after discussions among the leadership, we've decided to award you as both a triple good student and one of the university's top 10 students. Also, we plan to nominate you as one of Star City's outstanding students and make you the school's foreign affairs student representative. The principal explained the impact. This means you'll become the face of the university. He added another request. During the freshman military training after summer break, we'd like you to give a speech as a role model for your juniors. Shen Yuan asked a focused question in return. Principal Xu, is there anything else I can do to contribute? The principal chuckled uncomfortably. Not exactly. He then shifted the topic. It's just that the school plans to renovate the library. Right now, our library's appearance, interior, and book collection can't compare with other universities. He continued with a grand description of the library's importance. For education, the library is the treasure house of knowledge, the heart of the university, the second classroom, and a place for cultivating talent. Shen Yuan's inner voice cut through the fluff. So after all that, you're just hoping for a free sponsorship. He analyzed the situation. All those fancy words mean nothing unless you're offering something real in return. Shen Yuan changed the subject immediately. Principal, let's talk about the library later. I have a question. Our school arranges 2 health checkups every 4 years, right? Which medical center do we currently partner with? A nearby official wondered, why is Shen Yuan asking about health checks now? Principal Su asked, Shen Yuan, why the sudden question? Shen Yuan explained his motive. I recently acquired a healthcare company. It happens to have a medical checkup center under it. I'd like to expand partnerships, and our school would be a great start. The vice principal excused himself awkwardly. I brought it up, but I don't have the authority to decide. It's awkward just sitting here, better excuse myself to the bathroom. He added as an afterthought, getting old, a few drinks and I'm running to the bathroom. I'll go take a smoke too. Principal Su replied smoothly, I didn't realize Student Shen owns multiple businesses. That's a good thing. You're one of our top students going international, it's only right for you to have school collaborations. Shen Yuan pressed on for a concrete answer. So? Principal Su, what are you suggesting? Principal Su thought to himself, looks like we'll have TO exchange resources through this library deal. After all, whoever handles the health checkups gets a commission, giving it to him is the same. The principal spoke, setting the condition, this area happens to be under my supervision. If your company has the proper credentials and a reasonable price, there's a chance we can work something out. Shen Yuan immediately understood, got it, Principal XU. I'll have my manager contact the school right away. He added a promise, we'll send the credentials first to reassure you, and we can discuss plans and prices later. As for extras, I understand that's you. Shen Yuan raised his glass for a final, tactical sip of wine, then claimed fatigue, I've had too much, starting to feel dizzy. Principal Su, I'm a lightweight, sorry. I'll skip the rest of the meal. Once we sign the contract, I'll treat you next time. The vice principal returned and asked, Principal, where's Shen Yuan? Principal Su explained, he said he couldn't handle more drinks and left first. The principal reflected on Shen Yuan's unexpected depth, This Shen Yuan is more complicated than I thought. At his age, he doesn't even care about fame or titles. He concluded, I wanted him to invest in the library renovation, but instead, he found himself a business opportunity. Half an hour later, Coach Lu teased Shen Yuan, next time you go drinking, take me with you. I could at least help you handle a few rounds. Shen Yuan laughed, how could it? You've worked so hard on your fitness, I can't let it go to waste. Coach Lu stopped teasing and offered a remedy, stop teasing. Here, have some honey water, it helps with the hangover. Shen Yuan corrected him playfully, Coach Liu, that's not how you drink honey water if you want it to work. Coach Lu looked confused. Huh? Then how should I drink it? Shen Yuan demonstrated, like this. Coach Lu reacted with a sound of surprise, He inquired about the progress of the survey he had requested regarding the fitness center, noting that he had observed many small issues during his workouts there. The speaker encouraged him to continue, and he began by listing the lack of engagement and attractiveness in the gym's social media content, followed by the average and unprofessional service level. He continued his critique, pointing out the trainer's weak service awareness, how they affect the member experience by chatting during downtime, the inadequate member follow-up after visits, and the absurd lack of KPI for new client follow-up among the sales team, concluding that the sales head needed to be replaced. The coach complimented his detailed assessment, confirming he had met expectations, and the speaker proudly agreed that this was his field of expertise. The system congratulated the host on completing the fitness task, listing the improved metrics and confirming he was one step closer to a perfect life, with the star badge activating in 1 week. He realized that the long-awaited reward was finally being delivered. As he took a drink of water, he was asked by the coach if he felt different after the intense workout session. He confirmed to Coach Lu that he had successfully completed the task of gaining 5 kilograms and reducing his body fat to below 15%. The coach praised his accomplishment and suggested he check his messages for a small reward. He reacted with excitement upon seeing the large monetary transfer, declaring his love for the sender, while a friend asked if he was available for a thank you dinner that evening. He told Coach Lu that their session was finished for the day as he needed to leave soon, reminding her not to forget the matter they had previously discussed. He asked Shuawei why she was waiting outside instead of comfortably waiting inside. She explained that she was concerned he might not easily spot her if she waited inside the building. He assured her that her beauty made her impossible to miss, teasing her for being shy when he was simply stating the truth. He mentioned that the apartment he promised to find near her company was ready for her to move into that weekend. Shuawei initially protested, saying her current place was fine, but he insisted, stating the rental would go unused if she and her family did not move in. She agreed to the arrangement but insisted on treating the rent as a loan, promising to pay him back once she began earning money. He casually agreed to her proposed arrangement. A person recognized him, exclaiming their surprise and briefly mistaking him for a celebrity or idol due to his attractive appearance. The friend accompanying the person speculated that he might be on a date. To ease the awkwardness, the person quickly changed the subject, introducing himself as Dong Chitao, or Xiao Dong, and reminding him they had met at Chen Na's house. He greeted them and noted the unexpected meeting, then asked why the man was not drinking that night, suggesting they share a few glasses. The man politely declined the offer, suggesting they meet again later, then offered his business card for sports equipment distribution and asked to exchange contact information. Recognizing that sports equipment could be useful for his business, he agreed to the exchange. The man wished him a good meal and told him to call any time before leaving. The friend demanded to know who the man was and why he had been trying so hard to please him. The man explained that the person was the wealthy boyfriend of a former blind date and that clinging to him might lead to future business benefits. His friend expressed disbelief, but the man insisted, pointing out that the watch on the person's wrist alone was worth 2 of his own cars. After identifying the expensive luxury watch, he wondered why such a rich man would dine at a common restaurant. He admitted he did not know the reason and then chastised his friend for considering the young woman a suitable blind date. The friend quickly corrected the misunderstanding, implying that wealthy men often had younger lovers outside of their marriage, then quickly changed the subject because the topic was causing him distress. Half an hour later, he suggested that they take a walk for digestion since she did not seem to be heading home yet. Xu Wei gently called out to a cat in the park. He informed her that the cat was a stray and would not approach them without food. She reminded him that they were in a public park, suggesting he should refrain from touching her. He acted innocent, denying any wrongdoing, causing her to ask him to stop behaving in such a manner. He questioned why she was so nervous since he had held her before. She responded with an inaudible murmur of distress. 5 minutes later, she quietly asked if they could stop what they were doing. He noted that they were completely alone, but she insisted that they could not continue. He asked sincerely what they were allowed to do, admitting the question consumed his thoughts. She realized he had been thinking about them seriously this entire time. She reflected that despite his often playful nature, he was unexpectedly responsible and even dependable when serious. She found Shen Yuan to be a complex and mysterious person, yet one who made her want to understand him more deeply. He noted the sudden spike in her affection level, contrasting her easy approval with the extensive effort usually required with other women. Upon returning home, he informed his mother that they would be moving in a few days. His mother questioned where and if this move was final, warning her that there would be no turning back once they left. She confirmed her decision, telling her mother that she thought she might be starting to like him. The next day, he inquired about the progress of the health check partnership arrangement. His assistant reported that the meeting had been arranged the previous day and was scheduled for 10 a.m. that morning with Principal Su in his office. The speaker realized it was already 9 o'clock and that their lazy subordinate, Jia, would soon be replaced. Principal Su was surprised to see Shen Yuan arrive at 10:10 a.m. Principal Su invited Shen Yuan to have a seat since he was already present. The marketing manager of the medical center, Yu Jifeng, was introduced to Mr. Shen. Jia Nanshou was surprised by Shen Yuan's unexpected attendance, as he had not mentioned coming, leaving Jia unprepared. Shen Yuan told everyone to continue their discussion without him, explaining he was only nearby and wanted to drop in to see Principal Su. Shen Yuan listened intently to the negotiation, noting Jia Nanshou's incompetence and confirming his decision to find a replacement soon.
Principal Su resumed the discussion, and the narrator expressed relief that the person he saw as an inspector had finally left. He considered Yu Jifeng as a potential replacement for Jia Nanshou but decided he needed to check his background first to ensure he was not connected to Jia's questionable activities before heading to Jingfu Company for his next meeting. An hour later at Jingfu Company, he questioned manager Chang about the poor quality of the company's online marketing videos on TikTok. Manager Chang Ru, the operations department manager, explained that good promotional videos typically feature attractive female trainers, but the budget for hiring models was insufficient. Shen Yuan asked why the gym zone trainers could not be used, and the manager replied that some were unwilling to appear on camera,
leading to concerns about unfairness in client distribution. Shen Yuan asked why the manager had not addressed this problem sooner. The manager admitted that the steady walk-in traffic and good profits at the gym and yoga studio had caused the issue to be overlooked. Shen Yuan confronted General Manager Sun Jin about the low online traffic, poor service quality, weak staff discipline, and messy follow-ups, asking for his opinion. Sun Jin struggled to answer. Shen Yuan asked if he was incorrect in his assessment, and Sun Jin hesitantly admitted he was right. Shen Yuan demanded immediate action, instructing Sun Jin to draft improvement measures and report them the following day. Sun Jin nervously agreed to the demand. The manager, surprised by the new boss's focus, wondered why his own profitable fitness center was being targeted instead of the less successful health center. He found a glimmer of hope in the request for improvement plans, realizing it meant they still had a chance to fix things. After studying the reports, he concluded that fixing the main issues in the gym would boost customer flow, conversion, and profits, and he was confident the staff would cooperate for the sake of better commissions. Shen, his sister-in-law, cheerfully greeted him upon his arrival. He asked Shen why she was there and where his sister was. Shen explained that his sister was busy at the cafe and had sent her home early to prepare dinner for him. He asked when his sister would return, and Shen reported the sister's text message that he should not wait for her for dinner. He noted how clearly she was explaining the situation, then expressed surprise at the lavish meal she had prepared. Shen admitted her cooking might not be as good as her sister's, but he reassured her that he would enjoy anything prepared by either of them. He immediately corrected his slightly awkward phrasing, clarifying that he simply liked the food they both made. He complimented Shen on the delicious food, and she happily revealed that she had prepared the dishes she noticed he liked the most. An intense moment passed between Shen and her brother-in-law. He abruptly excused himself to go to the bathroom. Shen hesitantly asked if she could start calling him by his first name, Shen Yuan. She chastised herself internally for nearly saying something she shouldn't have, reminding herself that he only cared for her sister and would never return her feelings. She decided she needed to immediately clarify the situation to him before it escalated. She started to explain that she hadn't meant her comment a certain way, but he interrupted, assuring her that it was okay. She observed that he didn't seem to care about the situation at all and sadly concluded that he simply didn't want her. He expressed confusion over why his accepting response had upset the girl who initiated the discussion, noting that teenage girls' thoughts were hard to understand. He decided to rephrase his earlier statement, assuring Shen that everyone had the right to choose freely and should not feel restricted by societal norms. She realized he understood her feelings and that his words did not mean rejection. However, she was left confused because his response was vague. She struggled internally, trying to figure out what to say next to her brother-in-law. His sister, Nana, arrived and asked if they had eaten dinner yet. Shen replied that they had eaten, then offered to heat up food for her sister. He complimented Nana on the success of the cafe business. Nana expressed her happiness and gratitude, saying his support made her want to work even harder. He felt a slight ache in his heart while listening to her earnest words. The next day, Coach Lu reported on her visits to the other two stores. He asked her to describe the problems she observed. She stated that the yoga studio's problem was a low membership rate, while the other gym had similar minor issues. She assured him that she had organized all the findings and would send them to him later. He praised her excellent work and suggested she deserved a reward. She wondered if the gesture meant he was about to give her another monetary reward. He dismissed her assumption, suggesting a date that afternoon instead, but added that she still needed to provide a plan to solve the problems she had reported. She stammered her agreement to his suggestion. He mentally calculated the total cost of their date activities, noting the significant net profit after the triple cashback reward. Coach Lu declared that the date was possibly the happiest day of her entire life. He realized that the cashback amount was secondary to the surge in Coach Lu's affection level, which was nearing 100, making the experience even more thrilling. The next day at Jingfu Company, General Manager Sunjin, the fitness center manager, nervously arrived for a self-review, presenting his possibly lacking improvement measures to Mr. Shen. Shen Yuan waved off the self-review, telling him to sit down and summarize the new measures briefly. Sunjin began by outlining disciplinary measures, including fines for staff delays and performance deductions for inadequate customer follow-ups. Shen Yuan stopped him, pointing out the lack of rewards and questioning why the focus was solely on punishment. Sunjin defended his approach, stating that punishment created a necessary urgency. Shen Yuan corrected him, stating that while punishment was acceptable, rewards must be primary, focusing on motivation rather than pressure. Sunjin quickly acknowledged his far-sighted wisdom. Shen Yuan asked about customer acquisition. Sunjin explained that they relied mostly on walk-ins and that he needed to consult with the network operations manager, Chang, for concrete online improvement plans. Shen Yuan immediately ordered him to adjust the traffic distribution rules due to the lack of coach cooperation in videos, demanding a detailed policy by the following afternoon. Shen Yuan emphasized that the company's goal was to boost staff efficiency and profit, asserting that the business could not afford to support idle employees. Sunjin confirmed that he understood what was expected of him. Sunjin sighed, realizing the new boss was just as capable and forceful as his predecessor had described, and wondered how someone so decisive could only be 21 years old. The manager worried that the boss's stern words meant his job was in jeopardy if he failed. The secretary noted that Sunjin had been completely intimidated by Shen Yuan, hoping she would never witness his terrifying side. The secretary leaned in to share some private gossip with Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan told her to drop the formal title since they were alone. The secretary, now calling him boss, revealed that Yu Jifeng was the one truly coordinating with the school, but he had been suppressed by Jia Nansho for 2 years. She added that she had checked Yu Jifeng's background and found he had been a deputy general manager at another medical center. She explained that he had to resign after physically assaulting his former boss, who had been having an affair with his wife, and that he was now enduring Jia because he could not risk another job change. Shen Yuan complimented his secretary for being able to uncover such detailed gossip. He then asked her if she had a boyfriend. She asked why he was suddenly asking, noting that he already had so many women in his life. She jokingly asked if he was tired of his current women and wanted to try a smaller physique. He responded with a suggestive comment about the secretary's duties. She insisted that her boss already had enough lovers and did not require her. She preferred to remain his devoted and industrious little assistant. He confirmed the approval of startup funds for Yen Song, Mo Zhenwang, and Lu Xinyi, instructing them to begin implementation immediately, which the boss accepted. Observing Sister Lin's daily social media posts, he noticed she appeared completely immersed in a new romantic relationship. He wondered if she was deliberately messing with his emotional state. She offered to send him the lunch she just prepared, asking if it suited his preferences, but he declined, explaining he would visit her after his lunch to repair her air conditioner. She nervously asked him not to come to her house, admitting that the thought of his visit was already making her apprehensive. He instructed her to bring her lingerie to the hotel, promising to send her the exact location soon. 1 hour later, the scene shifted to the hotel. He immediately noticed a striking woman at the elevator, fixated on her slender waist and the perfect curve of her hips, remarking on her unbelievable waist-to-hip ratio. Her physique was incredible, but unfortunately, he could not see her face because she was wearing a mask. He was suddenly struck by how much her figure resembled his wife's and decided he must call home to confirm her whereabouts after finishing the current customer check-in. He immediately questioned her for acting suspiciously and moving around as if she were a thief. She retorted that she was nothing like him, emphasizing that he had no idea of the immense risk she was currently undertaking. He questioned if it wouldn't be better if their secret were discovered, but she disagreed, stating the time was not right, and asked for a moment to change clothes first. 5 minutes later, she turned to face him. He admitted that this specific outfit was making it impossible for him to concentrate on his work, but she simply dismissed his concern. He demanded that she compensate him for his distraction and then asked how she planned to do so. She commanded him to kneel, calling out his full name, Shen Yuan. He was suddenly panicked by the incoming call, realizing it was Zhang Xianrong. He answered the phone, asking what the matter was, and was immediately asked if he was outside or currently at home. He claimed to be at home, asking why, and then added various sounds suggesting he was busy making dumplings. He replied that it was nothing important, he simply missed her and wanted to check in, to which she responded with a soft sound. She told him she had to leave immediately, knowing he would definitely return home later to verify her presence, and he urged her to go, advising her to endure this challenging period. 1 hour later, he asked if she was still making dumplings, wondering about the occasion for the dish. She replied that there was no specific reason, she just felt like eating them, and then questioned why he had returned home so abruptly, mentioning his client meeting. He explained that since she was making them fresh, he wanted to come home to try them immediately before they lost their quality in the fridge, and she readily offered to boil them for him. He praised her as an excellent wife, declaring that a man could want for nothing more with a woman like her. He realized that the incident would force him to postpone the work report he was supposed to receive from Yu Jifeng that day. He lamented his growing feeling of inadequacy in his knowledge and resolved to seek special tutoring from his counselor. He contacted his counselor and asked how long it would be before she would arrive back home. She explained that she had a lot of work due to the approaching summer break and would be at least 1.5 hours late. He explained that he wanted to study with her and asked if she had highlighted the key points in the International Economics textbook. She confirmed she had finished, asked if he wanted to start memorizing new chapters, and then suggested he go to her house to pick up the book if it was urgent since Li Meng was home. He admitted his main motivation was simply to see her because he missed her, teacherly, and she acknowledged his feelings but insisted she was genuinely too busy lately and promised to spend time with him later. He probed her, asking if she was currently dating someone, but she instantly denied it. He scoffed, telling her not to lie, claiming he could smell the lovesickness on her, and demanded to know who her new partner was, but she continued to deny having anyone. He teased her for treating him like a child, expressing disbelief at her denial, and speculating that her lover might be one of her students. Calling a forbidden teacher-student romance spicy. He insisted he was not an outsider and urged her to tell him if her lover was the student he was thinking of, making a dramatic sound effect. She told him to stop joking around because her meeting was about to start soon. He apologized and said he was getting ready, but then reassured her that teacher-student relationships were common nowadays and he would not judge her. He announced his arrival, explaining he was there to collect the study materials, confirming that his sister had already sent him a message. She simply directed him to the bedroom shelf where the books were located, telling him to search for them himself. He noticed Li Meng was blushing and decided to ignore it, realizing he should avoid provoking his sister-in-law to ensure peace. Li Meng hesitantly announced that she needed to tell him something. He dreaded the revelation, fearing the worst, and nervously asked what it was. Li Meng shocked him by suggesting they engage in intercourse one time. He reacted with extreme surprise and incomprehension. He urged her not to overthink it, suggesting she could view the situation purely as finding a temporary partner for certain needs, promising to keep it a secret from his sister. She demanded to know his motivation, dismissing the lack of a reason and refusing his proposal without an emotional connection, accusing him of treating her like an object. He told her to stop feigning innocence, questioning if all men could truly control their desires, but he insisted that he was capable of restraining himself. He noticed her hesitation and wondered if something was bothering her. She questioned if he had considered the potential feelings of his own sister. He dismissed her concerns, claiming he was a man entirely out of her league. She mentally cursed his manipulative tactics, wondering if he feared divine retribution for his deceptive act and ridiculing his supposed righteous behavior. 30 minutes later, she thanked him for driving her home from work. He explained his worry about her walking home late, yet she privately viewed him as the worst kind of person, a massive pervert. He feigned offense at her accusation, challenging her to elaborate on when he had ever acted like a pervert. She teasingly repeated the word pervert directly to him. He asked if that meant he had passed the test perfectly, which she immediately denied knowledge of. He pressed the issue about the test that occurred that evening. He pondered if Li Xiao was unaware of Li Meng's evening test, suggesting Li Meng might have been serious, which he found intriguing, noting the sisters' different paths. He let out a small laugh, prompting her to ask why he was suddenly smiling, to which he simply replied he was thinking of something pleasant. She wondered if taking her home brought him such joy, but their conversation was cut short by her sister's sudden return, who questioned why Shen Yuan was with her. He mentally compared the sisters, noting Li Meng's height and figure contrasted with the counselor's slightly shorter stature and fuller chest, before the counselor dismissed his observations as showing off. It seemed Shen Yuan had not disclosed any details to the older sister. The sister warned Shen Yuan not to fool around, but he insisted he was being straightforward. The women tried to delay him, citing her exhaustion after a long, busy day. She expressed her disbelief, realizing the smile in the car had been due to his intentions for the night. She affectionately scolded Shen Yuan for being mean. 20 minutes later, he asked if she was satisfied and ready for him to leave. As it was nearly midnight, he announced his intention to stay, but she emphatically refused, citing that she had already helped him enough. He declared he would sleep on the sofa, making it a final decision, as he was exhausted. He observed that the counselor seemed to be already asleep, worn out from the day, before she suddenly questioned if he was still awake. He found it interesting that the sister-in-law had genuinely left the door unlocked. She gasped in surprise, asking what he was doing, to which he only told her to be quiet. She was shocked that he had actually come in, and he countered by asking why he wouldn't when she left the door unlocked. She desperately claimed her earlier words were impulsive and meaningless, but he firmly stated that he had already taken them seriously. She let out a small, muffled sound. He noted how loudly she was reacting even though he hadn't fully entered, calling her his sister-in-law. He found her attempts to suppress her voice endearing. Her breathing grew heavy, and she called out his name. He paused, prompting her to whisper that he should proceed. He challenged her to beg him first, and she softly pleaded. Her muffled sounds intensified. He asked if she was content now, noting that 2 hours had passed since the events began. He confessed that he hadn't felt this fulfilled in a very long time, then asked if she had been intimate with others previously. She emphatically stated that he was her first partner and nothing similar had happened with her ex-boyfriend. She warned Shen Yuan that her sister must never find out about them. She internally acknowledged that although their relationship wasn't emotionally cheating, Shen Yuan was still technically her brother-in-law, a fact that could deeply disappoint her sister. She announced her need to use the restroom. She realized that if her sister emerged and didn't see him in the living room, their secret would be exposed, frantically urging him to come up with a solution. He calmly contrasted the current minor situation with the few times he had to sneak around at Sister Lin's house, finding her panic unwarranted. A loud sound marked the door closing as her sister returned to her room, having thankfully not noticed Shen Yuan's temporary absence. He asked how she felt about the experience, comparing it to a roller coaster ride, but she immediately replied that it was terrifying and not fun at all. He told his partner to get accustomed to the situation, as this kind of arrangement would soon become their regular routine. The next morning, her sister greeted Shen Yuan, urging him to get ready for the breakfast she had prepared, which he enthusiastically complimented. Confused, she asked why he had suddenly used the intimate term, and he asked if she disliked it. She nervously denied disliking it, only stating that she was unaccustomed to the word, prompting him to suggest she would hear it much more often soon. She quickly interrupted, finding the exchange inappropriate for the early morning, especially if their sister saw, and urged him to go wash up, which he readily agreed to. He complimented her kindness, expressing his appreciation for her actions. She scolded him sharply, noting how different her personality was now compared to the previous night, and lamented that her affection meter for him still hadn't increased. He was momentarily shocked by her sudden change in tone. Her sister instructed her to cover up properly because Shen Yuan was present, and she acknowledged the instruction. Her sister told her not to look displeased, accepting the blame for letting Shen Yuan stay over and promising that he would not sleep there in the future. Misunderstanding her sister's intentions, she secretly worried about how she would satisfy her needs if Shen Yuan stopped visiting, then reassured her sister that she truly did not mind his presence. Her sister questioned her sincerity, which she affirmed with a double confirmation. Her sister noted Shen Yuan's large appetite, speculating he must have been starving, while she internally mused that his high energy expenditure the day before had likely been the cause. Shen Yuan insisted her breakfast was the most amazing he had ever eaten and, while calling her the affectionate term again, suggested an activity for later before abruptly trailing off. Li Meng quickly announced that she was returning to her room. She wondered why Li Meng looked so strange and was blushing, dismissing the idea that she had seen them hugging in the kitchen as a cause for such a reaction, finding the whole thing odd. At 9:30 a.m., President Shen demanded an explanation from Manager Jia at Jingfu Corporation. Manager Jia was visibly hesitant to address the situation. President Shen revealed that the current documents were only part of the evidence, and the numbers alone were enough to warrant prison time. Manager Jia pleaded that the situation wasn't that serious, but the president countered by highlighting the theft of company funds and asking if he should be serious. Manager Jia asked what he could do to receive leniency from President Shen. The president demanded that the manager and his associates immediately resign and leave the company, in addition to revealing everything he knew. Jia Nanho paused, weighing his options, prison or cooperation. Jia Nanho quickly agreed to tell President Shen everything and then leave, consequently exposing all the internal secrets of Jingfu Company, finally realizing the president's prior strategy. The president told him not to linger, instructing him to hand over everything to Yu Jifeng, take all his documents, and consider them even, hoping they would never cross paths again. Shen Yuan was impressed by his own strategic skill and the respect the young boss commanded. A subordinate addressed the boss, who told him to speak. The subordinate presented a prospective apartment near Guanting, noting the low rent and included utilities, and asked for the boss's opinion. The boss approved the apartment and instructed the subordinate to contact the landlord and sign the contract. He asked Coach Lu what the problem was now. Coach Lu was crying and tearfully calling him hubby, which caused him concern. He wondered why the coach had yet to say anything even though he was already present, noting that crying and making a scene was not in the coach's character. He threatened to leave, but the coach urgently begged him to stay. The coach tearfully complained that his workouts never exceeded an hour anymore and he left immediately, worrying that Shen Yuan no longer needed him, as nothing new was happening at the fitness center. He was surprised the coach was crying so hard over such a trivial issue. The coach asked if he even remembered how long it had been since he had called. He admitted it had been far too long since he last checked in on Coach Lu or offered any real support. He explained his focus was on restructuring the company to ensure she would have a perfect environment to excel in later. The renovation plans for the fitness centers were already underway, and she would soon be tasked with inspecting the final results. He surprised her by revealing her new official role as a highly paid special consultant within the Human Resources Department. She expressed her deep gratitude, touched that he had kept her in his thoughts despite his busy schedule. She playfully admitted her mind was occupied by him and his overwhelming presence, though he teased that wasn't enough. He toyed with her, suggesting that even her current level of devotion wasn't quite meeting his expectations. Their playful banter continued until he jokingly warned her to stop, claiming he was starting to feel a bit sympathetic toward her. He received an invitation to the soft opening of a new bar, where he was expected to appear in his capacity as a shareholder. The venue was packed with a lively crowd, most of whom seemed to be acquaintances of his business partner. An old face from his school days approached him, reintroducing himself after years of studying away in the city. He was quickly pulled toward a group of former classmates, all eager to reconnect and share a drink together. The group marveled at his transformation, noting that the most attractive boy from their class had grown into an even more impressive man. When asked about their host, they explained he was tied up with business but had insisted they start the festivities without him. The crowd whispered in awe at the sight of his luxury timepiece, realizing the wealthiest person in the room had finally arrived. A classmate pointed out their shared lack of female company, suggesting he use his charms to invite some beautiful girls over. He declined the suggestion, noting the room was already full of beauty and encouraging his friend to make a move himself. His attention shifted toward a familiar girl in the crowd, wondering why a popular cosplayer was acting as an assistant to a streamer. He found himself curious about how she would react if a stranger tried to approach her for her contact information. He pointed out two attractive women nearby, prompting his friend to confidently step up and try his luck. The friend felt confident, believing his expensive pilot watch would be enough to impress and win over the sophisticated women. Despite his efforts, the women gave suspicious excuses for not sharing their details, leaving him baffled by their rejection. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name from across the crowded room. She accused him of playing games, claiming she had spotted him the moment he arrived and wondered if he was testing her loyalty. He smoothed things over, insisting he hadn't seen her yet and promising he wouldn't have let anyone else near her if he had. She asked how they should act in front of others, and he told her to be herself, finding her direct personality refreshing. A popular influencer was introduced to the group, boasting a massive following and a humble attitude that charmed the table. The group welcomed her warmly, quickly turning their attention to her beautiful companion and asking for her name. She introduced herself simply, maintaining a quiet but graceful presence beside her more famous friend. A toast was called to celebrate the new gathering, marking the beginning of a night of new connections and friendships. When asked if she wanted a drink, she hesitated but agreed to have one for the sake of the company. He offered to share a drink with her, promising to keep it light so she wouldn't feel pressured. She was surprised by the mild taste, noting it felt more like a soda than a typical alcoholic beverage. She pivoted the conversation toward her business dreams, asking when he might consider funding her startup. He questioned the viability of her media company, pointing out the risks involved for someone without a massive existing fanbase. He made it clear that his current focus remained on the fitness center, leaving her media project on the back burner for now. His partner finally arrived and dragged him back to the main group, wondering why he had wandered off so far. His friend jokingly accused him of once again attracting the most stunning woman in the entire building. He laughed off the comment, suggesting that perhaps she had been the one to seek him out instead. She boldly confirmed his theory, admitting she couldn't resist his charm and was completely captivated by him. His friends could only watch in envy as he effortlessly commanded the room and the attention of everyone in it. The classmates dispersed, leaving Shen Yuan to his own devices while they grumbled about his incredible luck with such a diverse array of beautiful women. He questioned why the shareholder was neglecting his duties just to flirt, feeling there was nothing left to discuss with such a playboy. Shen Yuan dismissed the concerns, trusting the current management to handle the bar while he made his exit. She was stunned to learn of his status as a shareholder, teasingly commenting on the impressive scale of the empire he had built. He asked if she had to be so blunt, though she countered that she had simply learned such directness from him. Onlookers watched in shock as the girl seemingly threw herself at him, offering no resistance to his charms. They marveled at how someone who looked so pure and innocent could be so proactive in her pursuit. She claimed to feel lightheaded after just one drink, prompting him to joke that even a stray dog had a higher tolerance than her. Offended by the comparison, she pouted and insisted that she was surely more attractive than any canine. He teased her further, playfully admitting she might be just a little bit prettier than a dog. Feeling the effects of the night, she softly asked him to take her home so she could finally rest. After saying his goodbyes to the group, Shen Yuan escorted her out, promising to catch up with everyone another time. His friends egged him on, telling him to hurry up and enjoy the night he had planned. They exchanged promises to stay in touch over the break, with him reminding her to message him the moment she got home safely. A jealous observer wondered what kind of spell Shen Yuan used to easily land a girl who was known for being difficult to get. She grew bold, questioning why he would even suggest the dorms unless he was intentionally trying to avoid an intimate encounter. When he suggested she be more subtle, she reminded him they were adults who should be able to speak their desires clearly. He clarified that he certainly wanted her, but he intended to maintain some control over the pace of their evening. He explained that because a woman's first time is a significant event, he wanted to treat her to proper dates first. She admitted her financial motivations for the entrepreneurship program, fully aware of the price she might eventually have to pay. He found her honesty refreshing. Despite being materialistic, she held on to her own set of principles and boundaries. Shen Yuan offered her the room to herself, preparing to leave so she could get some much-needed sleep. Before he could depart, she stopped him with a sudden request for a kiss. She clarified it wasn't about sex, but rather a genuine curiosity about what sharing a kiss with him would feel like. He acknowledged her request for just a single kiss, moving in closer to comply. He playfully noted that she hadn't specified exactly where he should kiss her. He found the experience surprisingly sweet, noting a soft, milky taste that lingered on his lips. She tried to act tough, dismissing his charms as bragging even though she found the moment quite comfortable. He asserted his dominance, reminding her that she was still only a candidate and he was the one choosing to be patient. Confused by his ranking system, she was left wondering what he meant by her being in the reserve squad. She felt a sense of relief, realizing that while he was driven by desire, he still possessed a shred of restraint. "I'm so useless," sigh. Arriving well past midnight, he used the excuse of being too drunk to find his own place to stay. She saw right through his lies, telling him that if he was looking for her sister, she was already fast asleep. He insisted that his only intention was to crash on her sofa for the remainder of the night. She began to protest, worried that he was trying to force his way into a compromising situation. He urged her to be quiet so they wouldn't wake her sister, guiding her toward the privacy of the bedroom. A loud thud from the door caused him to freeze, fearing the noise had alerted the other resident. Her sister called out from the other room, but she quickly covered with a lie about a clumsy trip to the bathroom. Relieved that the suspicion had passed, she scolded him for his reckless behavior and his lack of fear regarding being caught. He joked audaciously that if they were caught, they might as well all enjoy the situation together. She dismissed his ridiculous fantasy with a sharp laugh, unimpressed by his bold suggestion. He yelped in pain as she lunged at him, begging her to be a bit more gentle during their secret encounter. He claimed he had been incredibly gentle, pointing out that her drunken state had made her unaware of her own strength during their encounter. After a few rounds, he suggested they avoid meeting at home due to the risks and proposed moving their future escapades to hotels. She immediately rejected the idea, reminding him that as a struggling student, she lacked the funds to book private rooms. Shen Yuan mocked her modesty, noting that the expensive gifts he bought for her and her sister proved she was far from broke. She winced in pain and complained about his rough behavior, threatening to end their partnership if he didn't learn how to treat a lady. He confidently asked who else could possibly replace him, promising to be much more careful and gentle during their next meeting. She marveled at his unmatched shamelessness, frustrated that she couldn't find a way to get the upper hand over him just yet. The following morning, she was startled to find Shen Yuan there and questioned exactly when he had arrived. He explained he had arrived late at night after Li Meng let him in, asking if there was a problem with his sudden appearance. She shyly admitted she had missed him too much to sleep, though her internal reaction was far more flustered. She teased him, insisting that he should give her more of a heads-up the next time he planned to drop by. He urged her to get more rest while he prepared breakfast, promising to wake her once the meal was ready. Li Meng was called out to as the morning routine began. Her sister questioned why she wasn't woken up when Shen Yuan arrived, feeling left out of his late-night visit. Li Meng claimed she didn't want to disturb her rest, while her sister worried if he had been feeling down or needed support. Li Meng secretly scoffed at the idea of him being sad, knowing he was just there for a late-night pursuit, but she kept her answer simple. Later, Li Meng told Shen Yuan that breakfast was ready and urged him to finally get out of bed. She called out to him again, inviting him to join them at the table. Watching her work in the kitchen, he was struck by how her beauty and figure made her look like a perfect, high-end chef. She caught him staring and snapped at him to focus on his food instead of ogling her. He seemed to be in a daze, mindlessly following her instructions while still half asleep. She suddenly questioned why she was acting so protective, realizing there shouldn't be an issue with him looking at his own girlfriend. She worried that their strictly physical arrangement was starting to turn into real feelings, even though it had only been 2 nights. After finishing her meal, she prepared to head out to change, while he offered to give her a ride to school. When she asked for a ride to work instead, he playfully reminded her they were just partners and he'd only do it when he felt like it. She cursed him under her breath, calling him a heartless and incredibly bold jerk. He smirked to himself, sensing that she was no longer just interested in his body but was starting to crave a real emotional connection. He inquired about her flight time, leading her to wonder if he was actually planning to see her off at the airport. He planned out the morning, deciding to drop her sister off first before making sure she made it to her 11 o'clock flight. A short while later, they prepared to go their separate ways. A voice called out to Teacher Lee, interrupting their departure. Teacher Sun approached with excitement, claiming to have stumbled upon a massive secret regarding her private life. Nervous, she asked what the secret was, only for the other woman to point out that everyone recognized the luxury car she arrived in. She tried to claim a student gave her a ride, but her friend saw right through the lie, demanding to know how deep the relationship went. Her friend dismissed her excuses as boring, acting offended that she wasn't being kept in the loop like a true best friend. Despite her denials, her friend was convinced that a romantic pursuit was well underway and nearing an official status. She teased her about the love-struck vibe she was giving off, joking about the classic trope of an older woman falling for a younger man. She begged her friend to stop, but Teacher Sun continued to gush over the romantic pairing of a gentle teacher and a wealthy suitor. Her friend ignored her pleas and demanded to know the details of how he managed to win her over. An argument broke out over who got to sit in the front seat, with neither side willing to back down. He decided she needed some discipline and threatened to call her a cab instead of letting her ride with him. She stood her ground, refusing to leave the car unless he agreed to drive her to the airport personally. He insisted he had an urgent matter, but she accused him of being shameless and brought up their unresolved issues from the night before. He told her she'd eventually enjoy his bold attitude, leading to a flustered argument about his driving and the cost of the car. He casually mentioned that the vehicle cost about $3 million after all the additional fees were settled. She found his claim hard to believe. She yelled at him for his behavior on a public road, accusing him of taking things too far while they were out in the open. Frustrated, she snapped that he clearly misunderstood her intentions, while he playfully questioned what she actually meant. He told his companion to act normal and stop making such suggestive remarks during their conversation. After being warned to watch his words, he shifted the topic to his friend's obvious wealth and how he managed to acquire it. He explained that his fortune came from trading assets since his college days, which eventually led to him running his own firm. Impressed by the success, he joked about retiring early once his sister married into such wealth, asking if there was room for one more dependent. He countered that while the sister was a catch, the brother still had a lot of growing up to do before he'd consider supporting him. Offended by the remark, he snapped back, threatening to convince his sister to end the relationship as soon as his shift ended. He pointed out the flaw in that plan, noting that losing a wealthy benefactor would only be a disadvantage to him in the long run. Annoyed by the selfish attitude, she told him to quit staring and keep his eyes on the road while they were driving. He argued that his staring was a compliment to her looks and teased that he wouldn't bother looking at her next time if she was going to be ungrateful. She responded with a skeptical challenge, wondering if he could actually follow through on that promise. A sudden tension filled the air as one accused the other of acting with hidden intentions, while the other played innocent. He warned her about the potential fallout of her actions, but she remained defiant, questioning if he'd actually dare to do something bold right there. He gave a final warning, telling her that she was venturing into dangerous territory with her provocations. She brushed off the threat with a smirk, daring him to show her exactly what he intended to do about it. An onlooker watched the luxury car pass by, envious of the wealthy lifestyle and the beautiful company, feeling motivated to work harder. Navigation route deviated. Replanning for you now. Confusion arose when she realized they had veered off course, prompting her to question why they weren't heading toward the terminal. Despite her worries about missing her flight, he confidently claimed they had plenty of time to finish their business and still make it. She pleaded for him to keep his composure as the situation between them began to escalate. He confessed a long-standing desire to see her in that specific professional attire, making his intentions clear. Passers-by noticed the vehicle shaking violently on the side of the road, mistakenly thinking the car was malfunctioning or about to explode. A witness grumbled in disgust, criticizing the couple's lack of public decency for engaging in such activities in broad daylight. Much later at the airport, colleagues noticed her arrival in a high-end SUV, speculating that she must be dating someone with deep pockets. She quickly clarified that the man wasn't her boyfriend yet, describing him more as a future member of the family. She explained the hesitation was due to the fact that her sister hadn't officially given the relationship her blessing. Fuming over her ruined clothing, she cursed him under her breath and vowed to make him pay the next time they crossed paths. Arriving at the office later that day, he brought lunch for a colleague and checked in on how she was handling her responsibilities. She reported that she was balancing her professional duties well, only returning to campus for her most essential lectures. He was impressed to learn she had mastered nearly the entire department's operations and was ready to rotate into a new role. He informed her that she would soon be assisting a new expert coming in to overhaul their underperforming online traffic department. She acknowledged the instructions, ready to take on the new challenge under the guest consultant. He urged her to focus on building a fresh, dedicated team, expressing his desire to move away from the unmotivated staff currently in place. Reflecting on his first week as a manager, he worried about the slow progress of his goal to boost the company's profits. He decided to rely on his advanced education and personal instincts, determined to do his best regardless of the uncertainty. His thoughts were interrupted when a familiar face caught his attention. She reached out to update him on his villa's progress, inviting him to come inspect the final stages of the renovation. He agreed to visit, thinking it was a good opportunity to check on the site and reconnect with the people involved in the project. She began explaining the features of the new automated home system, detailing how he could control the environment through his phone. Overwhelmed by the technical details, he suggested that she stay with him for a few days to teach him how to use everything properly. She hesitated, mentioning her household responsibilities, but he quickly offered to hire help so she could remain by his side. She took a moment to remind him that she hadn't forgotten the financial help he provided and intended to settle the debt. He dismissed the idea of repayment, insisting that they were close enough that money shouldn't stand between them. She grew nervous about her boss being nearby, but he suggested they move to a more private room where they wouldn't be disturbed. She reflected on how his boldness had increased since their last encounter, feeling surprised by his forwardness. Caught in the heat of the moment, she softly asked him to be mindful and gentle with her. He sensed the boss's arrival and noted the atmosphere was far more intense than he had anticipated, both in scale and sensation. Admiring the flawless curves and soft features of his companion, he felt a sense of great anticipation for what was to come. Hiss! A sharp sting of pain cut through the moment. He quickly apologized, admitting that his impatience had caused him to lose control of his actions. She softly inquired if they could return to the privacy of the upstairs room later on. He noted the rise in her affection, realizing that their intimate environment was successfully heightening her emotions. Significant time passed as they remained in each other's company. She wondered about the true nature of their status, feeling that he should be the one to define their relationship first. He noticed her hesitation and asked what was bothering her. She dismissed her worries and suggested a family dinner, which he readily accepted for later that evening. 2 hours later, a light-hearted conversation broke out regarding their upbringing and daily habits. He gestured toward a specific point of interest, seeking further clarification. They shared a playful moment of teasing, though some felt a lingering sense of envy toward the situation. Upon his arrival, she checked to see if he had already eaten his evening meal. She offered to prepare a warm bath for him, wanting him to finally enjoy the luxury of the home. The sisters observed how much he was being pampered, noting the extreme level of care he received. They joked that even royalty didn't live as comfortably as he did with such dedicated attention. Questions arose about the sleeping arrangements, leading to a playful declaration of a girls' only sleepover. He teased her about her laziness, doubting she could actually provide any real care for anyone else. The offer to run errands for him sparked a minor debate about how much everyone was spoiling him. He monitored the steady growth of her affection levels just before being summoned into the room. He signaled his arrival and headed toward her. She felt a deep sense of gratitude, believing it was only natural to care for the man who had done so much for her family. The others disagreed, jokingly claiming that the constant pampering had turned him into a giant baby. She insisted that her gestures were small and hardly compared to what he deserved. A sudden flush on her face didn't go unnoticed, prompting immediate questions. She tried to deny her obvious embarrassment even as her face continued to burn with heat. The teasing intensified as they accused her of harboring secret feelings for her brother-in-law. He let out a sigh of pure relaxation, feeling the tension finally leave his body. She offered to use her newly learned skills to give him a massage, surprising him with her initiative. She explained she had been practicing her technique and encouraged him to give her honest feedback. He teased her about her newfound skills, while she admitted she had learned them specifically for him. He expressed disbelief that she could have mastered such an impressive technique so quickly. She revealed she had been studying videos in secret, earning high praise for her dedication and talent. The intimacy escalated as she invited him to join her more closely. A soft moan escaped her lips as they shared a private moment together. The sound of a ringing phone threatened to interrupt the mood, causing her to worry. He dismissed the distraction, claiming that nothing could be more important than the time they were sharing. Another half-hour passed in their private company. A series of playful messages and photos arrived on his phone, acting as a reward for his absence. He chuckled at the increasingly mischievous behavior being displayed through the screen. The sender acted offended by his short response, questioning if he was truly unfazed by the provocative photos. A challenge was issued to send even more explicit content, which he eagerly accepted. She played a psychological game of cat and mouse, enjoying the power she held over his desires. He decided to play hard to get with another woman, choosing to keep her waiting instead of meeting up. She refused to believe he was ignoring her, while he playfully maintained that he held a grudge over their last encounter. She reminded him of their history together, demanding to know who else could possibly be better than her. Tired of the teasing, he ends the call with plans to meet the girl tomorrow, amused that she managed to get the last word. After promising his daughter a workout, he realizes his busy schedule has caused him to completely forget a previous commitment to meet a colleague. She murmurs Shen Yuan's name, her heart filled with a quiet longing. He gives a brief, simple acknowledgement. With his birthday approaching, she grows anxious, wondering if she can compete with the other women in his life for a moment of his time. He promises to stay by her side and suggests a trip, a proposal that leaves her absolutely thrilled. He leans in close, captivated by her scent, and begins to suggest taking things a step further. She questions his sudden surge of energy, reminding him they had only just finished an intimate moment. He admits that a single round isn't nearly enough, expressing a deep desire to spend the entire day locked in her embrace. Chaos erupts among the sisters as they abandon politeness, each aggressively claiming their right to be with him first. They parade before him in various uniforms, while one in particular makes a bold, vulgar demand for his attention. Excited for their next encounter, she prepares for a roleplay scenario, nervously asking him to be gentle for her first time. She presents him with various options, asking him to pick the outfit he wants her to wear. He questions the reality of his blissful harem life before being jolted awake by a question about the names he was whispering in his sleep. Panic sets in as he asks exactly what he blurted out while he was unconscious. She admits she couldn't hear the details, only that he had been calling out several different names. He quickly makes an excuse about work stress, relieved that Nana was the one who heard him rather than his other more volatile partners. The morning silence is broken as the family is called to the table for a freshly prepared breakfast. Playful complaints are made about the lavish spread, with one sister noting the obvious favoritism being shown toward him. Despite the light-hearted jealousy, the group settles in, though the playful bickering continues throughout the meal. He praises the cooking, noting that her culinary skills are nearly as impressive as Nana's. She thanks him while hiding her true, more intense desires behind a modest exterior. Seeing her blush at a simple compliment, the others wonder why there is still so much tension and awkwardness between them. After the meal, Nana pulls her aside to ask if she is having trouble adjusting to living with her brother-in-law. She insists he is very kind, while Nana encourages her to relax and view the house as her permanent home. She sighs in relief, realizing her sister has completely misinterpreted her romantic feelings for simple shyness. Her sister encourages her to buy him a birthday gift, hoping it will help the two of them bond and feel more like family. Though she has her sister's support, she feels a deep internal conflict about pursuing her brother-in-law. He pulls up beside a beautiful woman, offering her a ride in a way that prompts her to question the value of his car. He makes a bold, provocative joke about his car's worth, prompting an annoyed but intrigued reaction from her. She mocks his confidence, suggesting he's been watching too many videos if he thinks everyone is impressed by expensive cars. He nonchalantly mentions that his actual vehicle is a multi-million-dollar luxury SUV, leaving her stunned. She complains that he didn't pick her up where everyone could see, missing the chance to flaunt their status. She insists that showing off at the school gate is the only way to truly enjoy the luxury. He teases her, saying she needs to earn that privilege, which she playfully dismisses as bullying. He ups the ante by suggesting they head to a motel immediately, catching her off guard with his directness. She quickly declines, asking where they are actually headed, only to find out he has business at the bank. She whispers his name, her mind wandering back to her feelings for him. Feeling neglected, she wonders why she seems so insignificant compared to the other women in his circle. She eventually gives in with a reluctant sigh. Deciding to reclaim her composure, she tells him that the flirting ends for now so he can focus on the road. He realizes she is trying to take control of the situation, but he is determined not to let her lead the way so easily. Curiosity gets the better of her as she asks what kind of business he has to handle at the bank. When she asks about his wealth, he jokingly claims to have as much money as a world-famous tech billionaire. She scoffs at the obvious lie, refusing to believe such an outrageous claim. He teases her further, asking if her affection for him is solely dependent on the size of his bank account.
He teased her about the cost of their interactions, jokingly offering an expensive lunch to settle the debt of his constant physical affection. Bystanders couldn't help but notice his wealthy aura and the stunning woman by his side, remarking on how he looked like a high-level executive among the common crowd. The bank staff approached him with news that his massive balance qualified him for elite private banking, offering a suite of global luxury perks and immediate transaction processing. She marveled at how simple banking tasks granted him such immense social status, wondering just how vast his hidden fortune truly was to command such subservience. He requested a custom card number featuring his birthday, and the staff eagerly rushed to process the paperwork for their high-value client. The bank officially welcomed him into their inner circle, presenting him with an exclusive black card and offering specialized wealth management for his family's future. He declined the investment products for now but promised to keep their branch as his primary choice for future deposits, much to the manager's delight. As a token of their appreciation, they presented him with a rare, premium tea cake from Yunnan. He prepared to depart, with the staff insisting on escorting him out to maintain their top-tier service. Observers were stunned to learn a 21-year-old had tens of millions on deposit, realizing his total assets and influence must be staggering. The girls nearby felt the allure of his wealth and charisma, lamenting that they weren't attractive enough to catch his attention. It was clear that his status allowed him to enjoy a world of luxury and special treatment without spending a single penny of his own. She questioned who his next appointment was with, but he kept the mystery alive by noting she wouldn't know the person. She wondered if the next woman was just an errand companion or something more, only for him to reveal the other woman would be staying the night. When asked if that meant an intimate encounter was guaranteed, he countered by asking if being with him was really such a burden. She realized that playing hard to get was her only strategy, hoping to eventually secure a permanent spot in his crowded life. The opulence of the restaurant left her in awe, as it was a place she had only ever seen in viral videos. He took charge of the menu, ordering sophisticated French delicacies, while including a classic beef stew just in case she preferred something familiar. She asked about their plans after the meal, but he bluntly stated they would be heading their separate ways. Her disappointment grew when she realized his afternoon and evening were already booked for someone else. He made it clear that his time was a limited commodity, and she would be lucky to get even half a day of his undivided attention. He presented her with several options, leaving her confused about the sudden shift in the atmosphere. He wondered if something specific had triggered her sudden change in behavior. When he asked what was wrong, she brushed it off as a simple inquiry into his personal tastes. She complained about his constant phone use during their meal, desperate for a real conversation that he seemed uninterested in starting. He explained that a good conversation should feel natural rather than forced, showing little interest in small talk for the sake of it. Frustrated by his coldness, she lost her appetite and called him out for his dismissive attitude. Sensing the mood was ruined, he immediately called for the check to end the meal. The server arrived with the bill, which totaled nearly 2,500 yuan for their brief lunch. He noted that he had fulfilled his promise of an expensive meal. She was disheartened to realize he was actually following through on sending her back to school so early. Oh, she was suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected development. She demanded to know what was happening as the situation took a sudden turn. He told her to secure her seatbelt as he prepared for the next stage of his day. She was shocked to see him immediately pick up another girl, accusing him of moving on far too quickly. She struggled to keep her composure, realizing that his serious business was simply meeting another woman. When she asked about their plans, he implied the answer was obvious, leaving her flustered. He asked if she had anything else to say before he drove off and left her behind. In a desperate move, she insisted on tagging along, refusing to be left out of whatever came next. He tried to dismiss her, insisting his upcoming tasks were important, but she questioned why she couldn't observe. She turned to the newcomer, checking if her presence would be an issue. While the other girl agreed, she secretly worried that acting jealous would only drive him further away. He decided to take them shopping, thinking that a bit of competition between the two women might actually be beneficial. She reached out to take his arm, testing her boundaries in front of her rival. He allowed the gesture without hesitation. He observed how cautious and timid his companion was, feeling a protective instinct toward her gentle nature. The other woman watched in jealousy, feeling like an unwanted third wheel as he indulged the girl's sweet behavior. Not wanting to be outdone, she moved in to grab his other arm. She wondered if he truly had a favorite among them or if he treated everyone with the same indulgence. He encouraged her to hold on tighter, which only made her feel more self-conscious. He teased her for her hesitation, asking exactly how close she intended to get. Despite the public setting, he enjoyed the physical closeness but reminded them to maintain some level of decorum in the mall. She defiantly held on tighter, even after he threatened to pull away if she didn't behave. Passers-by were convinced they were watching a movie scene, amazed by his ability to handle two beautiful women at once. Jealous onlookers assumed he was just another wealthy playboy who had somehow convinced two stunning women to share his attention. He felt a surge of pride from the envious stares, noticing that the competition between the women was reaching a fever pitch. A shop clerk recognized him, welcoming him back to the high-end boutique. He introduced his companions as friends, no longer feeling the need to hide the fact that he was with both of them. The clerk marveled at his boldness, noting that he had abandoned all pretenses of seeing his many girlfriends one at a time. He gave them free rein to choose whatever they wanted from the luxury collection. They were dazzled by the expensive jewelry and bags, realizing that his wealth provided access to the very best. One girl felt a pang of resentment, realizing her lunch date was nothing compared to the tens of thousands being spent now. 10 minutes later, he encouraged her to pick out more items, noticing she had only selected a few things despite the unlimited budget. He insisted she spend at least 100,000, calculating the massive cashback rewards his system would grant him for the splurge. Other shoppers were floored by his casual demand that she spend such a massive fortune. The disparity in treatment was painful, making one of the girls regret coming along just to witness her lower standing. She finally decided that she had selected enough items for the day. All right. He then turned his attention to the other girl, telling her it was her turn to choose a gift. She was shocked by the offer, hardly believing she was being included in the shopping spree. He watched her head off to shop, realizing that using his resources was the best way to keep both women in line. 15 minutes later, after spending nearly 200,000 yuan, he checked his system and was pleased with the significant financial return he gained from the outing. He informed the girls it was time to head back toward the international dorms. She was confused, assuming the group would be staying together for the rest of the evening. She boldly suggested that she should accompany them to their final destination. He told her not to be ridiculous and insisted she return to school instead of joining their private plans. She begged him for a ride, promising to stay out of the way once they reached the hotel. Upon arriving at the familiar luxury hotel, she grew curious about whether they were heading to the same suite. He reminded her of her promise to stay nearby rather than following them up to the room. She realized her attempt to join them was being blocked, as he had no intention of letting her interfere with his evening. Her plan to ruin their night had backfired, leaving her to wonder if she was truly ready for the kind of arrangement he preferred. He offered to book her a separate suite if she wanted to rest, promising they could still share a meal later. The two women finally introduced themselves properly, revealing their different backgrounds and studies. They recognized each other from campus, with one being well known for her popular cosplay activities. She took pride in her unique talents, believing her skills were the reason she was chosen for his business venture. The conversation turned into a subtle battle of who was more important to him and who he had sought out first. Behind the polite exterior, both women were sizing each other up, revealing their true, competitive personalities. He realized that managing even two women led to constant drama, making his dream of a harmonious harem seem like a difficult challenge. He stepped away to take an incoming call, leaving the two rivals alone for a moment. Uhiui, what's wrong? Another girl called him, feeling lonely and asking if he could spend the night with her instead. He was startled to learn she was heading to the very same hotel where he had already booked rooms for the others. He cursed his lack of planning, realizing that having all his romantic interests in one building was a recipe for total chaos. He told her to wait in her suite, promising to find a way to see her later that night. He teased a surprise to keep her interested, promising to coordinate the timing of their meeting carefully. Back in the hallway, the girls speculated about who could be on the other end of his secretive phone call. One girl bluntly asked about the nature of the other's physical relationship with him. She wanted to understand why he treated them so differently, hoping to find a pattern in his behavior. The response was chilling, as she was told there was another girl who received even better treatment than both of them. What's the use of knowing? They discussed the idea of forming an alliance, realizing that if they didn't work together, they would never rise in his hierarchy. She realized that even those she thought were favorites were actually just at the bottom of his complex social web. It became clear that their initial roles were just an entry point, and keeping his interest would require much more effort. He noticed a large, overstuffed bag and questioned what she had brought along for their stay. Hey, don't. He was stunned to find revealing outfits inside, realizing her preparation for the night was far more intense than he expected. The sheer variety of provocative clothing left him wondering just how much she had planned for their fun evening. She questioned if this was his usual preference, feeling a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. She warned her companion that she would soon understand the level of effort required to keep a man like him satisfied. She jokingly wondered if his body could even handle the demands of so many different women and their tricks. He wasn't sure if he could keep up with her energy, but he was certainly willing to try. She tried to maintain a sense of camaraderie, though the tension between them remained high. The other girl mocked the idea of them being friends, especially since they had only just met. He walked in on their bickering, dismissing their talk of being sisters in a harem as he wasn't interested in playing king. They joked that his lifestyle was already more extravagant than any ancient ruler's. He asked for a massage to help him relax before they moved things to the bedroom. As she stepped away to the restroom, he checked in on the progress of his latest startup investments. He was told that his business partners were making steady progress with the funds he had provided for their summer project. She noticed the other girl was still present, feeling a bit awkward about the lack of privacy. He asked if the presence of a third person truly bothered her, testing her comfort level. She felt trapped between her own shyness and the desire to please him, knowing she couldn't really say no. The thought of being so intimate with an audience was deeply embarrassing for her. He reassured her that he wouldn't force any situation she wasn't ready for, which offered a small amount of comfort. Shen Yuan. Then tonight let's eat. The rival girl chimed in, refusing to be ignored while they made their private plans. Deciding that since they were both in the same position, she had no reason to leave and miss out on the action. He reminded her that she had her own room, but she insisted the view in his suite was much better. He told her to stop interfering, making it clear that the room was specifically meant for his other guest. She took his words as a challenge rather than a rejection. Her sudden boldness caught him by surprise as she took an unexpected initiative. She argued that since they were both vying for his attention, there was no reason to be shy about competing directly. She proved her point with a bold physical gesture, showing she was willing to do whatever it took to stay relevant. He was stunned by how quickly a simple interaction had escalated into something much more intense. The other girl watched in shock, wondering if she was expected to join in or just watch the display. She struggled with the idea of a group encounter, preferring to have him all to herself despite the current circumstances. Seeing the other girl's low boundaries made her realize she might have to abandon her own reservations to keep up. He acknowledged that the situation had changed now that both women were actively involved. He directed one of them to wait in the inner room while he dealt with the immediate situation. She hesitated, expressing her discomfort with staying in the room under those conditions. He offered to move the party to the bedroom, leaving the other to wait alone in the lounge. "Then what do you mean?" He realized that this rare arrangement was the perfect way to get them used to his lifestyle for future outings. He told her to wait outside for a moment while he finalized the plans. She pleaded with him to be gentle, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. She felt a sense of injustice, believing she was the one he truly brought there, while the other was just an intruder. Driven by a fear of losing her place, she decided to cast aside her shyness and join the competition. She boldly asked if it was finally her turn to receive his attention. He was surprised but pleased to see that she had finally overcome her internal struggle to fully embrace the situation. He checked on her well-being, receiving a soft reassurance that she was doing just fine. He offered to grant her a favor, promising to do his best even if he couldn't guarantee perfection. She hesitated before asking if he could simply grant her a little more of his time. He expected a request for luxury goods, but she noted he had already spent a fortune on her recently. He remarked that buying gifts was simpler than managing time, especially when juggling multiple women at once. His thoughts drifted to how much she had already pushed herself for him that day. He agreed to her request for more time, though he cautioned that it couldn't happen too often. She was content with just a little more of his presence, and they settled into a mutual understanding. He marveled at how a small gesture moved her, noting that others like Coach Liu required much more effort. She reeled at the realization of his busy schedule, wondering how he could move from one woman to another so seamlessly. Noticing her distraction, he asked if she felt sick, but she quickly denied it. He wondered if she was upset with him, though she insisted that wasn't the case. He teased her for hiding her true feelings, playfully calling her out for denying her anger. He promised to make amends with a grand meal if she was upset, urging her to get ready to head out. She claimed she was too exhausted to walk, so he suggested ordering room service instead. She agreed to the plan on the condition that he carry her. With a smile, he accepted the task of carrying her himself. 20 minutes passed in their quiet sanctuary. A heavy, awkward tension began to fill the room. He mused that they should adapt to this pace, as it would likely become their new normal. Feeling out of place, she suggested taking her food to her own room, but he encouraged them to bond. Despite his suggestion, the discomfort between the two women remained palpable. He questioned the source of the awkwardness, looking for an explanation. While she claimed to be fine, she privately admitted to feeling stifled by his desire to keep the other girl around. Both women denied any issues, yet one still asked if she could take her meal back to the school dorms. He surprisingly agreed, leaving her to wonder why he was letting her go so easily. His cold tone and lack of an offer to drive her home made her worry that he was secretly angry. He reminded her of her physical exhaustion, suggesting it was better to stay and rest with him a while longer. Softened by his words, she eventually agreed to stay. The sight of him being so uncharacteristically gentle with another woman filled her heart with a bitter sting. She found a strange happiness in his touch, wishing he would continue stroking her hair forever. An employee arrived with the requested clothes, and he offered a polite thanks for the delivery. The staff member remained at his beck and call, ready to assist with any further needs. The worker was struck by the sight of two top-tier beauties, each with their own unique and stunning charm. The staff whispered about his incredible stamina and lifestyle, amazed at how the wealthy spent their nights. He asked about the other girl's whereabouts and learned she was freshening up in the shower. He decided to head out to handle some business, leaving instructions for the girl when she finished. He grabbed a fresh set of clothes before making his exit. Stepping out of the shower, she immediately looked for him. She was told he had left for business, prompting a flurry of anxious questions about his return. Without a clear answer, she noticed he took clothes with him and suspected he was seeing someone else. She wondered why her companion didn't press him for details, but the response was a resigned silence. One urged the other to show some pride, but the advice was met with a suggestion to lower her expectations. They realized they didn't hold much sway in his heart, though one still dreamed of becoming more important. She admitted that she used to be greedy for his affection but had learned to accept the current status quo. The cynical outlook dampened her spirit, though she was surprised when her hair was being dried for her. She explained she was doing it simply because she knew it was what he liked to see. Frustrated by her friend's total devotion, she cried out in disbelief. He looked through the items and noticed a piece was missing from the set. She cursed his audacity, wondering if he really intended to spend the night elsewhere despite his promise. She advised against questioning him, certain that he would eventually return. The betrayal stung, as she couldn't believe he would use her gifts to meet another woman. She warned that such thinking would only lead to misery, noting how much he had already changed her. Determined to reclaim his attention, she plotted to exhaust him so he couldn't look elsewhere. They debated who should go first, acknowledging his impressive energy and their own limited experience. Upon his arrival, she greeted him with a deep, longing embrace. She eagerly asked about the surprise he had mentioned, and he told her to see for herself. She looked at the gift, surprised by what he had chosen for her. He asked for her opinion, but she teased him that the gift seemed more for his benefit than hers. He insisted that his pleasure was her surprise and urged her to go change into the outfit. She playfully complained about his demands while heading off to comply. Emerging in the new attire, she sought his approval. She whispered for him to be gentle as they grew closer. He requested a more submissive title during their intimate moments, moving away from his usual nickname. He promised a great reward if she followed his lead and gave him what he wanted. She gave in to his desires, addressing him exactly as he had requested. Breathless, she asked again what the grand surprise actually was. He laughed, revealing that the true surprise was the massive financial goals he had achieved. She accused him of teasing her again, wondering if he had made as much progress in other areas. He warned her playfully that she was playing with fire by testing him. He reflected on her incredible talents and skills, ranking her as the most gifted among all his partners. He asked if his performance had finally reached her expectations. Overwhelmed by the experience, she praised his incredible prowess. He reminded her once more of how he wished to be addressed in the heat of the moment. She enthusiastically complied, declaring him the absolute best. Afterward, he prepared to leave, promising to return for breakfast the next morning. She pleaded with him to stay, unwilling to let the night end so soon. He gently told her to be good, explaining that he had an unavoidable social commitment to attend. She worried he was going out drinking and urged him to be careful with his health. He assured her that he would keep everything under control. He realized he had been away too long and needed to return to the two women waiting upstairs. He was surprised to see how close they had become in just a few short hours. He took a moment to check and reply to his messages. Something caught his attention, causing him to pause. A message arrived from them, inviting him to indulge himself completely that night. He was struck by the sudden boldness and the shy, alluring charm they were displaying. Surprised by their sudden shift into high gear, he decided to match their resolve and take charge. Suddenly overwhelmed by the intensity, she started to have second thoughts. He asked what was wrong, and learned that the bravado had been a group decision that one wasn't ready for. He told her to go persuade her friend, noting that there was no turning back now. She was confused about how to convince her, comparing the task to a very scandalous negotiation. He encouraged her, believing that as a woman, she knew exactly how to handle her friend's hesitation. She agreed to give it a try, heading off to talk sense into her companion. He realized that the lack of deep affection made the request particularly embarrassing for her. She confronted her friend, asking what was causing her to freeze up. She questioned if she was simply unable to accept the situation. She admitted the revealing nature of the clothes made her feel incredibly exposed. Her friend pointed out that her hobby outfits were similar, but she argued this was far more extreme. The fact that they were supposed to do it together only added to her immense shame. She reminded her that she suggested the idea to gain favor with him, but she feared losing her dignity. She argued that everyone was vying for his attention and that this was just a wilder way to play. Seeing she couldn't be swayed, her friend offered to let her rest while she dealt with him alone. She approached him to explain the situation. He had already been informed and told her to go ahead and rest in the other room. His lack of anger made her feel unimportant, as if she were completely dispensable to him. Despite her online popularity, his hot and cold nature made her feel inferior and full of doubt. His current indifference left her feeling a level of frustration she had never experienced before. He noticed her tears and asked why she was crying, though she tried to hide it. He softened, explaining he didn't want to force her and hated seeing her upset. She playfully pushed back against his teasing, trying to regain her composure. He suggested she check herself in the mirror to see how messy she had become. He complimented her beauty, which prompted her to ask if he truly found her attractive. He confirmed her beauty, but she wondered why he treated her so coldly if he liked her. He assured her that she was just being sensitive and that he had always cared for her. He repeated his promise of affection to soothe her worries. She asked him to be kinder in the future, and he agreed without hesitation. He knew that with a proud girl like her, a mix of toughness and gentleness was the key to her heart. She changed her mind and decided to stay, earning a curious look from him. She confirmed that she had finally thought everything through. He suggested she start in the next room to get comfortable first. She was amazed at how easily he had won her over, admiring his deep understanding of women. She recalled her own overwhelming experiences with him and the shame that still lingered. She felt a sense of relief and terror, knowing she was now fully his. Driven by competition, she vowed not to fall behind the others. A sudden cry of surprise escaped her as the night intensified. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with emotion. He woke up feeling drained after an exhausting night, knowing he needed to recover his energy. He checked the status of his various relationships and scores. He was pleased to see their affection had grown, hoping he could manage them together from now on. As one girl slept, the other asked about breakfast arrangements for the morning. He ordered food to the room but noted the growing familiarity between the two women. He realized he had forgotten some of the previous night's details and prepared to head out for work. She gave a simple nod of understanding. Seeing another girl was still asleep, he decided to hit the gym before starting his day. She reflected on their shared future, realizing their time with him would always be divided. She remained uncertain if this new lifestyle was truly a blessing or a curse. His trainer teased him for being late, wondering if he had been out partying too hard. He admitted that he had indeed been occupied with other matters. The trainer was shocked that his physique was improving despite less frequent gym sessions. She suspected he was secretly training elsewhere to achieve such results. He claimed he practiced on his own at night, leaving her wishing she could be the one by his side. He asked if the financial rewards he provided weren't enough to satisfy her. They moved to business, discussing a new position he had arranged for a specialized consultant. With his birthday and a trip coming up, he needed someone reliable to keep an eye on the company. She was thrilled to be helping his career, feeling more connected to his professional life. She noticed two girls who looked like fellow students carrying a hoard of luxury bags. Seeing their expensive purchases, she assumed they had found a wealthy benefactor of their own. He sent a message to check on his partner, letting her know breakfast and a car were arranged. He panicked for a moment, wondering if all his different worlds were about to collide. She described two beautiful students she saw, claiming they couldn't compare to her. An employee addressed one of the young women as they prepared to leave. He teased her about the other girls, leading to a playful argument about his wandering eye. One girl questioned if the woman they saw was the one he truly cared about. They speculated that since she was in his class and stayed at the hotel, she must be special. She didn't see anything extraordinary about her, questioning why she was the main choice. Her friend warned her against doing anything foolish when they returned to campus. She felt slighted by the preferential treatment the other girl received from him. Bystanders whispered about the various women associated with the powerful boss. They marveled at his ability to attract such stunning women through the power of his wealth. An employee was confused, wondering who the third woman in his life could possibly be. She asked around, trying to figure out which woman she had missed in his roster. A colleague bluntly pointed out that she herself was the third woman everyone was talking about. She asked for feedback on her professional performance after their recent meeting. She tried to maintain a composed and friendly image as a new company consultant. He told her she was overthinking it, but she insisted on maintaining a high standard. She inquired if he had a secretary and offered her services for the role. He rejected the idea, knowing her presence would be too distracting for actual work. "I think we should forget it. With you as my secretary right next to me every day, how would I get any work done?" A director arrived, ready to meet the new appointee he had heard about. He introduced the new consultant and asked for the paperwork to be finalized immediately. The director led her away to complete the formal onboarding process. Once finished, she returned, playfully addressing him as her new boss. He told her to stay professional in the office, reminding her that the glass walls were transparent. She playfully obscured the view, challenging his professional boundaries. He questioned her intentions as she moved closer in the office. She boldly suggested they try something new right there in the workplace. He reminded her that they were in a professional environment meant for business. She leaned into the role, pretending to be the seductive secretary of his dreams. She teased him with a provocative question, testing his resolve. She declared her official workday over, shifting back into a more personal tone. He informed her that while her personal time was hers, her professional duties required her in a meeting. The management meeting stretched on for hours as they focused on company goals. He was impressed by her professional shift, noting how the system had changed everyone's lives. He realized his influence was spreading like a butterfly effect, altering the destinies of those around him. She boasted to President Shen about her newfound influence, thrilled that the powerful executives who once intimidated her were now the ones trying to win her favor. This shift in status brought her immense joy, and she couldn't help but express her deep gratitude to her husband for the change. He reassured her that she earned her success through her own merit, then informed her of his upcoming week-long trip, instructing her to reach out if she needed anything. Surprised by the sudden news, she asked to join him, but he explained the group was full and promised to dedicate an entire day to her upon his return. She accepted the situation, mentioning she had prepared a special birthday surprise that she would save for his homecoming. He gave a simple nod of agreement. Having reached a significant milestone in campus reputation, the system informed him of his accumulated points and offered a chance to trade them for rewards. After several attempts, he secured a mix of cash and attribute points, deciding to hoard the rare points until they could provide a more noticeable physical boost. He felt particularly relieved to acquire a learning card, knowing it would give him the upper hand when dealing with the school counselor. Under the guise of needing academic help, he coordinated a late-night meeting with the counselor, who agreed to wait for him in her room. She playfully scolded his suggestive tone, attempting to clarify that she simply meant she would be waiting at home. She saw right through his act, playfully calling him out before mentioning she was currently busy and told him to visit the following day instead. He agreed to the delay, secretly amused because he knew her younger sister was already on her way back to the house. She felt a mix of annoyance and flustered excitement, realizing he was deliberately teasing her with double meanings. A colleague teased her about her love life, questioning if her long-awaited romance had finally begun. The teacher encouraged her to embrace dating, noting that there was no reason for a grown, successful woman to be so shy about finding a partner. Whispers quickly spread among the students, all of them curious about who could have possibly captured the heart of their strict counselor. They speculated that it couldn't be anyone from the school staff, as most were already taken or simply didn't meet her high standards. He sent a quick message to check if she had arrived home yet. When she confirmed, he told her to keep his upcoming visit a secret from her sister, sparking a tense and suggestive exchange between them. She reacted with sharp hostility, accusing him of using her before immediately pivoting to a more provocative and daring remark. He brushed off her aggressive language, questioning her refinement while mocking her attempt at being mysterious. He countered with a bold, intimate comment that left little to the imagination. Meanwhile, rivals at the cafeteria were busy digging up information on a beautiful dance student, trying to understand her connection to Shen Yuan. They believed that analyzing her strengths was the only way to eventually surpass her and take her place by his side. Some questioned if the obsession was necessary, but the leader insisted they couldn't stay at the bottom of his priorities forever. They encouraged Appear to take a shot at the girl, noting that her lack of dating experience and his own good looks made him a perfect candidate for a campus romance. The young man hesitated, his nerves clearly getting the better of him as he prepared to make his move. A crowd gathered around, chanting and pressuring the two to become a couple in a loud public display. She reacted with cold irritation, telling him to stay away and making it clear she was in no mood for his antics. He was left stunned by the immediate and harsh rejection. She demanded he take his unwanted gifts with him, threatening to toss them in the trash if he didn't clear out. Frustrated by the scene, she grabbed her friend and walked away, her patience completely exhausted. Onlookers noted how brutal the rejection was, acknowledging that a public confession was the worst way to approach someone as rebellious and focused as her. Her friend agreed, noting that the guy would likely be traumatized for a long time and would think twice before ever trying such a stunt again. Fueled by a competitive spirit, she declared her intention to master yoga and dance just to prove she could outshine her rival. Her friend was taken aback by her sudden and intense determination. She asked her friend to join her in this new training regime to ensure they stayed ahead of the curve. Her friend agreed to join, suggesting they use a studio owned by Shen Yuan's company to keep their enemies close and eventually surpass them all. Somewhere else, he felt a sudden, inexplicable chill run down his spine. His staff presented 2 potential locations for the upcoming company retreat, noting that the team was excited for the break. The options included a lakeside camp featuring outdoor activities, or a mountain rafting trip filled with games and a bonfire party. He chose the camp for its convenience, noting that a one-day trip was better for the staff members who had families waiting at home. As he finalized the plans, the name of the camp struck a chord, reminding him of his own past and a junior high reunion. He decided not to worry about potential awkward encounters, resolving to handle whatever happened when the time came. She reached out to him, asking for a favor to enroll in his yoga studio, claiming she just wanted to pick up a new skill. Though he found the sudden interest curious, he agreed to have the manager set everything up for her. He invited her in, noting that the meal he prepared was starting to get cold. He revealed he had bought her several pairs of stockings, jokingly referencing a previous time they had been ruined in his car. She was baffled by the large quantity and the bold styles, especially when he mentioned that half were intended for her sister. She pointed out that the designs were far too provocative for normal wear, questioning his true intentions. When he teased her about where they should actually be worn, she snapped at him, calling him a jerk for his constant playfulness. She begrudgingly complimented his cooking but flatly rejected his request to make it a regular occurrence. He decided to shift focus, telling her he needed to settle down and get some serious studying done. Activating his learning card, he prepared to absorb a massive amount of financial knowledge in a single hour to complete a high-stakes system task. She grew anxious as the time passed, worried that her sister would return home and find them together. She questioned what he was doing as he remained focused on his task. He teased her with a light-hearted comment, trying to ease the tension in the room. With the card's power fading, he insisted on finishing the final chapter of his material before turning his attention to her. She checked the clock in a panic, realizing they only had 2 hours before her sister walked through the door. She scolded him for his poor timing, complaining that they both still needed to shower before he was finally forced to leave. Having successfully absorbed the complex information, he felt a surge of confidence as the system integrated the knowledge into his mind. When he finally told her he was ready, she petulantly claimed she had lost interest and told him he might as well go. He called her bluff, stating he would wait outside for 10 minutes, fully expecting her desire to get the better of her. Just as he predicted, she gave in and invited him back inside, though she tried to frame it as being for work. He playfully questioned what kind of work she had in mind. She hesitated, struggling with her own feelings and the complicated nature of their relationship. She timidly acknowledged his role in the family, her voice trembling as she spoke. He pushed her further, asking her to address him in a way that acknowledged the power dynamic between them. He told her to stop hesitating and give him the answer he wanted to hear. She struggled to find the words, so he encouraged her to use her intelligence to figure out the right response. Finally, she let out a soft plea, addressing him with the title he demanded. He leaned into the moment, relishing the control he had over her as she continued to submit to his whims. He gave her a direct command, and she followed it without question. She complied fully, her voice low and submissive as she addressed him again. He critiqued her posture, pushing her to be even more precise in her movements. He expressed his satisfaction with her cooperation. She responded with a soft, muffled sound of acknowledgement. As time passed, her initial feelings of embarrassment and anger faded, replaced by a strange sense of compliance and unexpected enjoyment. He checked on her afterward, and she reassured him in a quiet, respectful tone. With the deadline approaching, he told her to clean up while he took care of the evidence on the floor to avoid suspicion. He warned her to drop the formal role-play titles once her sister was actually present. He reflected on the danger of getting too caught up in their game, knowing the counselor would be walking through the door any second. He worked frantically to erase any sign of their activities, realizing that a single slip-up would lead to a total disaster. Suddenly, a startled scream echoed through the house. She fought back in a panic, demanding to be released as she struggled against her perceived intruder. He shouted for her to stop, trying to make her realize who he actually was. She finally recognized him, breathless and confused as to why he was standing in her home unannounced. She scolded him for the scare, though he claimed he only wanted to surprise her with his presence. She admitted she had a feeling something was off, noting that his recent messages hadn't felt like his usual self. He asked if she was genuinely happy to see him, and she finally confessed that she was. He expressed a deep desire to be with her every single day, matching her sentiment. She invited him to do just that, opening the door for him to be a permanent fixture in her life. He promised to visit her whenever he could find a spare moment. She grew serious, wondering if he was becoming impatient with her high standards and the slow pace of their emotional connection. He reassured her that he respected her caution and was more than willing to wait as long as it took for her to be ready. She thanked him, and he noticed a small but significant increase in her affection toward him through his system interface. She then pivoted to casual questions about his studies and her sister, while he secretly noted her attempt to act nonchalant. He claimed he had mastered his subjects and hadn't seen her sister, though he worried his shifting expression might have given him away. Sensing a change in his mood, she told him to always be honest with her if she did something wrong, promising she was willing to change for him. She insisted she was perfectly fine, expressing concern that he was exhausted from work and shouldn't have to deal with chores upon returning home. He reassured her that he wasn't tired at all and was more than willing to lend a hand. He realized he had completely miscalculated the situation, never expecting the counselor to be so full of energy today. A soft sound escaped him as he processed the unfolding events. He toyed with the idea of being with the counselor, but quickly checked himself, realizing that juggling both sisters was more than enough for any man. A faint gasp filled the air as the tension shifted. Someone wondered aloud if her sister had finally returned home. She acknowledged the painful truth that his heart belonged to her sister and not to her. She lamented her position, feeling like nothing more than a temporary distraction in his life. Complaining about her aching knees, she made a mental note to bring a cushion for their next encounter. A gentle warning was offered to stay mindful and move carefully. She questioned if he planned to sleep on the couch again or if she should simply head back to her own place. He insisted that staying close to her made any discomfort on the couch entirely worth it. As she prepared to depart, he bid her a simple and quiet farewell. She sought her sister's honest opinion on whether he would make a suitable partner for her. Noticing a change in her demeanor, her sister asked if something was wrong, but she blamed it on simple exhaustion. Her sister advised her to rest after her travels before heading off to take a shower. She paused, prompting her sister to ask what was on her mind. She gave her full blessing, stating that he was a wonderful man who deserved her sister's support. Relieved, her sister admitted she had been worried about her approval. To herself, she confessed that her feelings for him were actually far too deep for her own good. She abruptly suggested that they end their secret arrangement then and there. Confused, he questioned what had changed or if things had simply gone too far that day. Without offering a clear explanation, she stood firm on her decision and ended the conversation to go to sleep. He was left frustrated and baffled, wondering what he could have possibly done to leave her so unsatisfied. She agonized over the timing of it all, wishing he had never met her sister first. Upon his late arrival, his brother questioned what had kept him out for so long. He criticized her unrefined behavior, suggesting she take a leaf out of their friend's book. She defended her need to relax, pointing out that she deserved a break now that her exams were over. He teased her about her future prospects, but she countered that she was perfectly happy living off the family. He urged her to spend more time at home as university approached, just as a voice called out that his bath was ready. She pleaded with him to take her along on his trip, even offering to pay her own way with extra cash. She playfully revealed that her sister-in-law had provided her with a generous allowance. He dismissed the idea, noting that the logistics were already settled and her extra money originally came from him anyway. Defeated by his logic, she realized there was nothing left to say. After confirming the water was perfect, they discussed the travel plans and his decision to leave his sister behind for the sake of their parents. Plans were finalized for the Sunday departure, including car arrangements and a heads-up about a company event the following night. The driver checked in to see if the president needed a quick nap during the long drive ahead. He declined the offer of a nap or snacks, stating he felt well-rested and satisfied. The staff gossiped about their boss's comfortable lifestyle, assuming the trip was a search for inspiration among beautiful company. He told them to keep their opinions to themselves, making it clear he was listening. She teased him playfully in public, but he firmly told her to stop messing around. She brought up past public encounters to provoke him, but he denied they ever happened. She continued to tease him about past intimacy, while he dismissed her claims as total nonsense. Bored by his lack of reaction, she gave up on her attempts to stir up excitement. He wondered if she had actually fallen asleep so quickly, or if she was just pretending to ignore him. He realized with a start that she had truly drifted off. The bumpy ride made him acutely aware of her physical presence beside him. He struggled to maintain his composure under the mounting physical tension. They finally arrived at the campsite, eager to stretch their legs after the grueling journey. She playfully scolded him for his lack of helpfulness after causing a mess. His arrival was met with laughter from an old friend who claimed he knew he couldn't stay away. His former classmates assumed he had come specifically to see an old flame who was waiting inside. He was told that a mutual friend had let slip that he never truly got over his first love. Annoyed by the rumors, he went looking for the friend who had been spreading such stories. He corrected the record, explaining that his presence was strictly for a company team-building retreat. His old acquaintances were stunned to hear that he was now running his own company. A friend nudged a girl named Jeme, encouraging her to finally approach her childhood crush. Others gossiped about his family's past bankruptcy, doubting he was a catch worth pursuing anymore. They whispered about his supposed fall from grace, believing he was now living in a humble rental. An employee interrupted the chatter by bringing freshly washed fruit to her boss. The onlookers were mesmerized by the woman's stunning beauty and commanding presence. He introduced her as his employee, leaving his old friends shocked by his professional success. He confirmed that he had indeed started his own business. He realized that calling her an employee was a safer bet than admitting the complexity of their relationship. The group marveled at his gorgeous staff, realizing he had built his own empire despite his family's setbacks. When an employee offered to assist him with cooking, he declined and let the team handle the meal. Observing the respect he commanded, his former peers realized he was now a man of significant power and influence. He shared details about his successful health management company, even offering his old classmates a discount at his gyms. Despite the invitation to join the main group, he decided to keep his distance for the time being. Some assumed he was too embarrassed to show his face due to his family's past. They speculated that his pride was wounded, unaware of his actual current standing. One friend set the record straight, revealing the massive scale of his new business venture. They looked up the company records, stunned to find a massive registered capital under his name. An expert in the group valued his company in the tens of millions, solidifying his status as a top-tier entrepreneur. The revelation left the entire group in a state of absolute shock. They couldn't believe he had achieved such massive wealth entirely on his own. Realizing he held immense liquid assets, they acknowledged he was now on a completely different level than any of them. A girl who once held a crush on him felt a sudden, sharp realization that he was now far out of her league. She wondered if only someone of high status could possibly stand by his side now. He confirmed to his companion that the group nearby was indeed his old middle school class. When asked about past romances, he admitted that his first love was among them. He jokingly compared the physical attributes of his past and present interests. He shut down the prying questions, making it clear that a reunion with his ex was not on the table. Despite her skepticism, he insisted that he only had eyes for his current partner. She remained unconvinced, doubting his claims of total loyalty. His team called him over to enjoy the feast they had prepared in his honor. The employees encouraged him to share a few words of wisdom during the meal. A warm round of applause broke out as everyone waited for their leader to speak. He gave an honest speech, stating that both he and the employees were there for one primary goal: mutual profit. The staff appreciated his refreshing honesty, finding his direct approach much better than typical corporate talk. He encouraged them to focus on personal growth and skill development as the true value of their hard work. He set an ambitious goal for growth, which some staff members found surprisingly short-term. He motivated them with the promise of massive bonuses and luxury cars for the top performers. The team erupted in excitement, fired up by the clear rewards and his direct, no-nonsense leadership style. She noticed a girl standing out in the crowd and correctly guessed her identity as his first love. His old flame approached him with a distant greeting, her tone lacking the warmth of their shared history. He responded with a simple acknowledgement, marking their first meeting in many years. He greeted Shen Yuan warmly, noting how much time had passed since they last saw one another. She was genuinely surprised that he still managed to hold onto her name after all these years. Reminding her of their 3 years as classmates, he recalled the many love letters she had sent him back in middle school. Word of his success had spread, making his current status as a major company owner seem like an unreachable peak to his old peers. He remained humble, downplaying his massive success as nothing more than a modest business venture. She felt completely outclassed by her rival's beauty, noting how much Shen Yuan had physically transformed into a strong, muscular man. Observing the competition, she dismissed one girl as no threat, while feeling offended by another who acted superior to the man she adored. She found it strange that someone who used to be chauffeured in luxury cars was now arriving in such a modest vehicle. Her mother warned her about their decline in status, advising her to avoid gatherings where people would surely judge their current misfortune. She gave a somber nod to her mother, promising that this would be the final time she attended such an event. With his departure scheduled for the next day, he made sure to pack all the essentials needed to brave the harsh southern sun. As the bags were finalized, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward the girl who got to accompany him on the trip. He explained that business was at a turning point, and he only felt comfortable leaving because he knew the office was in good hands. She promised to maintain order and report every detail, earning a steadying word of praise for her reliability. Before his departure, she playfully questioned how he intended to reward his personal trainer for her constant presence. Using a bold metaphor, she invited him to help her find relief from the metaphorical fire burning within her. He accepted the invitation without hesitation, ready to provide the assistance she was clearly seeking. Stepping out in such vibrant colors felt unfamiliar and slightly uncomfortable after so long. He complimented his companion, noting that the view beside him was far more captivating than any natural scenery they might find. Learning the outfit was a gift from her sister, he expressed his genuine appreciation for their shared excellent taste. He noticed a sudden spike in her affection levels, realizing that a simple change of clothes had made a significant impact. The staff approached the couple, ready to facilitate their departure for the next leg of their journey. With everything in order, they gave the signal to head out and begin their getaway. Their private butler introduced herself, leading them toward the exclusive detached villa and its personal hot spring. The butler detailed the various luxury services available, though he remained focused on their current plans. The staff whispered about his immense wealth and youth, noting the luxury of having a driver travel over 1,000 kilometers just for them. Motivated by his obvious success, the butler resolved to provide nothing less than perfection during his stay. He quickly realized that his choice of clothing was a bit too heavy for the warm southern climate. She couldn't take her eyes off his toned physique, marveling at the athletic build he had worked so hard to achieve. He grew wary as the affection levels continued to rise, sensing that the dynamic between them was becoming increasingly complex. She admitted that the private hot spring was the main reason she chose this destination, wanting to experience true luxury. He found himself distracted by her appearance, while she shyly reminded him that they weren't alone. He agreed to postpone their private conversation until the evening, allowing the women time to change into their swimwear. She checked in on her sister, curious to see which swimsuit she had finally decided to wear. The younger girl hesitated, clearly overwhelmed and unsure of her choice for the upcoming dip. She was stunned to find that her sister's choice was far more daring and revealing than her own. Feeling protective, she questioned the provocative nature of the outfits, worried about the boundaries within the family. Realizing the clothes were more revealing than they looked online, the girl agreed to try a more modest option. Despite the size difference, she tried to set boundaries, even suggesting that her sister skip the hot spring if she felt uneasy. The girl insisted on joining them, choosing her own outfit while her sister tried to dismiss her lingering worries. The staff gossiped about his striking looks, though some remained skeptical about pursuing a man who was clearly taken. A senior butler joined the conversation, listening to the younger girl's ambitious and somewhat scandalous talk. The senior warned them that pursuing a man of his status was a dangerous game that usually ended in heartbreak. She cautioned that wealthy men like him were often far less approachable than they appeared and would likely use them. They took the advice to heart but remained focused on whether they could sell him any additional luxury services. The senior instructed them to be more proactive, suggesting that rich clients often don't know what they want until it's offered. Grateful for the professional tip, the junior butler vowed to push harder to close a deal. The senior offered to step in if needed, doubting that anyone could successfully interfere with the couple's existing bond. They wondered how anyone could possibly manage to get between him and the two sisters during their stay. She made her entrance, signaling that she was finally ready to join him in the water. Feeling his intense gaze on her, she shyly asked him to look away. She regretted her choice of swimwear, wishing she had opted for something a bit more conservative. He laughed off her modesty, reminding her of the intimacy they had already shared in the past. She tried to maintain some distance, worried that her sister would walk in on them at any moment. The younger sister finally appeared, calling out to them as she joined the scene. Seeing her clearly for the first time without the fog, he realized she possessed a hidden beauty he hadn't fully noticed before. Filled with insecurity, she compared herself to her sister's perfect form, fearing she wouldn't measure up in his eyes. Observing the hopeful look in her sister's eyes, she began to wonder if the daring outfit was a deliberate attempt to gain his attention. She tried to shake off the unsettling thought that her own sister might be developing feelings for the man she loved. He recalled stories of forbidden tension between in-laws, noting how a younger sister-in-law's familiar yet fresh charm could easily captivate a man's curiosity and admiration. Observing Sinyu's constant blushing and awkward behavior, it became clear she was harboring the classic, unmistakable signs of an innocent girl's crush. Regret washed over her as she realized that encouraging their interaction and proximity was equivalent to playing with fire. She noted that while no lines had been crossed yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he harbored the same secret desires, especially given his complicated past. Plagued by insecurity and bad luck, she worried that her own appearance would cause him to lose interest in her entirely. The two friends discussed their travel plans, deciding on a relaxing visit to the lake followed by a stroll through the historic streets of the old city. They agreed on a leisurely pace for their trip, prioritizing rest and comfort over a hectic schedule. He found a unique charm in spending time by the water with her, his thoughts drifting toward the complicated feelings surrounding them. He admired her soft curves and striking figure from afar, wishing they could walk side by side despite the circumstances. She gazed at him with envy, deeply impressed by his physique and feeling a pang of jealousy toward her own sister. After a long soak, they decided to head back to their room, planning to wrap things up in about 45 minutes. He spent a moment finishing up his evening messages to the other acquaintances in his life. Sensing her exhaustion, he checked in on her, but she simply dismissed it as being a little tired. He gently encouraged her to prioritize her rest, telling her to sleep in and wake up whenever she felt refreshed the next day. Still replaying to messages, trying to fall asleep, she suggested that he take advantage of the hotel's professional spa and therapy services if he found himself unable to sleep. While she didn't worry about him seeking out other women for emotional connections, she wondered if he would indulge in purely physical interactions during their travels. Intrigued by the idea of a professional massage, he decided to experience it himself so he could offer better advice to his other companions. As she prepared to contact the staff, she hesitated, looking as though she had something important to ask him. Summoning her courage, she began to speak about her sister's role in the current situation. A sudden shift in the weather forecast caught them off guard, suggesting that rain might ruin their outdoor plans for the following day. He quickly pivoted the conversation to the weather, and she followed suit, asking if their trip would still proceed despite the rain. He felt relieved that he managed to change the subject, hoping his true intentions remained hidden, while wondering if the younger sister had dropped any hints. She decided to turn in for the night early, leaving the rest of the evening's decisions entirely up to him. The staff discussed who should handle the wealthy guest's request, debating whether the generous tip was worth the potential pressure of the task. They speculated on his true intentions, wondering if he wanted a standard massage or something more, ultimately deciding to send a more experienced therapist. When asked which type of service he preferred, he surprised the butler by being incredibly direct about his choice of therapist. He preferred a familiar face over an unknown professional, deciding that a person he already knew was a much safer bet. The staff felt a wave of nervous anticipation, worried about what kind of specific requests a man of his status might make during the session. Upon hearing about the spa request, one of the women eagerly prepared herself to meet the high-profile guest. However, the situation became complicated when it was revealed that he had specifically requested a different woman to attend to him. A senior staff member warned the younger girl about her lack of experience, suggesting that she might be taken advantage of due to her innocence. The younger girl saw through the warning, suspecting her colleague was simply trying to hoard the lucrative opportunity for herself. The senior staff member tried to convince him that a more experienced woman with a better figure would provide a superior service. Despite the warnings, the younger woman insisted on going, feeling obligated to fulfill the guest's specific request herself. They reached a compromise, deciding to let the guest choose between the two of them in person. They set off together, both realizing that the night was about to take a very interesting turn. The older woman offered her colleague one last chance to back out before they faced the guest. Refusing to yield, the younger woman noticed how hard her rival was trying to use her charms to win the guest over. Introducing herself as an exclusive butler and a supposed beginner, the older woman tried to play into his preferences as they greeted him. He gave them a simple, calm greeting as they entered his presence. The younger woman scoffed at her rival's act, knowing exactly how men were drawn to the idea of an innocent part-timer. The tension rose as they finally asked him which of them he wanted to serve him for the evening. He noted her suitability, prompting her to flirtatiously ask what specific traits he found appealing. He teased her back, leading to a playful and provocative exchange that left her acting bashful. Feeling defeated by her rival's shameless tactics, the younger woman realized she had underestimated the competition. As the younger girl prepared to leave in disappointment, the older woman moved in to claim her prize for the night. Before anyone could move, he suddenly spoke up to stop her departure. Surprised by the sudden intervention, she turned back to see what he wanted. He proposed a bold new arrangement, suggesting that since they were both there, they should both stay to serve him together. The staff was stunned by the request, marveling at the unconventional and extravagant demands of the wealthy. When told there was no precedent for such a request, he simply remarked that precedents were meant to be broken. The young butler was stunned by the unusual request, wondering how a massage for two would even function despite her experience with wealthy clients. He offered to double her pay to end her hesitation, prompting her to quickly assist him with a change of clothes as the hour grew late. She couldn't help but marvel at his impressive physique once his clothes were removed. She rationalized the situation as just a job, noting that his rival's earlier act of innocence had quickly vanished in the face of a high payout. They decided to split the work, each taking responsibility for massaging one of his legs. She playfully noted that the most exclusive part of the service would have to wait for another time. He teased that he was in no rush, implying that a single person might not be enough to satisfy his demanding standards. The mood shifted as one of the women began to stumble over her words, nervous about the upcoming special service. Sensing her companion's discomfort, the other butler offered to take over the prestigious and rare soft service herself. Despite the internal bickering and insults being traded between the two women, one finally yielded, admitting her lack of training in the specialized technique. Growing tired of their public dispute, he took command and dismissed the redundant butler, demanding that only the one he chose remain behind. The dismissed woman was devastated, realizing she was losing out on the night's biggest tip by being sent away early. She tried one last desperate attempt to sabotage her rival by bringing up the girl's boyfriend and the potential scandal. The young butler stood her ground, firmly telling her colleague to mind her own business. Turning back to the wealthy client, she promised to give her absolute best effort despite her lack of experience with the service. Seeing the client's firm choice, the rival finally backed down, fearing that further persistence would lead to a formal complaint. With a forced apology for the awkwardness, the rival made a swift exit, leaving the two of them alone. Left alone with her thoughts, the bitter woman fumed over being passed over despite her confidence in her own physical charms and experience. Now that they were alone, the butler finally allowed herself to truly admire and feel the client's toned physique. She hesitantly asked for permission to touch his muscles, and he agreed, provided she was willing to offer something in return. She was overwhelmed by the physical sensation, finding his presence far more intoxicating than she expected. The contrast of his strength and the heat of the moment made her question her own sudden surge of desire. He noticed her changing expression and grew curious about just how far this professional facade would crumble. A wave of realization hit her as she worried she had crossed a line she couldn't come back from. She felt as though she was actively seducing him, caught in a suggestive game of touch that felt far more intimate than a simple massage. When she tried to protest, he dismissed her concerns, reminding her that her distant boyfriend was nowhere near to witness their actions. She defended her relationship, but he countered with skepticism, questioning the reality of a love that existed only through a screen. She explained their 3-month online connection and their plans to finally meet in person the following month. He marveled at her romantic idealism, surprised that she had committed so deeply to someone she had never actually met. He offered a hollow wish for her happiness, while she struggled with the confusing signals he was sending. He challenged her directly, asking if she truly believed he was the one ruining her relationship or if it was something else. He saw through her hesitation, claiming the boyfriend was merely an excuse for her own internal struggle with her desires. He accused her of staying just to spite her rival, suggesting she was secretly envious of the very flirtatious behavior she claimed to despise. He pressured her to admit that, if her heart remained uninvolved, she was just as capable of providing the same intimate services as anyone else. Silence filled the room as she realized he had seen through her perfectly. He assured her that while she wasn't motivated by money, he intended to settle the score so she wouldn't feel any burden of debt. She tried to frame their encounter as a mutual exchange of needs rather than a cold business transaction. He agreed, telling her not to overcomplicate the moment. Mr. Chen, guilt began to gnaw at her as she questioned if her actions constituted a betrayal of her commitment. She tried to brush off her internal conflict when he asked what was weighing on her mind. He encouraged her to view the night as a temporary escape, though she wondered if this was simply a practiced routine he used on every girl. He claimed he didn't use tricks, but rather had a knack for uncovering the hidden desires people kept buried deep inside. She wondered if he was right, feeling a terrifying instinctual draw toward a man of his power and confidence. He pointed out that her every movement and glance betrayed what her subconscious truly wanted. She acknowledged the danger he posed, realizing he could easily manipulate her, yet she found herself unable to simply walk away. The weight of her choices made her feel as though her existing relationship had been permanently ruined. He mocked the idea of her online romance being genuine, calling her a silly girl for believing in such a fantasy. He argued that her feelings were based on imagination and voice notes, warning that reality would only bring disappointment. She reluctantly admitted there was truth in his words, her resolve continuing to weaken. She asked him to stop his advances, but he countered by suggesting they were past the point of being strangers. With the tension reaching a breaking point, he suggested they move the conversation to the shower. Much later, she expressed her disbelief at how any regular partner could keep up with his intensity. He casually remarked that it was a standard he expected everyone in his life to get used to. He noticed her affection for him was growing, proving that his direct approach had successfully broken down her walls. He handed her a large sum of money and told her to treat herself to luxury goods on his tab over the next few days. She was stunned by his overwhelming generosity, finding the amount far beyond what she had anticipated. She thanked him, though a part of her felt conflicted about how easily she had accepted the payment. She felt a sense of self-loathing for taking the money so quickly, fearing she had crossed a point of no return. Hesitantly, she asked if there was a chance they could see each other again in the future. He initially dismissed the idea, wanting only a temporary fling and fearing she was becoming emotionally attached. She clarified that she was planning a trip to his city soon and simply didn't want to be alone in an unfamiliar place. He agreed to stay in touch via social media, though he reminded her of the boyfriend she was supposed to meet. She admitted she couldn't face her boyfriend now, needing time to find herself after realizing her feelings were based on an idolized image. He reflected that while he hadn't intended to break them up, ending an uncertain online romance might be for the best. He remained skeptical of her resolve, knowing that emotions could shift as quickly as the tide. They shared a quiet goodbye as the night finally came to an end. He extended an open invitation for her to find him if she ever decided to leave her current profession behind. When she asked if he was offering a permanent arrangement, he framed it as a job with the added duties of a temporary companion. She marveled at how elegantly he could dress up such a proposition, curious about what other work he had in mind. He told her she had 1 month to decide before the offer was off the table. He calculated the benefits of having a skilled butler by his side, especially one who already held a deep affection for him. Back at the staff quarters, her rival was waiting to confront her. Exhausted, she tried to brush past the woman, wanting nothing more than to rest. Her rival mocked her, calling her a hypocrite for giving in to the client after acting so high and mighty. She shot back, asking if the bitterness came from being the one who was ultimately rejected. The insults turned ugly, but she remained unfazed, knowing her rival was only lashing out because she had lost. She boasted about the massive payment and the shopping spree he had promised her. She taunted her rival, comparing the generous gift to the woman's typical nightly earnings. She twisted the knife further, mentioning that he even wanted to keep her around long-term. Enraged and in denial, the rival stormed off, refusing to believe a single night could lead to such an offer. She felt a sense of liberation, realizing she no longer needed to play nice with her toxic coworker. The thought of leaving her job behind gave her the courage to finally speak her mind. She suddenly panicked, realizing that her words to her rival meant she had already mentally accepted his proposal. The scene shifted to a beautiful landscape where a young girl marveled at the sights with her sister. They agreed that the scenery was a world away from the dull atmosphere of their home city. They suggested taking a group photo to remember the trip. He looked around for a passerby to help them capture the moment. He approached a stranger and asked for a quick favor. The stranger eagerly agreed, offering to use his own high-end phone to ensure the photo looked professional. The stranger secretly hoped that by using his phone, he could trick the single sister into giving him her contact information later. He noticed the stranger's lingering gaze and immediately suspected the man had ulterior motives regarding his family. He played along, allowing the man to take the lead with the photography. The stranger plotted his move, imagining a way to integrate himself into their lives through the shared photos. He began directing the women, asking one of them to pose more provocatively for the shot. She followed his instructions, unaware of the stranger's wandering thoughts. The stranger counted down, focusing on the perfect shot. She felt a thrill as he pulled her close for the photo, hoping her sister hadn't noticed the intimacy of the gesture. Nearby onlookers whispered in envy, assuming he was involved with both beautiful women at once. After the photo, he thanked the man but firmly instructed him to delete the copies once they were transferred. To ensure no further contact, he sent the stranger a small payment as a thank you for the brief service. The stranger felt a wave of sudden depression, realized he had been completely shut out of their private circle. The group moved on to feed the local wildlife, trying to regain a sense of normalcy. He watched the younger sister closely, noticing her shyness and the way she avoided direct contact. She reflected on her past life of grueling sales work, grateful that her life had changed so drastically since meeting him. She began to contemplate a radical idea, wondering if sharing him with her sister might actually protect the girl from a hard life. She considered the strength they would have as a duo bound together by the same man. She feared that opposing her sister's growing feelings would only lead to resentment and a broken bond. More importantly, she didn't want him to view her as an obstacle or an uncooperative partner. However, the reality of explaining such a complex arrangement to their parents remained a daunting hurdle. Her sister noticed her distraction and asked if she was feeling unwell. She brushed it off, deciding to stop overthinking and let their future unfold naturally. He checked in on them, wondering if the long day of sightseeing had finally worn them out. She admitted she was exhausted, citing her monthly cycle as the reason for her sudden fatigue. He suggested they head back to their private villa to rest for the evening. They arrived at their luxury accommodation where a fresh meal of local cuisine was waiting for them. The staff noticed the younger sister's longing glances toward him, finding her affection quite transparent. The observer wondered if the older sister was aware of the situation and if she had already made her peace with it. They mused that in the world of the wealthy, such complicated relationships were often the norm. He invited the attending butler to sit and join them for dinner, showing a rare moment of inclusivity. He insisted, noting there was more than enough food for everyone to share. The sisters joined in the invitation, encouraging the butler to eat rather than let the meal go to waste. The butler was terrified, feeling as though sitting between his two partners was a social minefield she wasn't ready to cross.
A quiet restlessness stirred within him as he endured the moment, not daring to make a single move. Despite the presence of both his main girlfriend and another woman, Mr. Shen maintained an astonishing composure. One of the women then inquired if the dish proved too spicy for Butler G. Butler G quickly affirmed, confessing his limited tolerance for spicy cuisine. His host acknowledged their oversight and suggested a dipping sauce to temper the spice, for which Butler G expressed his humble thanks. About 30 minutes later, after the meal concluded, a voice offered Mr. Shen and Miss Chen the use of the hot spring that night, proposing to prepare the water. They readily accepted the offer, apologizing for the imposition on butler Ji, who assured them he would prepare it promptly after cleaning up. One of the women then asked Shen Yuan about their impending move to Liqing the following morning, expressing concern it might be too hurried, but he dismissed her worries. She then announced that she and Xinyu would go for a post-meal walk and invited him along, but he chose to decline. Accepting his decision, she called out to Xinyu, and the younger woman enthusiastically agreed to depart. Though Xinyu might have been naive, Chen Na, a perceptive saleswoman, likely discerned the subtle tension between him and Jia, subtly engineering an opportunity. He mused that Na was considerate to a painful degree. She privately rationalized that as long as Shen Yuan remained emotionally detached, she wouldn't truly mind. In fact, she felt she should thank Chen Na for alleviating the situation, especially since her current cycle prevented her from satisfying him anyway. Shen Yuan had lavished upon her a house valued at over 3 million, a car exceeding 2 million, similar properties for her parents, and even 5 million in pocket money, but most significantly, he had presented her to his parents as his official girlfriend. Considering this generous treatment akin to an official partner, she questioned what right she possessed to be anything but understanding. Regarding her sister, she resolved to simply allow events to unfold as they would. Meanwhile, a different scene began to unfold. Someone inquired about his quality of sleep the previous night. He responded with a slight stutter that his sleep had been merely adequate. He was reminded of an instruction to shop at luxury stores and was questioned why he had not complied, accompanied by a physical gesture. He explained he lacked time that day but promised to go tomorrow, then pleaded with Mr. Shen, mentioning Miss Chen was downstairs, but they had departed for a walk and would leave for Liqing the next day. Mr. Shen issued a direct command for him to approach and then to kneel. He hesitantly protested, finding the command inappropriate and voicing concern over Miss Chen's potential return, but Mr. Shen calmly reassured him they would not return for at least an hour. He internally noted that typical walks rarely extended beyond 10 to 20 minutes. A sudden realization struck him. Miss Chen's earlier request about preparing the water must have been a veiled signal, indicating her full awareness of their situation, leaving him to ponder Mr. Shen's inexplicable charm that made women go to such extremes. Mr. Shen pointedly reminded butler Ji of the remaining hour and questioned his hesitation. With cheeks flushed, a woman looked up as a hand firmly drew her closer. 40 minutes later, she announced to Mr. Shen that she had ended her relationship with her online boyfriend that very afternoon. She pondered if she had truly considered her decision, admitting that yesterday's events might have influenced her and made it impossible to face him again. He replied that the responsibility was not his, clarifying that the breakup had been her choice and he had merely stated the reality without any intention of interference. She acknowledged his words, explaining that already in her mid-20s, a typical marriage age in her hometown, she had yet to find the right person, thus leading her to place all her romantic hopes in online dating. A wistful expression crossed her face as she reflected on her past aspirations. Her gaze softened, lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. She fidgeted slightly, a silent testament to her inner turmoil. A subtle shift in her posture conveyed a deepening vulnerability. Her eyes held a flicker of lingering uncertainty, weighing her recent decisions. She swallowed hard, gathering her thoughts for what came next. Her lips parted slightly, ready to articulate a new conviction. A quiet resolve hardened in her gaze, indicating a firm decision. She took a deep, steadying breath, preparing to speak her truth. Her hand came to rest gently on her lap, a gesture of newfound calm. She conceded the truth of his statement, then questioned if the ability to remain beside someone one truly loved wasn't, in itself, a profound happiness. Internally, butler Ji concurred, realizing he didn't even need to deliberate. As an outsider, he had only assisted twice and already received extravagant gifts, prompting him to imagine Mr. Shen's immense generosity towards his closest companions, especially given his youth and handsome appearance. He then addressed Miss Chen directly, asking why she shared this information, asserting that he ought to be thanking her. Miss Chen expressed surprise, inquiring what he could possibly be thanking her for. He offered a knowing smile, but refrained from providing an answer. A realization dawned on him. She was, in essence, thanking him for assisting in her stead. He mused that Miss Chen possessed an incredible understanding, appearing as the epitome of a perfect partner, and resolved to learn from her if he were to ever find himself with Mr. Shen. He conveyed his newfound understanding to Miss Chen, apologizing for any trouble, but she then abruptly interrupted, asking if Butler Ji knew how to drive. He confirmed his driving ability and inquired about her reason, to which she proposed he act as their driver and guide for the next 5 days, citing their upcoming trip to Licheng and Lijiang, areas with which he was familiar. She then added that his responsibilities would extend to assisting with their daily needs, with particular emphasis on looking after Shen Yuan. He internally reeled at the implications of driver, guide, and daily care, especially concerning Mr. Shen, wondering if this meant he would have to serve him for another 5 days. Chen Na assured Butler Ji that his service would be fairly compensated if he agreed, asking if he found the arrangement acceptable. Butler Ji confirmed that his company offered similar services and stated he would report the request and secure approval first. He mused internally that Miss Chen was incredibly considerate, generous, thoughtful, and tolerant, embodying what a proper partner should be, admitting he wouldn't leave someone like her even if he were a man. Meanwhile, Chen Na suggested to Shen Yuan that a local guide for Licheng and Lijiang would be more convenient, leaving the final decision to him. She then informed him that she had already asked Butler Ji to serve as their guide and driver, seeking his confirmation for the plan. Shen Yuan agreed, but lightheartedly pointed out that Chen Na was essentially arranging a personal companion for him, not just a guide. Chen Na responded that her deep consideration sometimes felt painful, yet she asserted it was her duty as his partner before excusing herself to shower while he rested. Later, Shen Yuan noticed that only 2 days without contact had resulted in Fang Minhui sending 45 unread messages. A message from Fang Minhui appeared, expressing how much she missed him due to his recent lack of contact and offering to send him something nice to satisfy his cravings. The accompanying image showed a woman with long hair taking a selfie, revealing her bare back and shoulder. Another photo depicted a woman with long hair and a bell choker lying provocatively in bed, gazing upward. Shen Yuan messaged back, explaining he hadn't had much time to check his phone recently. Fang Minhui then asked when he would return, noting that the holiday started the next day and she wanted to see him before going home, prompting his reply that it would be in about 4 to 5 days. She declared she would wait for him, adding happily that she had picked up her new house and property certificate that very morning. Shen Yuan instructed her to check what the house needed over the next few days and send him the bill, expecting it to be mostly furnished by the end of summer break, to which she readily agreed. Elsewhere, in a foreign student dorm, one student asked her senior why she was packing, assuming she would wait for Shen Yuan's return. The senior explained she was unsure when he would return, and even if he did, he might not have time, so she planned to go home within the province and could return if he needed her. Her friend challenged her, suggesting such an approach was too passive and that they should take initiative, then asked how. The senior excitedly shared that she had been practicing yoga and felt improved, proposing it as a perfect chance for Shen Yuan to test their progress together. Her friend hesitantly questioned if this meant a repeat of their previous encounter, together. The senior chided her, asking if she was backing out after they had agreed to work together to drain Shen Yuan. Her friend suggested Xiao Lei go alone, but Xiao Lei vehemently refused, admitting she couldn't handle his insane stamina by herself and had almost collapsed last time. Xiao Lei then challenged her friend, asking if she was truly willing to lose out to Fang Minhui, which brought a moment of silent consideration. Xiao Lei then suggested that staying a few more days wouldn't matter, promising to send Shen Yuan their yoga photos to build anticipation, which finally swayed her friend to agree. Later, a message was sent to Shen Yuan, informing him that Senior Long and she were waiting for him in Xincheng and that he should check their yoga training results. Shen Yuan mused that his harem was already booking appointments even before he returned, confident that their yoga wouldn't beat him as he was effectively playing with cheats. The next day, the trio embarked on their journey. During the drive, Shen Yuan offered to switch with Butler Ji if he became tired, but Butler Ji politely declined, assuring him he could handle it. Shen Yuan simply told him not to push himself too hard, to which Butler G acknowledged. Internally, Butler G found the atmosphere challenging to adapt to. Even though Miss Chen knew about his relationship with Mr. Shen, he felt like a mistress, or perhaps even the fourth one. Butler G announced their arrival at Shuanglang ancient town and asked Mr. Shen and Miss Chen if they preferred to go to the hotel or eat first. Chen Na offered a suggestion, mentioning a local restaurant known for Yunnan cuisine and barbecue delivery, asking if they wanted to try it. Xinyu then timidly asked if she could have a little alcohol, addressing Shen Yuan as brother-in-law. She admitted she had never tried alcohol but expressed a strong desire to do so. Shen Yuan paused, seemingly hesitant to respond to her request. About half an hour later, the group had settled down to enjoy their meal. Shen Yuan made a point to express his gratitude for Miss Jis' help earlier that day. Xinyu, having consumed some alcohol, wondered if her brother-in-law would finally stop seeing her as a child. Chen Na, feeling tired, told Shen Yuan she wanted to rest and suggested they each take one of the suite's 4 bedrooms. Shen Yuan simply commented that Xinyu should drink less, observing her state. Xinyu was visibly feeling dizzy from the alcohol. Shen Yuan directly told Xinyu that she was drunk and instructed her to go to sleep. Xinyu stammered an agreement, calling him brother-in-law. A girl in a red plaid dress, presumably Xinyu, stumbled precariously, appearing on the verge of falling. Shen Yuan then asked Butler G to help Xinyu inside to her room. Xinyu protested, denying she was drunk and insisting that she wanted only her brother-in-law to help her, not anyone else. Shen Yuan, feeling helpless in the situation, quietly sat down. He relented, reassuring her that she wasn't drunk and agreeing to help her to her room. Butler G observed the scene, internally wondering if the situation was about to escalate. Xinyu, still in her inebriated state, continued to deny her sleepiness and intoxication to Shen Yuan. She then earnestly pleaded with him to stop treating her like a child, asserting her adulthood and independent thoughts. Xinyu brazenly claimed to know all his secrets, referencing past instances where she believed he had spied on her in the hot spring and at home in the bathroom. Shen Yuan, taken aback by her bluntness, instinctively attempted to cover her mouth. Despite his attempt, she persisted, directly asking why he liked looking at her and if he harbored feelings for her. He mentally confirmed that she was indeed heavily intoxicated, realizing the gravity of her words. Xinyu then accused him of disloyalty, questioning why he looked at Butler G in addition to herself and her sister. Shen Yuan tried to gently push her away, attempting to create some distance. However, Xinyu clung to him, declaring her refusal to let go of him. He softly suggested she lie down and go to sleep, hoping to calm the situation. Defiantly, she insisted she was very mature, challenging him to look and see for himself. Xinyu then provocatively implied he admired certain physical attributes, explicitly questioning if hers were larger than Butler J's. A wave of concern washed over Shen Yuan as he recognized her extreme intoxication and the potential for serious trouble. She confided that she thought about him constantly, day and night, especially at that very moment, prompting Shen Yuan to gently advise her against such confessions. Xinyu stubbornly rejected his advice, declaring her strong desire to speak her mind. She then audaciously asked if he wanted to kiss her, promising to keep it a secret from her sister. Internally, Shen Yuan admitted that if she were sober, he might succumb to temptation, but he firmly resolved not to take advantage of her in her current state. Xinyu, noticing his hesitation, asked what was wrong and if he disliked kissing her, her expression visibly hurt. He quickly reassured her, telling her not to overthink the situation. With a sudden pull, she escalated her advances, asking if he wanted to touch her and again promising secrecy from her sister. She emphasized that she was the one initiating the request, reiterating her absolute commitment to silence. A moment of profound silence stretched between them as the tension escalated. Xinyu made a soft, longing sound, her eyes fixed on him in anticipation. Shen Yuan warned her that she would surely regret her actions once she woke up the next morning. Xinyu confidently declared she would not regret it, believing that their interaction was merely a dream that she would forget upon waking. This revelation surprised Shen Yuan, making him wonder what other things she had dreamt about, realizing her current boldness stemmed from her dreamlike perception. She vaguely admitted to dreaming a lot of things, prompting his curious inquiry about the specifics. Shen Yu coyly stated that her dreams were not for just anyone to hear, particularly not him. Shen Yuan playfully threatened her with punishment for her reticence, which quickly led her to agree to tell. She recounted a dream where he had first bullied her sister upon arriving at their house, and then came to her room to bully her as well. Shen Yu continued, detailing another dream where he had suddenly burst into her bathroom while she was bathing. She then described a dream where, during an argument with her sister, she had intentionally left her door ajar, and he had entered, silencing her to prevent any noise. Shen Yuan pondered the connection between her waking thoughts and these vivid dreams, wondering if she was preoccupied with such fantasies nightly. Feeling the intensity of her dreams, Shen Yu then boldly invited him to sleep with her that night, rationalizing it as merely a dream. Shen Yuan firmly rejected the idea, recognizing her muddled state and concluding that such an act could not take place. He gently tucked her into bed, wishing her pleasant dreams and a good rest. Shen Yuan reflected on his self-control, acknowledging that things could have escalated, but a darker thought emerged: since she dreamt of this daily, he would eventually make those dreams a reality. Meanwhile, Butler Ji, having processed Shen Yuan's earlier instruction, contemplated the situation from his room, wondering if Shen Yuan was still with Shen Yu and if he intended to involve both of them, regretting his presence if that were the case. He mistakenly sent a message to Shen Yuan, apologizing and declining any involvement with three people, before receiving Shen Yuan's puzzled reply, clarifying that he was in his own room and questioning Butler Ji's assumptions about his relationship with Miss Chen. A wave of embarrassment washed over Butler Ji as he realized his grave misunderstanding and profusely apologized to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, now in his own room, mused about Butler Ji's ingrained habit of bowing, even at night, and then noticed Butler Ji had changed into a particular outfit, prompting a playful internal question about his new therapist role. Butler Ji had indeed changed into a revealing black satin slip, waiting tentatively in the dimly lit hallway. With a hesitant breath, he raised a hand and gently knocked on Shen Yuan's door. Shen Yuan, bare-chested and holding his phone, opened the door, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed Butler Ji's attire. Butler J's gaze met Shen Yuan's, and a faint blush colored his cheeks, betraying his nervousness. With a subtle nod, Shen Yuan stepped aside, gesturing for Butler Ji to enter the room. Butler Ji quietly slipped inside, the door softly clicking shut behind him, plunging the corridor back into silence. The door softly clicked shut, sealing Butler Ji and Shen Yuan within the private confines of the room, leaving the hallway to silent darkness. A hushed stillness enveloped the household as the late hours of the night drew on. Soon, the first faint glimmers of dawn began to paint the sky outside. The new day gradually awakened the residence, stirring it from its slumber. As morning light streamed through the windows, the tranquility of the night gave way to the day's beginnings. Shen Yuan, now engrossed in matters of business, held his phone to his ear. He listened intently as a conversation began to unfold on the other end. His expression remained composed, yet a hint of concern settled on his features. The voice on the phone conveyed an urgent and professional tone. Shen Yuan silently processed the information being relayed to him. He took a moment, considering the implications of the news. The discussion continued, focused on a significant and complex issue. He maintained his thoughtful posture, absorbing every detail. The caller's voice conveyed a sense of growing frustration and urgency. Manager Yu apologized for the late disturbance, informing Shen Yuan of Vice Principal Su Shoutai's unresponsiveness regarding the International Department's medical checkup project, mentioning Su's continuous delays despite attempts to arrange a meeting. Manager Yu emphasized the current reliance on individual clients and small businesses, explaining that securing the school's 20,000 student project was crucial for broader expansion, and suspected Su was trying to backstab him despite his 10 million investment. Shen Yuan confirmed that Su had helped Manager Yu's son, then questioned if summer break was the cause, which manager you dismissed, noting good communication just last week, finally instructing a check for other medical institutions contacting Sue and an update on their progress. Shen Yuan internally acknowledged his safeguards against Sue's potential greed, noting the 10 million startup funds were secure, with only a small initial allocation, but still found Sue's behavior frustrating, even if it was just an attempt to bargain after comparing quotes. He realized other contacts like Kong Zongping and Lu Zhaojiang were similarly unhelpful, considering the low-ranking but project-involved counselor, Teacher Li, as a potential ally whom he planned to contact in a couple of days. The next day, Xinyu woke up disoriented, wondering why she hadn't changed into pajamas and if she had drunkenly forgotten, then pondered if her brother-in-law had carried her to her room. She recalled her previous night's drunken confessions to him, desperately wishing it had all been nothing more than a dream. A wave of dread washed over her as she realized it hadn't been a dream at all, she had indeed said and done those embarrassing things, convinced she was completely doomed. Her sister knocked gently on the door, asking if Xinyu was awake and inviting her to breakfast. Xinyu, seized by panic and nerves, flusteredly replied that she was indeed awake. Her sister then outlined their morning plans, suggesting a visit to the ancient town or the 3 pagodas, followed by an afternoon trip to the snow mountain. In the distance, a tall, multi-tiered pagoda stood majestically, while a lone horse grazed peacefully in a vibrant green field. Shen Yuan proposed that they save mountain climbing for the following day, suggesting horseback riding for that afternoon instead. Xinyu's sister promptly agreed to the change of plans. Just 10 minutes later, they were prepared for the proposed activity. The instructor explained the necessity of understanding the horse first by touching its fur to build rapport before mounting, comparing riding to driving, easy to learn but difficult to master, and offering to guide them initially. The instructor then posed the question of who wished to go first. Xinyu's sister confidently stated that as a local, she had ridden before and did not require any guidance. Xinyu, however, declared she wasn't feeling well and chose to sit out the activity entirely. Internally, Shen Yuan requested to use a skill pack exchange card from his system. The system confirmed the successful redemption of a skill for riding, controlling, and mastering horses, prompting Shen Yuan to question the precise distinctions between these abilities. The system then clarified the comprehensive nature of the skill, detailing its inclusion of horse behavior understanding, proper rein, stirrup, and whip usage, as well as acceleration and braking techniques. The instructor demonstrated the use of the stirrup and reins, then invited Shen Yuan to mount the horse. Shen Yuan playfully offered to sit behind the coach, an idea the coach quickly dismissed as dangerous due to the risk of falling. Another person intervened, warning Shen Yuan against reckless behavior, stressing the inherent dangers of horseback riding and the importance of heeding professional advice. Ignoring the warnings, Shen Yuan boldly urged the horse forward with a firm command. Internally, Shen Yuan comically lamented his predicament, feeling as if the horse was controlling him rather than the other way around. Xinyu's sister inquired if their brother-in-law truly did not know how to ride, to which Xinyu responded with an uncertain shrug. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan visibly stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance on the horse. Shen Yuan, surprisingly, offered the coach another round, while the coach, visibly shaken, politely declined, suggesting Shen Yuan continue alone. Shen Yuan feigned disappointment about not having someone to guide him from the front, to which the coach retorted that Shen Yuan's skills clearly surpassed his own. Xinyu's sister asked Shen Yuan if he had ridden horses before, and he confidently affirmed he had, then playfully questioned if she hadn't. Xinyu's sister teasingly commented on Shen Yuan's mischievous nature. Shen Yuan then extended an invitation to Xinyu, asking if she wanted to try riding. A woman with short hair, visibly Xinyu, blushed and looked surprised, or perhaps flustered, by the unexpected offer. A young woman named Xinyu nervously confessed her fear, admitting she had never ridden a horse before. Her companion sought to reassure her, explaining that the horses were gentle and that her brother-in-law was right behind her for support. He then instructed her to mount the animal by stepping up into the stirrup. A faint blush spread across the short-haired girl's face as his hand guided hers. The man, however, found his thoughts wandering as he privately admired his sister-in-law's stunning physique. Her hand remained firmly in his grasp while she nervously clutched the strap of her bag. He told her to hold on tight as they prepared to move, which made Shen Yuan feel a fresh wave of embarrassment at their intimate position. With a confident cry, he urged the horse forward to begin their ride. He began giving her detailed instructions, explaining that she should relax her legs, lean forward, and adjust her posture to guide the horse properly. The suggestive nature of his coaching, however, left Shen Yuan questioning if he was truly just teaching her how to ride. He silently acknowledged the awkwardness of the situation but convinced himself that his instructions were purely professional. Meanwhile, a couple of onlookers quietly commented on the man's impressive riding skills, feeling a bit inadequate in comparison. They gossiped about how the wealthy patrons often led complicated lives, speculating that the man was involved with not only his wife but his sister-in-law as well. After about 10 minutes, he asked if she was getting the hang of it before deciding it was time to increase their speed. He gave a sharp command to the horse, signaling for it to pick up the pace. The scene then shifted, showing a different woman in a vibrant pink dress now seated intimately upon the man's lap. She enthusiastically encouraged him to push their speed even further, shouting for him to go faster and faster. As the horse galloped, he reflected on Shen Yuan's progress, impressed by how quickly she was learning. Later that day, back inside the hotel, a woman in business attire approached Mr. Shen and offered him a massage to ease his fatigue. Mr. Shen agreed, complaining that his back and rear were quite sore from the rough horseback ride. The woman then seized the moment to ask about her future role if she were to accompany him to South Province. He explained she would be his personal assistant, managing his daily life, travel, and properties, taking over duties from Coach Lu who had more pressing company business. She felt confident she could handle the workload, and he confirmed his current assets were manageable, consisting of only a villa, 2 cars, and 1 shop. When she worried about being replaced, Mr. Shen made a solemn promise never to abandon a woman who proved her loyalty to him. He also clarified their living situation, explaining she would live with him in his new villa while his other women remained in their own residences. Satisfied with the arrangement, she decided to submit her resignation and aimed to join him within a week. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled the woman, causing her to turn her head sharply while she was sitting on the bed. Mr. Shen quickly speculated on who the visitor might be and urgently directed her to hide inside the closet. A flustered expression crossed the woman's face as she hastily concealed herself in the dark wardrobe. From the other side of the door, Shen Yuan announced she had something important she needed to tell her brother-in-law. In a calm voice, he granted her permission to enter the room. Shen Yuan came in and asked what had happened the previous night, explaining her memory was hazy from drinking and she only recalled him taking her back to her room. He assured her that nothing untoward had occurred, adding that even if something had, his high opinion of her would not have changed. Gathering her courage, she hesitantly told him she had a question, and he patiently prompted her to ask it. She stumbled over her words, struggling to properly address her brother-in-law about the sensitive topic. He cut her off to point out her state of dress, advising her to be more careful about leaving her room in only her pajamas. Mortified, Shen Yuan suddenly realized with a jolt of panic that she had forgotten to put on a bra. She desperately tried to explain that it was an honest mistake and that she had simply rushed out without thinking. He casually dismissed her apology but then commented that her considerable size must make finding clothes a challenge. Shen Yuan confessed her difficulty and her envy of her sister's figure, but he countered that her sister was just as jealous of the assets she possessed. The bizarre and personal nature of his comment left her completely bewildered. Before she could respond, his hand shot out and his fingers gripped the fabric at the side of her yellow shirt. He quickly tried to justify his action, claiming he was only checking to see if she had sustained any injuries from the horse ride. She attempted to brush it off, insisting that she had only received a couple of small, insignificant bruises. Unconvinced by her dismissal, he pressed her for the truth, asking if she was entirely sure she was all right. A wave of panic washed over Sinu as she heard a knock at the door, frantically asking her brother-in-law what their next move should be. She decided it was best to hide immediately, sighing in distress as she realized the dire consequences if her sister found her there. From within the darkness of a closet, one hand reached down, grasping for another that stretched up from below. A woman's head snapped around, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion after she had pried open the elevator doors. She calmly introduced herself to the hidden woman, stating that her name was Jia. Sinu's mind raced, questioning the incredibly awkward odds of finding butler Ji hiding in her brother-in-law's closet. Nana cheerfully entered the room, asking her husband what he was doing so late and proudly declaring herself the first to wish him a happy birthday just after midnight. At that moment, his phone began to buzz incessantly with a stream of notifications from his other girlfriends. He assured Nana she was indeed the first and expressed his happiness, mentioning her surprise gift was waiting for them back at their house. After agreeing to open her present later, Nana made a bold request to be the first woman he was intimate with in his 22nd year. He attempted to postpone her advances until the morning, but she insisted she wanted him right then and there. Leaning in close, she pointed to one spot on her body, offering herself to him. Then, her finger moved to indicate another area, giving him a choice. She declared that anywhere was fine and that he should consider it his first birthday gift, to which he hesitantly agreed. A tense silence filled the closet as the two women hidden inside listened intently to the sounds from the room. Sinu was in disbelief, privately remarking on her brother-in-law's vigor and her sister's unexpected boldness. Butler Ji mused on the unusual situation, seeing it as a live demonstration from the older sister and considered that she too could learn something new. From her own hiding spot, another woman wondered what Sinu was so engrossed in and what could be happening to get her so worked up. She whispered to Sinu, asking if she could also take a peek at the scene unfolding outside the closet. A woman clad only in a simple robe knelt on the floor, her face flushed with a deep blush. The man let out a soft sound of contemplation as the scene progressed. 45 minutes later, Nana told her husband to rest up as she prepared to leave, and he quietly agreed. Mr. Shen then coolly announced that the two of them could now emerge from their hiding place. The women inside let out a sharp gasp, startled by his awareness of their presence. He casually questioned if his sister-in-law had been peeping the entire time. When asked why she was in the closet, Jia calmly explained she was giving a tired Mr. Shen a massage and hid to avoid a misunderstanding. Sinu pleaded with her brother-in-law and Jia to keep her presence a secret from her sister, and they assured her they would not say a thing. Mr. Shen then commented that her sister likely already knew what was happening and was just choosing to play along. Jia asked Mr. Shen if he still required a massage, but he dismissed it, suggesting they could do it another time. Sinu then playfully asked her brother-in-law if he still needed to check on her supposed injuries before announcing she was also leaving. A system notification surprised him, showing that Sinu's affection points had risen, making him wonder if watching the live show had caused the boost. The following day, he asked Nana about their planned schedule. She outlined their itinerary, which included a daytime visit to Blue Moon Valley followed by beers in the old town at night. Unseen by the others, he skillfully dodged out of sight while someone else began packing up their equipment. Mr. Shen instructed Butler Ji to purchase some local specialties for him in Lijiang after their departure, prompting her to ask how many sets he needed. A mental image formed of 8 different women, all dressed uniquely, posing together in a group photograph. He mentally recounted the women in his life, realizing that besides Nana and Sinu, there were 8 others he needed to account for. He specified 8 sets, each unique, with a generous budget of 20,000 per person, an order she dutifully confirmed. Butler Ji was privately taken aback, knowing Mr. Shen was popular with women but never imagining the sheer number he was involved with. He then remembered his young secretary, increasing the order to 10 sets to ensure no one was left out and adding smaller souvenir sets for his management. Jia confirmed she had noted all the details and would arrange for shipping once he sent the addresses after her shopping trip. Upon their return to Star City the next day, they were greeted by an enthusiastic young woman who exclaimed how much she had missed them both. Nana playfully interjected, reminding the overly affectionate girl who her actual blood relative was. A quiet girl in a school uniform stood apart from the group, observing as the other three walked ahead of her. Suddenly, she broke her silence and called out to her brother with unbridled affection. She rushed to him and declared how much she missed him, while he teasingly remarked on her overtly thirsty behavior. She giggled in response, admitting that her affectionate display was reserved only for him. She then proudly pointed out her ponytail and innocent attire, asking if she successfully resembled the pure high schooler type that he liked. She teased him that he wasn't really old, just a 30-year-old man feigning youthfulness. He defensively retorted that he was only 26, which he joked was practically 30 anyway. Shen Yuan scoffed that by her logic he should round down to 20, before shifting the topic to give him a business update on the company's successful new service measures. He remained confident, asserting that as long as the stores executed the plan properly, results were guaranteed, especially after they had made an example of one particular business. Seeing her success, Shen Yuan playfully asked if she deserved a reward for her work as his consultant, to which he readily agreed. But before they could continue, his phone rang, and he paused to answer a call from a certain manager. The manager delivered urgent news, reporting that the university was already in talks with 2 other health check institutions, warning that their deal was now in jeopardy. Realizing that the old man Su was double-crossing him, he instructed manager Yu to feign ignorance and continue as normal while sending him the details on the 2 competitors. After hanging up, his companion noticed his change in demeanor and asked what was wrong, prompting him to reveal that an old man was attempting to betray him. When she inquired about the man's identity, he brushed it off as someone she didn't know, explaining only that it was related to the health check center and that the man was underestimating him. Relieved that the culprit wasn't another woman, she fiercely encouraged her husband to completely crush his new rival and shut down his efforts. Elsewhere, a young man named Shen Yuan stood awkwardly before a row of luxury cars, trying to decide which one he should take. Just then, a woman named Chen Na called out to Shen Yuan, suggesting he take Lulu's 911 since he likely missed the thrill of driving it. Shen Yuan found this to be a good idea and agreed, which led Chen Na to announce their departure to the others with a cheerful goodbye. One of the girls noticed Lulu's unhappy expression, but Lulu stewed in silence, resentfully wondering why Chen Na felt the need to speak for Shen Yuan and flaunt her status as the main partner. Back in another car, Mr. Shen's companion gently asked if he wanted to take the wheel. He told her to drive instead, explaining he had something to attend to as he dialed his phone and asked for his counselor. The counselor confirmed she was in her office about to enter a meeting where the principal would be present, at which point he began to lay out his plan. His companion watched him, knowingly remarking that he always made a particular face right before he was about to stir up some trouble. He feigned ignorance about what she meant, but she immediately pointed out the smug, plotting smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He finally admitted his intentions, declaring that since a man named Su Shoutai had broken his word, he no longer felt any obligation to be respectful. Later, at a university conference, a speaker was wrapping up a speech on student safety just before introducing the main campus principal, Yang Hongjin. Principal Yang Hongjin took the podium and began his own address, emphasizing the paramount importance of safety during the upcoming summer vacation. Amidst the speech, one of the attendees noticed Teacher Li was on her phone and quietly asked what she was doing. Teacher Li insisted she had to take the call, but her colleague rebuked her, stressing that no call was more important than the principal's address. Undeterred, she answered the call from Shen Yuan and spoke loudly for all to hear, profusely thanking him on behalf of the school for his 10 million yuan investment into the entrepreneurship base. Her words had the intended effect, as nearby faculty members began to whisper, connecting the name Shen Yuan to the student who had made the massive donation. They recalled that he was a soon-to-be senior who had earned a fortune in foreign trade and finance, a model student with multiple honors. The principal overheard their discussion, agreeing that students who gave back to the school deserved its full support to help them become future leaders in business. Teacher Li then hung up and apologized to the room, claiming the call had been an urgent matter concerning one of her students. The principal, however, praised her, noting that a student calling her first was a sign of her importance and good guidance. She humbly replied that she was only doing her duty, before strategically adding that besides his investment, Shen Yuan had recently acquired a health management company. She then put Vice Principal Su on the spot by loudly thanking him for introducing the school's health check project to Shen Yuan, a risky move she felt she had to make. An enraged Vice Principal Su immediately snapped back, defensively clarifying that he had only mentioned the project and had never promised it to him. The principal intervened, calmly stating that if Shen Yuan's company met all the necessary requirements, the school should consider allocating resources to support a promising alumnus. Cornered, Vice Principal Su quickly changed his tune, falsely claiming that he had recommended the project to Shen Yuan for that very reason. Nevertheless, he tried to save face by insisting that qualifications must be met and the competition had to remain fair, with no special treatment for a student. An onlooker wryly noted that while Su spoke of fairness, the principal's endorsement had essentially guaranteed the project would go to Shen Yuan. Vice Principal Su silently fumed, realizing the capable Shen Yuan had cleverly used Teacher Li to bypass him and appeal directly to the principal. He then directed his anger towards the teacher, thinking she was cluelessly acting more like Shen Yuan's personal spokesperson than a member of the school's staff. Another faculty member reflected that Su, who had long benefited from his position, had finally been outplayed by the bold young student. That night at 9 p.m., Teacher Li called Shen Yuan, confessing how nervous she had been during the meeting, admitting she hadn't even dared to look at Vice Principal Su. He advised her to act as if nothing happened, assuring her that he would be the target of any resentment, which prompted her to nervously ask if he had truly just used her. He skillfully reframed the situation, arguing it was simply a teacher helping her student and that as such, they were a team that would rise and fall together. Unconvinced, she pressed further, asking him if she was truly just his teacher and nothing more. He answered evasively, suggesting that their relationship was whatever she wanted it to be before trailing off with a suggestive but. Her mind raced as she recalled that he had confessed his feelings once before, though she hadn't accepted, and now she felt a pang of irritation that he hadn't contacted her in so long. As if reading her mind, he suddenly proposed to come and see her the following day, asking if she would be free. Softening at his offer, she meekly agreed and told him that she would be waiting for his message. Overhearing his conversation, the woman beside him in the car grew curious and asked who he was planning to see tomorrow. He gave a simple explanation that he was going to help one of his teachers, an answer she seemed to accept without further question. She then leaned in close, confessing how much she had missed him over the past week and eagerly asked him to listen to every detail of how she managed to get through it. The woman beside him vented her frustration, asking if he had any idea how miserable she had been, forced to just stare at his pictures every single night. She then challenged the notion that photos alone could get her through the week, playfully warning him not to tease her about it. He assured her that he was back now, making pictures obsolete, and then asked about her plans. Flustered, she admitted she didn't know and turned the question back, asking what he wanted to do. He noticed her subtle trembling and questioned her about it, though she reflexively tried to deny that she was shaking at all. He gently insisted that she was, prompting her to confess her fears of both pain and another overwhelming encounter, meekly requesting that they take things slowly. He readily agreed to her wishes, promising they would take it bit by bit, which elicited a surprised giggle as she told him his touch was ticklish. He corrected her phrasing with a smirk, asking her what special name she was supposed to be calling him in that moment. With a soft gasp, she finally obliged and breathlessly called him by the title he desired. The next morning, she greeted him upon his return from a workout, offering to wipe his face and announcing that breakfast was almost ready. He inwardly recalled that despite his gentleness the previous night, she had still been overwhelmed by the end, which prompted him to ask if she was feeling better. She cheerfully confirmed she felt much better, attributing her swift recovery to her good foundation, leading him to casually tell her to go pick out a new house with a 3 million yuan budget. Completely stunned, she listened as he told her to choose any place she liked as long as it wasn't in the same complex as Nana's. Overwhelmed with joy, she showered him with grateful kisses. Immediately after, she excitedly called her friend Shanshan, inviting her to come along on a house hunt and announcing that Shen Yuan was buying her a 3 million yuan home. Her friend reacted with shock and frustration, complaining that first Nana and now Lulu were getting houses from Shen Yuan while she was struggling, and she angrily demanded to know why she was being told this. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was already calculating the system's benefits, knowing the 3 million yuan purchase would net him a 6 million yuan profit, which could even become 12 million if her affection rose by a few points. He mused that by continuing to farm affection from every girl he met, his wealth could easily grow into the billions, establishing a firm personal rule to not gift expensive items to anyone with an affection level below 90. An ecstatic Lulu declared she was off to pick out her house, while he informed her that he was heading to the company to check on business. An hour later at the Jingfu company, an HR employee presented a summary from the previous week, pointing out recent adjustments to recruitment and employee training. Shen Yuan immediately critiqued the plan, questioning if the hiring strategy was tailored for different departments and worrying that frequent training would cut into productive work time. The employee quickly clarified that they intended to enhance the benefits package for recruitment and assured him that all training sessions were brief and utilized employee downtime so as not to affect work. Satisfied, Shen Yuan dismissed the man, only to notice a large crowd gathered outside and ask why they were there. He learned that everyone had been waiting to report to him in person after his week-long absence. Deciding it was more efficient, he instructed his subordinate to gather all first-tier management personnel for a group meeting in the large conference room. He then privately acknowledged the downside of lacking an executive assistant, resolving that it was time for his young secretary to officially start her duties now that her department rotations were nearly complete. After the meeting, a manager reported that Vice Principal Su had requested a quote and asked about offering a discount. Shen Yuan instructed him to match the competitors' prices, adding that a kickback was possible but only if they controlled the terms. The manager affirmed his understanding and prepared to leave for the Foreign Affairs office, privately thinking that his previous worries had been unnecessary and that his boss had some truly powerful connections. As the manager was leaving, Shen Yuan asked him to send Fu Yingzi to his office if he saw her. Shortly thereafter, Fu Yingzi entered his office, addressing him respectfully as boss. He began by complimenting her increasingly refined taste in clothes, which made her wary as she felt his charming tone often preceded some kind of scheme. He ignored her suspicious look and instead asked for a status update on her departmental rotations, inquiring how many were left. She reported that only the finance department remained, which would take about another week and a half, after which he informed her that she would also need to rotate through their stores to prepare for her future work there, in his office. Her confusion was evident as she asked what work he meant, prompting him to remind her of her original role as his secretary before teasingly asking if she no longer wanted to do it for him. A moment of clumsiness sent him stumbling forward, causing him to fall on top of her as scattered papers fluttered around them. Her mind reeled from his deliberately suggestive phrasing and tone, finding it incredibly difficult not to interpret his words in the most scandalous way possible. Flustered, she stammered that his words had simply caught her off guard, as she had assumed he planned to assign her to another position entirely. He then explained that being his secretary was a prime opportunity for growth, as Jingfu was just the beginning. She nodded in understanding and stated she would get back to work, telling him to call her if he needed anything. As she left, Shen Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, reflecting that with a personal assistant and an administrative secretary now in place, his inner circle was finally forming, and the future looked bright. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Lulu, who reported that she had seen 2 good housing developments and was viewing a third that afternoon. He replied that he was busy and told her to just send the account information for the money transfer once she decided. She gratefully thanked him, but he quickly cut her off, reminding her to watch her behavior as she was calling him at the office. Disconnecting that call, he immediately made another to a school counselor, asking if a man named Yang Hongjin was on campus, to which the counselor replied yes. He then told the counselor to let Yang Hongjin know that he would be coming to visit him that afternoon. To prepare for the visit, he tasked an associate with procuring 2 cartons of high-end cigarettes and 2 bottles of premium Maotai, which made the associate wonder aloud who could possibly be important enough to still warrant such a personal visit from the boss. A young man with dark, intense eyes and a confident smirk returned the viewer's gaze, radiating an aura of calculated charm. In an office setting, a woman leaned intimately over a seated man, her hand placed reassuringly upon his shoulder. Nearby, another woman with striking lavender hair and a dark choker offered a subtle, knowing smile as she glanced downward. The scene shifted to the young man, Shen Yuan, who now stood in a doorway clutching a paper bag, his posture suggesting he was about to make a proposition. Across a coffee table, Shen Yuan presented a small red gift box to an older, distinguished man. The older man, the university's principal, accepted the token of respect with a pleased expression. The principal commented on the gesture, stating that it was only right for a student to respect his teacher and that the university was eager to support promising graduates like him for their mutual benefit. In response, Shen Yuan vowed to bring honor to the school before tactfully inquiring about the careers of senior alumni, expressing a keen interest in learning from their experiences. The principal, amused and impressed by his ambition, revealed an upcoming alumni exchange event and made a special exception for Shen Yuan to attend, citing that his achievements already rivaled those of many graduates. While Shen Yuan humbly vowed to learn from his seniors, the principal insisted he not downplay his own success, even suggesting that some alumni might one day require his assistance. Shen Yuan gracefully deflected the praise with a laugh and, after thanking the principal for the opportunity, politely excused himself so as not to take up more of the man's time. As he was leaving, he was intercepted by Vice Principal Su, who informed him that his company, Jingfu, had been selected as the top candidate for a major project. Shen Yuan immediately offered his thanks and proposed a celebratory dinner, all while silently congratulating himself for his foresight in networking with Principal Yang to secure the deal. Vice Principal Su simply agreed to the dinner, telling Shen Yuan to contact him once the project was officially settled. Once alone, the vice principal wryly acknowledged the young man's shrewdness, marveling that the 22-year-old was even more scheming than a 50-year-old like himself. Later, Shen Yuan contacted a counselor, asking when she finished work for the day and declaring that he would come and wait for her. The counselor, surprised by his forwardness, questioned where exactly he was planning on waiting for her. He simply replied with a hint of mystery, telling her to just look out of her office window. As she did, a colleague noticed her distraction, playfully reminding her that she still had work to finish. This same colleague then teased her about her evening plans, remarking that she should just relax on the last day before vacation and to make sure she was well prepared for her night with Shen Yuan. The counselor became flustered at the blunt advice, but her friend, Teacher Sun, insisted that being prepared was for the benefit of both of them. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan checked his phone, noticing that a girl named Jing Han had become increasingly forward, frequently sending him selfies. Elsewhere on campus, that very same Jing Han was with a friend, wondering aloud where Shen Yuan was and speculating that he might be extending his trip. Her friend then questioned if he even missed them, and voiced her suspicion that another girl, Fang Minhui, might have gone traveling with him. They considered asking a senior for information but dismissed the idea, knowing she would remain loyal to Shen Yuan, who was now her boss. Their lament about being out of the loop was cut short when one of them suddenly spotted Shen Yuan's distinctive G-Class SUV pulling up. Wasting no time, they approached his car and knocked on the window, playfully scolding him for returning without immediately letting them know. Shen Yuan coolly held up his phone, showing them that he was literally in the process of messaging them at that very moment. The girls, bored with their routine, asked about his plans for the night, only for him to reveal that he was busy with something else. He clarified that his visit wasn't for them, as he was there to handle a different matter and was currently waiting for someone. Disappointed by the news, they listened as he promised to meet them in a day or two before offering to drive them the rest of the way to their dorms. Unbeknownst to them, a person wearing a cap watched the entire interaction from a nearby office window, casually sipping from a mug. This person, Teacher Sun, immediately messaged her colleague, Teacher Li, alerting her with shock that she had just witnessed two young women getting into Shen Yuan's car. Teacher Sun followed up with a warning, reminding her friend that Shen Yuan was incredibly popular on campus and that she needed to secure her claim on him against the bold and fun-loving female students. Teacher Lee expressed her doubt about being able to control him, but Teacher Sun quickly reassured her that she possessed excellent physical assets to her advantage. She then detailed how men were often captivated by a specific fantasy, citing the combination of a female teacher, glasses, and a large chest as an irresistible trio. To seal the deal, she advised that adding black stockings and professional office wear to the mix would render him completely powerless. However, Teacher Lee rejected this line of thinking, insisting that she believed her relationship with Shen Yuan was not based on such shallow appeals, as that would devalue its very nature. Her hand, adorned with long fingernails, hovered over a notebook, a pen poised in her grip as she contemplated the unsettling conversation. Teacher Sun relentlessly pressed her point, warning that men were fickle and that Shen Yuan could easily find what he wanted elsewhere, urging her to act decisively. A storm of insecurity and jealousy brewed within Teacher Lee as she questioned who the girls in his car were and why he was with them when he had promised to pick her up. Having arrived at the dorm entrance, one of the young women Shen Yuan had driven directly asked him when he was going to evaluate the startup project he had personally selected her for. Shen Yuan was dismissive, stating that her lack of management experience as a sophomore made her unfit to run a company and that he wouldn't waste his money on a venture so premature. He went on to explain his actual, more stable plan, which involved expanding his own company's operations first before allocating resources for a new media venture. The student attempted to counter by listing her student union and assistant experience, but Shen Yuan shot down her claims, highlighting that they were completely different from running a real company. Instead of funding her idea, he offered her an internship at his company, warning her that her future prospects depended on how quickly she could learn and meet his high standards. Eagerly agreeing to his conditions, the girl then boldly invited him to come upstairs to their dorm room to relax for a while. Shen Yuan saw through the coy invitation, bluntly asking her to clarify if she was just inviting him to sit, or if she had something more intimate in mind. A young man agreed deferentially to his senior's suggestion. Shen Yuan reasoned that since his advisor was still in a meeting, he might as well head upstairs with his companions, though he insisted he would only be sitting and not participating in anything else. Their advance was halted by a dorm matron who demanded to know what a male student was doing in the girls' dormitory. One of the young women quickly explained that Shen Yuan was her boyfriend and was only there to help her pack for the upcoming break, politely asking for an exception to be made. The matron reluctantly permitted his entry but sternly warned them not to linger for too long. The girl expressed her immense gratitude, calling the matron the best for her understanding. Once inside the room, she proudly presented its tidy appearance and playfully prompted Shen Yuan for a compliment. He observed the room's cleanliness but pointed out a glaring contradiction, a wardrobe so disastrously overstuffed that it wouldn't even close. The other girl, flustered, told him that a girl's wardrobe was private and that he shouldn't be looking inside it. Shen Yuan brushed off her concern, questioning why she was so agitated when her friend Xiao Lei wasn't, and playfully insinuated she must have something to hide. At that moment, Xiao Lei playfully encouraged her friend Jinghan to just show him what was inside. Jinghan paused, caught in a moment of silent, hesitant indecision. When the wardrobe was finally opened, Shen Yuan reacted in disbelief, questioning what he was even looking at and exclaiming that the contents were nothing more than scraps of fabric organized into matching sets. Jinghan lamented that she had tried to stop Xiao Lei from buying the items and was now worried about what Shen Yuan would think of them. Shen Yuan turned his attention to Xiao Lei, directly asking if she was the one who had bought all the scandalous apparel. While Xiao Lei shamelessly confirmed she had bought everything for him, Jinghan quickly interjected that Xiao Lei had acted on her own and that she herself had never consented to wear any of it. His attention was then drawn to Xiao Lei's next move, and he asked with alarm why she was closing the curtains. She announced that it was all for his benefit and that it was now time to put them both to the test. He cautiously asked for clarification on what this test would entail, to which she responded with a knowing and suggestive look. Shen Yuan calculated he had only 45 minutes left, deciding that a quick session with both girls was the only way to avoid playing favorites. He then declared his intention to find out which of them had been putting in more effort. As the girls began to bicker over who was superior, he cut them off, making it clear that both would be evaluated and that neither was getting out of it. Sometime later, the dorm matron was seen tutaying to herself, making a wry comment about the antics of the younger generation. Suddenly, Shen Yuan announced an urgent matter required him to leave, hastily calculating that he had just enough time to get downstairs and drive to the advisor's building. After he had gone, Xiao Lei turned to her friend and asked if she was feeling okay. Jing Han replied that she felt much better than last time, attributing her improved stamina to her yoga and Pilates routine. Xiao Lei celebrated their progress, boasting that soon either one of them would be enough to completely overwhelm him, thus leaving their rival Fang Minhui with no chance. Jing Han chided her for being so extra, suggesting Shen Yuan might prefer a more delicate approach, and then teased Xiao Lei that he was probably still unaware of her own wilder preferences. Xiao Lei then expressed her disappointment that they hadn't used any props, revealing a fantasy of seeing Jing Han tied up during their next encounter. As Shen Yuan left, the matron questioned him about the luggage he was supposed to be helping with, but he smoothly explained that it was a simple dorm-to-dorm move that was already finished. The matron watched him depart, muttering in astonishment at how quickly he had managed to finish his business with both of the girls. Later that night, a woman with flowing brown hair gracefully entered a silver SUV waiting outside. Shen Yuan greeted his passenger as Ms. Li, immediately questioning her sudden and formal behavior. Instead of answering, she simply stated her intention to ride in the back seat. He remarked on her strange behavior, privately panicking that she might have witnessed him dropping off Xiao Lei and Jing Han just moments before. Thinking fast, he invented a story about running into two students from his old student council days and giving them a ride while dispensing career advice. Ms. Li internally acknowledged his past involvement in the student council but grew suspicious, wondering what he was really doing for so long when the dorms were just nearby. He elaborated on his excuse, claiming he took a nostalgic walk around the campus track because he didn't expect her to finish work so early, which she appeared to accept with some hesitation. He then playfully accused her of being jealous over the two students, a claim she flatly denied. Not letting it go, he pointed to her blushing face as proof of her jealousy, which prompted her to curtly tell him to just start driving. He urged her to move to the front seat, but she resisted, promising she would move up on the way home instead. He insisted again, arguing that he couldn't see her in the back and warning her that other teachers could spot them if they remained parked for too long. After reluctantly moving to the front, she shot him an irritated look and asked if he was satisfied. She impatiently urged him to get going, to which he responded with a satisfied murmur, indicating this was more to his liking. Just as he prepared to drive, Ms. Li suddenly spoke his name, capturing his full attention. Startled by her tone, he turned and asked her what was the matter. As he leaned in close with a hand on her thigh, she finally understood his insistence and asked if this was the real reason he wanted her in the passenger seat. In the car, a woman named Teacher Li asked if all men were so desperate, prompting her passenger, Shen Yuan, to quickly deny it. Shen Yuan then advised her to focus on driving, while privately wondering why he couldn't seem to control his own hands. Their evening unfolded on the third floor of the opulent International Finance Center. At another table, a man impatiently called for a waiter to take their order. The crisp clink of a glass being set down cut through the restaurant's ambience. The man, Fei Bing, noticed his date's distracted expression and asked if she recognized someone. The woman admitted it was her middle school classmate, but Fei Bing astutely deduced there was more to it, noting she had glanced at the man 3 times in just a few moments. She confessed that the man, Shen Yuan, was her first love, causing Fei Bing to snidely remark that he had good taste in girlfriends. A palpable wave of resentment settled over their table. Fei Bing unapologetically stated that this was just his personality, daring her to leave if she couldn't handle it. He cruelly accused her of faking her innocence, callously claiming that girls like her were easily replaceable. The woman in black, Luo Bingying, calmly countered, asking why his family had arranged a date if girls like her were so common. Fei Bing confessed he desired her for her aloof appearance, crudely fantasizing about how satisfying it would be to conquer her, especially now that he felt socially superior. When Luo Bingying asked about her first love's family, Fei Bing curtly dismissed the question as irrelevant. He taunted her, confident he could uncover the information himself before crassly inquiring if she and Shen Yuan had ever been intimate. A tremor ran through Luo Bingying's hand as she picked up her glass, the red wine sloshing precariously. Interpreting her silence as confirmation, Fei Bing sneered at her supposed impurity for having dated in middle school. Suppressing a burning urge to douse him with her wine, Luo Bingying simply uttered a firm no. Unfazed, Fei Bing mused about what might happen if her first love were to discover she was now on a date with him. Having reached her limit, Luo Bingying threatened to stop seeing him, but he merely interpreted her desperation as a pathetic attempt to threaten him. She visibly struggled to contain her overwhelming rage and frustration. 20 minutes later, as Shen Yuan and Teacher Li left, she offered to split the expensive bill, but he insisted the meal was on him. Teacher Li argued that it was a matter of principle, especially since their relationship wasn't at that stage yet. Shen Yuan playfully questioned if she'd let him pay if he were her boyfriend, privately thinking that the cost was nothing to him. As she started to protest again, he pressed on, asking if they couldn't even be considered a couple at this point. Blushing and taken aback, Teacher Li stammered, asking if this was his confession. Their intimate moment was shattered by Fei Bing, who stepped forward to pointedly ask Shen Yuan if Teacher Li was his girlfriend. Startled, Shen Yuan turned and demanded to know who the man was. The man coolly introduced himself as Fei Bing. With a smug grin, Fei Bing then delivered his shocking declaration: he was the new boyfriend of Shen Yuan's first love. The two rivals stood frozen in a tense standoff in the middle of the hallway. Luo Bingying rushed to Shen Yuan's side, insisting she had no relationship with Fei Bing, who immediately contradicted her by announcing they would be married by the end of the year. When she denied any marriage plans, Fei Bing accused her of being obsessed with her first love and orchestrating the entire encounter. Enraged by the accusation, Shen Yuan snapped, calling Fei Bing an idiot for his baseless claims. Teacher Li expressed her surprise, asking why Shen Yuan was suddenly cursing. Fei Bing scoffed at the trash Luo Bingying used to date, while she quietly reflected that Shen Yuan's protective nature hadn't changed one bit. Teacher Li mentioned it was the first time she'd heard him curse, but Shen Yuan casually replied he used to do it often with old friends. She gently advised him to curse less to avoid trouble, and he sweetly agreed to her request. Internally, Shen Yuan fumed over Fei Bing's provocative behavior and how he had mocked Teacher Li, lamenting Luo Bingying's terrible choice in men. Walking away, Teacher Li asked if Luo Bingying was truly his first love, and Shen Yuan hesitantly confirmed she was. When asked how they broke up, Shen Yuan claimed to not remember clearly, vaguely blaming long distance after graduation. He changed the subject, asking about their next destination, prompting Teacher Li to joke that a teacher must also learn at night. She accused him of talking nonsense, but Shen Yuan cheekily insisted that teaching and learning were a teacher's fundamental duties. Knowing his true meaning, she pointed out his suggestive tone, which he confirmed by inviting her home for some fun. Flustered, Teacher Li stammered for him to clarify, reminding him that her younger sister was at home. Shen Yuan innocently claimed he only wanted to hang out, adding that her sister Li Mingzhen would likely be happy to see him. Meanwhile, Fei Bing made a call, angrily ordering an investigation into Luo Bingying's first love while ranting about Shen Yuan's lack of class. The sound of the phone line beeping echoed his simmering frustration. Later, Luo Bingying apologized to Shen Yuan for the unpleasant scene, revealing that Fei Bing was a blind date whose family owned the Leiji Fitness Center chain. Though Leiji was a massive competitor with a branch near his own high school, Shen Yuan dismissed the idea that simple business competition would drive Fei Bing to such shady tactics. Shen Yuan internally dismissed Fei Bing as a mere second-generation rich kid, completely unafraid of any threats he might pose. Back at the apartment, Teacher Li directly asked Shen Yuan if his earlier bold statement at the IFC was a confession, but he playfully feigned ignorance. She then specified the exact line, reminding him of when he asked, "Aren't we already a couple now?" Pressing the issue, she repeated his question, prompting Shen Yuan to cheekily ask her to phrase it differently. He then took control of the conversation, turning to her and asking directly if she liked him. In the charged silence, the two leaned closer, their faces just inches apart. Their moment was shattered by a voice from the doorway asking what on earth they were doing. Startled, Teacher Li immediately tugged on Shen Yuan's arm, pulling away. Her sister, Li Meng, stood in her pajamas, scolding them for flirting in the elevator lobby instead of going to their room. Teacher Li's hand shot out, grabbing a handful of her sister's pajama pants in frustration. Li Meng let out a shocked yelp at the sudden pinch. Teacher Li played dumb, innocently asking her sister what was wrong. Flustered, Li Meng insisted everything was fine and quickly ushered the two of them inside. Shen Yuan simply smirked, thoroughly enjoying the chaotic family dynamic. With a final huff, Li Meng stomped away from the doorway. Once inside, Shen Yuan turned to Teacher Li and flirtatiously asked if the diligent gardener was ready to nurture her young one. She pleaded with him to stop, reminding him her sister would be back soon, but he coolly dismissed her concern, declaring himself her brother-in-law now. Teacher Li begged him to at least wait until her sister was asleep, but Shen Yuan was confident Li Meng wouldn't be back so quickly from taking out the trash. Outside, Li Meng fumed as she thought of Shen Yuan, muttering that the pervert was still bullying her sister even after she gave them plenty of time. She couldn't help but wonder if they were finally going to take the next step in their relationship that very night. The idea of only being able to listen from the hallway felt like torture, as she desperately wished she could watch the events unfold live. She tried to calm herself, reasoning that they wouldn't do anything in the hallway. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan told Teacher Li that he would go wash up first, and she agreed to shower after he was done. Just then, Li Meng loudly announced her return. She walked in to find Shen Yuan finishing a call where he arranged payments of 2.9 million and 680,000, which instantly triggered a system notification granting him 10.77 million in cashback. Elsewhere, a woman with purple hair, Hui Hui, celebrated ecstatically, shouting that she finally had her own house. Li Meng showered Shen Yuan with affection, planting kisses on him while calling him her Yuan baby. The system chimed again, showing Lu Menglu's affection had risen to 96, which doubled his cashback and added another 5.82 million, making Shen Yuan marvel as his cash flow approached 50 million. Later that evening, Li Meng was found eating noodles straight from the cooking pot. As a shadow loomed over her, she looked up from her meal and demanded to know what the intruder wanted. Shen Yuan asked for a few bites, but she flatly refused, telling him to make his own food if he was hungry. Her blunt refusal prompted Shen Yuan to call her a shameless little bastard. He then taunted her, retorting that she, of all people, should know whether he was little or not, and scoffed at her being stingy over a single sausage. With a defeated sigh, Li Meng looked down into her pot of noodles. She suddenly announced to Shen Yuan that their partner relationship was officially over. He asked if she was serious, and she confirmed her decision, explaining that she didn't want to get between him and her sister. Shen Yuan mockingly praised her for being a good little sister but coldly stated her presence didn't affect his feelings for Teacher Li, as long as his secrets were kept. Outraged, Li Meng called him a true scumbag, but he immediately shot back, reminding her who had done the seducing in the first place. She told him to stop talking so she could think, but he relentlessly questioned how she dealt with her needs, especially during his recent business trip. Li Meng angrily snapped that it was none of his damn business, earning a curious hum in response. He leaned in threateningly, asking if that was the proper way to speak to her brother-in-law. Recoiling as he licked his lips, she begged him to stop, promising to tell him everything after she finished eating. He teased that both sisters shared the same weak spot, confidently slurping a noodle as he boasted he could handle her too. He leaned in close to whisper the secret he had discovered. She stubbornly declared she would never tell him, prompting his frustrated threat to fry it out of her after he was done with Teacher Li. Finding himself alone, Shen Yuan wondered why Teacher Li was taking so long in the shower with the door ajar, half joking that she might have passed out from excitement. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside the steamy bathroom, a startled Teacher Li demanded to know what he was doing there. He innocently claimed he was just checking on her, but she curtly replied that he had checked and could now leave. Ignoring her, Shen Yuan suggested they shower together, complaining that he felt sticky and uncomfortable. Panicked, Teacher Li frantically reminded him that her sister's room was right next door. In the privacy of a bedroom, Li Meng assured Shen Yuan that her sister was in the kitchen and couldn't hear them, all while silently cursing his eagerness. The two then shared a passionate kiss, lost in the moment. Their embrace blurred as the night's intimacy began. 45 minutes later, a trembling Teacher Li lay in bed as Shen Yuan asked if she was all right. She looked at him with adoration and declared that she was now his. After knowing the counselor for 3 years, Shen Yuan noted their relationship had finally become real, with her affection level rising from 80 to 83. Teacher Li revealed her parents were visiting soon and asked if Shen Yuan would be willing to meet them, to which he eagerly agreed. She shyly pointed out they weren't married yet, questioning why he was already calling her parents mom and dad. Her eyes then widened in surprise as she realized his desire for her had not yet subsided. Shen Yuan playfully confessed that the counselor was simply too delicious to not enjoy a little more. Later that midnight, with an exhausted Teacher Li sound asleep beside him, Shen Yuan slipped out of the room. In the kitchen, he mulled over Li Meng's recent desire to end their casual arrangement, wondering if he should go test her resolve. He turned, his decision made, showcasing a muscular back as he moved through the apartment. Shen Yuan entered Li Meng's room, finding the unlocked door a clear sign that she was still expecting him. He found her feigning sleep and bluntly told her to stop pretending or he would leave. Li Meng opened her eyes in disbelief, questioning how he could possibly still have the energy. After he confidently asked what she thought, her concern shifted to her sister, asking if she was okay. Shen Yuan reassured her that Teacher Li was just exhausted and asleep, prompting Li Meng to declare this would be the last day of their arrangement. He seized control, stating that from now on, he alone would decide when their relationship ended. When she remained silent, Shen Yuan gave her one more chance to say what he wanted to hear. The blushing woman finally relented, whispering the title, brother-in-law. Their hands intertwined, sealing the new dynamic of their illicit affair. The next morning, Shen Yuan awoke alone in bed. A sudden, empty feeling washed over him as he bolted upright, shouting in alarm. His eyes shot open, wide with shock and confusion. A wave of relief washed over Shen Yuan as he realized he was in the counselor's room, not Li Meng's. Teacher Li's voice called from outside, telling him to wake up and come for breakfast. Shen Yuan playfully replied, asking if she wasn't his breakfast and inviting her back to bed for another bite. She insisted he come out before breakfast got cold, and he finally relented. At the breakfast table, both sisters avoided eye contact, a shared guilt hanging between them. Shen Yuan watched them with amusement, finding it interesting how both sisters were afraid of their secrets being discovered. He began to playfully nudge one of them with his foot under the table. One of the women blushed deeply, looking down at her food. He continued his teasing, nudging her again from the other side. The woman with her brown hair tied up, Li Meng, finally hissed the word hentai at him. Under the table, Shen Yuan was busy typing on his phone. He sent a message to Teacher Li praising her guidance skills, causing her to think how he had ruined the perfectly normal word for her. A second text went to Li Meng, cheekily asking if he had hurt her last night, which made her silently curse him. A sharp kick suddenly connected with his shin under the table. Shen Yuan yelped in pain, his chibi form recoiling from the sudden attack. When Teacher Li asked what was wrong, he quickly lied about biting his tongue while eating. Across the table, Li Meng smirked in satisfaction, hoping he wouldn't dare send such messages again. Changing the subject, Shen Yuan offered to buy the counselor a car, but she politely refused, saying she enjoyed her daily walk to school. He insisted, pointing out that her fair skin would easily tan from walking in the sun all the time. Li Meng chimed in, telling her sister to just accept the gift since he could clearly afford it. But Teacher Li stood firm, stating that just because he was rich didn't mean he should spend recklessly on things she didn't need. Shen Yuan argued that she only felt that way because she hadn't driven much, promising she would feel she couldn't live without a car once she got used to it. Li Meng fumed internally as Shen Yuan teased and touched her sister's hand right in front of her, convinced he was doing it just to make her angry. Li Meng insisted that her sister had to buy a car, and an expensive one worth at least 1,000,000 yuan to match Shen Yuan's own vehicle. Teacher Li flatly refused, but Shen Yuan dismissed her objections, telling her to pick any car up to 2,000,000 yuan and that he would accompany them. Watching him, Li Meng internally fumed at his blatant show of wealth. At his generous offer, Teacher Li couldn't help but blush and smile warmly. Shen Yuan calculated that getting cash back from Teacher Li was difficult, unlike Li Meng, who he knew would eagerly pick a multi-million yuan car if their relationship were public. Meanwhile, at Fei Bing's residence, the sharp ring of a phone broke the silence. Jin Jifa was on the line, informing Fei Bing that he had dug up information on Shen Yuan, identifying him as a university junior who ran a health management company. This piqued Fei Bing's interest, as it meant Shen Yuan was in the same industry as his family, and he demanded to know the company's name. The man on the phone simply confirmed he understood the request. Fei Bing privately fumed, realizing this was the man who had snatched the Jingfu company from under his nose, and he coldly vowed to crush him. In another location, the red-haired Jin Kangwen questioned his cousin, Jin Jifa, for feeding information to Fei Bing, but Jifa explained that his family's business depended on it, warning that Fei Bing was a ruthless man. Jin Kangwen resolved to warn his classmate, confidently stating that Shen Yuan was no easy target himself, which made his cousin curious. He explained that Shen Yuan was a first-generation entrepreneur who built his fortune from nothing, unlike Fei Bing, who was merely a rich second-generation heir, placing them on entirely different levels. Jin Jifa questioned how his classmate could have possibly earned the tens of millions needed for the acquisition, and Jin Kangwen speculated it was through crypto and forex trading. Still worried, Jin Jifa pointed out that finance and business management were two different skill sets and feared the massive Fei family could easily swallow Shen Yuan's small company. Though Jin Kangwen was not so sure, his cousin urged him to give his classmate a serious warning. Jin Jifa then revealed Fei Bing's despicable character and his history with female managers, causing Jin Kangwen to wonder what that had to do with his classmate. Explaining he was just illustrating Fei Bing's nature, Jin Jifa left the decision to his cousin, prompting Jin Kangwen to decide to make the call. 5 minutes later, Shen Yuan was on the phone thanking Kangwen for the valuable intel. Shen Yuan began connecting the dots, wondering aloud if Fei Bing was also responsible for Yu Jifeng's past misfortune and why a girl like Luo Bingying would ever be with him. Kangwen revealed that Luo Bingying's family was now ruined after her father's imprisonment, leading Shen Yuan to question Fei Bing's true intentions with her. The grim story unfolded as Kangwen explained Fei Bing was leveraging the purchase of her mother's failing yoga studios, demanding Luo Bingying become his girlfriend as a condition for the deal. Shen Yuan thanked him for the information, confirming that he now fully understood the situation. Standing alone, Shen Yuan seethed with cold fury, realizing his rival was about to make a move and deciding it was time to settle all their scores at once. He immediately called his manager, Yu Jifeng, and asked him directly if the man who had ruined his life was named Fei Bing, to which old Yu solemnly confirmed. Shen Yuan's voice was low and steady as he simply asked, "Want revenge?" Old Yu confessed that he did, but hesitated, remembering the immense price he paid the last time he lost control in a society governed by law. Shen Yuan assured him they were civilized people and would not resort to fighting, promising to keep everything within legal boundaries as he began to outline his plan. Yu Jifeng expressed concern over the plan's appropriateness, but Shen Yuan brushed it aside, stating that special people require special methods and then casually asked if he could just help him vent his anger. Though he reluctantly agreed, Yu Jifeng privately scoffed, knowing Shen Yuan was not being entirely truthful about his motivations. Regardless of the real reason, Yu Jifeng resolved to follow the plan, as it perfectly aligned with his own burning hatred for the man who had stolen his wife. Shen Yuan then made another call to a man named Old Mo, confirming that the internet troll army they had discussed was still active and would be needed soon. Back at the apartment, Li Meng, now dressed in an elegant gray dress, announced that she and her sister were finally ready to leave. Shen Yuan called Teacher Li beautiful before playfully pinching her cheek, causing her to protest that her makeup would smudge. He cheekily asked if he could touch somewhere else instead, earning a flustered rebuke to stop fooling around. Feeling left out, Li Meng pouted, asking why he wasn't looking at her when she had also put on makeup. Shen Yuan glanced over and casually acknowledged that she was beautiful, too. Li Meng barely accepted the dismissive compliment, inwardly longing for the day she could hold his arm openly like her sister did. Teacher Li, oblivious to the tension, excitedly pulled Shen Yuan towards the newly arrived elevator. As the doors closed, a wave of despair washed over Li Meng, the possibility of being with him publicly feeling more distant than ever. A sudden touch on her arm shattered her gloomy thoughts. Shen Yuan had reached back to take her hand, teasingly asking his casual partner what nonsense she was thinking about now. Blushing furiously, Li Meng stammered that all he ever did was bully her. Sometime later at a luxury car dealership, Teacher Li was aghast at a vehicle's price, insisting that it was far too expensive. She continued to protest at the next car, begging Shen Yuan not to waste his money. Shen Yuan remained firm, telling the counselor that this was the one and that her car couldn't be too low class. The eager saleswoman in a blue suit immediately offered to calculate the final discount to close the deal that day. Teacher Li thought that driving such a fancy car didn't suit an ordinary teacher, but Shen Yuan countered that no one would gossip precisely because she wasn't a school leader. The saleswoman, sensing her massive commission slipping away due to the woman's hesitation, knew she had to step in and secure the sale. The saleswoman in the blue suit tried to soothe Teacher Li's hesitation, explaining that as an ordinary teacher, no one would gossip about her new car. She elaborated that while a luxury car makes a leader seem corrupt, for a teacher it merely suggests a wealthy family or a rich husband. Li Meng chimed in, telling her sister to stop overthinking and help Shen Yuan spend his immense fortune, which finally made Teacher Li relent. Shen Yuan reflected that the counselor meant as much to him as his other close friends, realizing she had received far fewer gifts compared to them. The eager saleswoman then presented the contract to Teacher Li, who agreed to review and sign it. With the car purchase settled, Shen Yuan casually suggested they should go look at houses next. A flustered Teacher Li immediately shut the idea down, pleading with Shen Yuan not to buy her any more expensive gifts, forcing him to drop the subject. Shen Yuan privately resolved to bring up the house again later, just as a system notification confirmed his total cash flow had officially surpassed 50 million. Being considerate, Teacher Li proposed letting her sister Li Meng use the car for work, and Shen Yuan readily agreed it was her car to do with as she pleased. Shen Yuan admired Teacher Li's thoughtfulness, realizing she was protecting Li Meng's pride by not making her accept the favor directly from him. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Yu Jifeng, who reported that he had successfully obtained Fei Bing's incriminating chat logs and videos. After a brief confirmation, Shen Yuan hung up and immediately called Old Mo, telling him it was time to start causing trouble. Meanwhile, at Leiji Company, one of President Fei's executives warned that an aggressive price war against Jingfu could provoke the surrounding gyms into retaliation. President Fei arrogantly dismissed the concern, scoffing that a small-scale operation like Jingfu lacked the strength or resources to fight him. Another executive added that their trainers were already overwhelmed and couldn't handle the influx of new members a price drop would inevitably cause. Enraged, President Fei accused his staff of being lazy and afraid of hard work, brushing aside their valid concerns about damaging the gym's high-end brand. Reaching his breaking point, he slammed his hands on the desk and threatened to fire the useless freeloaders if they couldn't crush Jingfu as he demanded. A knock at the door interrupted his tirade, and he angrily barked for the person to enter. The woman with glasses, his secretary, stepped inside and held out her phone for him to see. President Fei's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at the screen. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the secretary swiftly ordered the other executives to leave the office. On the phone, a video played in which a self-proclaimed victim promised to expose a massive scandal at the fitness chain, teasing a full reveal the following morning. President Fei frantically asked when the video was uploaded, and his secretary confirmed it had just recently appeared online. He demanded to know who posted it, but she could only report that it came from a new, untraceable account based in Xinjiang. As the phone clattered against the desk, he fumed, realizing the suspiciously high number of comments meant someone was deliberately targeting him. Unfazed, his secretary dryly requested that he not take his anger out on her phone. President Fei asked if they could contact the uploader, but the secretary informed him that private messages had been disabled. He reasoned that the teaser approach meant the culprit likely wanted to blackmail him, but he was powerless without knowing their identity. When his secretary asked if he had offended anyone lately, he admitted it was possible, though he felt he was the one who had been wronged first. He briefly wondered if it was Shen Yuan but dismissed the thought, unable to believe the man would strike so suddenly. Then, a realization struck him: his former lackey, Yu Jifeng, had recently started working for Shen Yuan at Jingfu. President Fei, now seen in a green suit, seethed at how quickly Shen Yuan must have acted, abandoning civilized competition for such dirty tricks. Elsewhere, a man in a brown suit asked his companion in a gray hoodie if his classmate was behind the attack, who replied there was an 80 to 90% chance it was him. A man with glasses laughed, impressed by how fast Shen Yuan moved to cripple Fei Bing, while a red-haired man commented that Fei Bing had simply provoked the wrong person. As if on cue, Fei Bing's name flashed on the screen, and the red-haired man told his cousin to answer the call and see what the desperate man wanted. The man with glasses played along, acting surprised as Fei Bing on the other end accused his friend of complaining to Shen Yuan. He feigned ignorance, claiming the two were merely classmates, as Fei Bing pleaded with him to find out who had leaked his plans. Agreeing to ask, the man with glasses relayed Fei Bing's next desperate request: to dig up some dirt on Shen Yuan. The red-haired man called Fei Bing an idiot and instructed his cousin to stall for half an hour before reporting that Shen Yuan had a flawless reputation. The man with glasses praised his cousin's manipulative tactic, agreeing to the plan before sending a message to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan smirked, knowing his legal income and sterling reputation made him nearly untouchable, especially compared to Fei Bing's affair with a married woman. He was utterly confident in his strategy, vowing not to give his rival a single moment to breathe now that the attack was underway. Shen Yuan then commanded old Mo to release another bombshell, one designed to generate even more hype than the first video. Half an hour later, a furious President Fei roared into his phone, unable to believe that no one could find any dirt on Shen Yuan. His call was cut short when he noticed a new panic erupting in his office. His secretary frantically showed him her phone, where a new video was exploding in popularity, promising to reveal the identities from the leaked chats at 10 p.m. President Fei paled as he recognized his own flirtatious messages with Yu Jifeng's wife, growling that this was naked blackmail. The secretary timidly suggested that perhaps it was time to try making peace. Though he glared at her, President Fei was gripped by a chilling fear, knowing he would be dead if his father or grandfather ever found out. Defeated, he ordered his secretary to arrange a dinner with Shen Yuan at Nanjing restaurant, demanding she ensure his rival would be there. The secretary quickly agreed, wincing as she begged President Fei to release his painfully tight grip on her arm. The woman in gray informed her counselor that she had to leave, as she had something to take care of later. Yuan advised her not to drink too much if it was another business dinner, and the woman in white quietly agreed. From the sidewalk, the two women waved as the car drove off into the city. Half an hour later at the St. Regis Hotel, a woman with bangs bounded up to Shen Yuan, calling out his name affectionately. He commented on her excitement, and she gushed that she had missed him for 240 hours and had already planned her summer vacation to be with him. Shen Yuan gently tempered her expectations, noting her house wouldn't be ready so soon and advising a formaldehyde inspection before she moved in. He then offered to help her open a shop, privately thinking it would be a good way to keep Hui Hui occupied during the summer. The blonde woman, Hui Hui, asked in surprise if he was being serious. The black-haired man in a robe, Shen Yuan, assured her he was and told her to spend the next few days deciding what kind of shop she wanted. A delighted Hui Hui thanked him just as the sharp ring of a phone cut through the moment. Shen Yuan answered the call, and a voice on the line informed him that Fei Bing had backed down and wanted to invite him to dinner. Shen Yuan flatly refused the dinner invitation, prompting the caller to ask if he was abandoning negotiations. He scoffed, stating there was nothing to discuss with an idiot, and instructed his subordinate to delegate any future calls from Fei Bing. Hui Hui noticed his irritation and asked who had upset him, but Yuan simply grabbed her hand, dismissing the caller as a fool who couldn't ruin their mood. The woman with light brown hair then called out to Yuan, seeking his attention once more. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing restaurant, a man with a smartwatch checked the time, impatiently noting that their guest was late. A man with red hair and glasses suggested it might be traffic, secretly pleased that his cousin's ignorance would make the ensuing confrontation feel more genuine. The private room door slid open, and an unseen speaker demanded to know why the newcomer was there. A man in a speckled jacket and his companion with glasses stared in shock, beginning to rise from their chairs. The man in the dark jacket coolly remarked that he could always leave if President Fei didn't welcome his presence. The man with glasses hastily pulled him toward a chair, insisting no offense was intended and begging him to sit. A cup was set on the table as a tense silence settled over the group. The man in the sparkly jacket, Fei Bing, finally erupted, demanding to know if they were behind the leaked videos and chat logs, but a heavier-set man simply played dumb. Furious, the man in the silver jacket, Fei Bing, questioned if they were seriously feigning ignorance. The man in the green jacket issued a calm but firm warning about his language, threatening that certain videos might be released and censored if he didn't cooperate. The man with glasses tried to mediate, suggesting they all sit down and talk things through properly to avoid ruining the atmosphere. The man in a dark jacket then laid out his terms. Leiji would acquire the Luo family's 4 yoga studios and transfer them to Jingfu for free by midnight, or he couldn't control what happened next. The man in the sparkly jacket, Fei Bing, scoffed at the dreamlike demand, but the other man stated he wouldn't repeat himself, revealing the transfer agreement was already in his bag. An observer with brown hair realized Shen Yuan was taking a multi-million-dollar bite out of Fei Bing, while the man with red hair conceded that he now had to call his former classmate President Shen. The man in the gray jacket reflected that he had expected a much smaller settlement, never imagining Shen Yuan was aiming so high. Panicking internally about the released videos, the man in the silver jacket, Fei Bing, snapped at his opponent, accusing them of looking for an escape. The man with glasses gravely advised Ah Bing to let the matter go, warning that in the internet age, the resulting scandal could destroy his family's reputation. After a tense 10-minute deliberation, the man in the silver jacket, Fei Bing, called Aunt Zhong, stating he had decided to buy her 4 yoga studios and would sign the contract that day. In another location, Luo Bingying's mother, Zhong Lan, asked her daughter if her relationship with Fei Bing had progressed, to which Luo Bingying replied it hadn't. A man in a pink cardigan found it strange that Fei Bing was buying all 4 studios only to immediately transfer them to another company. The woman with glasses, Luo Bingying, asked for the company's name, and a man with a phone confirmed it was Jingfu. A man in a hoodie recalled that Shen Yuan's company was named Jingfu, as Luo Bingying silently pieced together that Fei Bing had bought her mother's studios just to give them to Shen Yuan. A woman with short gray hair noticed her distraction and asked what was wrong, but Bingying simply said it was nothing. The man with short gray hair confessed that his desperation after his business failed and her father's imprisonment led him to a terrible idea, begging her not to blame him for doing it for his children. Her companion tried to reassure her that selling the 4 studios for 4 million while she remained unharmed was the best possible outcome. Luo Bingying internally processed the absurdity of the situation. Fei Bing paid double the highest offer for her mother's studios just to transfer them to Shen Yuan. With her mother's business saved and her own troubles with Fei Bing resolved, Luo Bingying knew she had to thank Shen Yuan, but was left wondering exactly how. Back with Shen Yuan, as he was being called to, a subordinate reported via text that the situation was settled and the mission was accomplished. A notification dinged on his phone, and Shen Yuan fell silent as he read the message. Hui noticed the faint smile on his lips and asked what was amusing him, but he merely urged her to continue what they were doing. The scene shifted to an intimate embrace, with a woman's legs wrapped tightly around a man's muscular torso. A close-up captured the blonde woman's flushed face, sweating and breathless in a moment of pure ecstasy. Yuan Bao, Shen Yuan's inner persona, reflected on his latest victory, recognizing the 4 newly acquired yoga studios as a profitable expansion for his business, depending on who was running them. As breakfast was served, another eventful day began in Shen Yuan's complicated life. The blonde woman bid farewell to Yuan Bao, promising to return in a week as he simply told her to enjoy her trip. Internally, the blonde woman lamented that asking Shen Yuan for fidelity was pointless, as he would never give up his other women. Moments later, Hui extracted her own promise from Shen Yuan, asking him to message her daily, to which he agreed with the caveat that he might be busy. Shen Yuan then decided to send her some spending money, reflecting that after profiting nearly 10 million from her, it was time to give something back. Hui thanked him for the transfer, but was privately puzzled as the 100,000 yuan gift barely caused a flicker of excitement within her. With her bags packed, Shen Yuan announced he would personally drive Hui to the train station. As they left, Hui realized that thanks to Yuan Bao, her entire life had been elevated to a level of luxury that now felt normal, making him the most important person in her world besides her parents. Meanwhile at Jingfu Company, an employee reported to her boss that the requested specialty goods had arrived, and that 2 women named Junior Long and Xiao Lei were waiting as per Shen Yuan's request. Over the phone, Shen Yuan recalled his promise to them and instructed his subordinate to onboard Xiao Lei into operations and Long Jinghan into finance. Inside the office, one employee was stunned by the beauty of the new arrivals, while his colleagues cynically remarked they were surely the boss's women too. An unseen coworker lamented his missed chance to introduce himself, as another dryly noted that his hesitation had just saved his job. During the lunch break, Lei voiced her frustration over Shen Yuan's absence, questioning if he even cared about running his large company. Her pointed comment hung in the air, causing a colleague to pause and look up from her work. Another woman seated nearby let out a quiet, frustrated sigh, sharing the sentiment. The remark sparked a wave of silent agreement among the other women in the office. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts about their enigmatic and elusive boss. A woman with a red hair updo finally broke the tension, advising them to stop inventing rivals and simply focus on themselves. Later, upon entering Shen Yuan's office, Lei was shocked to find a stranger sitting there and immediately demanded to know who she was. Lei's friend suggested she might just be there on business, but Lei's intuition insisted this woman was also connected to Shen Yuan. Declaring that no ordinary business warranted sitting in the boss's empty office, Lei moved to confront her despite her friend's warning to stay out of it. Lei admitted she wanted to know where she ranked in Shen Yuan's heart, though her companion pointed out that he didn't have an elimination system. Brushing off her friend's pleas, Lei broke free and marched toward the office door alone. A sharp knock echoed from the heavy wooden door. From within, the calm voice of the reddish-haired woman answered, "Come in." As Lei demanded to know her identity, the silver-haired woman, Lu Menglu, coolly sized her up, wondering if this was yet another of Shen Yuan's conquests. Lei immediately fired back, questioning why Lu Menglu was occupying Shen Yuan's personal chair. The woman calmly introduced herself as Lu Menglu, a special consultant authorized by Shen Yuan, while Xiao Lei added that she too would soon have free access to the office. Lu Menglu simply told her to suit herself, privately preparing to demonstrate what it meant to win a battle without even trying. Lei was left stunned and speechless, her aggressive gambit deflating with absolutely no impact. With unshaken poise, Lu Menglu pressed her advantage by asking if there was anything else. Lei could only scoff and storm out, trying to save face by muttering that she didn't care about being in his office anyway. Once alone, Lu Menglu reflected on the constant competition, realizing that being with Shen Yuan required even more strategic effort than her previous job. Her fierce dedication was on full display as she pushed herself through a grueling workout on the treadmill. She mused that basic fitness was no longer enough, her figure needed to be perfectly toned to hold his interest. Her exhaustive self-improvement regimen included rigorous skin care, mastering massage on a practice mannequin, and working her way up to become a special consultant. Yet, she bitterly acknowledged that all this immense effort did little to improve her standing, at best only preventing it from falling. Contemplating the 5 million yuan in benefits she'd received, she understood the endless stream of rivals and resolved to improve herself to earn more of Shen Yuan's time. Back with her friend, Lei Lei confirmed that Lu Menglu was one of Shen Yuan's women, prompting her companion to ask about her personality. Lei Lei admitted their exchange was brief but noted that Lu Menglu possessed an incredible and almost inexplicable level of confidence. Elsewhere in the company, another woman seethed with frustration upon discovering there was now a Hanin to contend with as well. An official ID card revealed the new rival's true name, Long Jinghan, an intern assigned to the finance department. Unbeknownst to the others, Long Jinghan was already texting Shen Yuan, playfully revealing that she was wearing a camisole top under her jacket at work. After his brief reply, she boldly asked if he was coming to the company, offering to wait for him in his office. She then sent a photo, revealing the thin strap of her top peeking from beneath her blazer. A second image followed, this one a daring close-up that highlighted the delicate lace trim of her top. Her bold pictures were a direct and provocative play for Shen Yuan's immediate attention, further escalating the silent war among his women. Inside a sleek, modern conference room, Shen Yuan presided over a corporate meeting from the head of the table. His expression was cool and unreadable as he prepared to address his subordinates. The company's executives and managers sat attentively, awaiting his direction. The man with purple eyes, Shen Yuan, kept things brief, demanding a report on the handover progress for the 4 recently acquired yoga studios. At his command, one of the managers prepared to deliver her assessment. Tong Wan, the manager of Jingfu Yoga Studios, reported a stable but stagnant customer base, hindered by fierce competition and low employee morale. Shen Yuan listened to the report with an impassive gaze, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of professional detachment. The other employees remained silent and focused, absorbing the critical business update. After a moment of consideration, Shen Yuan leaned back, having heard all he needed. The man with dark hair dismissed the process details, stating he only cared about results before abruptly adjourning the meeting. As employees filed out, one man reflected on how Shen Yuan's strictness improved efficiency, while a woman with glasses noted he was fair as long as one brought solutions. Alone with his assistant, President Shen then asked if there was anything else of note happening within the company. The woman in the plaid suit confirmed there were 2 things, and Shen Yuan gave her the go-ahead to report them. She revealed that some employees were gossiping about him being a womanizer with potential health issues, leading him to ask if she had refuted the rumors. The woman in the plaid suit asked in exasperation how she could possibly refute it, prompting President Shen to lean in and pointedly ask, "You know whether I'm healthy or not, don't you?" His suggestive question caused a deep blush to spread across her face as she remembered a private moment they had shared. Unfazed, the man with dark hair asked about the second matter, and the woman in the green plaid suit reported that Lu Menglu and Xiao Lei had an unpleasant encounter in his office. Meanwhile, outside Shen Yuan's office, a tense scene was already unfolding among a group of female employees. Lei Lei, in particular, glared with unconcealed fury at the closed office door. The source of her anger lay behind the door to Shen Yuan's private lounge. Inside, Shen Yuan was alone with Lu Menglu, who had changed into a comfortable white tracksuit. In a gesture of casual intimacy, he reached out to run his fingers through her hair. With a playful smile, she gently deflected his hand. The woman in the white tracksuit then told him they should be mindful of appearances at work, suggesting they could wash her hair that night instead. Lu Menglu then gave a sly smirk as she pulled the cord, decisively closing the blinds and shielding them from view. From the hallway, Lei Lei exploded in frustration, declaring that closing the curtains was an obvious challenge she simply could not tolerate. Brushing off her friend's attempt to calm her down, Lei announced her intention to see exactly what was going on. Behind the blinds, the woman in the white tracksuit complained about the cold, but President Shen saw right through it, telling her to stop making excuses and just ask for a hug. He then swiftly pulled her into a warm embrace, holding her close. Lu Menlu melted into his arms, her subtle maneuver having succeeded perfectly. From the outside, the office window was now just a dark, impenetrable square. A woman with reddish-brown hair watched the scene from a distance, calmly noting that her turn would come right after Consultant Lu left. Nearby, a man with black hair looked on in utter disbelief, wondering if his female colleagues were behaving like elementary school children. Elsewhere in the office, the gossip mill was already churning at full speed. An animated Lei was seen recounting the latest drama to a curious audience. She made a sharp, spanking motion with her hand to emphasize her point. The employees listening to her story reacted with a mixture of shock and titillated interest. A character in a white shirt began to speak Shen Yuan's name but was quickly interrupted. The focus shifted to Lei continuing her story, this time with the new intern, Long Jinghan. She continued her dramatic retelling of the power plays and rivalries within their workplace. Long Jinghan listened with an expression of pure, wide-eyed innocence. A woman with purplish-gray hair, however, grew suspicious as she processed Lei's words, wondering if her close relationship with Long Jinghan meant the two of them were already involved with Shen Yuan together. Her eyes widened as the scandalous possibility took root in her mind. Unseen by the others, Lei and Long Jinghan exchanged a subtle, knowing glance. A small, secretive smile played on Long Jinghan's lips, hinting at a shared secret. The other women in the office traded looks filled with jealousy and brewing suspicion. The silent war for Shen Yuan's attention had escalated once more, thickening the office air with unspoken tension. The man harshly scolded the woman in red, questioning the fun she found in her constant, one-sided competition with others, including a person named Long Jingshan. He pointed out that her rival didn't enjoy the competition at all and only accompanied her out of concern, before questioning why an adult like her was still so petty. The woman in red, Xiao Lei, meekly apologized to Shen Yuan for her behavior. Shen Yuan then directed his anger at the woman in pink, berating her for flaunting her car and house just to provoke a college student. The woman in pink quickly admitted to her husband that she knew she was in the wrong. Shen Yuan declared that knowing wasn't enough and that they both needed a lesson, ordering them to bend over as his patience reached its limit. The woman in pink begged her husband to let it go just this once, swearing she would never do it again. Shen Yuan retorted that her words implied there would be a next time, warning that the punishment would be far worse than 3 swats if it happened again. The woman in pink nervously asked if she was positioned correctly for her punishment. Shen Yuan gave a curt approval and instructed the woman in red to hurry up and do the same. The woman in red internally acknowledged that Shen Yuan was genuinely furious and that she had gone too far, resigning herself to the punishment while hoping her padded rear would dull the pain. The two women positioned themselves over the desk, their backs turned as they braced for what was to come. As he warned them about showing no mercy in the future, Shen Yuan privately admitted he couldn't bring himself to actually strike them. Before proceeding, he demanded Lu Menlu be the first to confess exactly what she did wrong. Lu Menlu silently acknowledged to herself that she shouldn't have been jealous or shown off. Shen Yuan chided her poor attitude, prompting a more detailed confession from Lu Menlu about provoking her sister Xiao Lei and flaunting her wealth, which was punctuated by a sharp swat. Deeming her attitude much better, Shen Yuan gestured for Xiao Lei to begin her own confession. Xiao Lei internally recited her list of transgressions, from questioning her sister to flaunting her own age, and concluded that they all needed to get along peacefully. Shen Yuan praised their confessions and, with a final light swat, told them they could both stand up. The two women expressed their surprise, questioning why the punishment was so light and why he hadn't used his belt as they expected. The dark-haired man explained that he couldn't bear to hurt either of them, revealing their true punishment was being denied dinner and his company for the night. The woman with gray hair protested that he had promised her the evening, while the woman with red hair lamented that their rare chance to see him was now ruined. The woman with gray hair shot back that it was their own fault for making mistakes, adding that he could still see Long Jingshan later. The dark-haired man dismissed them, confident that this social punishment would be a far more memorable lesson than a physical one. The two women grumbled that their plans had turned into a private evening for Shen Yuan and Jingshan, with the red-haired woman sighing that her actions had only benefited someone else. Later, Shen Yuan answered a call from a woman celebrating the finalization of her divorce, who invited him to her place for dinner. He immediately agreed to be there soon. 30 minutes later, a despondent middle-aged man stood outside a residential complex, lamenting that his ruthless ex-wife Lin Yuchang had left him with barely enough money to rent a decent place. The man continued his tirade, unable to believe his ex-wife could be so cruel as to demand he move everything out within a single day. At that moment, Shen Yuan arrived at the very same building, stopping short upon his arrival. The woman with gray hair who was present wondered why someone like Shen Yuan, who could afford a luxury G-class, would buy an apartment in such a modest complex unless he had a hidden motive. In the elevator, the large man asked Shen Yuan what floor he was going to, and Shen Yuan, feigning ignorance, replied it was the same as his. The suspicious man probed further, asking which unit Shen Yuan had bought, as he didn't recognize him. Shen Yuan claimed he was visiting a friend, but the other man saw through the ruse and told him to stop acting. The fat man's mind raced as he connected the dots, suspecting Shen Yuan was there for his ex-wife and that they had been having an affair before the divorce. He realized with dawning horror that Shen Yuan had deliberately followed him to this very location. The elevator doors slid open with two heavy thuds, revealing the hallway. The fat man began to stutter in confrontation, but the young man calmly advised him to relax and say what was on his mind. Just then, a woman opened a nearby door and warmly welcomed the young man inside. The fat man exploded in anger, accusing his ex-wife Lin Yuchang of bringing a new man home the day after their divorce and branding them a cheating couple. The young man calmly warned him not to make baseless accusations, insisting they were merely ordinary friends, which only fueled the ex-husband's fury. In a separate, anxious thought, the woman in red worried that her head would be chopped off if her teachers ever found out she had stepped outside her bounds. The man with short gray hair furiously demanded to know how long the affair had been going on behind his back. The woman in the apron, Lin Yuchang, coldly retorted that it was none of his business now that they were divorced and he had no proof. Utterly defeated, the man with short gray hair slammed the door on his way out, shouting at them to take care of themselves. Shen Yuan then turned to the woman in the apron, correctly surmising she invited him over on purpose, to which she simply offered an apology. She then asked if his only intention was to use her, but the man with black hair confessed that there was another reason: he had missed her too. The woman in the apron pressed him, asking exactly how much he had missed her, and he could only reply that he had missed her a great deal. She playfully demanded specifics on which part of him missed her, prompting a suggestive gesture from the man with black hair. A single, telling drop of liquid fell from the man's hand onto the woman's upturned face. The woman in the apron expressed her disappointment, and he quickly apologized, blaming the quick finish on it having been a very long time. The man with dark hair reflected in surprise, musing that losing her married woman status seemed to have unexpectedly granted her a powerful, sensitive buff. Her world narrowed to the tantalizing question, as the apron strap slid teasingly down her shoulders. She confessed her uncertainty, her modesty a prelude to deeper surrender. A soft murmur escaped her lips, lost in the fervent rush of their shared passion. With a confident smile, he proposed a move, promising to deepen their late-night reverie. Outside, the city hummed with a quiet, distant rhythm. Her whispered name floated out, a plaintive echo in the vast, indifferent night. An overwhelmed moan escaped her, surrendered completely to the delicious, consuming intensity of their embrace. Her offer of a bowl carried an undercurrent of warm contentment, her affection visibly blossoming. He agreed calmly, his mind already calculating the quickest path to maximum affection for strategic, tangible returns. He inquired about her needs, but she calmly asserted her comfortable financial independence. He insisted on a grand upgrade for her car, overriding her protests with a swift, confident gesture of immense generosity. Tears welled, reflecting the profound, liberating happiness she had found in mere moments, eclipsing years of emotional neglect. Her grateful embrace sparked another surge of affection, a quantifiable rise he meticulously noted. A soft, contented hum settled between them, a sweet echo of their shared intimacy. An hour later, his casual inquiry belied the deep satisfaction he felt at her rapidly growing, measurable devotion. She affirmed her need for rest, a gentle acknowledgement of their recent, profound shared experience. She offered her assistance, seeking to share his burdens, prompting his practical inquiry into her qualifications. As she recounted her professional history, his mind immediately began to plot her advantageous placement within his ventures. He extended a tailored opportunity, which she readily embraced, eager to prove her unwavering dedication. The next day, amidst the opulent golf club, his thoughts drifted from last night's passion to the composed strategy of elite networking. The attendant's smooth instructions confirmed his seamless passage into the exclusive event. A quiet snag in entry procedures created an unexpected, minor tension. 5 minutes later, the bureaucratic snag deepened, leaving the elderly gentleman stalled and visibly concerned. The senior gentleman, with polite resignation, urged Shen Yuan to proceed without him. Shen Yuan's invitation was flawlessly processed, granting him immediate and unhindered entry. He offered a quiet promise to help, quickly securing the elder's name with an understanding nod. He smoothly offered his apologies, joining the established network with a polite deferral. Principal Yang offered a concise masterclass on navigating the event's hidden dynamics, which Shen Yuan absorbed completely. Shen Yuan's timely revelation about Hua Zhongkui's delay instantly sparked a frantic realization in Principal Yang. A swift, decisive command sent Vice Principal Su to remedy the unexpected entry predicament. Principal Yang revealed Hua Zhongkui's influential position, subtly urging Shen Yuan to seize a crucial networking opportunity. With an apology, Principal Yang expertly bridged the age and status gap, forging a critical new connection. Hua Zhongkui expressed genuine gratitude, graciously inviting Shen Yuan to drop the formality for a more senior title. A respectful bond formed as Senior Hua offered encouraging words, validating Shen Yuan's chosen industry. Shen Yuan confidently extended a strategic invitation, eager to deepen the budding professional connection. His artful flattery unlocked a crucial piece of insider information, a health industry survey slated for next month. He sipped his wine, savoring the strategic power of connections and resolving to fully exploit his newfound advantage. An older man noted his impressive, if transparent, mastery of social climbing. A friend's playful teasing highlighted Xu Baoping's renewed interest in a new, unusually well-defined target. Her friend issued a playful challenge, a sharp dart of encouragement meant to stir action. Xu Baoping's fragile excuse was met with her friend's amused, cutting reminder of past indiscretions. A friendly wave signaled a familiar face, inviting him into another conversation. The man offered a heartfelt explanation for his compromised position, receiving Shen Yuan's understanding and forgiveness. The friend's playful prying uncovered Zhou Peiwei's discerning taste for handsome, celebrity-bound men. Her cousin's brazen offer to teach flirtation was met with a blush and a polite, immediate refusal. The friend watched her with exasperated amusement, unable to hide her playful criticism. The matchmaker's enthusiastic pitch of a wealthy heiress met with Shen Yuan's swift, dismissive rejection. His gaze lingered on the more conservative figure, but his sharp eye quickly detected a subtle, intriguing deception. Xu Baoping commanded an introduction, and Jin Jifa proudly detailed Shen Yuan's astonishing entrepreneurial achievements, despite his youth. Their names were exchanged, a formal start to a potentially complex interaction. Her touch lingered, a deliberate, suggestive caress meant to spark a reaction. Her playful suggestion for a respectful yet intimate address ignited his keen awareness of her alluring attributes. The implied man challenged her presence with a smirk, questioning her stature. Xu Baoping mused on his audacious gambit, then swiftly retorted that size wasn't something to be judged from a distance. He pushed further, inviting her to seize the initiative herself. Xu Baoping's friend registered only bewildered incomprehension. A discreet cough betrayed the man with glasses' private shock at Shen Yuan's unexpected flirtatious streak. Xu Baoping playfully challenged his bluster, wondering if he was truly all talk, then let out a knowing chuckle. The man's internal world splintered, realizing this was flirting, and swiftly pivoted, asking when the banquet would begin. The man with glasses informed him they had only 20 minutes left. He suggested they explore the grounds, and the man with glasses readily agreed. Xu Baoping confidently claimed expertise in the push and pull of modern romance, while her cousin innocently asked about taking the lead. A hushed secret, barely audible, made Xu Baoping's friend blush crimson and gasp in surprise. The woman in floral dress wondered if this was Xu Baoping's best, while the woman in white dress observed men these days preferred larger figures. Xu Baoping defiantly declared her 34C, challenging anyone present, save her cousin, to claim superior proportions. The woman in white dress scoffed, noting Xu Baoping's friend looked similar or even smaller, leaving the friend utterly speechless. Xu Baoping confidently predicted that her cousin's true figure, if unleashed, would astound them all. Guests casually intermingled, a vibrant tableau of conversation and clinking glasses. The man noticed a peculiar intensity in Xu Baoping's friend's gaze, a repeated observation that struck him as increasingly odd. Xu Baoping critically deemed the Sicilian wine too bitter, preferring the esteemed Harlan from the States. The man with glasses, blushing slightly, lauded her exquisite taste, detailing Harlan Estate's meticulous harvesting process. Xu Baoping sought his opinion, only for him to bluntly dismiss the wine, preferring the unpretentious joy of craft beer. The man with glasses, slightly indignant, chided him for daring to compare the two. The man countered, asking why alcohol needed a hierarchy, prioritizing enjoyment over technique, leaving the man with glasses utterly speechless. Xu Baoping agreed with his philosophy, then abruptly shifted, asking Shen Yuan if he played golf, which he promptly denied. With a captivating smile, Xu Baoping offered to teach him, playfully hinting at a personal cost. Shen Yuan internally weighed his options, then decisively declared his disinterest in golf. The man with glasses pondered Shen Yuan's perplexing rejection, considering Xu Baoping's powerful family and undeniable allure. Xu Baoping, still charming, gave him her card and asked him to connect on WeChat, to which he simply agreed. The woman in white dress wondered if Xu Baoping had ever faced such rejection, while the woman in floral dress mused on the junior's surprising resilience. Xu Baoping's smirk was a silent promise, she knew that the toughest catches often tasted the sweetest. The women observed him closely, the woman in white dress noting his unusual aura, the woman in floral dress praising his rare blend of looks, physique, and rebellious charm. Shen Yuan stood, a figure of calm observation amidst the opulence. After the banquet, Xu Baoping's friend quickly informed Bingying that she had seen Shen Yuan. Bingying's curiosity deepened through the texts, as Xu Baoping's friend relayed that Xu Baoping herself had shown significant interest in Shen Yuan. Bingying reflected on her long history with Zhou Peiwei and Xu Baoping's reputation as a relationship expert, contemplating Shen Yuan's place in it all. Xu Baoping's friend believed Shen Yuan had liked her, but Bingying swiftly countered, implying her own gaze had been fixed on him. A skeptical Bingying reconsidered, recalling past female acquaintances who'd shared unusually close ties with Shen Yuan. Xu Baoping's friend, blushing with discomfort, concluded that Shen Yuan had been fixated on chests, hers included, though less so on her cousin's. Bingying was thrown into turmoil, remembering Shen Yuan's past fixation and questioning her own sanity for still dwelling on their non-existent connection. Bingying resolved that Shen Yuan's nature was no longer her concern, though Xu Baoping's friend noted his continued popularity with other women. Xu Baoping's friend pondered her burgeoning feelings, questioning the speed of her attraction and the ghost of his past with Bingying. A sudden gasp escaped her as she caught sight of Shen Yuan walking past the car. She wondered if her eyes had deceived her, if it truly had been Shen Yuan she'd just seen. The unexpected encounter left her steeped in heightened surprise. A blush crept across her cheeks as the daunting question formed, could she truly be falling for him? He informed Ms. Li he was nearly there, and she confirmed she would open the door for him. Ms. Li's gentle inquiry about his drinking met an honest admission of forgotten excess. With a welcoming gesture, she invited him inside, preparing to brew a calming hangover tea. 5 minutes later, she carefully explained the soothing blend of honey, chrysanthemum, nutmeg, and angelica, cautioning him that it was hot. His casual query about her frequent tea-making revealed a domestic history of caring for her father after his own long nights. Probing further, he learned her father was a criminal investigator and her mother a middle school teacher, details that subtly shifted the mood. A flicker of apprehension crossed his face as he processed the thought of a criminal investigator father, especially one who carried a gun. With bashful anticipation, Ms. Li extended a heartfelt invitation for him to join her parents, who were visiting tomorrow, for a meal. A wave of visceral anxiety washed over Shen Yuan. The idea of facing a criminal investigator father, knowing his entanglement with both daughters, seemed an unavoidable reckoning. Though outwardly calm, Ms. Li reassured him she had already mentioned his presence, privately acknowledging the meeting felt far too soon for their fledgling connection. He conceded, acknowledging his nervousness, and Ms. Li further eased his mind, assuring him of her parents' open-mindedness regarding their teacher-student past. With a simple agreement, she gracefully retreated to take a shower. He playfully ordered Ms. Li, his secretary, to get up early for errands, to which she replied with an obedient, "Yes, boss." Ms. Li's brazen text, suggesting they bet everything on a toast, was met with Shen Yuan's dismissive inner thought, his mind already drifting to her cousin. A sudden embrace from behind startled him, prompting his confused thought about Ms. Li's unexpected rush, a wave of flustered surprise washing over him. Li Meng revealed herself, silencing his initial confusion and igniting his sharp questioning. Her seductive whispers of desire were firmly deflected by Shen Yuan, who, with strategic intent, reminded her of her sister's imminent discovery. Frustration coloring her face, Li Meng retorted that she had indeed messaged him, but he had simply never replied. He calmly instructed Li Meng to return to her room, promising a later visit once her sister was asleep, all while his mind raced with the urgent need to avoid detection. Li Meng, still lingering, pressed him for a timeline, to which he offered a non-committal answer, entirely dependent on her sister's slumber. With a firm grab, Shen Yuan chastised Li Meng's incessant questions, his annoyance palpable as he ordered her back to her room. As Li Meng stalked away, a wave of annoyance radiated from her, while Shen Yuan mused inwardly on the uncanny familiarity of the situation and Li Meng's confounding mood swings. His gaze fixed on the staircase, he silently prepared for his next calculated move. A mischievous smirk played on his lips as Shen Yuan decided to playfully tease Ms. Li, peeking into the steamy bathroom. Ms. Li, startled by his presence, exclaimed in surprise, but Shen Yuan, shirtless and smirking, playfully brushed it off as adding excitement to their lives. Ms. Li confided her recent unease, finding tender reassurance in Shen Yuan's comforting embrace. Blushing, Ms. Li voiced a whispered invitation for them to move to the bed. His insistent demand for them to stay met her rising panic. The thought of Li Meng hearing them from next door amplified her distress. He held her firmly, his voice a low, reassuring murmur, insisting that Li Meng was already fast asleep. A muffled hem echoed from the steamy bathroom, a hushed testament to their continued intimacy. Li Meng sat against the door, her distressed, and frustrated, brother-in-law, a raw expression of her agonizing, unfulfilled desire. 30 minutes later, a calm Shen Yuan inquired about Ms. Li's well-being, offering to help her wash before they retired to the bedroom. After midnight, a peaceful sigh escaped Ms. Li's lips, settling her into a deep, contented sleep. Li Meng, wearing a specific red uniform, eagerly embraced a surprised Shen Yuan, relieved he had finally arrived and recalling her uniform choice. Against a stylized backdrop of soft cherry blossoms, Li Meng proudly presented the red uniform, proclaiming it a special retrieve from her internship. He questioned her choice of uniform, and she coyly confessed she merely wished to keep her work attire pristine. Accepting her playful excuse, Shen Yuan pressed her further, challenging her to reveal the true reason for her eagerness tonight. Holding her close, he playfully teased, insisting on an answer for her unspoken desire. Li Meng's brazen confession of being in the heat was met with Shen Yuan's blunt query: had she touched herself earlier, while he was with her sister? With a shy blush, Li Meng quietly admitted her solitary act. He acknowledged her confession, then with a suggestive air, prompted her about something she might be forgetting. Her repeated, yearning calls of brother-in-law filled the air, prompting his provocative question about her deepest desire. With an expression of overt desire, Li Meng dared him, asking if it was acceptable for her brother-in-law to violate her and make a mess of her.